A star hunter is reborn as a prisoner, only to discover that this world is actually a surreal game. 15 years. 15 years of my youth. A heart-wrenching cry shattered the silence, jarring Han E from his dream. He was about to erupt in anger, but suddenly realized how could there be a stranger's voice in his solitary apartment? A chill shot up from his spine to the top of his head. Cautiously opening his eyes and looking around, the scene before him was completely different from the cozy rental apartment he remembered. Under the dim yellow light, the corroded metal walls of the compartment glinted with an icy sheen. The air reeked of a nauseating mix of rust and machine oil. His hands and feet were shackled in cold, unyielding restraints that bit painfully into his skin with the slightest movement. Beyond the iron bars ahead, four heavily armed guards sat motionless like statues. Their tactical vests, helmets, and weapon models struck Han E with an eerie sense of familiarity. This was unmistakably an armored vehicle transporting prisoners. Memories surged back like a tidal wave. He had once been a renowned interstellar bounty hunter, but during a warp mission, he encountered a mysterious black hole and was crushed to basic particles. That had been after the cosmic convergence of games and reality, when the Zerg calamity descended upon the stars. Instinctively, he summoned the game interface, but the data that appeared left him thunderstruck. His level, attributes, profession, and equipment were all wiped clean. All that remained was a cryptic talent called Mind Over Matter, and a skill named Psionic Awakening. In the corner of the interface, the glaringly familiar icons for the shop and forums still lingered, despite having long disappeared from his memory. Isha. A sweet, youthful voice spoke from behind him. Turning his head, he saw 5 other prisoners sharing his fate. 3 flamboyantly dressed street punks, a tear-streaked blonde girl, and a twin-tailed girl with heavy smoky makeup. Han E had no interest in engaging with them. His entire focus was on the shocking discovery the menu still had an exit game option. Almost instinctively, he willed the command in his mind. Swish. Han E's figure vanished instantly, as if he had never been there. A ghost, it's a ghost. Han E felt a brief moment of disorientation, as though his consciousness had been forcibly pulled out of one body and thrust into another. When his vision finally cleared, the sight before him left him momentarily stunned. He was lying on a single bed covered with a faded blue bedsheet, the hard mattress pressing uncomfortably against his back. Turning his head, he noticed an old wooden wardrobe standing quietly against the wall. Its peeling paint revealed weathered wood underneath, and one of its doors hung crookedly due to a broken hinge, exposing neatly folded clothes inside. On the desk, several thick textbooks for specialized courses lay scattered, and a laptop sat in sleep mode, its screen emitting a faint glow. The display featured his once favorite animated wallpaper of a 2-dimensional anime girl, downloaded from the Little Red Car software on the Steam platform. The character swayed gently in sync with the preset program. This is my college apartment? Han E muttered to himself. 2 vastly different sets of memories clashed violently in his mind. One of an ordinary college life, and the other of battling for survival amidst the vastness of space. He vividly recalled the bone-chilling cold and suffocating sensation of being consumed by a black hole, the unmistakable experience of death. Ever since the interstellar rules had descended upon reality, players had lost the privilege of unlimited respawns. Han Yi's gaze wandered around the room before settling on the nightstand. The communication devices of this era were still the kind of smartphones destined to become obsolete in the future. Reaching under his pillow, he found his Mi-13 flagship phone. Though he couldn't remember the lock screen password, the fingerprint scanner still worked. With a soft beep, the screen lit up, displaying the same anime girl wallpaper as his computer. I'm back. It's all really back. Han E murmured, his voice trembling as his nose stung with emotion. The years of drifting through the stars now felt like a fleeting dream, yet the memories of those Battlesoft comrades falling and planets being destroyed were etched deep into his soul like a blade. Each recollection brought a searing pain that cut to his very core. It was like the apocalyptic scene where the endless, overwhelming swarm of Zergs devoured Blue Planet bit by bit, leaving behind a hollow shell of ruins. Every detail remained vivid, so real it was suffocating. Han E jolted awake, his back drenched in cold sweat. He took a deep breath, shook his head forcefully, and struggled to pull himself out of the suffocating terror. His trembling fingers swiped across the screen, opening the calendar app on his phone. His pupils contracted sharply, his gaze fixed on today's date, circled in red. 2029. The number hit Han E like a heavy blow to his chest. A chilling suspicion flashed through his mind. He immediately exited the calendar, his fingers trembling slightly with excitement as he quickly tapped on the browser icon and entered the name that had changed his life, Vast Interstellar. The few seconds it took for the search results to load felt like an eternity. As expected, the internet was clean, with no official news about the game's release. Han E only found scattered rumors on a few obscure, unofficial gaming forums claims that a groundbreaking full-immersion holographic game requiring a dedicated gaming pod was on the verge of release. However, the the sources were vague, with no actual game footage or content revealed. In the vast sea of online information, these whispers were virtually unnoticed. Just as I thought 1 year before the public beta, Han Yi's heart pounded wildly, and his fingers unconsciously tightened around his phone. He knew vast interstellar inside and out it was a revolutionary, hyper-realistic holographic game that would redefine the gaming industry. Its developers claimed that the entire game world was independently created by a super AI called Hyperbrain, using its near-infinite computational power and self-evolving logic. According to the current timeline, the game would emerge out of nowhere sometime next year, like a game-changing nuclear bomb dropped on the global gaming scene. It would obliterate traditional gaming models and usher in a new era of virtual reality. Around this game, countless related industries would spring up like mushrooms after rain. Treasure hunting guilds exploring dungeons, highly skilled professional power-leveling teams, and even the film industry, which would be revitalized thanks to the game's realistic yet cost-effective special effects. The most captivating aspect would be the high-stakes, globally celebrated professional esports tournaments, with roaring crowds and electrifying energy both on and off the field. At vast interstellar's peak, the number of concurrent online players worldwide had once surpassed the staggering milestone of 1 billion. Even though the most basic gaming pod cost nearly 20,000 yuan in Xia country's currency, the steep price tag couldn't dampen the enthusiasm of gamers worldwide, a testament to the game's unparalleled allure. The game's setting spanned a vast futuristic universe that blended hardcore sci-fi, mysterious magic, eerie psychic powers, and wasteland survival, an amalgamation of popular elements. The developers once confidently declared that players would be able to freely explore the vast universe within the game, challenging humanity's boundless imagination and curiosity about the stars. Even more thrilling was how the designers ingeniously integrated a variety of seemingly unrelated mysterious elements into the game. Magic, divine powers, psychic abilities, and even indescribable entities from subspace. This game was undeniably an ambitious fusion of all known gaming elements and innovative mechanics that players had never encountered before. What was even more astonishing was that, despite these elements appearing distinct on their own, their combination did not feel disjointed. Instead, their collision and integration sparked countless fascinating chemical reactions, delivering an unprecedented immersive experience for players. No one could resist the allure of this unique creation. Everyone was captivated and utterly absorbed. However, the most talked about feature among players was the game's AI-driven NPCs, which seemed to possess independent souls. The actions, thought processes, and emotional expressions of these NPCs were nearly indistinguishable from those of real humans. They could learn, grow, and even express anger or sorrow, showcasing profound emotional depth in their interactions with players. At times, they would deceive or betray players. This led some passionate fans to begin believing that this was not merely a game, but a miniature projection of a parallel universe. Who would have thought that this speculation, once dismissed as a ridiculous conspiracy theory, would eventually become reality? In the 5th year after the public release of the game, Interstellar Odyssey, strange phenomena began to unfold on Earth. Initially, it was a series of global atmospheric anomalies, the revival of prehistoric extinct species, and the discovery of a new species by a scientific expedition beneath the Antarctic ice sheet. All these events seemed to point toward an unsolved mystery. Then, one day, a player shared a shocking photo on an online forum, a picture of a supernatural artifact from the game that they had somehow managed to bring into the real world. The object in the photo caused a global uproar. It was then that governments around the world realized the gravity of the situation. But by that point, it was already too late. Once Pandora's box is opened, it can never be closed again. When ordinary people suddenly gained extraordinary powers, the fragility of human nature was laid bare. Initially, it was all about superhero-like abilities, followed by a complete upheaval of worldviews, and eventually, some individuals became increasingly arrogant. Day 1 was about heroism, Day 2 about selfish indifference, and by Day 3, blind ambition took hold. This disaster swept across the planet, plunging nations into chaos almost instantly. Among them, only Xia Nation responded swiftly, leveraging its strong organizational capabilities and efficiency to keep the extraordinary crisis within a manageable scope. In contrast, most other countries descended into uncontrollable internal turmoil. Some smaller nations saw their governments overthrown by players who had acquired supernatural powers. Conflicts between military forces and player groups escalated, while nations vied for resources and power, sparking localized wars. The world teetered dangerously close to the brink of a third world war. As humanity plunged into internal strife and chaos due to the sudden advent of a supernatural dawn, the true threat capable of annihilating civilization quietly emerged. The first swarm of terrifying creatures, dormant for countless millennia, broke through the thick ice of Antarctica. Their chilling screeches resembled the prelude to an apocalypse, signaling the impending downfall of Blue Planet's civilization. Han Yi took a deep breath, forcing himself to suppress the heavy and despairing memories. A crucial question swirled in his mind. Since he had just managed to exit that game-like world from the armored transport truck and return to a reality without a gaming pod, could he now log back in and cross over to that world again? As soon as this thought surfaced, the scene before Han Yi's eyes abruptly blurred. The entire world spun violently for an instant. Fighting through a brief bout of dizziness, he slowly opened his eyes. The cold touch of metal returned. The dim yellow light flickered before him, and the air carried the familiar scent of rust. It was unmistakable. He was back in the cramped and oppressive armored transport truck. Han Yi immediately grasped the underlying mechanism. The hyper-realistic immersion of the game, Vast Starfield, relied on its super AI capable of real-time calculations. A player's sudden logout was treated by the system as an event, prompting corresponding reactions from NPCs. Upon religion, the player's location would exactly match the spot of their last logout, even if it was on a vehicle moving at high speed. Of course, if the vehicle were destroyed after the player logged out, the system would forcibly respawn the player at the last known coordinates before the vehicle's destruction. This necessitated careful selection of a safe logout zone, as re-entering the game in an unsafe location could result in unpredictable dangers or even instant death, leading to a permanent character loss. Han now found himself in such a precarious situation. His repeated sudden disappearances and reappearances had already drawn significant attention from the enforcers. The transport truck had come to a halt by the roadside, its doors wide open. Two heavily armed enforcers were forcefully dragging the three bruised and battered punk men out of the vehicle, pinning them against the truck's walls for questioning. Another enforcer was gripping Yisha's arm tightly, attempting to pull her out of her seat. Though Yisha didn't put up a fierce resistance, her face clearly showed displeasure. Meanwhile, the last enforcer was approaching the still softly sobbing Su Miaojia, preparing to escort her out as well. In the instant he turned around, his gaze locked with Han Yi, who had seemingly appeared out of thin air in his previous position. Han Yi could clearly catch a flicker of panic born of sheer shock in the enforcer's face, partially obscured by a tactical mask. The air seemed to freeze, and time stretched infinitely in that moment. The scene grew intensely awkward. Han Yi hesitated for a moment, forcing a seemingly harmless yet slightly stiff smile onto his face. Tentatively, he raised his hand and gave a small wave. Hi. The silence lasted less than a second. A ghost. A ghost. That ghost. He's back. Su Miaojia's scream pierced the air, sharp and filled with terror, instantly tightening the tension in the room. Her voice carried a jolt of electricity, gripping everyone's hearts like a vice. Suddenly, the atmosphere exploded. Freeze. The enforcer who had been locking eyes with Han Yi reacted with lightning speed. Almost the moment Su Miaojia screamed, he took a sharp step back, raising his pulse rifle in an instant. The dark muzzle of the weapon was trained directly on Han Yi with precision. Target sighted. The missing prisoner has reappeared. Repeat, the missing prisoner has reappeared. Requesting instructions. The other enforcer, who had been escorting Yisha, immediately released her hand without hesitation. Spinning around swiftly, he aimed his weapon directly at Han Yi while urgently grabbing the radio on his shoulder to report the unfolding situation to command. A bead of cold sweat slid down Han Yi's forehead. Both enforcers had their fingers poised on their triggers, and the fragile tension could erupt at any moment. He didn't dare gamble on whether this second chance, granted by his rebirth, still held true. If he lost this time, he might not even have the chance to escape. Sorry to intrude. I'll take my leave. Realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, Han Yi made a split-second decision and chose to retreat without hesitation. With a flash of light, his figure vanished instantly, leaving everyone frozen in place, staring blankly at one another. Even though I've been reborn, why does it feel like starting a new game character? Throwing me straight into some random event like this. Han Yi returned to his familiar rental apartment, his face full of frustration as he muttered under his breath. He had just logged out of the game, slumping into the couch with a deep frown. During the official launch of Vast Starry Sky, the game offered two distinctly different starting modes. The standardized start resembled traditional RPGs, where players would receive basic equipment and skills, appearing in the safe zone of the main city in a galaxy designated as the Novice Village, beginning their adventure step by step. In contrast, the random event start was full of unpredictability. Players could either be lucky enough to gain powerful talents, rare skills, or high-quality gear, or they could find themselves caught in dangerous missions that were nearly impossible to handle at a low level. Han Yi had obviously encountered the latter. In the game, his starting scenario was as a prisoner on a transport vehicle, hands and feet bound, surrounded by hostile-looking inmates. That was reckless, Han Yi muttered, rubbing his temples in regret. I shouldn't have been so quick to hit the logout option. If he had stayed on the transport vehicle, he might have been able to gather some information about his situation and charges from the girl named Isha or the other prisoners. Now, he was utterly in the dark, with no clues to work with. Out of habit, Han Yi made a familiar motion, as if reaching for his phone to check information. Instead, He willed his personal interface to appear before him. To his astonishment, a translucent, sci-fi-style holographic panel in a soft blue hue materialized right in front of him. He stared at the panel, recalling a key detail: his personal interface hadn't been completely reset. In the talent and skill sections, there were several new entries he had never seen in his previous life. More importantly, he had returned to a year before the game's public launch. This one-year head start meant endless possibilities. Han-E could plan ahead, securing unique hidden resources, rare encounters, and special missions that were once fiercely contested in the game. He needed to figure out how to turn the situation to his advantage and make the most of this heaven-sent opportunity. Han-E's eyes scanned the data streams on the holographic panel line by line. Suddenly, he sat up straight, his expression filled with disbelief. He could still access his in-game personal data panel, even though he was back in reality. I can bring the game's abilities into the real world 6 years ahead of time. Han-E's heart surged with excitement. In his previous life, the integration of the game and reality didn't occur until 5 years after Vast Starry Sky's public launch. The system's benefits extended far beyond this. Even when the game eventually merged with reality, the only thing players lost was the nearly unlimited ability to revive. The system of gaining experience, leveling up, and improving skills through completing tasks and defeating monsters remained fully functional. This meant that Han-E could not only enhance his strength in the future game world, but also start building his power now through tasks and battles. Even in a world devoid of any supernatural powers, Han-E could still grow stronger and learn through his system panel. Sitting on the edge of his bed, his deep-set eyes gleamed with a composed light. Decades of life-and-death struggles had honed his character to be as tough as steel. Even when faced with this sudden surge of joy, his expression barely shifted. In theory, that's correct, but I need to test it in practice, Han-E muttered to himself as he quickly stood up from the bed. With a few strides, he reached the desk in the corner of the room. His fingertips lightly touched the power button, and the slightly worn-out laptop screen lit up with a faint blue glow. Han-E swiftly clicked through with the mouse, locating a series of tutorial videos titled Step-by-Step Guide to Becoming a Skilled Machinist. The screen's light reflected on his focused face. Adjusting his posture, Han-E patiently began watching. On the video, an experienced craftsman was meticulously explaining the fundamentals of mechanics, skillfully assembling various precision parts. Han-E watched intently, occasionally frowning or nodding. Half an hour passed in the blink of an eye. Just as he was about to rub his tired eyes, a translucent system notification suddenly appeared in his field of vision. You have completed a session of Basic Mechanical Knowledge Self-Study. Experience 3, Basic Structural Cognition and Basic Mechanical Assembly Learning Progress 0.2, Dexterity Bonus 0.2. It works. It really works. Han-E couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips, a flicker of excitement flashing in his eyes. He tapped the desk lightly and said, "Having a game panel is so convenient." Although Han-E barely understood the complex mechanical theories and diagrams in the video, most of it seemed like gibberish to him. Just the act of studying and exposing himself to the information was enough for the system to evaluate and enhance his learning progress in the corresponding knowledge areas. This scenario reminded him of when players on Blue Planet first entered the vast interstellar world. They couldn't comprehend the alien languages and texts in the game, but with the system panel's assistance, they gradually unlocked skills or knowledge trees in technology, arcane arts, and more through study and tasks, eventually mastering those abilities. Taking a deep breath, Han-E closed the video. With this, I don't have to worry too much about the initial struggles in that game world, he thought, his mind settling. He tapped his fingers rhythmically on the desk, contemplating his next move. The top priority was to plan his development path carefully. Leaning back in his chair, his gaze turned contemplative. To enhance his strength, the most fundamental and crucial approach was to level up. Leveling up required a massive amount of experience points and was closely tied to the chosen professional system. A character's total level was determined by the main profession level combined with the levels of all secondary professions. The main profession could only be chosen once and was extremely difficult to change, whereas there were no limits to the number of secondary professions, theoretically allowing infinite multitasking. Closing his eyes, Han-E recalled the types of main professions in the vast interstellar world. The options were vast and could be subdivided into hundreds, but they could broadly be categorized into 5 core systems. Martial arts system focused on physical combat, honing the body and unlocking physical potential. Practitioners were incredibly resilient, with a fighting style that was straightforward and forceful. Psionic system gained special abilities through bloodline or genetic mutations, unlocking deeper mysteries within their genetic code to obtain even more powerful unique skills. Arcane systems specialized in various magical energies, excelling at long-range attacks with devastating area effect capabilities. Players nicknamed them Mage Lords, Living Cannons, Wheelchair Classes, or Spell Machine Guns. Tech's system required vast knowledge across multiple scientific disciplines, relying on mechanical creations and technological inventions for combat. It had incredibly high potential but equally low starting points, demanding immense resources to develop a system only the wealthiest could afford. The Enlightened Path is a mysterious and enigmatic system that focuses on psychic abilities, drawing power through communion with the subspace realm or by forging contracts with powerful, otherworldly entities. For new players entering the game, the first major challenge and turning point they face is choosing and completing the main class advancement quest. Unlike secondary professions, which have no prerequisites and can be freely selected, the main class comes with strict advancement requirements. Changing to a different system is impossible, and even within the same system, advancing to a higher tier is extremely challenging. Once a main class is chosen, the character becomes deeply tied to that class system, unless the player is willing to pay a steep price such as undertaking a grueling reset and retraining process, deleting the account to start over, or creating a new character entirely. Before his rebirth, Han E had chosen the martial extremes path as his main class, a choice that seemed flashy, aligned with traditional Eastern aesthetics, and fueled his childhood fantasies. He specifically selected an elegant white outfit, an ancient longsword slung across his back, and a bamboo hat, embodying the image of a wandering swordsman or immortal cultivator. In the game, he roamed freely, seeking justice and adventure, brimming with confidence and vigor. However, the martial extremes path, rooted in close-quarter combat, heavily relied on melee prowess. While it allowed players to dominate battles on their home planet early in the game, its flaws became glaringly apparent in the brutal interstellar warfare that followed. Against long-range saturation firepower from space fleets spanning thousands of kilometers or being outmaneuvered by other systems' ranged supernaturals exploiting speed and distance, melee players in the martial extremes path often became sitting ducks, helpless targets in the crossfire. Furthermore, the ranged subclasses within the martial extremes path generally lacked explosive power, and their individual damage output paled in comparison to the devastating firepower of a stellar empire's main battleship cannons. As a result, while the martial extremes path excelled in the early game with its powerful unknown suppression capabilities, it struggled in the late game, particularly in large-scale interstellar conflicts. Its growth potential was relatively limited compared to other systems. As for the other class systems, such as the psionic path and the enlightened path, they were rife with uncertainty. The psionic path relied heavily on luck, as the early in-game store allowed players to purchase items that marginally enhanced their talent potential, though the effects were subtle at best. Meanwhile, the enlightened path was even more of a gamble. Communicating with subspace or forging contracts with otherworldly entities carried inherent risks. A misstep, such as forming a pact with a malicious subspace deity or chaotic spirit, often spelled certain doom. On the other hand, if players were fortunate enough to receive aid, they could gain immense power. In summary, both of these systems had the potential for extraordinary growth, but without good fortune or rare opportunities, their effectiveness could plummet dramatically, leaving them far weaker than a carefully developed martial extremes character. Han E never considered himself the chosen one, and certainly wouldn't bet his future on something as intangible as luck. He stared at the personal attributes panel displayed on the holographic projection, his brows slightly furrowed. Although his unexpected rebirth came with a newfound psionic talent called Mind Over Matter, a revelation-focused ability that had never existed in his previous life and seemed quite promising, still had no intention of pursuing that path. With a light tap of his fingertips on the projection interface, he switched to the career selection page. The power of the arcane class was undeniable, capable of earth-shattering feats in the mid to late stages. However, when fully developed, the technology class could rival it, even surpassing it in certain aspects. Ultimately, the question of which was stronger came down to the depth of advanced knowledge and technological reserves each side possessed. Han E rubbed his temples, contemplating the practical issues. The most critical point was that arcane professions were typically tied to specific starting planets, such as Runestar, or required extremely rare random events to unlock. In a reality like Earth, devoid of magical elements, it was nearly impossible to embark on the path of a mage. So, the arcane class was never on my list of options to begin with, he muttered to himself, swiping through the other choices on the holographic interface and eliminating them one by one. The answer was clear: technology. Leaning back in his chair, Han E's eyes gleamed with calculated determination. The technology class was known as the most complex, time-consuming, and resource-intensive of the 5 primary career paths. Yet, with enough mastery of core technologies and sufficient investment of resources and effort, its potential ceiling was the highest among the 5, even capable of surpassing the arcane class entirely. His gaze drifted toward the window, as if envisioning the vast galactic empires among the starry expanse. In the era of interstellar civilizations, the foundation of every mighty empire that spanned the stars and achieved immortality was without exception rooted in highly developed science and technology. Countless brilliant scientists devoted their wisdom and lives, striving to lead their civilizations out of their homeworld cradles and to conquer the boundless universe. Armies of towering machines blotting out the sky, colossal war mechs stretching thousands of meters high, and planet-destroying battleships with main cannons capable of obliterating worlds in a single shot. Creations that ordinary civilizations might deem miraculous were, to true interstellar empires, merely rudimentary applications of science and technology. He closed the holographic projection and opened the learning interface. According to the game's mechanics, unlocking any technology from a knowledge tree branch would meet the prerequisite for transitioning into a basic technology class profession. Still, just watching videos to learn is painfully slow, Hani muttered as he eyed the pitiful 0.2 progress bar in the top right corner of the interface, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After half an hour of watching tutorial videos, the progress bar had barely budged. It looks like Hansen practice is the only way to speed things up. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up with sudden inspiration. Slapping his thigh, he exclaimed, "That's it. I remember there's a small auto repair shop downstairs in this apartment building. I could try getting a part-time job there as an apprentice or something. That way, I can work on leveling up my basic mechanical assembly skill." Hani stood up, quickly tidying his outfit. "No time to waste. The sooner I complete the career transition, the better it'll be for me." But before heading out, he paused, picking up his phone from the table. His fingers slid swiftly across the screen, opening his contacts and finding a name saved as Little Darling. He tapped the call button. Beep beep. After a few rings, the call connected, and a sugary, overly sweet voice came through the receiver, as if deliberately exaggerated. "Hello darling, calling me so early. Did you miss me?" Han-E listened expressionlessly, taking a deep breath before replying in an emotionless tone. "Lin Yueyao, let's break up." Han-E ended the call, his fingers swiftly gliding across the screen. Without hesitation, he moved the contact labeled Little Sweetheart, along with her giant chat and penguin IDs, into the blacklist. Lin Yueyao, his college girlfriend, had once been the subject of much attention among freshmen, thanks to her innocent, picture-perfect face. Han-E remembered the autumn when he first entered college. The class organized several group activities during weekends and holidays. During a camping trip to the mountains, as everyone waited for the sunrise, he mustered all his courage and confessed his feelings to the girl he had secretly admired for so long. To his surprise, she said yes. They became a couple and shared what seemed like a sweet chapter of their lives. But looking back now, all Han-E felt was regret. Back then, he had been young and naive, completely captivated by Lin Yao's carefully crafted beauty and innocence. He had failed to see the true nature hidden beneath her lovely facade, a materialistic and manipulative personality. In the days that followed, Lin Yueyao drained Han-E's savings, forcing him to take up a side hustle as a game booster, leaving him with less and less time to spend with her. It wasn't long before Lin Yueyao found herself a wealthy player in the game and kicked Han-E to the curb. Those days were long gone. There was no point in wasting energy on a woman like her. Han-E took a deep breath, as if trying to expel all the unpleasant memories from his body. Shaking his head, he resolved to set aside his troubled thoughts. Scrolling through his contacts, he found another familiar name and dialed the number. The call was answered almost instantly. "Whoa, honey, look at you. Ever since you went to college, it's like you've vanished off the face of the earth. Not even a visit during the holidays to check in on your bros," a familiar voice teased, carrying a hint of playful mischief. "I thought you might have been conned into going abroad, had your kidney stolen, and disappeared without a trace." A slight smile tugged at Han-E's lips, and the sadness clouding his heart lightened a little. "Oh, shut up. You can never say anything nice, can you?" he bantered back. The voice on the other end belonged to Su Qin, Han-E's childhood friend. Their families were close, and Su Qin also had a younger sister, Su Nuo, who was practically Han-E's childhood sweetheart. The three of them had grown up together, inseparable from an early age. After Han-E's parents tragically passed away in a car accident, Su Qin's parents often took care of him, treating him like one of their own. But fate had other plans. During the catastrophic insect invasion that devastated Blue Star and brought humanity to the brink of extinction, Su Qin sacrificed himself to ensure Han-E and Su Nuo could board a rescue ship sent by the Starloop Federation. Su Qin stayed behind to hold off the relentless swarm of insects and ultimately perished in the onslaught. As if that wasn't cruel enough, the rescue fleet carrying humanity's last hope was ambushed by ruthless space pirates during its journey. In the ensuing chaos, Han-E was overwhelmed by attackers and unable to protect Su Nuo, who tragically lost her life in the battle. In that moment, the promise Han-E had once made to himself to protect Su Nuo at all costs became an unfulfilled regret that would forever haunt him. It was a wound deep in his heart, one he could never truly heal. The shrill ring of the phone pierced through the silence of the night. Han-E picked up his phone, and immediately, Su Qin's lively voice came through the receiver. "Calling me at this hour, what's up? Did something happen on your end? Need money or manpower? Just say the word, man, I'm there for you." "Nothing major. Han forced a slight smile, deliberately keeping his tone light. I just realized it's been a while since we've seen each other. I kind of miss you and Xiao Nua. I was thinking of taking some time off soon and flying back to catch up with you guys. Let's have a proper get-together. There was a brief pause on the other end before Su Qin's suspicious voice broke the silence. Wait, hold on. You're telling me you're buying a plane ticket just to have a meal with us? Dude, I saw your girlfriend's picture on your social media. What's going on? Did you break up? Got dumped? Yeah, something like that, Hani admitted openly. That's no big deal. Su Qin responded immediately, his tone loud and carefree. Out with the old, in with the new. There are plenty of great women out there, need to get hung up on one. Breaking up might be a blessing in disguise. So, when are you coming back? Let's set a date, and I'll arrange a welcome party for you. Hani thought for a moment. To give himself enough time to complete his career transition and strengthen his skills to face the looming threats of the game world, while also considering that Su Nua was busy with her studies, he finally said, how about in 2 weeks? All right, it's settled then. He'll get Xiao Nua, and we'll have a proper drink when you're back. After hanging up the phone, the gloom in Han Yi's heart lifted slightly, and his plans for the future became clearer. He immediately got up, left his apartment, and headed straight for a small shop downstairs called Anshi Auto Repair. The afternoon sunlight slanted into the cramped workshop, casting dappled shadows on the oil-stained concrete floor. Though tools and parts were piled haphazardly on shelves along the walls, a closer look revealed a certain order to their arrangement. At the moment, 3 cars awaiting repairs were crammed into the limited space. A slightly overweight middle-aged man in a blue jumpsuit was hunched over a sedan with its hood open. A cheap cigarette dangled from his lips as his grease-covered fingers carefully adjusted a bolt on the engine. Hello, sir, Hani greeted politely. The shop owner looked up, his grease-smudged face revealing a pair of cloudy eyes that gave Han a quick once-over. Here to fix your car? What's the issue? Not spotting any unfamiliar vehicles at the entrance, he corrected himself. Oh, here to buy parts? I've got pretty much any model you'd need. Take a look and tell me what you're after. No, not that, Hani replied directly. I'm here to learn how to repair cars. I want to pick up skills in mechanical maintenance. The repairman froze for a moment, his brow furrowing as a hint of impatience flashed in his eyes. He waved dismissively and turned his attention back to his work, muttering vaguely, an apprentice? Sorry, kid, this is just a small, privately run shop. Space is tight, and I've got my hands full as it is. Can't afford to take on a trainee. It was a clear rejection. Sir, you've got it wrong. I'm not here to learn for free. I'm willing to pay tuition. Han, he said earnestly, meeting the mechanic's gaze. I don't need to learn for long. Just a few days will do. He paused, holding up 2 fingers. 2,000 yuan. How about it? During these days, I can also help out around the shop, give you a hand with small tasks. Han, he was well aware of his financial situation. After his parents' tragic passing, the compensation from the responsible party, insurance payouts, and a small inheritance from their earlier business ventures were more than enough to comfortably see him through college. In fact, he could graduate, get married, start a family, and even buy a house with plenty left over. More importantly, he knew better than anyone else 1 year from now, when the game, Vast Starry Realm, entered public testing, and 5 years later, when its content fully merged with reality, the legal currency systems of all nations on Blue Planet would collapse overnight, turning into worthless scraps of paper. To trade these 2,000 yuan future waste paper for a chance to complete a technology-based career transition and prepare for the chaos ahead was, in his eyes, a guaranteed win. 2,000 for a few days? Of course, no problem. The mechanic immediately perked up, spitting out the half-burnt cigarette stub from his mouth and grinding it out with his oil-stained boot. His tone became noticeably warmer. But let me be honest with you, kid, learning to fix cars isn't something you can master in just a few days. Hani smiled, unconcerned, as he pulled out his phone to scan the QR code for payment. That's fine. If I don't learn much, I'll just chalk it up to my own lack of talent or understanding. TSK, you young folks these days. It's like you've got money burning a hole in your pocket. The mechanic teased, his grin widening as the crisp notification of 2,000 yuan hitting his account chimed on his phone. Shaking his head in amused resignation, he added, all right then, I'll take the money. My name's Zhao Bin. You can call me Old Zhao or Master Zhao. Nice to meet you, Master Zhao. My name's Han. Zhao Bin wiped his greasy hands on a nearby dirty rag, pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, and offered one to Hani. Thanks, but I don't smoke. Hani declined politely before asking. So, where do we start? Have you ever worked on anything like this before? Any prior experience? Zhao Bin asked, lighting a cigarette for himself. He shook his head. None at all. I'm starting from scratch. 0 experience, huh? Zhao Bin exhaled a puff of smoke, eyeing Han Yi's clean and delicate appearance, which clearly suggested he had never done any hard labor. Scratching his head, he muttered, well, there's a lot to learn then. Take it slow. No rush. Time flew by, and before long, evening had fallen. The repair shop was brightly lit, the hum of activity filling the air. Leaning against the wall, Zhao Bin took a drag from his cigarette, his gaze fixed on the young man crouched by an engine. Though Han Yi's movements were still a bit clumsy, his focus was unwavering. Xiaobin couldn't help but fall into deep thought. In just one afternoon, this young man named Han, he seemed like a completely different person. When he first arrived, he was clueless about mechanical structures, barely able to hold a wrench properly. But now, he had already learned to independently disassemble and reassemble some relatively complex car components. Han Yi's hands moved nimbly among the engine parts. Although his actions still carried the clumsiness of a beginner, with occasional pauses and even moments when screws ended up in the wrong places, his overall process was impressively smooth. Standing nearby, Xiaobin frowned slightly. As a veteran mechanic with decades of experience, he could clearly spot the flaws in Han Yi's technique. His grip on the wrench was unsteady, his disassembly sequence was occasionally disorganized, and his control over force was far from precise. But none of that really mattered. The real question was, how long had this kid been learning? Just 3 days ago, he couldn't even tell a spark plug from an air filter. Xiaobin lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. Han Yi's speed of learning was nothing short of astonishing. At this rate, it seemed likely that in less than a week, he'd master most common car repair techniques and might even be ready to open his own shop. Could this be what they call a mechanical prodigy? Xiaobin wondered, the ash from his cigarette falling as his thoughts wandered. He didn't think Han was pretending after all. The young man had paid a solid 2,000 yuan in tuition. There was no reason for him to be here just to fool around. Thinking back to his own apprenticeship days, Xiaobin remembered the 3 long years he spent under his master's wing. He endured countless scoldings and worked his hands to the bone, forming calluses layer by layer, just to barely manage taking on jobs independently. Now, looking at this sweat-drenched, fast-progressing young man, Xiaobin felt a wave of inexplicable melancholy. Maybe I charged too little for that 2,000 yuan. He thought with a self-deprecating smile. Ahem, Xiaoyi, it's getting late. Let's call it a day for now, Xiaobin said, extinguishing his cigarette and walking over to Han Yi, who was focused on dismantling a transmission. He patted Han Yi on the shoulder. I'm going to step out for a bit. Don't worry about cleaning up the rest, I'll take care of it later. Han Yi looked up, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, and glanced at the clock on the wall. The hands were pointing to 10 p.m. The repair shop's lights cast a warm yellow glow on his grease-stained hands. Got it, Master Zhao, he replied with a nod. The moment Xiaobin turned and walked away, a sharp focus returned to Han Yi's eyes. Silently, he murmured in his mind. Instantly, a familiar translucent panel appeared in his field of vision, its blue glow reflecting in his intent gaze. You have completed a basic self-study of mechanical knowledge. 16 experience, 3.0 progress in basic structural understanding and basic mechanical assembly, with an additional 0.3 for dexterity. Basic structural understanding and basic mechanical assembly progress have reached 100. Successfully unlocked. You have unlocked the technology knowledge tree. Technology-related professions are now partially available. You can now choose to transition to one of the following professions: mechanic, energy engineer, gunner, or biomechanical warrior. It was here. Han Yi felt a surge of excitement, his fingers subconsciously tightening around the wrench in his hand. Each of the 4 basic profession options displayed on the panel had its own specialty. The energy engineer excelled in researching high-energy power sources and applying them to weapon development, making them experts in energy-based weaponry. The gunner specialized in heavy firepower and long-range attacks, proficient in various high-impact firearms and artillery. The biomechanical warrior pursued a path of integrating mechanical components into their body, gaining immense strength and excelling in close combat. In comparison, the mechanic profession was more well-rounded and versatile. It involved creating and operating various mechanical constructs. While it lacked the distinct focus of the other 3 professions, it offered adaptability, making it a jack-of-all-trades option. Han Yi didn't hesitate and immediately chose to transition to the mechanic profession. You have successfully transitioned to the entry-level mechanic profession. Current profession level, LV1. Your psionic energy 10, strength 1, intelligence 1, constitution 1, and you've gained 2 attribute points. You've also acquired the skills: beginner mechanical affinity LV1, basic troubleshooting LV1, and basic repair LV1. Wow. Seeing the notification of attribute increases, Han Yi couldn't help but feel a surge of amazement. After the psionic system replaced the original Kai-based system, even the attribute bonuses from leveling up his profession could directly increase his psionic energy limit. At the exact moment his profession transfer was successful, Han Yi clearly sensed the changes occurring within his body. A faint, electric-like tingling coursed from the top of his head to the tips of his toes, as if every cell was being reprogrammed. A subtle bioelectric glow flickered across his skin, disappearing in an instant, but leaving him feeling unprecedented lightness and heightened perception. Simultaneously, a vast and systematic influx of mechanical knowledge streamed into his mind like data flowing through a network. Engine structures, fault diagnostics, repair procedures. Knowledge that would typically require years of study now felt as intuitive as if it had always been part of him. neatly organized in the forefront of his thoughts. When Han Yi's gaze returned to the dismantled car engine in front of him, something extraordinary happened to his vision. The scattered parts were no longer a chaotic mess of metal. Instead, they formed a three-dimensional schematic. Every screw, wire, and connection glowed with varying intensities, while the fault points flashed with distinct red warnings. Han Yi reached for a wrench and screwdriver on the workbench. The moment his fingers touched the tools, an inexplicable sense of affinity surged through him. His movements were no longer hesitant but flowed seamlessly, as if guided by instinct. Clink, clink, the crisp sound of metal on metal echoed through the workshop. It was as if his hands had developed a consciousness of their own, deftly dismantling, cleaning, and reassembling with precision. Within minutes, Han Yi walked over to a nearby shelf, his gaze sweeping across the inventory like a scanning device. His eyes quickly locked onto the brand-new replacement parts needed for the engine, pinpointing each component with unerring accuracy. Returning to the workbench, he installed the new parts with effortless fluidity, the entire process smooth and uninterrupted. In his hands, the gasoline engine seemed almost alive, each component obediently returning to its designated place. When Xiaobin sauntered back from the restroom with a cigarette dangling lazily from his lips, he was greeted by the sight of Han Yi standing beside the now nearly reassembled and pristine engine, a faintly relaxed smile on his face. Han Yi turned to face the dumbfounded Xiaobin and said with a smile, "Master Xiao, I've already fixed this car for you." Xiaobin, huh? Han Yi reflected on the newly unlocked technology knowledge tree, its vast and intricate structure slowly unfolding in his mind like a massive blueprint, coming into clear focus. The entire technological system was divided into 5 core branches: mechanical construction, material engineering, energy and power, armament modules, and intelligent control. Each branch was further categorized into 5 levels: basic, intermediate, advanced, cutting-edge, and ultimate. What Han Yi had just mastered during an afternoon of practice was the most fundamental knowledge in the mechanical construction branch: basic structural cognition and basic mechanical assembly. Basic knowledge, much like ordinary skills, could be acquired through practice, reading, or self-learning methods such as watching tutorial videos, as Han Yi had just done. Though this approach wasn't the most efficient, it had the advantage of being highly accessible, allowing anyone to get started. However, once advanced or higher levels were involved, relying solely on self-learning to fill up the enormous progress bar would demand an almost bottomless amount of time and effort, seemingly impossible to complete. In the game from his previous life, most players, after mastering the basics, would decisively use experience points to directly boost their progress in these advanced skills to avoid endless grinding. Exhaling deeply, Han Yi stood under the shower, letting the warm water wash over his body, rinsing away the grease and fatigue. The afternoon of repair work had left him feeling as though he had been marinated in engine oil. When the game first launched, the neural sensory feedback cap was only 15, meaning that nothing in the game could significantly affect the sensations of the real body. But for Han Yi, things were entirely different. He could bring the game interface into reality, which meant he could level up in real life as well, with the physical exhaustion and the grime feeling equally real. In the steamy bathroom, the mirror was fogged up, obscuring his reflection. Han Yi closed his eyes, allowing the soothing flow of water to glide over him, washing away the grease and weariness bit by bit. Meanwhile, he summoned the system interface in his mind to review the 3 new skills he had gained after switching professions. Basic Mechanical Affinity LV1 slightly increases the health, attack power, defense, and other basic attributes of low-level mechanical units, while moderately enhancing their critical hit rate. Basic Fault Detection LV1 identifies and locates obvious malfunction points in low-level mechanical units. Basic Repair LV1 performs simple repairs on low-level mechanical units. Completing the progress for 2 knowledge categories not only unlocked the technology tree and these 3 new skills, but also rewarded him with 1,320 experience points. Han Yi calculated silently. Leveling up to level 2 required only 995 points, leaving him with 325 points to spare. In the early stages of the game, experience points were scarce, and prioritizing level ups to gain attribute points and higher base stats was crucial for rapidly improving overall strength. Without hesitation, Han Yi directed all his accumulated experience points into his primary profession. A surge of warmth, more intense and familiar than when he first switched professions, rose from his spine, spreading swiftly through his body, bringing an indescribable sense of exhilaration and energy. Your apprentice mechanic has leveled up to LV2. Your Psyche 10, Strength 1, Intelligence 1, Constitution 1, and you've gained 2 attribute points. Han Yi focused intently on the changes in the data displayed on his personal attribute panel. Before him, the numbers appeared one by one. Personal attributes: Strength 7, Intelligence 9, Constitution 7, Dexterity 5, Perception 6, Mystery 0, Charisma 9, Luck 3, Health 7070, stamina, 57110, psi, 7474. These 8 fundamental attributes formed the foundation of his overall abilities. Each attribute represented a different domain of capability, determining how far he could progress in this world. Strength directly influenced his physical prowess, encompassing muscle power, explosive speed, carrying capacity, and physical destructive force. Intelligence determined his learning speed, mental resistance, and the potency of non-physical skills. Constitution was the core of all attributes, directly tied to health, stamina, the body's resilience to damage, and resistance to physical ailments such as bleeding, toxins, and paralysis. Particularly at lower levels, the ratio of constitution to health and stamina was typically 1:10, making it a critical foundation for any profession. Dexterity governed coordination, balance, and reaction speed, directly affecting his evasion rate and the precision of his movements. There was also a subtle balance between strength and dexterity. If the gap between the two was too wide, it could disrupt physical coordination, causing a disconnect between thought and action. Perception was akin to instinct, enhancing his ability to scout, sense, and increase critical hit success rates. Mystery was tied to mental resistance, communication with the mystical realm, and potentially unlocking abilities like psi or magic. Han Yi's mystery attribute was 0, which should have prevented him from awakening any psi abilities. However, due to his rebirth, he had gained the psi talent mind over matter, a clear sign of an anomaly. Charisma was not just about appearance. It also influenced persuasive power, charm, and the triggering of certain story events. In some critical situations, high charisma could even turn the tide of a battle. Luck, though intangible, was exceptionally important, determining the outcomes of random events, such as whether rare items would drop after defeating monsters. These attributes were the key to Han Yi's growth. Every improvement represented a step forward in his strength and skills. In the expansive interstellar system, the game's mana resource was referred to as chi, a unique energy for casting abilities. The initial value was set at 10 points and could not be directly increased by improving basic attributes. Instead, it could only be enhanced by leveling up or learning specific skills and talents. Chi manifested differently across the 5 major career branches called Chi in the martial branch, mental energy in the psychic branch, source energy in the tech branch, mana in the arcane branch, and psi in the enlightenment branch. Each attribute represented a potential path for future growth, and Han Yi could already sense the profound significance behind these numbers. Han Yi was slightly surprised to find that after successfully completing the job transfer ceremony and officially becoming a tech-based mechanic, the energy bar on his personal interface did not switch to source energy as expected. Instead, it remained marked as psionic energy. This unusual phenomenon stirred a faint suspicion in his mind, causing a ripple of unease. It seems that the mind over matter talent I acquired after reincarnation takes precedence over the rules of the main class system. He murmured, raising a hand to rub his temples, his brows furrowed in thought. While this unconventional setup broke the norm, it fortunately did not hinder his ability to use mechanic skills. However, whether this would lead to conflicts in the future remained uncertain. For now, he decided to set this unknown issue aside and turned his attention back to the attribute point allocation interface on the panel. With the successful job transfer, he had unexpectedly gained 4 precious free attribute points, which required careful consideration on how to allocate them. The core attribute for a mechanic was undoubtedly intelligence. From constructing intricate mechanical creations to learning and executing advanced technological skills, intelligence provided direct and significant benefits. However, Han Yi did not immediately invest all the points into intelligence. Strength and constitution were equally important factors that could not be overlooked, sometimes even more critical than intelligence at certain stages. He recalled a rough period in his past life after being financially drained by his ex-girlfriend Lin Yueyao. He had briefly worked as a professional game booster to make ends meet. During that time, he had gained an in-depth understanding of the growth paths and combat performance of nearly all mainstream class systems in vast interstellar. Han Yi knew well that a mechanic was not some laid-back class that could dominate the battlefield by simply typing away on a keyboard from the backlands. Much like real-life pilots or astronauts, a mechanic needed to possess exceptional physical fitness to withstand the pressures of extreme environments. Many high-precision, high-intensity mechanical creations came with stringent strength and constitution requirements in their blueprints. Without sufficient physical capabilities, no amount of intelligence could compensate for the inability to assemble or fine-tune the machinery. Not to mention the high-performance mechs, carrier-based aircraft, or even agile and maneuverable interstellar corvettes. The immense overloads and energy shocks involved in their operation required substantial strength and constitution to endure. These 4 points are not enough to bring about a qualitative change for me right now, and I don't urgently need high intelligence for any blueprints or skills at the moment, Han Yi thought, his gaze steady as he weighed his options. In case of danger, the immediate health boost from Constitution would be more practical. Each point adds 10 HP, and fully investing the points would give me 40 HP, which might help me survive an extra hit or two. After a moment of hesitation, he decided to hold off on allocating the points and temporarily left the 4 free attribute points unassigned. Closing the personal interface, Han-E got up, wiped the sweat off his body, and changed into a clean set of clothes before returning to his desk. Despite the fatigue from a long day, the comprehensive attribute boost from his recent level up left him feeling energized and alert, with no trace of exhaustion. Leaning back in his chair, Han-E quickly shifted his focus to another pressing issue. If nothing unexpected happens, the next time I log into that game world, my spawn point will most likely still be that prison transport vehicle. However, he was well aware that his sudden disappearances and reappearances during the first 2 encounters had already exposed him to the NPC enforcers. They had undoubtedly flagged him as a dangerous anomaly. It was highly likely that the prison transport had been moved to a secret facility and was now under heavy guard, potentially equipped with fully automated combat units. If I log back in unprepared, I might be gunned down before I can even react. Han Yi's brows knitted tightly, his eyes filled with vigilance and deep contemplation. But then, a crucial thought crossed his mind. It seems I can not only bring the interface back to reality, but also transfer items from the game world to here. At least, the clothes I was wearing in the game appeared exactly the same in reality. This realization was critical. Vast Interstellar aimed to deliver an immersive experience by entirely abandoning the traditional MMO concepts of inventory and storage systems. Instead, it implemented a highly realistic weight and capacity mechanic. Players could only carry items in a realistic manner, such as in pockets, backpacks, or by hand. The amount you could carry depended on your character's strength attribute and the size of the containers you could find. Only a few specific class systems, such as the Tech class with its space compression storage technology, the Arcane class with its spatial magic, the Psychic class with its spatial abilities, or the Enlightened class with its dimensional manipulation skills, had access to personal storage or inventory-like capabilities. As for the Extreme Martial Arts class, whose members were essentially muscle-bound berserkers, they were naturally incompatible with such non-physical abilities. If I can bring game items into reality, then conversely, could I bring real-world items into the game? This line of thought sparked a glimmer of excitement in Han Yi's eyes as he began to analyze the situation. The time flow between reality and the game world was approximately 1:6. 1 day in reality equaled 6 days in the game world. If I stayed out of the game for a while, the enforcer's vigilance would inevitably diminish over time. But relying solely on time as a buffer wouldn't be enough. If my only defense is to log out instantly to avoid danger, that would be no different from burying my head in the sand and waiting for death. I need to seize the initiative. I have to find a way to prepare tools or methods that can save my life or even turn the tables in critical moments. With his resolve set, Han Yi's gaze sharpened as he quickly opened a web browser on his computer and typed in a search query. How to make a firearm by hand. The process of making firearms is not theoretically complicated, with countless online tutorials available for crafting toy guns. Han Yi couldn't help but recall some online jokes: plastic to steel, glue to weld, 3 meals a day in a small cell. A few years ago, a rogue in Japan, known as the #1 Lone Wolf, managed to create a shotgun capable of firing steel pellets using nothing more than pipes and batteries. With this rudimentary weapon, he successfully mimicked the stealthy assassination techniques from Assassin's Creed, blending into crowds and executing his mission silently. Now having transitioned to a mechanic, Han Yi relied on his foundational knowledge of structures and mechanical assembly, coupled with his self-driven learning. Though he hadn't personally put his hands on the work yet, his grasp of new mechanical concepts was rapidly improving. You completed a session of Basic Mechanical Knowledge Self-Study. Experience 23, Basic Transmission System Design Progress 1.6, Dexterity Bonus 0.16. You completed a session of Basic Mechanical Knowledge Self-Study. Experience 15, Basic Material Identification Progress 2.2, Dexterity Bonus 0.22. You completed a session of Basic Mechanical Knowledge Self-Study. Experience 19, Basic Smelting Techniques Progress 1.2, Dexterity Bonus 0.12. Several hours passed, and Han Yi had made significant progress on the knowledge tree of mechanical structures and material engineering. Most of the materials for making a gun could be purchased on platforms like Pintuoteo. The only real challenge was obtaining forging tools. Borrowing equipment from a repair shop was an option, but an experienced craftsman could quickly deduce his intentions. Buying his own tools wasn't ideal, either since he had nowhere to store them. His apartment was far from suitable for such activities. After some careful consideration, Han Yi swiftly typed on his keyboard, changing the delivery address on Pintuoteo to his hometown. He also booked a flight ticket home. As for attending school, the apocalypse was just a few years away. What was the point? Still, to avoid trouble with his academic advisor, he took a moment to craft a message requesting an extended leave of absence and sent it off. As dawn broke, Han-yi rubbed his tired eyes and glanced at the clock. It was already past 6. After hours of intense study, his mind felt heavy, and his energy had dropped to around 30. At this point, he decided it was better to rest for a while. Thanks to his enhanced physical attributes and skill boosts, Han-yi's stamina far exceeded that of an average person. In the past, he needed a full 8 hours of sleep to recover, but this time, less than 7 hours of sleep restored his energy to 110 points, leaving him brimming with vitality. He got out of bed, quickly freshened up, and prepared to leave. The room was sparse, with just a computer on the desk and a few changes of clothes. Packing light, he grabbed a simple breakfast before heading to the airport. As the plane ascended and pierced through the dense clouds, Han-yi's thoughts began to wander. The random crises in the game demanded his full attention, but he also understood that the real challenges lay ahead. The delivery of his orders would take a few days, and his immediate priority was to address the crisis at hand. He hadn't informed Su Qin of his return, as their agreed meeting was still 2 weeks away. For now, his focus was on resolving the in-game challenges during this time. While waiting for the deliveries, Han-yi found a mechanical repair shop and spent his days there, coming and going early and late, continuously honing his skills. Within just a few days, he successfully unlocked both basic transmission system design and basic smelting techniques. Han-yi sat at his workbench, carefully examining the system panel. His progress in learning basic materials had surpassed 70, and the experience points he had accumulated through repeated practice over the past few days were nearing 8,000. Without hesitation, he poured all the experience points into his main profession, and the system notification echoed in his mind. Your beginner mechanic has been upgraded to LV6. Your psionic 40, strength 4, intelligence 4, constitution 4, and you have gained 8 attribute points. Both his strength and constitution had broken through the 10-point threshold, and Han-yi could feel the changes in his body. His once frail frame had become sturdier and more powerful. However, as he glanced at the now depleted experience pool, he couldn't help but frown. Nearly 8,000 experience points had only raised him by 4 levels, and the next level required even more, over 8,000 points. Without mission support, advancing to the LV20 tier seemed like a distant goal. He let out a sigh, but his determination remained unwavering. As the tools he ordered online began arriving, Han-yi carried them one by one into the old house's basement. Under the dim light, the basement was filled with the musty smell of age. While organizing the tools, he carefully calculated his next steps. 1 week in reality equaled 42 days in the game world. The guard station near the prisoner transport vehicle should have dispersed by now, but he still needed to prepare for the worst-case scenario. In addition to firearms, he had also purchased legal body armor and thoroughly researched the methods for crafting improvised smoke bombs. After 3 days of hard work, Han-yi finally paused, holding a self-made improvised sawed-off shotgun in his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The system immediately displayed the weapon's attributes. Improvised sawed-off shotgun. Quality, poor. Attack power, 1268. Durability, 2121. Ammo capacity, 11 homemade buckshot. Although the quality was poor, it was the best he could manage at this stage. Considering the average health of ordinary individuals ranged from 30 to 60 points, a well-placed shot to a vital area could be lethal. Han-yi then inspected the 4 smoke bombs he had crafted, which had a coverage range of 3 to 5 meters and were filled with ground-up colored crayon powder. Due to time and weight constraints, he had prepared only 10 rounds of buckshot and these smoke bombs. Not much firepower. He muttered with a wry smile, shaking his head. He donned the body armor and double-checked his gear. Once everything was ready, Han-yi took a deep breath and activated his login consciousness. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the basement, returning to the vast, untested interstellar world. When crossing into the game world with one's physical body, the sensory experience becomes indistinguishable from reality. After all, the so-called game is merely a precursor to the real world that is about to unfold. Once Han-yi's physical attributes surpassed 10 points, the dizziness caused by the transition significantly diminished, leaving only a brief moment of blurred vision. As his sight cleared, Han-yi immediately crouched down, gripping his shotgun tightly, his sharp gaze scanning his surroundings. He found himself still trapped inside the prison transport truck. The doors were tightly shut, and the thick darkness enveloped him completely, making even his outstretched hand almost invisible. The truck's interior was eerily silent, with no sound of soldiers' footsteps or voices outside. Could they have forgotten about me? Han-yi frowned, contemplating. Although 10 days in reality equated to 2 months in the game, the unnatural silence made him wary. He quickly checked his equipment. Everything was intact. Looks like I can freely bring items between the game and reality. This will make planning much easier. Han-yi felt a surge of relief, but dared not let his guard down. He quietly moved toward the truck's door. Players had a unique mechanic. As long as restraints weren't physically attached to their bodies, they could escape them by logging out and re-entering the game. The shackles in the truck were secured to the seat rather than being part of Han-yi's inventory, so he had already freed himself from them during his first return to reality. He gently pushed the door. It wasn't locked. Lucky me. Otherwise, I'd have to go back to reality to learn lock-picking skills, and police-grade locks wouldn't be easy to crack with basic methods. With a faint click, he cautiously pulled the door open just enough to peek outside. The exterior was equally shrouded in darkness, severely limiting his visibility. Squinting, he managed to make out what appeared to be a parking garage. No security at all, he wondered, puzzled, as his eyes caught the intermittent red blinking of a surveillance camera in the southwest corner. With his current beginner-level stats, he couldn't possibly detect the exact locations of all monitoring devices. Time was of the essence. He understood that every second he lingered here would increase the difficulty of his escape. Moving cautiously through the not-so-spacious parking lot, he finally spotted a staircase without an illuminated emergency exit sign. Just as his fingers were about to touch the door handle, the safety door to the staircase was suddenly pushed open from the other side. Two familiar faces appeared before him, the rebellious girl now, without her heavy makeup, and Su Miaojia, who had adamantly claimed her innocence. They were the same companions from the prison transport truck. The moment the door swung open, Su Miaojia, already on edge, trembled violently upon seeing a figure before her. Recognizing the face she hadn't seen in what felt like ages, she nearly screamed in terror. A ghost. A gomph. Reacting swiftly, Isa clamped a hand over Su Miaojia's mouth, speaking in a hushed but stern tone. Didn't I tell you before? No noise before we get out of here. He raised an eyebrow, his gaze falling on their brownish-yellow prison uniforms. He instinctively remarked, "So, you two are breaking out of prison? Framed for a crime, and sent to prison as scapegoats for the oligarchs only, an idiot wouldn't run." Isa's emerald green eyes shifted to lingering on his makeshift shotgun for a couple of seconds. "Are you here to rescue us?" I'm so touched. The corners of her lips curled into a faint, playful smirk, her gaze carrying a hint of mockery. But, she chuckled softly, glancing at with an unhurried tone, "Holding that little gadget of yours against these enforcers' standard-issue weapons? That's practically suicide." Hani froze, momentarily at a loss for words. Faced with Yisha's teasing remark, he found himself unsure how to respond. Two sudden disappearances, and now, 2 months later, she reappears with yet another mysterious ability. Teleportation? Yisha blinked and tossed out another question. "What exactly is your ability? Teleportation?" Glanced down at the object in his hand, a faint bitter smile appearing on his face. "If I told you I'm an alien, would you believe me?" Her expression briefly froze. Then she burst into laughter, as if everything was unfolding just as she'd expected. After all, there were still 6 years until the game merges with reality, but in the vast interstellar game world, 36 years had already passed. The appearance of players had drawn immense attention from major cosmic powers. These beings, who could vanish at will and resurrect infinitely, defied all logic and understanding. Scientists from the Starlink Federation and other major interstellar civilizations theorized that players were some form of higher-dimensional projection. Meanwhile, the Odyssey Empire and the Truth Cathedral, two universal-level civilizations, viewed them as cosmic anomalies, branding them universe bugs. Yet never imagined he'd reunite with a former prison mate under such circumstances. Thousands of explanations flashed through his mind, but none seemed suitable to conceal the truth. Forget it, better not dwell on it. Sensing Han's reluctance to answer, Isha didn't press further. As the tension eased, Isha released Su Miaojia, wiping her palm as if it had been dirted, and disdainfully brushed her hand off on Su Miaojia's sleeve. Then, she strode toward the parking lot, quickly selecting the transport vehicle he had just been in. Producing a high-tech device resembling an oversized watch from Waknoshire, she flipped her wrist and began deftly hacking and unlocking the vehicle. "Get in," she said without turning back, glancing briefly at Han. "Or do you plan to stick around here?" At that moment, a notification sound echoed in Han's mind as a system panel appeared. "You have triggered an 11 mission, prison break. Accept decline?" This was Han's first mission since waking up in this new world. Faced with the tempting rewards, he naturally couldn't refuse. Mission details. On the outskirts of a bustling city, you've been scavenging in scrap heaps to barely make ends meet. Caught in a conspiracy, you've been framed as a scapegoat by a notorious rich kid trying to evade punishment for a serious crime. Now, you have a chance to escape this prison. Mission objective: successfully escape. Mission reward: 20,000 experience points. Without hesitation, Hani replied, "Of course, I'm coming with you." In the real world, he had been painstakingly grinding knowledge systems, accumulating only a few thousand experience points. But this single mission offered a whopping 20,000 experience points, a golden opportunity. With that reward, he could level up twice more. Isha started the engine, giving him a sidelong glance. "Still standing there? Get in already. We're driving out?" Hani asked, clearly surprised. Isha rolled her eyes, exasperated. "What else? You think a prison break shouldn't be done quietly?" This is supposed to be the most secure prison in all of Terra. Haven't you heard? Terra? Hani paused for a moment. Which Terra are you talking about? Obviously the Terra in the solar system, Su Miaojia answered in a low voice, as if she couldn't quite believe what she was saying. Han Yi sighed, feeling a reluctant sense of agreement with her assumption. After all, her reaction didn't seem like she was making things up. And considering his recent experiences, even Su Miaojia had to seriously wonder if he might really be an alien. Someone better head to the back seat and buckle up, Isha reminded. I'll go to the back. Su Miaojia quickly shuffled away from Hani, clearly unwilling to stay too close to the supposed alien. Isha slammed on the gas pedal, and the vehicle roared to life, its armored frame groaning like a metallic beast. She spun the steering wheel sharply, causing the reinforced transport truck to execute a 180-degree turn with a screech of tires. Han Yi nearly got thrown out of his seat, but managed to grab the seatbelt just in time, his heart pounding. Isha glanced back and shouted, "Hold on tight." In the next instant, the vehicle shot forward like an arrow, crashing through the iron gates of the winding passageway and plunging straight toward the ground below. The prison transport vehicle shot out of the facility like a wild, unrestrained horse, the piercing sound of alarms cutting through the night sky. Han Yi's temples throbbed as he watched the scene unfold. On the surveillance monitor, Isha's slender fingers moved rapidly over the tech terminal, disabling every vehicle in the parking lot that might be used for pursuit within seconds. The prison gates shrank into the distance behind them, as guards waved their weapons in vain, powerless to stop their escape. The transport vehicle sped along the uneven forest path, each jolt sending creaks and groans through its overburdened frame. Isha gripped the steering wheel tightly, her brow furrowed as she focused intently on the winding road ahead. Don't talk to me, she warned sharply without turning her head. This road is a nightmare to drive on. Isha's driving skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Under her control, the heavy prison transport seemed to transform into a nimble race car, drifting through each turn as if skimming along trenches. Even Han Yi, who rarely got motion sickness and whose physical resilience had recently improved, found himself struggling to endure the relentless jolts. His stomach churned, and his vision began to blur. With no other option, Han Yi shut his eyes and tried to distract himself by diving deep into thought. Terra, the name unlocked memories buried for decades in an instant. There were countless planets in the universe named Terra, but this particular one held special significance as a starting hub for players around the globe. It was an Earth-like planet shrouded in a cyberpunk wasteland atmosphere, where all resources were firmly controlled by corporate oligarchs. Han Yi recalled the main storyline of Terra from the Awakening Anomalies version of Interstellar Odyssey 1.0. The plot revolved around the open and covert conflicts among three colossal corporate factions: Universal Industries, the Mech Arms Military Complex, and Gene Dynamics International. Though Han Yi's main character pursued a martial arts-focused profession on a planet resembling an ancient fantasy world, his experience as a proxy player leveling up a tech-based character for his employer had given him some familiarity with Terra's narrative. It was said that beneath the ice sheets of Terra's South Pole lay an alien portal identical to one on Blue Planet, constructed by an unknown extraterrestrial civilization. During the precursor calamity of the 2.0 version, when the insectoid swarm swept across Blue Planet like a tidal wave, Terra was not spared either. With Blue Planet overwhelmed, players naturally had no time to concern themselves with Terra's fate. Han Yi later learned about Terra's ultimate fate during his interstellar wanderings from survivors of that world. Even when faced with powerful external threats, the three corporate factions on Terra remained divided, refusing to unite. Instead, they escalated their infighting over control of the alien portal. Though their technological superiority allowed them to temporarily repel the insectoid invasion, the subsequent AI rebellion ultimately reduced the entire planet to a wasteland. Good grief, how did both planets end up so doomed? Han Yi thought to himself grimly. Suddenly, the screech of brakes jolted him from his thoughts. His body jerked forward as the seatbelt dug painfully into his chest. You too, get out of the car now. Isha barked, swiftly unbuckling her seatbelt and leaping out with practiced efficiency. It was only then that Han Yi understood why Isha had chosen such a brash and dramatic method to break through their pursuers. The reason the stronghold was touted as the most secure prison in the world lay entirely in its location. It was built on an isolated island, cut off from the mainland. Now, the transport vehicle had stopped at the edge of a cliff. The salty sea breeze lashed against their faces, accompanied by the relentless roar of waves crashing against the rocky cliffs below. Han Yi stared out at the vast, endless ocean, his heart sinking. We've reached a dead end. Su Miaojia seemed to have imagined the scene of armed enforcers knocking on their door afterward. Regret surged in her heart as her voice trembled. I knew it. We shouldn't have broken out of prison. Han Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. What? Didn't you plan this escape properly while you were in prison? Actually, I only found out about Isha's escape plan tonight, Su Miaojia said with a conflicted expression, her hands nervously twisting together. She said I was too dumb, and if she told me the plan, I'd let it slip. Hey, you two stop chatting. Not far from the car, in the bushes, Isha called out impatiently, waving her arm to signal them. Hurry up and help. Isha worked quickly, using a shovel to unearth a hidden box and a tool bag. It was clear she had come prepared. When she opened the box, it revealed an array of weapons, neatly arranged from handguns to rifles, everything one could need. Despite appearing to be just barely an adult, the girl had an air of maturity and competence far beyond her years. Her hands moved swiftly, assembling a large-caliber sniper rifle with precision. Each component clicked into place smoothly, her movements practiced and fluid. Han-E glanced down at the makeshift shotgun strapped to his belt. Its crude appearance stood in stark contrast to the professional-grade weapon in Isha's hands, and he couldn't help but silently marvel. The difference is staggering. Our pickup boat will take some time to arrive, Isha said, her voice crisp but firm, her sharp eyes scanning the surrounding darkness vigilantly. Until then, we must protect ourselves. As soon as she finished speaking, a second mission notification appeared on Han Yi's system interface. You have triggered an 11 random mission. Interception. Accept decline. There was no reason to hesitate. In the early stages, when experience points were desperately needed, any task that could be completed along the way was worth taking. This wasn't like the early days of infinite loop novels where mission failure came with harsh penalties. The mission details popped up immediately. Mission brief. The safe house prison was established by Gene Dynamics International. Isha's reason for entering the prison is clearly not simple. It seems intentional, as if she had already scouted the safe house prison island and prepared ample firepower in advance. Now, you are all in the same boat. The approaching predators don't just see Isha as their prey, they have their eyes on you as well. Mission objective. Survive the pursuit of the gene-modified warriors. Mission reward. 50,000 experience points. A random mission with 30,000 more experience points than the previous escape task. Though both missions were a level, the higher the experience reward, the greater the difficulty. Han Yi's eyes widened as he pondered the implications. Gene-modified warriors. Isha's organization dared to provoke one of the three major corporate conglomerates? The rumors about Gene Dynamics conducting human experiments in their own prisons didn't surprise Han Yi. In this society ruled by corporate giants, human lives were as expendable as grass. Those profit-driven oligarchs would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. However, Isha intrigued Han Yi. Was she aligned with Universal Industry or Mech Army Corp? Yet her actions seemed inconsistent with the methods of either conglomerate. Or, Han Yi's mind suddenly conjured the name of an organization. It was a group that emerged in the late 1.0 era, reached its peak in 2.0, and ultimately faded into obscurity. Though short-lived, it left a deep impression on many players. The Dawn Rebellion. Stop daydreaming. Catch. Isha's voice pulled Han Yi out of his thoughts. She stepped forward and handed him the assembled sniper rifle, her gaze carrying a hint of expectation. You have a shotgun, so I'll assume you at least know the basics of handling a gun. Without hesitation, she deftly picked up a piece of gear resembling a partial-powered exoskeleton and began equipping it on Han Yi before he could react. The metallic frame of the equipment seamlessly fit onto his right arm, with two support structures extending from the shoulder and neck area, one running down along his spine, the other reaching up to his head. Beside his right ear, a small, square, semi-transparent electronic screen automatically unfolded, hovering just in front of his right eye. Seeing this high-tech piece of equipment, Han Yi felt a spark of excitement. As a mechanic, he was already imagining how valuable the design blueprint for this gear must be. This partial exoskeleton is equipped with an intelligent calibration system, Isha explained quickly. It can directly sync with the smart electromagnetic sniper rifle. All you need to do is follow my instructions, set up the rifle on that hill over there, and provide cover fire. Her tone turned serious. These pursuers are extremely dangerous. We need to eliminate all of them if we want any chance of escaping. Aren't you worried I might just vanish again like before? Han Yi asked, locking eyes with Yisha's emerald green gaze. Isha immediately put on a pitiful expression, her voice turning soft and coy as she teased. Big brother, would you really abandon your two weak, helpless little sisters? Her exaggerated act left Han Yi speechless, even making him feel an impulse to swat her for being so dramatic. All right, enough joking. Yisha's demeanor shifted back to seriousness. If you decide to run away now, it'll be unfortunate for us. However, she paused. If it truly comes down to a life-or-death moment, I won't blame you for escaping. Han Yi knew deep down that even if he took off with the equipment, this seemingly delicate girl could handle the crisis on her own. For her, dealing with an 11 random mission probably wasn't a big challenge. Unfortunately, the faction system hadn't been unlocked yet, and he hadn't learned any detection skills, so he couldn't check this temporary teammate's stats. The only way to read part of her attributes would be to attack her and trigger a hostile state, but obviously, that wasn't necessary. They'll help, Han Yi said firmly, nodding. They'll do my best. The high ground Isha had deliberately selected faced directly toward the prison, surrounded on 3 sides by steep slopes, offering a clear tactical advantage. This desolate zone was rarely patrolled by the prison's guards, and Isha had already cleared the area beforehand, setting up a dedicated sniper platform. Han-E lay prone on the platform, scanning the terrain with keen eyes, taking in the surrounding, exposed areas. After receiving his equipment, Han-E quickly inspected the attributes of the two weapons. Electromagnetic Sniper Rifle Thunder Shadow, excellent quality, attack power, 656-878, ammo capacity, 20 custom armor-piercing rounds, single battery endurance, 100 rounds, range, 3,000 meters. Portable semi-body exoskeleton death shooter, excellent quality, endurance, 1 hour 30 minutes, defense, 300-455, durability, 100. As Isha had previously described, the exoskeleton Han-E was equipped with was fitted with an intelligent chip. It featured not only an assisted shooting mode, but also practical combat functionalities such as radar and environmental analysis. Isha and Su Miaojia, as allies, were marked as green by the system. Isha was hidden in the forest a kilometer away, while Su Miaojia, who couldn't contribute much to the fight, had been sent to take cover at the evacuation point below the cliff. Despite the obstructed view, Han-E could see their flickering green silhouettes clearly through the exoskeleton's electronic display. The enemy is coming, get ready. Isha's voice came through the earpiece shortly after. At the same time, tiny red dots appeared on Han-Yi's electronic screen. The island housing the safe was quite large. Even with Isha driving at full speed from the prison to the cliff's edge, it had taken nearly an hour. Likewise, even if the prison guards called for reinforcements, it would take considerable time for genetically enhanced forces to deploy helicopters or armed ships from the nearest base. This gap was enough for the three of them to escape by boat. However, the genetically modified brainwashed soldiers secretly developed by the prison had managed to close in on them in such a short time. Through the sniper rifle scope, Han-E observed the 12 approaching enemies, their figures magnified. Their speed was extraordinary, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Currently, Han-Yi's total level was only LV6, and his rank was a mere class, essentially just an ordinary human. Even though his strength and physique attributes had surpassed 10 points, making him slightly stronger than average, there was no fundamental difference. In contrast, these genetically enhanced pursuers were at least E-class, likely between LV20 and LV30. A tiger fallen to the plains is bullied by dogs, Han-E thought bitterly. Reborn with all combat power reset, and even E-class grunts can lord over me now. Watching as the pursuers neared Isha's ambush point, Han-E took a deep breath, forcing himself to push away distracting thoughts and focus entirely. When strength is lacking, gear makes up for it. With the assistance of the intelligent combat equipment, Han-E could predict the enemy's movements in advance. As the system locked onto their positions, the exoskeleton's right arm automatically helped him adjust his aim. The electromagnetic sniper rifle was nearly silent, with an effective range of 3,000 meters, allowing Han-E to easily eliminate enemies without revealing his position. His finger gently squeezed the trigger, and a miniature electromagnetic projectile shot out, like lightning death, arrived silently. In the blink of an eye, a red dot in Han-Yi's field of vision froze completely. You hit the enemy's vital point, dealing triple critical damage. Enemy HP, 2466. You have killed a level 25 gene-modified soldier. Kill participation, 100. You exceeded the enemy's level by more than 10. Experience multiplier increased to 570. You gained 138,179 experience points. Nearly 140,000 experience points came as no surprise to Han-E. As a seasoned veteran player and game booster, he was well-versed in the game's dynamic balance experience system. When teaming up with higher-level players or NPCs for missions, experience rewards were significantly reduced. However, when low-level players personally killed high-level enemies with full health, the experience gained was not diminished. Because of this, in the previous timeline, it was common in the boosting community to use unrestricted high-damage equipment to level up low-level characters quickly. Han-E had naturally participated in such methods as well. However, this exploit stopped being effective as levels increased, since high-level enemies always had survival strategies. Though teaming up with Isha, who was most likely in the tier, significantly reduced mission rewards, it didn't affect Han-Yi's ability to gain experience by killing higher-level enemies. Equipment bonuses? That was still part of one's strength. With a deadly sneak attack, Han-E wasted no time. Taking advantage of the enemy's disarray caused by the sudden assault, he swiftly adjusted his aim. The intelligent assistance system predicted the target's movements, and he fired 3 more consecutive shots. You have killed a level 20 gene-modified soldier. Experience multiplier increased to 420. You gained 50,622 experience points. You have killed a level 22 gene-modified soldier. Experience multiplier increased to 480. You gained 86,784 experience points. You have killed a level 22 gene-modified soldier. After decades of interstellar warfare, though his physical body had returned to an ordinary state, Han Yi's combat experience as a veteran soldier remained sharp. In less than 10 seconds, the number of enemies in the squad had been reduced to 8. Nice work, Isha cheered on the communication channel, praising his killer instincts. However, the enemy squad quickly realized the presence of a sniper. After the silent deaths of 4 teammates, they scattered their formation and advanced in a disorderly manner. Han Yi emptied a magazine trying to hit them, but only managed to graze one target's arm, causing minimal damage of just a few dozen points. TSK, the limitations of the human body are still too great, he muttered. At that moment, a gene-modified soldier passed by Isha's ambush point. Equipped with anti-detection devices, Isha had been lying in wait atop a tree. She pounced like a tiger, taking down the enemy in an instant with a series of martial arts moves. Isha was undoubtedly a tire powerhouse. Even with the assistance of an exoskeleton intelligence system, Han Yi couldn't follow her movements, leaving him in awe. We've lost another teammate. There's more than one infiltrator stealing the data. One of the gene-modified soldiers shouted into his communicator. But before he could finish, Isha, like a phantom in the night, silently approached from behind and snapped his neck with her bare hands. In less than half a minute of direct confrontation, the number of pursuers had already been halved. All remaining units, prioritize eliminating the enemy in the forest. What about the sniper, Captain? Shouldn't we prioritize? The voice in the communication channel abruptly stopped, and the remaining survivors fell silent, evidently agreeing. Compared to the sniper who had only managed to kill 4 of their teammates in the initial ambush, the enemy in the forest struck far more fear into their hearts. However, their resistance was destined to be futile. With each tier of advancement, the power gap grew exponentially. An A-tier transcendent could shatter brick walls with a full-strength kick, and their physical defense could mitigate damage from small-caliber kinetic weapons. While Han Yi, at the tier level, could use powerful equipment to ambush and kill A-tier enemies, it was absolutely impossible for him to harm a tier individual who was entirely impervious to ordinary gunfire. On the planet Terra, reaching the tier was akin to standing at the pinnacle of strength. This was a one-sided massacre. The squad of 12 genetically enhanced warriors had been completely annihilated, but Han Yi remained on high alert. His eyes were fixed on the incomplete sniper mission notification in the task panel, his brows furrowed. This was a clear indication that the real threat was yet to come. The eliminated team was merely the enemy's vanguard. Han Yi swiftly assessed the results of the ambush. The battle had netted him over 360,000 experience points, including contributions from a series of minor assists. Time was of the essence. He needed to strengthen himself before more enemies arrived. Just as he was about to allocate all the experience points to his primary class, Mechanic, a line of data on his personal stats panel caught his attention. Psionic Awakening LV2012000, Psionic Limit 40, Stamina Limit 40, Strength 3, Intelligence 5, Constitution 3, Agility 3, Insight 5. The comprehensive attribute boosts provided by this skill gave Han Yi pause. While the level cap for his primary class was higher, the Mechanic class's combat effectiveness in the early stages was undeniably limited. Without sufficient skills or blueprints, leveling up to LV6 would only grant an additional 5 points in Strength and Constitution. To make matters worse, improving Strength would require additional attribute points to balance out Agility, preventing large gaps that could impair physical performance. In contrast, the Psionic Awakening skill, even at just level 2, offered well-rounded enhancements to 3 core attributes: Intelligence, Strength, and Constitution. Han Yi understood that skills that increased mana capacity often followed an exponential growth pattern. Higher levels yielded significantly greater rewards. After weighing the pros and cons, Han Yi made his decision. In the face of the imminent and perilous situation, enhancing his immediate combat capability was paramount. Without hesitation, he invested 250,000 experience points to raise Psionic Awakening to LV10, its maximum level. With the additional bonus from his Mind over Matter talent, the skill reached LV11. Psionic Awakening LV11 Max, Psionic Limit 670, Stamina Limit 670, Strength 39, Intelligence 58, Constitution 39, Agility 39, Insight 58. As the attributes on his panel surged, Han Yi felt an unprecedented wave of power coursing through him. His mind became razor-sharp, his muscles tingled with electric energy, and it seemed as though every cell in his body was celebrating. Each breath he took amplified the sense of growing strength. The 250,000 experience points he had invested yielded returns far beyond his expectations. No wonder psionic-based classes were so dominant in his previous life. However, what shocked Han Yi even more was that when Psionic Awakening reached its maximum level, the Mind over Matter talent, which he had always regarded as a passive buff, was unexpectedly activated. Mind over Matter. Every time your psionic level advances, your connection with the warp deepens, granting you random gifts like talents, skills, attributes, or equipment. The system interface popped up with a new notification. Han Yi's heart skipped a beat as he read it, a mix of surprise and delight washing over him. Incredible! This talent had such profound functions. Not only did it grant immunity to mind control and increase mana capacity and recovery rate by 5, but it also raised all psionic skills by 1 level. This was far beyond his expectations. However, the system interface soon presented a new task: Psionic Awakening Advancement Mission. Master a brand new psionic skill, any type. Han Yi frowned deeply, confusion arising in his mind. Based on his prior understanding, every 20 levels brought a growth bottleneck, requiring the completion of an advancement mission to continue progressing. But to his surprise, even mastering such a minor skill could serve as the advancement requirement? Or was it that this task was inherently triggered by the mind over matter talent? As his initial excitement began to fade, a sense of unease crept into his heart. He was well aware that the abilities of the Enlightenment class largely stemmed from the warp, and the relationship between the warp and the real dimension was akin to two sides of the same coin, mutually dependent, but fraught with immense risks. In the game, using psionics might only result in some negative status effects, but in a world where reality and the game had merged, the price could be far more severe. Every gift from fate carried an immense hidden cost. Particularly for psionics who signed contracts with powerful entities from the warp, they often lost control, becoming puppets of malevolent gods or driven mad by the whispers of the warp. The thought sent a chill down Han Yi's spine, and he couldn't help but speculate. Could I have become the chosen one of some evil god from the warp? He instinctively recalled the description in the mind over matter talent. Through your journey across subdimensional spacetime, you have received a gift from the warp. At this moment, his worry about the situation deepened further. Fortunately, his primary class wasn't tied to the Enlightenment system. He let out a sigh, feeling slightly reassured. Nonetheless, he decided it was unwise to hastily enhance his psionic abilities. Until he could clarify the connection between the talent and the warp, advancing recklessly might lead to unforeseeable consequences. The joy from his recent power boost had already been dampened by this sudden apprehension. Han Yi collected himself and resolved to invest the remaining 110,000 experience points entirely into leveling up his primary class. The experience was consumed in an instant, and his mechanic class successfully advanced to level 11. Han Yi gained 50 psionic points, along with 5 points each in strength, intelligence, and constitution, while accumulating 22 unspent attribute points. Although his rank remained at dire, his stats were already approaching those of a low-level A-tier superhuman. However, combat skills remained his weakness. Despite his clear memories from his previous life, his reborn body still felt unfamiliar, and his combat techniques had yet to return to their peak. For his next objective, Han Yi decided to start by retraining his basic combat skills. Silently, he began drafting his plan. By now, night had fallen, a crescent moon hanging high in the sky as a gentle breeze rustled through the forest. Meanwhile, the situation on the forest's outskirts was undergoing a subtle shift. After the complete annihilation of the first squad of genetically enhanced soldiers, the remaining reinforcements were noticeably more cautious. They refrained from advancing recklessly and began deploying advanced high-tech tactical equipment to conduct a thorough scan of the entire forest. The perimeter of the forest was heavily surrounded, but the enemy made no immediate moves, seemingly awaiting air support. At that moment, the speedboat brought by Isha quietly arrived at the predetermined location. Standing on the shore, she watched the approaching vessel, unable to suppress her frustration. How boring. These guys are way too careful, she grumbled. Before her words had fully left her mouth, Su Miaojia, standing beside her, remained composed. Having never witnessed Han Yi and Isha's battles firsthand, she lacked a direct understanding of their extraordinary clashes with the enemy. Han Yi felt a twinge of disappointment. He had originally hoped to test the combat strength gained from his improved attributes, but the enemy's caution made it clear they weren't going to take the bait easily. Still, now was not the time to test his strength. With his teammates' evacuation support ready, escaping the current predicament took precedence. The speedboat docked steadily next to the rocks, and a young man stepped out. His silver and gold-streaked hair shimmered under the moonlight, and the exoskeleton he wore gave him a spirited appearance. Waving energetically at Isha, he called out urgently, "Boss, gene-powered helicopters and armed vessels are expected to seal off the surrounding waters in 8 minutes. We need to leave now." The young man driving the speedboat asked, "Boss lady, why did you casually save 2 people during this mission?" His features were strikingly defined, a perfect blend of Eastern and Western heritage that made him exceptionally handsome. Han Yi observed the young man, who seemed to be around his own age, with a sense of familiarity he couldn't quite place. "These 2 are friends I met on my way to the safe," Isha said, turning her gaze to Su Miaojia. "Su Miaojia and I were even cellmates for 2 months." The sea breeze whipped wildly, tossing Su Miaojia's hair into disarray, her prison uniform fluttering noisily in the wind. She stood quietly, staring at the island fading into the distance, her expression a complex mix of emotions at regaining her freedom. She took the fall for someone else, Isha continued. After the reckless driving of some corporate heir led to a fatal accident, the federal government pinned the blame on Miaojia. As she spoke, her eyes shifted to Han Yi, who was intently examining some equipment. As for this guy, he's far more mysterious. Back then, he refused to reveal his identity no matter what. But during tonight's escape, he managed to locate the garage on his own and ran into us there. Hearing this, Su Miaojia turned her head in surprise, her gaze darting between Han Yi and Isha. She seemed to have realized something, but ultimately kept her thoughts to herself. Han Yi was also a bit taken aback. Isha had chosen to keep her sudden vanishing act, her shape-shifting ability, a secret from her teammates. He pondered silently. Among the 5 primary career systems, players who chose Terra as their starting village could switch to most branches, except for the arcane system. This included those who awakened superpowers by unlocking genetic chains, like the Espers. After all, one of the 3 major corporations, Gene Dynamics, was researching this field and had made significant breakthroughs in the 1.0 Anomaly Awakening public beta version. You haven't introduced yourself yet, Isha said, winking at Hani. Hani, he replied succinctly. After all, in the future, Blue Star and Terra would merge into the same universe, so there was no need to use a fake name. The young man with silver gold hair nodded politely at the 2 of them. Pleased to meet you both. My name is Zane, but everyone calls me the gunslinger because I'm skilled with traditional revolvers. That name immediately triggered Han Yi's memory of the source of that familiar feeling. Zane, the free gun god, leader of the Dawn of Apocalypse resistance forces, and one of Terra's key planetary protagonists. Famous for dual-wielding legendary revolvers, Zane was a wandering gunslinger who dominated battlefields unscathed. Although tech-based careers were typically physically weaker, Zane, enhanced by genetic modifications, could hold his own in pure hand-to-hand combat against extreme martial professions. Unlike the soldiers pursuing Han Yi and the others, Zane's genetic modifications were merely a secondary vocation, leaving his growth potential completely unimpeded. By the end of the second phase of the apocalypse, intense conflict broke out among 3 major conglomerates over the ownership of the Alien Gate in Antarctica. Information surfaced online revealing that the 3 corporate giants had intercepted a critical piece of intelligence. Their common adversary, the underground resistance group, Dawn of Doomsday, was planning to destroy the mysterious alien structure in Antarctica, known as the Alien Gate. Once the focal point of their power struggles, the gate suddenly became a shared concern, prompting the 3 corporations to halt their internal conflicts and unite against this shadowy resistance force that had long opposed their rule. On the Antarctic ice plains, Zane led an elite squad in a direct confrontation with the private armed forces sent by the 3 corporations. Gunfire and explosions echoed through the icy winds. The battle was brutal, with Zane's comrades falling one by one until he alone was left standing. Despite being severely injured, with bullets in his body and blood staining the snow, Zane relied on his exceptional tactical skills and unyielding willpower to break through the encirclement. Carrying a backpack containing a miniature tactical nuclear bomb, he staggered forward, determined to detonate it and destroy the alien gate before it could be activated. It was a heart-wrenching scene of self-sacrifice. Zane was like a tragic hero, yet his fragile human body was no match for the relentless gears of fate. In the end, he was consumed by a blinding inferno of flames. This heroic sacrifice was meticulously edited by a content creator and uploaded to a gaming forum with the title The Fall of a Hero. The video went viral, amassing over 1 billion views worldwide within a week. Han Yi had a vivid impression of this free gunman. However, the young man standing before him now, with his slightly playful demeanor and movie star-like good looks, was worlds apart from the rugged, mature warrior he remembered. No wonder Han Yi failed to recognize him at first. Han Yi shifted his gaze to Isha, carefully observing the young woman in her early 20s for the first time. Her shoulder-length black hair framed a delicate, oval-shaped face with features so striking they seemed almost unreal. Her emerald green eyes carried a depth far beyond her years. Gone was the heavy smoky makeup and rebellious style from their first meeting. Her bare face now exuded a fragile, bird-like vulnerability. If Han Yi hadn't witnessed her single-handedly taking down 8 E-class genetically enhanced soldiers in the forest earlier, he might have been deceived by her appearance. He had never heard of the previous leader of the Dawn of Doomsday resistance being such a formidable female warrior. As a class powerhouse at the pinnacle of Terra's strength hierarchy, why had she vanished during the subsequent upheavals? Han Yi's curiosity about Isha only deepened. Isha, why does Zane call you boss lady? Finally out of danger, Su Miaojia couldn't resist asking the question that had been nagging at her. Zane answered before Isha could. Well, obviously because the boss lady is the leader of our organization, plain and simple. Organization? Su Miaojia blinked in confusion. I thought you were just another wrongly imprisoned guy. The vault is a secret prison operated by Gene Dynamics, Isha stated bluntly, her eyes flashing with a hint of coldness. They conduct filthy human genetic experiments there. My mission was to infiltrate the vault and retrieve their experimental data. You're resisting gene dynamics? Sumayoji's eyes widened in shock, her face a picture of disbelief. These corporations completely dismantled terrorist national governments during the Third Corporate War, Isha said, her voice tinged with anger. They installed a puppet federal government to control everything from the shadows. Do you even realize what they've done to Terra over the past century? Once a planet of pristine natural beauty, it's now reduced to sprawling megacities filled with steel and industrial fumes. Outside the urban hubs, the heavily polluted wastelands are uninhabitable for humans. Her voice rose with passion. The corporations exploit people for their own gain, monopolizing resources and draining them dry, forcing us to live in a cutthroat, malicious environment. We fight each other for the scraps of resources and basic survival rights. She stared directly into Sumayoji's eyes. Do you really think this is just the way things are supposed to be? Sumayoji's face showed a trace of fear. But those are global corporate giants. Resisting them is like an ant trying to shake a tree. A mocking smile played on Zane's lips. If no one dares to stand up against the oppression of the big three, how are we any different from fish waiting to die in a drying pond? Someone has to take a stand. Isha gazed toward the horizon where the vault prison island had disappeared, murmuring softly, "What people lack is a leader brave enough to fire the first shot." Zane turned back, locking eyes with Sumayoji. "And we are the final light of dawn before the end of days. We are the resistance against all corporate giants," Isha concluded. "We are the dawn of doomsday." On the vast, boundless ocean, Han furrowed his brows, feeling a tinge of urgency from the scenes unfolding around him. The reaction of the genetic-powered forces was swift and intense, as if they had already realized that the individual who had escaped from the vault had stolen their classified information and was preparing for retaliation. Over a dozen armed helicopters hovered in the air, their rotor blades thundering like deafening storms, creating fierce gusts that churned the ocean's surface into chaos. Dozens of small gunboats weaved through the waters, coordinating with the helicopters to form an impenetrable blockade. In just 5 minutes, the surrounding waters were completely sealed off, 3 minutes ahead of Zane's estimated timeline. However, in the face of the counterattack by the world-dominating corporation, Apocalypse Dawn clearly had its own trump card. The Vault Island was located near international waters, at the junction of 6 major tectonic plates, a critical passage for maritime traffic between them. Tonight, over 30 ocean-going cargo ships, fishing vessels, and other boats were navigating this area. Among them was a disguised cargo ship prepared by Apocalypse Dawn to rendezvous with Isha. At that moment, 2 helicopters had already locked onto their speedboat, with powerful searchlights cutting across the sea in silvery beams, instantly exposing their position. Fortunately, Zane's boat was equipped with an anti-material heavy sniper rifle. Isha initially planned to take swift action to eliminate their pursuers, but Han seized the opportunity to gain valuable combat experience. He volunteered to step up, quickly grabbing the massive, heavy armor-piercing sniper rifle weighing dozens of pounds. With his strength having surpassed 52 points, handling the enormous weapon was effortless. Combined with the assistance of the exoskeletal intelligence system, even without specialized shooting skills, Han could easily take down the pursuing helicopters and eliminate the boat drivers with precision. Isha stood steadily by the side of the boat, her gaze fixed through binoculars as she closely monitored the aerial movements. 3 o'clock direction, another armed helicopter approaching. She alerted Han. Without hesitation, he gripped the sniper rifle tightly, swiftly adjusted his aim, locked onto the target, and pulled the trigger without delay. Bang! 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 The gunshots roared, only to be drowned out by the crashing waves. Shell casings rolled down Han's arm, the powerful recoil causing his body to tremble slightly. However, his robust physique absorbed the impact effortlessly. You've taken down a Blood Falcon EX armed helicopter. You've eliminated a gene-powered light gunboat. Driver system notifications flashed one after another, and Han couldn't help but feel exhilarated. The helicopter carried multiple occupants with an average level of around 15, though they weren't considered elite units. At his current level of 11, each helicopter he shot down granted him approximately 400,000 experience points. However, gunboats were not as easy to destroy with a single shot as helicopters. Han could only gain experience by targeting and eliminating the soldiers on board. Even so, within just a few minutes, his experience points skyrocketed, surpassing the 1 million mark. Moreover, by continuously defeating enemies of higher levels, he unlocked a new skill. You performed a successful firearm shot. Experience 45, basic shooting proficiency progress 16.52. The basic shooting proficiency has reached 100 and successfully unlocked. Without hesitation, Han spent 10,000 experience points to upgrade the newly unlocked shooting skill to its maximum level. Basic shooting LV5 max enhances shooting accuracy and consistency. Attack speed 30, hit rate 10. Looking at the remaining experience points, Han decided to hold off for now. Increasing the main profession's level currently offered minimal attribute bonuses. With the combat strength from his psionic awakening, the current crisis was manageable. Staying at a lower level would actually allow him to earn more experience through battles. Well done. Isha lowered her binoculars, her eyes full of admiration. She patted Han E on the shoulder. Your combat skills are impressive. Interested in joining us? While steering the speedboat to evade the gunboat's long-range bombardment, Zane couldn't help but shout. Boss, is this really the time to discuss this? Isha, unfazed, continued speaking to Han E. If you don't agree, I might just toss you into the sea. Su Miaojia, who had been covering her ears and trembling by the side of the boat, turned pale upon hearing Isha's words. She hurriedly shouted, I'll join. Haha, just kidding. Isha chuckled softly. Without waiting for Han Yi's response, she winked mischievously, her eyes gleaming with cunning. Don't worry. In Doomsday Dawn, we never force anyone to join. If you don't want to, as long as you don't report us to the 3 major corporations, we won't do anything to you. Han Yi's eyes flickered. Just as Isha extended her olive branch, a new prompt appeared in his system interface. Isha has invited you to join the faction Doomsday Dawn. Accept decline. As Isha mentioned, the invitation had no time limit, giving Han E plenty of time to decide. However, with 3 armed helicopters already downed, more helicopters and gunboats were quickly closing in. The radar screen on the speedboat was nearly filled with red dots, indicating an increasingly tense situation. Clearly, this was not the time to consider faction matters, so Han E temporarily set the invitation aside in his system panel. The encirclement is tightening. If this continues, we might not be able to break through, Han E said calmly. Don't worry, we're about to, Isha began, but her words were cut short by a sudden, piercing alarm. Zane's face turned pale as he shouted in a trembling voice, Bad news, boss. Our boat's been locked onto by an enemy anti-tank missile. Frantically operating the controls, he cursed. Damn it. All our anti-reconnaissance systems are down. The Gene Dynamics Corporation must have sent an electronic hacker. Anyway, we're close enough to swim if we have to. Glancing at the radar screen and its scrambled display, Isha scoffed dismissively. She quickly uncovered a waterproof tarp at the back of the speedboat, revealing a black hexagonal mechanical device. After tapping a few buttons on its control panel, she gave it a swift kick, sending it plunging into the sea. Instantly, blue arcs of electricity erupted across the water's surface, creating massive waves. The once powerful speedboat's engine immediately stalled. Han E instantly recognized the device as a portable electromagnetic pulse generator, capable of disrupting or destroying electronic systems using intense electromagnetic pulses. A bright streak of light shot across the sky, growing larger and leaving a long trail behind it. The missile is heading straight for us. Zane shouted as he turned to look back. We have to abandon the boat. Almost before Zane finished speaking, Isha had already grabbed Su Miaojia and leapt into the sea without hesitation. She had complete confidence in Han Yi's ability to vanish, showing no concern for his safety. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Han Yi was already calculating how to hack the electromagnetic sniper rifle and the partial exoskeleton Isha had lent him. The opportunity was perfect, and he might even grab the anti-material heavy sniper rifle as well. Since all the equipment would end up in the sea anyway, why not take advantage of the situation? Han Yi, jump now, Zane began to shout, only to realize with a start that Han Yi had already vanished. Huh, where did he go? The moment Zane shouted, guided missile incoming, Han Yi moved like a flash. With sharp reflexes, he grabbed 2 sniper rifles and leaped decisively into the azure sea. Almost as soon as he hit the water, his figure disappeared in a flash of light, returning to the real world of Blue Star. In the Xia Kingdom, it is strictly illegal to possess firearms, privately a serious offense. However, in reality, the nation has been peaceful for a long time, and the odds of an unexpected inspection by Uncle Hat are negligible unless someone deliberately reports it. Han Yi wasn't worried these sniper rifles and equipment were impossible to replicate with Blue Star's current level of technology. As long as he kept them hidden, there was no risk of exposure. Now back in the Xia Kingdom of Blue Star, such deadly weapons were of no practical use to him. Upon landing, Han Yi immediately scanned his surroundings with vigilance, locking the doors and windows to ensure absolute security. Only then did he cautiously stash the 3 pieces of equipment brought back from the other world into the innermost part of his bedroom wardrobe, covering them meticulously with clothes and heavy bedding. With everything in place, Han Yi sat on the edge of the bed, frowning deeply as he fell into thought. There's no way I can go back and take risks now, he calculated in his mind. Having barely escaped that terrifying prison, he knew he needed to proceed with caution. His plan was to first build a ship and anchor it on the ocean of Terra World, so that the next time he crossed over, he wouldn't have to surface in panic like this time, narrowly escaping death. Isha had stolen intelligence related to human experiments from the prison's safe, and this information was likely tied to the future opening of the gene-modified warrior subclass in Dawn of the Apocalypse. The people from Gene Dynamics would never let this slide, and were bound to hunt her down. While Isha was only a tire transcendent, ordinary pursuers were no match for her. The same could be said for Zane. In the future, he would be known as the free gun god. Although he wasn't familiar with Zane's combat abilities during his younger years, his status as a planetary protagonist meant his survival chances were far higher than Isha's. As for the pursuers, just a ship they could seize one. After all, soldiers without even a tier strength were nothing more than lambs to the slaughter in the eyes of transcendence. As for the woman named Su Miaojia, she was nothing more than a passerby in Han Yi's life, someone entirely irrelevant. Her life or death had nothing to do with him. He hadn't even heard of her name until now. Back on Blue Star, the system neither indicated that the prison break and intercept missions were completed nor declared them failed. It seemed that these two tasks could only be settled when he returned to Terra World. However, since he could trigger a career change quest on Blue Star, it meant he could also take on other tasks, albeit with the condition that they had to be completed on Blue Star. This realization made him cautious. If he encountered time-sensitive missions in the future, he would have to be extremely careful when crossing worlds. As he pondered, Han Yi's gaze shifted to the system interface. Seeing the 7-digit experience bar that made his heart race, he rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Over 1.2 million experience points, enough to push his total level to 20. However, his subclass level was still lacking, and he needed to carefully consider which subclass would be the most suitable to choose. In the setting of Starbound Horizons, a player could only select one primary class, with each stage capped at level 15. To level up further, they had to complete advancement quests. Subclasses, on the other hand, were unlimited in number, but each was capped at level 10. The total level could only be increased beyond every 20 levels by completing advancement quests. Even as the game's system gradually merged with reality, these strict rules continued to constrain every Blue Star individual with a system interface. After the novice phase, gaining experience became increasingly difficult. Picking too many subclasses could hinder the growth of the primary class, while not choosing any subclasses could result in being stuck during advancement quests. Strategic planning was essential to avoid stagnation in the primary class and ensure sufficient resources during critical moments. Currently, Han Yi only had an entry-level mechanic as his primary class, capped at level 15. To successfully trigger the level 20 advancement quest, he would have to rely on the levels provided by subclasses. Han Yi pondered deeply, his brows slightly furrowed. Choosing mechanic as his primary profession meant that intelligence would be his core attribute, with strength and constitution serving as secondary ones. He quickly calculated an attribute distribution plan in his mind without a doubt. Most attribute points would have to be allocated to intelligence, or his growth rate would be severely hindered. This required his secondary profession to complement this setup perfectly. Scholar, he murmured, tapping his knee lightly with his fingers. It was one of the most popular secondary professions in his previous life, offering a singular intelligence attribute bonus. Each level up significantly boosted intelligence and came with several skills that perfectly supported a mechanic. It was almost a default choice. As for the shortcomings in strength and constitution, Han Yi already had a plan in mind. He would compensate through his secondary profession, joining either the Gene Dynamics program or the post-apocalyptic Dawn of Genesis genetic modification warrior path would be highly suitable. Although the immediate benefits of this secondary profession weren't particularly impressive, it had an irreplaceable advantage when undergoing racial evolution in the future. This profession could ascend alongside it, granting additional talents, skills, or attribute bonuses. In the long run, it was an indispensable choice. Han Yi's gaze turned contemplative. The choice of secondary profession was closely tied to faction alignment. Before stepping into the interstellar era, many powerful secondary professions could only be unlocked by joining specific factions. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Just the fact that Gene Dynamics International conducted live genetic mutation experiments, causing countless deaths, was enough for him to never consider joining that faction. The blue light from the screen reflected on Han Yi's resolute face. The other two corporate giants were no better. In this cyberpunk world, the global resource monopolizing financial conglomerates were almost all corrupt. As for those so-called international organizations, such as the Terra Federation government, the Humanitarian Foundation, and the International Media Syndicate, they were essentially cut from the same cloth. I'm not someone with an overflowing sense of compassion. Han Yi chuckled self-deprecatingly, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the desk. After decades of struggling to survive in the vast interstellar domain, it was his clarity of mind that kept him alive. Yet, he still adhered to a moral baseline of humanity and would never stoop to the level of those who would do anything for profit. The unconditional invitation from Dawn of Genesis felt particularly precious at this moment. Joining them seemed like a good choice, at least because their goals leaned more toward justice. Although, based on what Han Yi knew, this organization would face destruction in the late 2.0 era, that was still decades away in Terra's timeline. Before the game merges with reality, I can spend some time in Terra. A glint of determination flashed in Han Yi's eyes. That will give me more opportunities to grow. Who knows, maybe I can even use my knowledge advantage to prevent Dawn of Genesis from being destroyed. Having settled on a secondary profession to resolve the early-stage bottleneck issue, Han Yi no longer hesitated and decisively invested 280,000 experience points into leveling up his primary profession. In an instant, the system notification rang clearly in his mind. Your entry-level mechanic has been upgraded to LV15, reaching the profession's level cap. Your psionic power 40, strength 4, intelligence 4, constitution 4, and you have gained 8 attribute points. You have triggered a profession advancement quest. Master any 3 branches of advanced technology knowledge. Hearing the quest requirements, Han Yi let out a long sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Thankfully, this quest is fairly reasonable. Otherwise, without a quest completion card on hand, just completing the mission would be a nightmare. With that, Han Yi focused his thoughts, and a semi-transparent blue panel appeared in the air before him. He quickly opened the knowledge tree section of his personal interface. Mechanical structures, basic mechanical cognition, basic mechanical assembly, basic transmission system design. Material engineering, basic smelting techniques. Energy dynamics, none. Weapon modules, none. Intelligent control, none. Han Yi's eyes scanned the branches rapidly. Unlocking advanced knowledge required mastering all the basic knowledge within a given category first. His mechanical structures branch had progressed the furthest, with only basic fluid dynamics applications and framework stress distribution principles remaining to be learned. The next focus is the materials branch, Han Yi murmured to himself, sliding his fingers across the virtual panel. Materials are the foundation of mechanics. My basic material identification progress is already at 70, leaving only the comprehensive material ratios and elastic deformation principles in this category. These subjects could be studied in the real world, but it was far more efficient to learn them in Terra to save time. As for the advancement quest, Han Yi's thoughts returned to Dawn of Genesis. Zane, a wanderer gunslinger under the technology profession tree, must possess knowledge related to mechanics. Although ISA's profession was unclear, her actions involving firearm deployment and combat preparations strongly suggested ties to the tech field. Moreover, as a major resistance organization capable of rivaling the 3 corporate giants, it was only natural for Dawn of Genesis to have access to advanced knowledge. It seems that advancing my profession won't be a problem, Han Yi said, the corners of his mouth curving upward slightly. He tapped a few times on the virtual interface, opening the message notification panel and decisively choosing to join the Dawn of Genesis faction. Since returning to Terra would mean facing the daunting challenge of a return point located deep in the vast ocean, far from any visible land, Han Yi had no choice but to prepare thoroughly in advance. At the moment, he had 2 options before him. Either figure out how to acquire a compact, easily transportable mini speedboat, or purchase a portable underwater propulsion device. However, the problem was that he still knew very little about the mechanics of crossing worlds and couldn't confirm whether large items like a boat could successfully travel with him. Although the underwater propulsion device was smaller and safer, it was far less efficient compared to a speedboat. What made matters worse was that Han Yi's time in Terra after his rebirth was too short. He had no reliable navigation system, no real-time map assistance, and no knowledge of his own coordinates. This meant that even if he managed to cross over to the ocean's surface, he would likely find himself aimlessly drifting due to a lack of direction. Should I get a ship first to pinpoint my location? The thought crossed Han Yi's mind, but he quickly shook his head and dismissed it. No, that wouldn't work. When Isha escaped from prison, she had stolen the core experimental data of genetic dynamics, an act that would undoubtedly trigger a nationwide manhunt. The waters surrounding the island where the safe was located were surely already heavily monitored and sealed off. If he were spotted by a ship in the open sea, as an unidentified castaway mysteriously floating in the ocean, he would only arouse the suspicion and wariness of the captain and crew. Even if he could come up with an excuse, it would only hold water if the point where he fell into the sea was near the mainland. Otherwise, it would be completely implausible. Forget it. I'll just stick to the original plan. Han Yi made his decision. Take it one step at a time. It's better than doing nothing. Fortunately, his bank account balance was more than sufficient, allowing him to pursue both options simultaneously. After spending some time browsing an online marketplace, he eventually placed an order for a well-known brand's underwater propulsion device, priced at tens of thousands of Xia currency. As for the speedboat, considering that even the simplest model would be quite sizable and cumbersome to transport, he opted to purchase the parts in batches instead. He would buy whatever he could offline and order the rest online. This approach would save time waiting for logistics and make assembly and testing more convenient. After all, waiting for deliveries would otherwise be idle time, and instead of doing nothing, he might as well use that time to improve his knowledge and skills. To address the issue of transporting goods and equipment in the future, Han Yi also bought a second-hand small truck. The driver's license he had obtained during his freshman year in college finally came in handy. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, Han-E managed the processes of procurement and assembly while also taking time to max out his knowledge of basic material identification through the system. He poured 24,000 experience points into upgrading 3 skills: beginner mechanical affinity, basic fault diagnosis, and basic repairs, all to level 5, the maximum. To his surprise, during the Hansen process of building the boat, he discovered that the system had quietly unlocked progress bars for 2 new skills: basic mechanical fabrication and basic mechanical modification. Judging by his current pace, he estimated that by the time the speedboat was fully assembled, he would have completely mastered these 2 new skills. The unique traits of technology-based professions became evident at this moment. While theoretical learning was the first step, Hansen practice allowed knowledge to gradually transform into skills. For the mechanic profession in particular, this learning by doing approach was taken to the extreme. At the same time, he also made visible progress in some core areas of his professional knowledge tree. New skill prompts and activation indicators appeared for topics like framework stress distribution principles, basic fluid dynamics applications, and thermal management systems. As the sky darkened, the evening glow spread across the horizon. The orangered light filtered through thin clouds, casting a soft, warm hue over the small courtyard. Han-E had been working tirelessly for 3 consecutive days, with only brief breaks for meals and bathroom visits, and had rested for no more than 4 or 5 hours in total. At last, he put down his tools. According to the system's interface, a healthy, average adult stamina value typically ranged from 30 to 50. However, thanks to his post-rebirth level advantage and psychic talent, Han-Yi's stamina bar had far surpassed the norm, reaching an astonishing 1,320 points. If not for the system's built-in mechanism that gradually reduced stamina over prolonged periods without rest, he would have gladly foregone even those few hours of sleep to fully immerse himself in his work. The small speedboat was mostly complete, with only some finishing touches and inspection work left to do. Han-E took a short break and glanced at his phone. Tomorrow was the day he had arranged to meet Su Qin and Su Nua. Unknowingly, half a month had passed since his rebirth. The thought of reuniting with old friends he hadn't seen in decades filled him with mixed emotions: melancholy, joy, and even a trace of nervousness. In his previous life, the siblings had sacrificed themselves to save him. That debt of gratitude and guilt was something he had to repay in this lifetime. Han-E silently made a vow in his heart. He sent text messages to Su Qin and Su Nua to confirm the meeting time for tomorrow night. After exchanging a few casual messages, Han-E put down his phone and focused on completing the final task for the speedboat. He fueled it up, ensuring it was ready to go. After a simple dinner, he packed a shotgun, a self-defense knife he had bought online, a collapsible baton, and a compass into his backpack. He also put on a bulletproof vest. With everything prepared, Han-E climbed into the speedboat he had built with his own hands, determined to test a theory. Let's see if I can cross over with the boat by holding onto it, he thought. Concentrating, he activated his ability. In an instant, his body disappeared without warning. A second later, he reappeared in the same spot, as if he had just blinked out of existence. But when he looked down, he realized his previously dry clothes were now completely soaked with seawater, leaving him drenched like a drowned rat. Ugh, good thing I was mentally prepared, or I'd have swallowed a mouthful of seawater. Han-E muttered to himself. It was obvious that simply holding onto the boat wasn't enough to transport the entire vessel to another world. Han-E sat down, breathing heavily, his soaked clothes clinging to him as he frowned in thought. In my previous life, when the game world began merging with reality, players could bring large objects from the game world into the real world. How did they manage that? He suddenly recalled a term that had been hotly discussed on player forums: realistic load capacity. During the early 2.0 Cataclysm era, before players gained interstellar capabilities, almost everything had to be carried manually. A player's in-game strength determined how much they could carry. Some tech-oriented players, using their immense strength, had brought heavy weapons from other worlds back to Blue Star, and even engaged in live combat drills against national military forces, turning it into a real-life sea-style arms race. Han-E vividly remembered the methods players had debated back then. In essence, it boiled down to one principle. If you can carry it, you can bring it back. Han-Yi's eyes lit up as he murmured, "This should work." He glanced at the 5-meter-long speedboat and estimated its weight to be around 600 kilograms. With his 65 points of strength, he calculated that he should barely be able to lift it. While theoretically feasible, factors like balance, leverage, and avoiding damage to the boat made the task far more challenging than he had anticipated. After several attempts, Han-E finally managed to hoist the speedboat onto his back. Taking a moment to catch his breath, he focused his mind and prepared to transport it. With a surge of concentration, he successfully transferred the speedboat into Terra Star. In an instant, the ground beneath him vanished, and he was pulled into the surging ocean by the immense gravitational force. The weight of the speedboat pressed down on him, threatening to drag him into the depths. Han-E struggled against the pressure, swimming upward with all his might until he managed to grab hold of the boat's edge and haul himself aboard. The moment he sat safely in the speedboat, a wave of exhilaration swept over him. I did it, he thought with triumphant joy. Once on board, Han-E moved swiftly, pulling a compass out of his backpack in an attempt to determine his direction. He recalled the escape plan that Isha had carefully detailed to him when they fled from the safe island. Using the compass to orient himself, Han-E quickly assessed his situation. He was in the Central Sea area between the 6 continents, which meant that no matter which direction he sailed, he would eventually reach land. The map of Terra unfolded in his mind. 5 major continental regions, each carrying its own distinct destiny. The Eastern Mountain State, the Western Archipelago, and the Northern Sea Continent formed the prosperous triad of Terra, controlled by 3 dominant corporations: Mech Tech Industries, Genomic Dynamics, and Universal Industries. Han Yi's gaze lingered on the compass as he mentally sketched the outlines of the other 2 continents. The Southern Sand Continent, once an industrial powerhouse, had now become a barren land depleted of resources. Despite its harsh conditions, it was still home to a large population of impoverished laborers struggling to make a living. The Scorched Continent, the largest of them all, was even more desolate. It had been the primary battleground of the Third Corporate War, where nuclear weapons had ravaged the land, turning it into a true wasteland. Only a few heavily armed scavengers, outlaws, and mutated creatures twisted by radiation and chemical pollution still roamed this scorched earth. This wasteland bore witness to the rise of the 3 corporate giants during that catastrophic war. These corporations had replaced the old monopolistic conglomerates, becoming the new rulers of this era. Han-E quickly weighed the pros and cons of each direction. The scorched continent to the southeast was far too dangerous for him at this stage, better suited for advanced explorers. The southern sand continent, though densely populated and rife with random events, was tightly sealed off by the 3 corporations and offered little room for growth. As a mechanic, Han-E needed to progress steadily, mastering technology, building a mechanical army, and establishing a supply system, rather than rushing headlong into peril. In the end, his focus shifted to the core regions controlled by the 3 corporations. The territories of Mech Tech Industries, or Universal Industries, seemed far more conducive to a mechanic's development. But those were concerns for later. For now, the priority was to pinpoint his exact location and find the nearest place to land. Given that the safe prison belonged to Genomic Dynamics, the closest landmass was likely the Western Archipelago. However, Han-E harbored a deeper concern, had crossed into this world in his physical body, and was immediately arrested by enforcers on fabricated charges upon awakening. His identity on Terra remained a mystery. Worse still, his facial features had already been recorded by the surveillance cameras in the prison transport and the detention facility's garage. Gene Dynamics has managed to stand out in the corporate wars, and given their methods and research focus, they would undoubtedly place someone like Mech suspected of possessing special abilities in their priority list. Han-E furrowed his brows, weighing his options carefully. Heading to the Western Archipelago would be walking right into a trap, while the northern and eastern routes would require a longer journey. Playing it safe was the best course of action without enough leverage. He wasn't willing to risk being ambushed by Gene Dynamics troops at the Terra exit point, as that could result in a permanent deadlock if he needed to make an emergency escape from Blue Star's reality. North to the Arctic continent, Han-E finally decided. Among the 3 major corporations, Universal Industries, compared to the rebellious AI-driven Mech Tech, seemed the most conventional and steady. He took out a compass to calibrate his direction and started the engine of his modified speedboat. The motor hummed steadily as the boat cut through the rolling waves, heading north. The ocean stretched endlessly, a monotonous blue extending to the horizon, with the rhythm of the waves seemingly repeating without end. The glaring sunlight reflected off the water, making it hard to keep his eyes open. The monotonous journey quickly drained Han-E's energy faster than a sleepless night of work. Just as he was beginning to nod off, a massive silhouette appeared on the horizon. Instantly alert, Han-E grabbed his binoculars for a closer look. A flag of blue with gray trim came into view, bearing a ring of gears and hexagonal lattice patterns Universal Industries emblem. In Terra, just as seafaring ships on Blue Star are required to fly national flags, all vessels must display their affiliations. With the federal government reduced to a puppet, the international community only recognized the emblems of the 3 major corporations and a few second-tier conglomerates. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Han-E immediately turned his boat around. But the cargo ship, as if anticipating his move, adjusted its course and began heading straight toward him. That's odd, I don't recall crossing Universal Industries, Han-E muttered with a frown. Could Gene Dynamics have leaked my information to them? No, that doesn't make sense. With their rivalry, Gene Dynamics wouldn't be foolish enough to do that. Realizing his speedboat couldn't shake off the pursuers, Han-E quickly returned to reality to retrieve a half-body exoskeleton and his high-performance anti-material sniper rifle tools, not for combat, but for better observation. As the cargo ship drew closer, a smaller speedboat was lowered into the water. Through the sniper scope, Han Yi recognized two familiar faces aboard Isa and Zane, the former and current leaders of Dawn of the Apocalypse. So the cargo ship flying Universal Industries flag actually belonged to Dawn of the Apocalypse. Han Yi let out a long sigh of relief, glad he wasn't trading one predator for another. He promptly stowed his gear back into the real world. As Dawn of the Apocalypse's speedboat approached, Isa's face lit up with a warm smile. She waved enthusiastically. "Hey there, good morning. I thought we wouldn't see you again for another 2 months after you disappeared." The clanking sound of the chain mechanism echoed continuously as the towed speedboat slowly rose above the sea's surface. Droplets of water slid off the boat's hull, shimmering faintly under the sunlight. Boarding the cargo ship Dawn of the Apocalypse, Isha raised her hand and gestured to a crew member dressed in a standard deep blue uniform, who had been waiting by the edge of the deck. Then she turned towards Han Yi, her black hair swaying gently in the ocean breeze. "I've prepared a room for you in advance. Go change into something dry," she said, motioning to his seawater-soaked clothes. "I'll have someone bring you a meal. If you're tired, take a rest first. There's no rush for what we need to do." Han Yi didn't refuse. He could feel the fatigue in his muscles and the sticky discomfort of his wet clothes. Now that he was on the territory of his own faction, it marked the end of the most dangerous period following his rebirth. For the moment, he no longer needed to worry about being hunted down by gene dynamics. The cargo ship's engine rumbled beneath his feet, and it would take some time before the vessel reached the shore. This sea journey afforded him a brief reprieve, and more importantly, he needed private space to handle the system panel's task settlement and other matters. A crew member led Han Yi through a narrow corridor, the lights on the metallic walls illuminating their path. Once he reached his assigned suite, Han Yi closed the door, quickly discarded his damp clothing, and changed into a set of dry, perfectly fitting dark casual wear prepared by the crew. The soft texture of the clothes brought a sigh of relief, and he immediately laid down on the bed, feeling the gentle swaying of the ship. Closing his eyes, he focused inward and accessed the system panel, which promptly displayed task settlement notifications. "You have completed the mission, Escape. Reward, 20,000 experience points. You have completed the mission, Interception. Reward, 50,000 experience points." Without hesitation, Han Yi spent nearly 19,000 experience points to max out two newly acquired skills, Basic Mechanical Fabrication and Basic Mechanical Modification, upgrading them to level 5. His experience bar had climbed to 953,000 points, but with all his current skills maxed out and his main profession stuck on an advancement task, he had no secondary profession to invest in, leaving the accumulated experience temporarily unused. After addressing the notifications, Han Yi swiped his finger across the interface and opened the unlocked faction panel. A series of details appeared on the screen. Faction name: Dawn of the Apocalypse Resistance. Faction reputation: 300 friendly. Faction contribution points: 500. Faction store level: 2. Han Yi's brows furrowed sharply as he abruptly sat up, confusion written across his face. Why is the initial reputation 300? And how do I already have 500 contribution points? In the vast expanse of the stars, the reputation system governed both factions and NPCs, determining their attitudes toward players and the items available in their stores. Reputation levels range from 200 as neutral, 201,500 as friendly, 501, 1000 as respectful, and above 1,000 as revered. Beyond that was a mysterious tier, deified, which no one in his previous life had ever achieved. On the negative spectrum, the levels descended into cold, hostile, hateful, deadly enemy, and blood feud. Han Yi's finger tapped lightly on the panel as memories surged to the forefront. The higher the reputation level, the harder it became to increase the quantified value displayed on the panel. Sometimes, it would even stagnate at a specific level, refusing to budge further. Moving from neutral to friendly was something nearly every player could achieve. Advancing from friendly to respectful required completing a significant number of faction missions. Reaching revered, however, was beyond simple task completion. It required luck and the triggering of special related events. On another note, the higher the civilization's level, the more challenging it was to raise faction reputation. In his past life, Han Yi had only managed to achieve revered status with a civilization that had just entered the industrial age and had maintained respectful status with several planetary-level civilizations. As for stellar and galactic-level civilizations, most remained at the friendly level. In a universe-level civilization like the Odyssey Empire, despite Han Yi's participation in numerous missions, his faction favorability remained neutral, with the value stuck below 50. This left Han Yi wondering. Was it his cooperation with Isha, helping her eliminate the gene-powered pursuers, that boosted her favorability? Or perhaps his actions prior to officially joining the faction were also counted as valid contributions? However, Han Yi completely overlooked the fact that the equipment he used was provided by Isha, secretly feeling fortunate for his good luck. Now things were looking up. He had unlocked the friendly tier in the faction store and even earned 500 contribution points. This meant he could immediately exchange for some advanced knowledge. Han E quickly opened the faction store interface for Dawn of the Apocalypse, eager to browse the items available for exchange. Adrenaline syringe, 10 contribution points. Instantly triggers potential, increasing movement speed, attack frequency, and damage resistance by 30 for 3 minutes. After the effect ends, the user enters a weakened state, with all attributes temporarily reduced by 30. Note: push beyond your limits, either you break through or you break down. Emergency healing syringe, 15 contribution points. Rapidly restores 150 health points and provides a continuous healing effect of 3 points per second for 1 minute. Cannot heal fatal wounds, and overuse reduces effectiveness. Note: one shot to heal, fight another 300 rounds. Berserk enhancement injection, 50 contribution points. Triggers Berserk mode, doubling current attack power and attack speed. However, the user loses 15 health points per second and defense decreases by 15. The effect lasts until combat ends. Note: destroy the enemy or destroy yourself. Battlefield medical kit, 50 contribution points. The specific effects of these items caught Han Yi's attention, but he didn't rush to make a purchase. Instead, he chose to check the knowledge category. Modular design, 250 contribution points. Technology branch, advanced knowledge in mechanical structures. Neural link, 250 contribution points. Technology branch, advanced knowledge in intelligent control. Basic electromagnetic induction, 50 contribution points. Technology branch, foundational knowledge in energy dynamics. Ballistic aerodynamics, 50 contribution points. Technology branch, foundational knowledge in weapon modules. The technological knowledge in the faction store wasn't particularly comprehensive. Upon closer inspection, Han E noted that while the foundational knowledge covered 27 items across 5 major categories, the advanced knowledge seemed somewhat lacking. Apart from the complete set of advanced materials engineering knowledge, the other 4 categories only had 1 or 2 items each, with the rest needing to be acquired through other means. His career advancement task required him to master 3 advanced knowledge items, but with his current 500 contribution points, he could only unlock 2 at most. Additionally, each advanced knowledge item required mastery of the related foundational knowledge as a prerequisite. For now, he decided to unlock a few practical foundational knowledge items first. As for the remaining contribution points, he would save them up gradually. After all, he could earn more points by unlocking blueprints, manufacturing products, and selling them to the faction store, so there was no rush to exchange for other items immediately. However, before taking any substantial action, he needed to find Isha to see if she had any new missions for him. At this moment, Han Yi's primary task was to wait for the ship to dock before making further plans. After leaving his room, Han Yi casually asked a crew member for directions to the logistics department. The crew member led him through several corridors, eventually arriving at a section of the ship where he met the technical supervisor Roche. "I'd like to exchange for some foundational knowledge," Han Yi stated plainly, getting straight to the point. Roche was a middle-aged man with streaks of gray threading through his hair, his appearance unremarkable. Clear seams marked the join of the synthetic, bionic skin on his face, and the faint electronic glow deep within his eyes mirrored the intelligent chip embedded at his temple. "So you're Han Yi?" Roche pushed his goggles up to his forehead and raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing the young man before him. Han Yi's black hair framed his sharp, striking features. "Is this the guy the boss had us all risking our necks for, waiting here in international waters?" As he spoke, Roche kicked off with his legs, sliding his office chair backward. He stretched lazily and added, "Other than being handsome, there's not much to you, is there? Why would the boss have everyone take such a risk just for you?" Suddenly, Roche seemed energized. He reached into one of the hidden pockets on his outfit and pulled out a handgun resembling a Desert Eagle. "What are you looking for? Weapons, armor, blueprints? Based on your current contribution points, I'd recommend this newly designed handgun. It's only 450 points, leaving you enough to grab some potions. A masterpiece by Roche himself, top quality guaranteed. You won't regret it, I promise." Han Yi felt a headache coming on, but still brought up the interface to check out the weapon. It was a high-quality firearm with attributes that enhanced critical hit rate and critical damage, along with a quick-draw skill. While it was a rare item that could only be obtained with contribution points, the cost-effectiveness wasn't great. The skill could have been directly learned from a mentor. "They'll think about it when I have extra points," Han Yi declined politely. "What I need right now is basic knowledge for a mechanic." "You're a mechanic too?" Roche looked genuinely surprised. "So young, and you chose such a dead-end career?" Han Yi thought to himself. "Just wait until we connect with the interstellar system. You'll see how this so-called dead-end career becomes a top-tier one." Suppressing the urge to retort, he simply said, "Show me what you've got." Roche sighed, stowing away his prized creation. He opened a secure compartment beneath his desk and took out a tech terminal resembling an oversized smartwatch. Its design was similar to the one Isha wore. "By the looks of it, you haven't undergone cybernetic modifications or implanted any intelligent chips in your brain, have you? All the knowledge summaries and categories are stored in here." Let me know what you need, and I'll transfer it to you in real time. Does this terminal cost contribution points? Joining Dawn of the Apocalypse gets you one for free. Roche rolled his eyes. We're not that stingy. After careful consideration, Han E decided to reserve 100 of his 500 contribution points for emergencies. He used the remaining 400 to acquire 8 foundational subjects: basic fluid dynamics applications, framework stress distribution principles, comprehensive material ratios, principles of elastic deformation, fundamentals of electromagnetic induction, energy transmission loss studies, battery storage arrays, and standardized interfaces for weapon modules. These fields had previously caused his progress bar to inch forward only imperceptibly during his attempts at handcrafting a speedboat, but that progress had been so minuscule it was practically negligible. Learning fragmented knowledge on your own may not always be enough to fill the progress bar completely. To save time, spending contribution points to directly acquire complete knowledge is the most efficient choice. After obtaining the knowledge, Han E couldn't be bothered to waste more words on the talkative Luo Qi. He returned straight to his room, closed the door, and eagerly sat down on the edge of his bed. The experience required for learning basic knowledge was minimal. Each type only cost 1,000 points. For the now wealthy Han E, this was a trivial expense. Without hesitation, he learned all the knowledge, feeling the flow of information rush into his mind. Since his intelligence met the requirements, the discomfort of cramming knowledge into his brain dissipated almost instantly, leaving behind a clear understanding and mastery. Rubbing his hands together, his eyes glimmering with anticipation, Han E opened the system panel to test the unique feature of the tech-based profession blueprint synthesis. He understood, while that merely mastering knowledge wasn't enough, the key was transforming that knowledge into tangible results. Just as martial professions relied on combat experience, psychic professions depended on gene chain unlocking, arcane professions drew power from magical legacies, and enlightenment professions relied on subspace blessings. Blueprints were the core of most tech professions. All weaponry, equipment, and machinery development revolved around these designs. There were several ways to obtain blueprints. First, by purchasing them directly from faction shops or NPCs. However, faction shops typically only offered standard items, while NPCs with rare blueprints often treated them as trump cards, making them nearly impossible to acquire without special opportunities. Second, by reverse engineering mechanical technology and deducing blueprints independently. However, this method required immense knowledge and technical expertise, typically utilized by interstellar civilizations against specific threats like swarm calamities or subspace demons. It was far beyond the reach of most players. The third, and most practical method, involved using the system panel to consume experience and combine 2 or more types of knowledge to synthesize random blueprints or attempt to create targeted original designs. This last method, akin to a gacha system without the need for spending real money, was the primary source of blueprints for tech professions and the most commonly used by players. The only downside was its high experience cost. Although Han E's primary profession in his previous life wasn't a mechanic, he had once worked for a wealthy mechanic employer, often tasked with tedious and repetitive blueprint synthesis missions. As a result, he had a decent understanding of which knowledge combinations could generate specific blueprints. Combining 2 types of knowledge for the first time required 1,000 experience points, with the cost doubling for each subsequent attempt. Adding an additional type of knowledge to the combination increased the first-time cost by 500 points, with repeated combinations following the same doubling pattern. Hani decided to invest 100,000 experience points to test the waters. After some thought, he began by combining 3 types of knowledge related to energy and power systems. In the field of mechanics, materials served as the foundation, while the power source was the core. Han aimed to create an engine blueprint this time. Would you like to consume 1,500 experience points to fuse the knowledge of basic electromagnetic induction, energy transmission loss, and battery storage array? Without hesitation, Han E confirmed. Fusion successful. You have developed the chemical fuel engine blueprint. Not a great start. What use is this thing? Han E frowned, but didn't lose heart, choosing to continue investing experience. Fusion successful. You have developed the clockwork core engine blueprint. Fusion successful. You have developed the steam core engine blueprint. After spending 21,000 experience points, Han E ended up with 3 entirely useless blueprints, causing his frown to deepen. Just as he began to doubt his luck, the system finally delivered the result he had been hoping for. Fusion successful. You have developed the magnetic energy engine blueprint, a revolutionary energy core that utilizes magnetic field compression technology to generate power, far surpassing the efficiency of traditional fuel engines. Finally, a win. Han E clenched his fist and lightly tapped his palm, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. With a power source secured, he could now attempt to generate the equipment he truly needed. With 77,500 experience points remaining, Han E chose to combine a diverse range of knowledge. This time, he selected 8 types in one go. Would you like to consume 4,500 experience points to fuse the knowledge of basic structural cognition, basic mechanical assembly, framework stress distribution principles, basic smelting techniques, basic electromagnetic induction, energy transmission loss, battery storage array, and weapon module standardized interface? Sometimes, single pulls can indeed yield miracles. On his first attempt using the new combination, Han Yi obtained the blueprint he had been dreaming of. As the detailed blueprint design became clear in his mind, Han Yi clenched his fists in excitement, his eyes shining with the light of triumph. Fusion successful. You have developed the magnetic energy-powered exoskeleton blueprint. In Roche's shop, a powered exoskeleton running on compressed battery cells was priced at an exorbitant 5,000 contribution points. Each set of batteries lasted only 18 hours. While recharging was free, the battery performance degraded rapidly. Purchasing a spare battery would cost an additional 500 contribution points. The magnetic-powered exoskeleton designed by Han Yi, based on his foundational knowledge, was not considered cutting-edge technology on Terra. The fully enclosed powered armor developed by Jijim Military Industries and Universal Industries was significantly more advanced. However, these two corporate giants primarily equipped their elite squads with such armor, leaving very few units to trickle down to the black market. Even when they did appear, they were often defective or scrapped models, fiercely contested by various underground factions. Thus, without directly competing against the three major corporations, Han Yi's magnetic-powered exoskeleton was already considered quite advanced. Its innovative energy supply system provided longer endurance and greater power, allowing for additional functionalities. This made it an excellent transitional gear to compensate for the close combat limitations of the mechanic profession in its early stages. Once Han Yi transferred the intelligent module from the partial exoskeleton gifted by Isha and added some new features, this exoskeleton would serve him well for a significant period. The design was complete, but sourcing materials proved to be a challenge. Han Yi stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing that some of the required materials were considered military-grade restricted items on Blue Planet, meaning they could only be procured on Terra. The magnetic-powered exoskeleton was essential for Han Yi's early preparations, along with another piece of equipment, a floating turret. With these two pieces of gear, he could handle both close and long-range combat, greatly increasing his survivability and margin for error on the battlefield. While he could synthesize blueprints using experience points, gathering the materials and components necessary to manufacture the equipment required careful planning. After a brief consideration, Han Yi entered a materials list into the memo of his tech terminal, then got up and headed out, making his way back to the logistics department's tech lab. You again? Rock, who was busy working, was interrupted by Han Yi, and this time he didn't even bother to look up. Is there an issue with the data I gave you? No. I'm here to buy materials. Han Yi tapped a few times on the tech terminal interface, sending the previously prepared list to the technical supervisor. Oh, and I'd like to request access to the workshop. Rock removed his protective goggles, glanced quickly at the list, then raised his eyes to scrutinize Han Yi. Let me guess, you're planning to build an exoskeleton? As a seasoned technician, Rock immediately recognized the purpose of the materials and components. A hint of doubt flickered in his eyes. But didn't you just buy some basic knowledge packs? It's only been a short while, and you're already building an exoskeleton? I bought the knowledge packs to fill in some gaps, Han Yi replied, unwilling to elaborate further. How many contribution points will this list cost me? Some components are currently out of stock, and a few of the military-grade parts, those involving Jijim Military Industries and Universal Industries, are hard to come by and typically sourced from the black market. Even our own tech department needs them. If you're open to it, I suggest substituting some parts with more common alternatives. The final product might be of slightly lower quality, but it would cost far fewer contribution points, and I can prepare everything for you right now. Rock paused mid-sentence, his calloused fingers deftly inputting data into the terminal. With a quick upward swipe of his finger, Han Yi's terminal chimed with a notification. Take a look at these options, see if they work for you. Han Yi gave the list a cursory glance and nodded. Let's go with your suggestion. Han Yi carefully calculated the costs listed on the inventory. These materials total 4,950 contribution points. While the workshop is free to use, there's a 500-point deposit required. Also, if any equipment is damaged, compensation at full price is mandatory. That expensive? Han Yi couldn't help but exclaim. Luo Qi gave him a sidelong glance, his tone displeased. Come on, this isn't expensive at all. The logistics department has had these prices for years. Everything on your list is premium quality. If I hadn't swapped out a few parts for you, this list would have cost you close to 10,000 contribution points. It was only then Han Yi realized he had only skimmed over the faction store interface on the panel earlier, merely confirming that the materials were available without checking the details. On this planet called Terra, items considered trash in the interstellar regions had become rare and valuable resources. He glanced at his pitiful 9-point charm attribute and tentatively asked, for Isha's sake, could you give me a discount? No, Luo Qi replied curtly. leaving Han Yi to inwardly sigh. It seemed his low charm stat wasn't going to help him here. Suddenly, Luo Qi seemed to remember something and widened his eyes. Wait a minute, you only have 100 contribution points left. How are you planning to pay for all this? You accept blueprints or equipment, right? Han Yi asked, already prepared. He knew that aside from completing tasks, most factions allowed members to earn contribution points through labor or by selling materials, albeit at a discounted rate. Luo Qi stroked the stubble on his chin, a shrewd glint flashing in his eyes. Of course, but I don't take junk. Judging by your list, you're planning to use magnetic energy tech to build a powered exoskeleton, aren't you? Sorry, everything else is negotiable, but I'm not selling that tech. Han Yi refused immediately. Don't be so hasty. Luo Qi quickly tried to appeal to him. The dawn of the apocalypse resistance may have been around for a while, but compared to the big three corporations, we're still far behind in resources. Not selling. I'll give you 8,000 contribution points for that blueprint, Luo Qi offered, looking pained. Then he abruptly stood up, slamming the table. No, 15,000. Plus, I'll supply all the materials on your list for free. Han Yi knew that selling equipment was a long-term business, but selling a technical blueprint was a one-time deal. The offer still wasn't enough to sway him. Throw in a discount on all shop items, and I might consider it. After some back-and-forth haggling, they finally agreed on a 5% discount across all items in the shop. Though Han Yi feigned dissatisfaction on the surface, he was inwardly thrilled. Securing a store discount with just a piece of early-game transitional equipment was an unexpected bonus. I don't have a physical blueprint on me right now, Han Yi said. Prepare a set of drafting tools for me, and he'll draw up the design right away. After delivering the design plans, Han Yi decided it was time to indulge himself. He glanced at the glowing numbers on his account 15,000 faction contribution points, more than enough to clear out all the tech-related knowledge in the store. There were still 13 basic knowledge types he hadn't learned, and the advanced knowledge sold by Apocalypse Dawn only consisted of 10 types. Without hesitation, he clicked the confirmation button, adding all the knowledge to his collection. The system notification chimed, indicating the transaction was complete. Thanks to a 5% discount, the entire purchase cost him only 2,993 contribution points. Satisfied, Han Yi looked at his remaining balance 11,907 points, enough to pick out a suitable main weapon for himself. Nearby, Roche was incessantly recommending firearms of his own design, his voice buzzing persistently in Han Yi's ears. Choosing to ignore him, Han Yi focused on scrolling through the panel store interface. Suddenly, a pistol priced at 8,000 contribution points caught his eye. Star of White. Level: LV27. Quality: X affected by subspace. Details unclear. Attack power: 268,432. Durability: 150,150. Ammo capacity: consumes psionic energy, blood energy. Range: 250 meters. Equipment requirement: Intelligence 120. Attribute bonus: none. Length: 27 centimeters. Weight: 2.05 kilograms. Additional effects: ethereal bullets. Cannot be loaded with physical ammunition. Each shot consumes psionic energy or life force. Can toggle freely between modes. Will forcibly consume life force if psionic energy is insufficient. Each bullet costs 10 psionic energy life force. Subspace corruption. Distorted by subspace forces, requiring sufficient mental resistance to wield. For every point of intelligence below the requirement, strength 5, constitution 5, and chaos corrosion rate 1 per second. Chaos corrosion. When the chaos corrosion progress reaches 100, the user will permanently become part of the free arc, doomed to wander as a twisted soul forever. Psionic enchantment. Imbued with psionic power due to subspace distortion. Each attack has a 1 chance to deal 999 additional critical damage. Quick draw. Skill level 1. Quickly draw, aim, and attack. Each activation consumes 15 stamina. Gun raising speed increases by 30. Moving shot. Skill level 1. Shoot while continuously moving. Damage 3, attack speed 5, accuracy 10. Headshot strike. Skill level 1. Consumes additional psionic energy life force to fire a lethal ethereal bullet that guarantees a headshot. Costs 30 psionic energy life force. Next attack's headshot accuracy increases to 100. Against headless targets, deals an additional 200 critical damage. Note: so, what's the price you're willing to pay? Aren't you a newcomer on board? How do you even know about this pistol? Roach's smile froze instantly, a flicker of wariness flashing through his eyes. He made no move to retrieve the weapon as Han Yi had requested. Lowering his voice, his expression turned grave. This is a cursed pistol. Have you ever heard the legend of the Death Cruise? It's said that one of our people retrieved it from a ship cursed by demons. Roach's fingers tapped nervously on the counter. That poor soul was mentally unstable ever since disembarking. Not long after selling me the gun, he vanished without a trace. No one's heard from him since. Shaking his head, Roach tried to dissuade him earnestly. Besides, even the boss lady couldn't handle this gun. You should let it go. Hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Han Yi's eyes. A weapon recovered from the death cruise? Well, that makes me even more curious to see it. A determined glint flashed in Han Yi's eyes. He knew all too well that the maritime legend known as the Death Cruise was far more than mere folklore on Terra. To players, it was a rare and high-difficulty random dungeon, famed for its extreme challenges and unique mechanics. The dungeon's most intriguing feature was its time distortion attribute. Players could repeatedly challenge it in reality, with each restart refreshing the items aboard. Most of these items carried rare subspace properties, making them incredibly sought after in the player market. Among these items was the White Star, a weapon resembling a desert eagle. Its most notable trait was its ability to function without physical bullets, instead consuming the user's flesh or psionic energy. As a player with innate psionic abilities, Han Yi's mana bar had already been converted into psionic energy. This weapon seemed tailor-made for him. Seeing the resolute look in Han Yi's eyes, Luo Qi sighed deeply and spread his hands in resignation. All right. Looks like you won't believe me until you see how terrifying it truly is. Since you're the rookie that the boss lady values so much and you brought me a big deal, I'll indulge your curiosity. If it were anyone else, I'd have kicked them out long ago. On their way to the storage area, Luo Qi launched into a detailed recount of the Death Cruise's legend. 120 years ago, a cruise ship carrying 100,000 passengers mysteriously vanished on the high seas. Over the past few decades, there had been sporadic reports of people claiming to have glimpsed its shadowy figure in the thick fog. As Hani listened, he was already calculating in his mind. In his previous life as a professional gamer, he had once helped a client farm equipment from this ship. He knew the dungeon's routes and item hiding spots like the back of his hand. If given the chance, he was eager to board the ship himself and uncover its secrets. The two arrived at the storage area beneath the deck. Luo Qi first used a tech terminal to operate the access controls, then pulled out a key to unlock 3 successive layers of blast-proof doors. A damp, musty smell wafted out, causing Han Yi to wrinkle his nose. The shelves held only a sparse collection of items, which Luo Qi explained were all recovered from the haunted cruise ship. Due to the White Star's cursed properties, Isha had ordered all related items to be sealed away. Luo Qi handed Han Yi a pair of protective gloves and a mask, quickly donning his own gear as well. He cautiously made his way to the innermost shelf and used a tech terminal to unlock a safe. In an instant, an icy wind seemed to arise from nowhere, and faint, eerie whispers echoed in Han Yi's ears, as though something unseen was watching them. Inside the safe lay a dark silver desert eagle, exuding an unsettling and ominous aura. Luo Qi, visibly tense, warned. Other than the boss lady, sharpshooter Zane, heavy gunner Kelly, and weapon master Truman all tried to wield it, but even touching it barehanded left them affected, let alone firing it like the boss lady did. Be careful, this gun is seriously dangerous. Without a profession aligned to enlightenment, firing it would naturally consume life force, Hani thought to himself. Without hesitation, he allocated 36 attribute points to raise his intelligence to 120, meeting the weapon's requirements. Before Luo Qi could react, Han Yi removed his gloves and grasped the cursed gun with his bare hands. Are you insane? Luo Qi exclaimed, rushing to stop him, only to freeze in disbelief. The gun, once radiating an ominous presence, now lay inert and unremarkable in Han Yi's grip, its malevolent aura completely subdued. You're not affected by it. Now I finally understand why the boss holds you in such high regard. Roche's eyes scrutinized Han Yi. Though he hadn't witnessed Han Yi's extraordinary abilities firsthand, he couldn't help but view him in a new light at this moment. Han Yi noticed the change in Roche's expression, but simply smiled faintly without offering any explanation. Since the cursed, man-eating gun had no effect on Han Yi, Roche felt relieved. Getting rid of this troublesome item brought a barely concealed joy to his face. As Han Yi handed over the contribution points required for the White Star, his sharp gaze swept across the panel, filled with an array of items. He quickly selected 4 grenade blueprints and their corresponding materials: high explosive, smoke, flash, and electromagnetic interference grenades, all at level 1. Additionally, he purchased 5 emergency treatment syringes, 3 adrenaline shots, and 3 berserk enhancement injectors. After this spree, his contribution points dropped sharply to around 500. Send all the materials to the workshop. I need to start crafting the equipment immediately, Han Yi said to Roche with urgency. Based on Earth's real-world time, less than 24 hours remained until his appointment with the siblings Su Qin and Su Nuo. However, given the 1-to-6 time ratio in the Terra world, he still had a full 5 days to prepare. Han Yi immediately invested 13,000 experience points to master all the basic knowledge. After careful consideration, he selected 3 advanced knowledge areas: composite materials in materials engineering, high-frequency vibration theory in weapon modules, and neural linking in intelligent control. Each advanced knowledge required 10,000 experience points. While not every field would be immediately useful, these choices would significantly impact the rewards for his career progression. After completing his studies, Han Yi still had 900,000 experience points left. He knew he needed to reserve 770,000 for advancing his profession and reaching level 20 to trigger the level progression quest. The remaining experience would be allocated to upgrading skill levels. Despite the seemingly substantial accumulation, the experience points would be quickly consumed on his career development path. You have completed the career advancement task and successfully advanced to Apprentice Mechanic Level 1. As the system notification sounded, a surge of warmth coursed through Han Yi's body, spreading with his breath and bringing a tingling yet invigorating sensation. This experience of career advancement felt similar to level progression, as if he had delved deeper into his specialized field. While the initial stages felt subtle, each advancement in the later stages would bring a transformative leap. A futuristic, sci-fi-style virtual interface appeared before Han Yi, displaying a series of advancement notifications. Due to the influence of the psionic awakening skill, you cannot alter your innate energy attributes. You have acquired a new talent, spatial thinking. You have acquired a new skill, focused energy gathering. You have acquired a new skill, quick draw. You have acquired a new skill, mobile shooting. You have acquired a new blueprint, mini tracking robot level 1. You have acquired a new blueprint, portable folding shield level 1. As Han Yi completed his career advancement, an overwhelming surge of information flooded into his mind like a tidal wave. System notifications flashed one after another. New blueprint acquired. High-frequency cutting blade LV1. New blueprint acquired. Mechanical neural connection core LV1. Basic mechanical affinity LV5 upgraded to intermediate mechanical affinity LV1. Despite having an intelligence attribute exceeding 100 points, Han Yi couldn't help but feel a wave of dizziness. Once the discomfort gradually subsided, he eagerly pulled up his personal attribute panel to meticulously examine his latest stats. The basic personal information was clear at a glance. Han Yi, carbon-based human of Asian descent, with a total level of LV16 and accumulated experience points of 900,000. Although he temporarily lacked any title bonuses, his primary profession had advanced from novice mechanic LV15 to apprentice mechanic LV1. The attribute panel displayed his growth with precision. Strength 66, Intelligence 123, Constitution 66, Agility 41, Perception 59. Other values, such as Mystery 0, Charisma 9, and Luck 3, were relatively low, but the 15 unassigned attribute points awaited distribution. The system indicated his power level as 68 and his rank as an F-grade mortal, with an encouraging note. You're just one step away from becoming a true extraordinary being. Keep it up, young man. His health was at a full 660, stamina at 773, 1330, and psionic energy at its peak of 950,950. 3 special abilities shown in his talent section. Dexterous hands, which increased crafting and learning efficiency by 10. Mind over matter, providing multiple psionic boosts and immunity to mental control. Innovative spatial thinking, granting groundbreaking spatial reasoning capabilities. In his skill list, psionic awakening had reached LV11, offering comprehensive attribute enhancements. The newly acquired intermediate mechanical affinity, along with skills like troubleshooting, repair, manufacturing, and modification, were still in their early stages but already showed potential. His combat skills, including basic shooting, quick draw, and mobile shooting, had formed a cohesive framework. His knowledge tree was flourishing, spanning from fundamental mechanical structures to intelligent controls, material engineering, and weapon modules, constructing a comprehensive technical system. Finally, his influence remained at 5 points, while his legend status and achievement points were yet to be unlocked, clear goals for his future endeavors. Apart from the new skills added to his panel, Han Yi's attention was firmly fixed on the blueprints he had acquired after his profession upgrade. He carefully examined the details of each design. The mini-tracking robot resembled a spider in shape, no larger than half the size of an adult's palm, with 8 flexible metallic legs. Although this miniature machine possessed basic intelligence, it primarily relied on remote control via a technological terminal, making it an ideal tool for intelligence gathering and infiltration missions. The portable folding shield featured an ingenious design. When folded, it occupied a compact 30-centimeter square space, but when deployed, it formed a protective barrier measuring 1 meter in length and 0.5 meters in width. It was typically mounted on the arm of an exoskeleton or power armor. The high-frequency vibration blade utilized heat generated by rapid vibrations to cut through materials, boasting a sharpness comparable to legendary weapons. Han Yi noted that this was an extremely practical close combat weapon for transitional periods. The mechanical neural connection system was the most critical auxiliary component. It directly transmitted human neural signals to mechanical devices. Han Yi recalled the half-body power exoskeleton, Death Sniper, that Isha had lent him, which incorporated this system. It had given him a profound understanding of how much neural-mechanical integration could enhance combat performance. The level of each blueprint was tied to Han Yi's proficiency. While he could improve their levels through repeated crafting, his current experience points were too limited to even upgrade the blueprint level of the magnetic-powered exoskeleton. Han E invested 75,000 experience points to raise 4 basic skills: basic troubleshooting, basic repairs, basic mechanical fabrication, and basic mechanical modification, all to level 5. The skill cap had increased to level 10 following his profession upgrade, but the required experience points were overwhelming. On his way to the workshop, he decisively spent 770,000 experience points to raise his apprentice mechanic level to 5, bringing his total level to 20. This triggered a new system promotion task: complete a faction mission of a level or higher with a rating of at least level. This meant he would need to contribute at least 30 task progress and could no longer slack off as he had in the past. Upon arriving at the workshop, Han E presented the certification document from Roche and began his preparations. Skillfully picking up a wrench and hammer, he arranged various components neatly on the workbench. A deep sense of familiarity surged through him, and every detail of the blueprints vividly surfaced in his mind. His hands seemed to move with a will of their own, executing each motion with fluid precision. Within just a few hours, he had crafted 3 high-explosive grenades, 1 smoke grenade, and 2 flash grenades. The system continuously notified him of earned experience points: 237, 246, 211. After completing these warm-up tasks, Han E immediately immersed himself in the production of the magnetic-powered exoskeleton. Compared to when he built the speedboat not long ago, Han Yi's mechanical skills had significantly improved. His understanding of mechanics had deepened, and his production speed had become astonishing. After working tirelessly for nearly 3 days and nights without sleep, he finally succeeded in crafting the magnetic energy engine, and the framework of the powered exoskeleton was nearly complete. Han E estimated that with another 30 hours of work, the new equipment in front of him would be finished. However, his body was already pushed to its limits, and the accumulated fatigue left him barely able to stand. His energy levels had plummeted by 5. Reluctantly, he stopped his work and sternly reminded the staff not to touch his tools or equipment. With slightly unsteady steps, Han E had just stepped out of the cabin when he heard a crisp voice behind him. "Hey, good morning. Is your work done?" Turning around, he saw Isha leaning casually against the fire ladder, a radiant smile on her face. It had been a few days since they last met, and Isha seemed like a completely different person. She looked refreshed, her delicate face accentuated by light makeup. Her jet black hair was now dyed a pinkish-white hue, tied into a high ponytail with a blue-purple ribbon. Silver earrings glinted coldly under the sunlight. She wore a black crop top and matching shorts, layered with a gradient purple punk-style jacket. Her long legs were complemented by white high-top sneakers. Every time Isha changed her appearance, it was like she transformed into a new person. From a rebellious girl with heavy smoky makeup to a cool beauty exuding cyberpunk vibes, her aura had undergone a dramatic shift. "Hey, snap out of it." Isha walked closer, lightly waving her slender fingers in front of Han Yi's face, teasing him. "What?" Stunned by my new look, she spun around playfully and asked, "How do I look?" If it were one of those shameless players, they'd probably be shouting wife on the spot, right? Hani chuckled inwardly. "Not bad. Seriously? That's all I get." Isha pouted, feigning displeasure. "I put so much thought into this, and all you have to say is those 2 words. Watching her smug expression, Hani couldn't help but find it amusing. Isha continued to tease. "Every time I change my look, you act like a different person too. Even your personality seems to shift. Huh, you're just like Xiao Chunan, blushing whenever you speak." Before she could finish, Han E caught a faint whiff of violet fragrance wafting through the air, momentarily distracting him. Isha leaned in closer, her green eyes blinking as she whispered, "If you ever go on a mission and get captured, I bet you'd fall for a beauty trap in no time and spill all the Doomsday Dawn intel." Han E remained silent, enduring his exhaustion and planning to find a place to rest as soon as possible. Noticing the fatigue on his face, Isha stopped her teasing. Her expression turned serious as she explained, "Our previous identities have been flagged on Gene Dynamics' global wanted list, and we're ranked pretty high. While Universal Industries and Mech Arms might not care about this territory, greedy hunters or even extraordinary level bounty hunters could target us. To avoid unnecessary trouble, adopting a new identity, especially in other corporations' territories, helps us stay under the radar." She smiled faintly. "Want me to help you change your look too? You already look like a mechanical genius." Han E responded with a calm smile. "Do we have a new mission?" Isha widened her eyes, shaking her head with a soft sigh. TSK, such a workaholic. You've barely rested these past few days, working almost non-stop for over 3 days. You're pushing yourself too hard." She seemed slightly surprised. "I really didn't expect you to be such a skilled mechanic." "It's nothing much, just a basic grasp. I'm far from being an expert," Hani replied modestly. "Doomsday Dawn is lacking talent like you," Isha said, her eyes gleaming with interest. From their previous battles, Han Yi's mechanical talent was undeniable. "But your marksmanship still needs work. Why not?" I can only improve through real combat. Han Yi interrupted firmly, his gaze resolute. Rather than staying behind, I want to be directly involved in the action. That's the reason I joined Doomsday Dawn. Isha tilted her head, studying his eyes. After a moment, she let out a resigned laugh and shook her head. What a peculiar person. Then again, everyone in Doomsday Dawn is a bit peculiar, aren't they? She sighed. All right, but if you want to join us on missions, I need to see your capabilities first. Someone with your talent, I wouldn't want you to die needlessly on the battlefield. Han Yi returned to his room and only managed to sleep for 2 hours. After waking up, he hastily grabbed a few bites of food, feeling his energy level had recovered to about 800. When he stepped into Isha's office again, she was in the middle of assigning tasks. As she glanced up and saw Han Yi, her face immediately showed unrestrained surprise. You only rested for such a short time. Are you sure you're up for this? Isha raised her delicate eyebrows, a trace of concern flashing in her eyes. Even though the upcoming fight is just a test, if you're not in good shape, you could get hurt. No problem at all. Let's get started, Han Yi replied firmly, standing tall and confident. Isha scrutinized him for a few seconds before nodding slightly. All right, since you insist. Go wait for me at the training ground. He'll go change. News of Isha testing a newcomer spread like wildfire. By the time Han Yi arrived at the spacious training ground below the deck, the air was already thick with tension and anticipation. A dense crowd had gathered around the area, forming an impenetrable wall of spectators. Among the crowd, Han Yi quickly spotted a few familiar faces: Zane, Su Miaojia, and the ever-arrogant tech supervisor, Rock. Han Yi. Zane nimbly weaved through the crowd and was the first to approach him, his eyes filled with curiosity. Why did you suddenly decide to challenge the boss? Challenge? Han Yi looked puzzled, spreading his hands as he explained. I just wanted to join you all on missions, but Isha said she needs to test my abilities first. Before he could finish, Rock squeezed his way over, a mocking smirk tugging at his lips. His tone dripped with sarcasm. If you chose to be a mechanic, then stick to your role. Stay in the rear, use your brain, and focus on crafting equipment and supplies for your teammates. Why are you so desperate to charge into battle with a bunch of brawny, brainless warriors? Are you tired of living? A mechanic is only good for logistics? Han Yi thought to himself, but he didn't voice his disagreement. He had no intention of arguing with someone like Rock, who loved to provoke others. In the vast expanse of the interstellar world, the most renowned and powerful civilizations often relied on mechanics as their backbone, designing blueprints, crafting weapons and equipment, building formidable mechanical armies, and starfleets. These were just surface-level stereotypes about mechanics. While manufacturing is indeed the core of the mechanic profession, its true essence lies in commanding vast steel armies and engaging in intense battles on grand battlefields. Achieving such mastery requires years of learning, experience, and an immense amount of resources. But Han Yi was different. With his game interface, the ability to traverse two worlds freely, and the advantage of early access, his journey to greatness would undoubtedly be much shorter. Zane, hearing Rock's words, widened his eyes and playfully scolded. You're unbelievable. Do you realize you just offended half the people in our organization with that statement? Rock snorted dismissively, straightened his posture, and cast a haughty glance around. If anyone has an issue, they can come confront me directly. Those who had overheard Rock's earlier remarks quickly avoided his gaze. No one dared to offend the tech supervisor of the logistics department. After all, repairing, crafting, and upgrading weapons and equipment depended on him. Zane shook his head helplessly, then turned to Han Yi with a serious expression. Still, Rock isn't entirely wrong. The boss probably doesn't want you getting involved in frontline combat missions. You're probably taking this beating for nothing today. She definitely won't let you pass the test. Someone whispered nearby. Han Yi calmly stretched his wrist. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. He was fully aware that with his current skills, basic shooting, quick draw, and moving while shooting, defeating someone like Isha, a Drank planetary powerhouse, was nearly impossible. Although his newly acquired psionic weapon, the White Star, could provide additional support, it was clearly unsuitable for use in this situation. His real goal lay elsewhere, using the system's evaluation to quickly master combat techniques during his bout with Isha, learning and applying some of her skills in real combat. Han Yi understood that those who stood at the pinnacle of their era had a sharp eye for talent. If he could make Isha recognize his combat potential, the rest would fall into place. At the training ground, several key members of the Dawn of Apocalypse gathered. Among them were two individuals Han Yi had heard about from Roche, the heavy gunner Kelly and the mechanized warrior Truman. Kelly was a classic muscle Barbie, her youthful face contrasting sharply with her muscular physique, perfectly suited for handling heavy firearms. Truman, on the other hand, was a cyborg warrior, with less than 30 of his original body remaining. The rest was a combination of genetically enhanced bionic organs and mechanical implants. Isha soon arrived at the training ground, dressed in a fitted athletic outfit. Her sharp gaze swept across the crowd. What are you all standing around for? Have you finished your work? She scolded with a stern expression. At her words, Everyone except for key members like Zane, Kelly, Truman, and Roche quickly dispersed. Barefoot, Isha stepped onto the soft mat in the center of the ring and looked at Han Yi, who was warming up on the opposite side. "What's your preferred type of combat?" she asked. "This kid just bought my cursed handgun not long ago," Roche interjected. "What? How could you sell that thing to Han Yi?" Zane exclaimed in shock. Roche immediately defended himself. "Hold on, don't accuse me. This guy isn't affected by the curse. Ali saw it with my own eyes." Yisha's interest was piqued as she studied Han Yi. She gestured to Roche, who took a handgun and 2 magazines from his bag and tossed them forcefully toward Han Yi. "Catch." Han Yi caught the weapon with ease. The system interface displayed PXD 100 training handgun, quality, common, attack power, 825, ammo capacity, 15 training blanks, durability, 50-50. "This is a training handgun loaded with blanks," Roche explained. "Feel free to shoot at the boss, you can't hurt her." Han Yi quickly inspected the weapon, efficiently disengaged the safety, and chambered around. Across from him, Isha stood with her arms crossed, her tone laced with provocation. "Show me what you've got." The battle was about to begin. Based on the system interface, Han Yi's eyes quickly scanned through Isha's personal panel data, his brows furrowing slightly. Gunfighter? This tech-based profession bore some resemblance to the wanderer gunslinger he was familiar with, both relying on firearms and close combat techniques. However, the subtle differences were clear. Wanderer gunslingers focused on revolvers as their core weapon, emphasizing stylish movements with a coolness is enough vibe. In contrast, gunfighters mastered various light firearms, capable of precisely controlling shooting angles and even curving bullets midair, though their physical combat skills were somewhat inferior. This was Han Yi's first time viewing Isha's full panel. Due to the significant level gap of over 30 levels, even though they were in the same faction, the system only displayed limited information, leaving her specific attribute values as question marks. Yet, just from the available data, Han Yi could form a rough assessment of the strength of this phantom. Taking a deep breath, Han Yi decided to act first. Channeling his energy, he felt his gun raising speed surge, his arm moving like lightning as he pulled the trigger without hesitation. The training bullet whistled through the air, heading straight for Isha's face. The bullet grazed past Isha's ear, sparking against the reinforced wall behind her. Isha merely tilted her head slightly, her movement as graceful as swatting away a stray insect. "Your gun-raising speed is decent, but if you can't hit me, it's pointless." You know, Isha's tone was light and playful, her expression still relaxed and unguarded. She beckoned to Han Yi with a finger. "Go on, keep trying." Han Yi quickly calculated his ammunition. Handgun bullets were limited, with only a little over 40 rounds across 2 magazines. After witnessing Isha's speed and dodging bullets, he realized stationary shooting was futile. He began to move swiftly along the edge of the training ground, his footsteps echoing in the empty space as his eyes stayed locked on his opponent, searching for any potential openings. The training pistol spat intermittent bursts of fire in his hands, the blank rounds producing sharp whistling sounds as they flew toward Isha. With each pull of the trigger, Han Yi carefully calculated the trajectory and timing, attempting to predict Isha's movement path. Yet Isha handled it with ease. Her toes lightly touched the ground, her body moving like a willow leaf swayed by the wind, effortlessly evading Han Yi's attacks every time. Her evasive maneuvers didn't resemble combat. Rather, they looked like a meticulously choreographed dance, each movement precise and elegant. After several exchanges, Han Yi's first magazine was already empty. The crisp sound of the metal magazine hitting the ground had barely faded when Isha's eyes suddenly sharpened. She had found her moment to counterattack. Just as Han Yi prepared to reload, a sharp whooshing sound came from the side. Isha's whip-like leg lashed out like lightning, striking Han Yi's wrist with pinpoint accuracy. The sound of air being sliced was unmistakable. A sharp pain shot up through Han Yi's arm to his shoulder, and the gun in his hand nearly slipped free. Instinctively, Han Yi rolled on the ground in an attempt to disperse the force, the fabric of his shorts scraping against the surface with a faint rustling sound. But Isha moved with almost inhuman speed, following him like a shadow. Her knee drove forcefully into Han Yi's abdomen, leaving him momentarily gasping for air. At the same time, Isha bent low, catching Han Yi's forearm with one hand, her fingers gripping his muscles like steel clamps. Her right leg followed up with a sweeping kick, striking Han Yi's calf with precision. In an instant, Han Yi felt his balance completely collapse, the world around him spinning uncontrollably. Before Han Yi could even react, the world spun around him. In an instant, Isha delivered a powerful kick, sending him flying and crashing hard onto the solid training ground. The impact churned his stomach violently, making him feel as though he might vomit. Every muscle in his body seemed to scream in agony, as if torn apart, the pain so intense it nearly pushed him to the brink of unconsciousness. Isha crouched beside him, a trace of disappointment on her face. "If this is the best you can do, going on missions with us would be nothing short of a death sentence." Despite the searing pain, Han-E forced himself to open his system interface. Lines of notifications appeared before him. Isha LV65 is teaching you the skill, Basic Combat. Your strength, constitution, and intelligence exceed 5 points, meeting the learning requirements. Current learning progress, 25. Isha LV65 is teaching you the skill, Overed Shoulder Throw. Your strength, constitution, and intelligence exceed 15 points, meeting the learning requirements. Current learning progress, 11. Thanks to his attributes far surpassing the skill thresholds, his learning progress skyrocketed. After just 2 kicks and a throw, his skill progress had already reached double digits. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Han-E picked up the handgun that had fallen to the ground. His expression hardened, and he growled. Again. System notifications flashed incessantly. Your leg was hit by a low kick, HP 18 points. Your arm was struck by a short-range punch, HP 11 points. Your chest was stomped, HP 7 points. The fight between Han-E and Isha grew increasingly intense. The training gun had long been emptied of ammunition, forcing the two into close-quarters combat. Just as Han-E had hoped, as his skill learning progress steadily increased, he began to mimic Isha's combat style. Enduring blow after blow, he quickly mastered Basic Combat LV1. At this level, and with Isha deliberately holding back, he was able to exchange moves with her back and forth. Isha, too, noticed Han-Yi's rapid improvement. During their sparring, she gradually lightened her strikes. Initially, she had been testing whether Han-Yi could adapt to the battlefield. But as the fight continued, she grew more serious, transitioning into genuine instruction and sparring. This is the first time I've seen a rookie last this long against the boss, Roche muttered, scratching his head in amazement. He was a bystander, watching purely for entertainment. Meanwhile, more experienced onlookers like Zane, Truman, and Kelly could see the deeper implications. Wait a second, didn't the boss just use that move? How did this guy pick it up so fast? Kelly's eyes sparkled with disbelief. Truman's cybernetic eye flickered with streams of data as its intelligent program rapidly analyzed the combat situation. Han-E has already grasped the basics of combat, but his physical attributes still lag behind his combat instincts. During the 57 seconds of sparring with the boss, Han-E adapted to the combat skills. After 7 consecutive over-the-shoulder throws from the boss, he fully mastered the technique. Following 13 consecutive low kicks, he only needed 59 seconds to completely learn the move. As for the short-range punch, he mastered it in just 33 seconds. Truman's analysis left the others stunned. Someone couldn't help but question, is it even possible for anyone to have such terrifying combat talent? Roche, are you sure he's just a mechanic? Another person remarked with awe. Now that you mention it, I think this guy was born to fight. I'd love to spar with him myself. See how many skills I could teach him. A burly man eagerly rolled up his sleeves, ready to jump in, but someone quickly stopped him. Don't overestimate yourself, big guy. Didn't you see how the boss was holding back? If it were you, you'd probably knock Han-E out in 2 or 3 hits. When Han-E was once again sent flying by a powerful kick from Isha, landing heavily on the ground, his HP was nearing its limit, and his stamina was almost completely drained. Though he desperately tried to stand, the bruises, injuries, and sheer exhaustion of his body refused to let him continue the fight. That's enough for today. You're in no condition to keep going, Isha said as she approached him, extending her hand. Her voice was calm, almost gentle. Han-E, suppressing the pain, reached up to take her hand. With a strong pull, she helped him to his feet, a faint smile appearing on her face. I acknowledge your talent. Once you've rested, feel free to find me anytime for more sparring. There was a glimmer of admiration in her eyes, as though she was genuinely pleased to welcome a new teammate with such extraordinary potential. Also, I approve of you joining frontline missions. But first, head to the infirmary. Natasha will take care of your injuries. Once you're ready, come find me in the meeting room. The sparring match with Isha proved to be highly rewarding for Han-E. Not only did he master the fundamental close-quarters combat technique called Basic Combat, but he also learned 4 practical combat skills. The over-the-shoulder throw, which could topple enemies and leave them stunned. The inch punch, capable of unleashing explosive power at extremely close range. The low sweep kick, designed to restrict an opponent's movements. And the iron body slam, which used his entire body as a weapon. At this moment, in the brightly lit medical bay, Dr. Natasha was tending to Han-E's injuries using a specially formulated trauma ointment developed through gene-powered technology. After several hours of rest, Han-E's remarkable physical resilience became evident. His bruises, contusions, and other negative conditions displayed on his status panel had completely disappeared. Both his health and stamina had been fully restored to their peak levels. After finishing the meal delivered by the crew and changing into a fresh set of clothes, Han-E headed straight to the operations briefing room. As he pushed open the door, the dimly lit interior revealed a metallic conference table illuminated by a floating, vivid blue holographic projection, adding a high-tech ambience to the space. Isha was gathered around the projection with Zane, Kelly, Truman, and Roche, the core members of the Dawn of the Apocalypse, engaged in an animated discussion. When Isha noticed Han Yi's arrival, a subtle smile appeared on her lips. Perfect timing. We're just discussing our next course of action. With a graceful motion, her slender fingers tapped on the hologram, bringing up a world map of Terra. The Dawn of the Apocalypse's sea-based the massive ocean freighter Liberty Dawn was now nearing the mainland of Eastmount State, controlled by Mech Arms Industries. Isha continued manipulating the projection, enlarging the map of Fairport, a port city in the southeastern region of Eastmount, until its details were crystal clear. We've obtained reliable intelligence, she said gravely. Mech Arms Industries is secretly developing a massive war machine in their military base at Fairport. If their CEO, Danny Fatrick, succeeds, it could spark a new world war. We must put an end to this conspiracy and, at the same time, find a way to obtain critical research data from their core facility. This information is essential for the future of the Dawn of the Apocalypse. She marked several key locations on the map and continued. The defenses around this base are extremely tight. They've deployed dozens of automated turrets, heavy artillery units, and sweeper-class intelligent combat robots at the main entrance, creating an impenetrable defensive network. With our current strength, a frontal assault is virtually impossible. Isha turned to Zane, her gaze resolute. Zane, your task is to infiltrate the base, locate the central control for the automated defenses, and plant a virus program. Coordinate with Roche to shut down the turret systems inside the base. As a highly agile solo operative and roaming gunslinger, Zane was the perfect fit for this blitzkrieg-style mission. With a roguish grin, he turned to the team leader and said, same old routine. But last time, when we blew up the Omnix munitions warehouse, they might have upgraded their firewalls. Are you doubting my skills? Rocky shot back with a stern face, letting out a cold snort. If they can upgrade their tech, why can't I? Zane rolled his eyes in exasperation and retorted, I just hope you don't mess up like last time, swearing everything was fine, only to fumble the hack and almost get me surrounded by armed robots. That was... Rocky faltered, her face flushing red as she hurriedly defended herself. That was a fluke. It won't happen again this time, I swear. Issa shook her head helplessly before turning to the heavy gunner, Kelly, and the hulking figure, Locke. She issued her orders decisively. Kelly, Locke, once Zane has successfully planted the virus and shut down the automated turrets, launch a frontal feint to draw the base's garrison's attention. What? Boss, are you seriously pairing me up with him? Kelly's disbelief was written all over her face. Leave it to me. Locke, the towering giant standing over 2 meters tall, raised his hand as if to pat Kelly on the shoulder in a gesture of camaraderie. She deftly sidestepped, avoiding what would have likely been a bone-crushing blow, even for someone as robust as Kelly. Hani glanced at his interface and noted with some surprise that this massive man, towering at least 2.2 meters, was actually part of Terra's rare extreme martial class. That's exactly why I don't feel reassured, Kelly muttered, clearly dissatisfied. Last time, you went berserk and left me to fend for myself. I haven't forgotten about that. Locke rubbed his smooth, bald head, an awkward expression flashing across his face as he coughed lightly. That was ages ago. Why are you still holding on to it? Issa sighed, her tone weary. We don't have much choice. This mission is critical, and we've deployed everyone we can. She then emphasized, remember, your task is only to act as a diversion. Unless Zane's operation fails and he needs firepower support to retreat, do not engage unnecessarily. She stressed again. Kelly's firepower, combined with Rocky's interference, should be enough to suppress the armed Omnix. However, as we all know, Kelly's weakness lies in close-quarters combat. Locke, you must stay by her side and deal with any Omnix that specialize in melee combat. Absolutely no more of what happened before. Got it, got it. I promise I won't lose my head and abandon my darling. Locke's words were abruptly cut off as Kelly delivered a swift kick to him. What's your problem, woman? Why do you kick me? Locke protested angrily. Kelly gritted her teeth in frustration. Can you watch your language for once? Who are you calling darling? Han Yi watched the scene unfold with a peculiar expression, his thoughts betraying his confusion. Is this really the resistance force fighting against the corporate monopolies? Why does it feel more like a ragtag bunch of amateurs? Standing next to him, Truman noticed Han Yi's expression and said with a calm demeanor, don't mind them. They're always like this. You'll get used to it. Issa finished assigning tasks to the rest of the team before finally turning to Truman and Han Yi. As for you two, set up traps and temporary defenses at these positions. When the time comes, assist Zane with his retreat. At that moment, Han Yi's system interface displayed a new notification. You have triggered a Drank faction mission, Omnic Core. Han Yi stared at the semi-transparent task interface floating in front of him, his brows furrowing unconsciously. The blue glow illuminated his face as the task details unfolded one by one. Task requirements. Core task. Destroy the research data on the new war machine at the Fairport military base. Optional task 1. Steal the research data on the new war machine. Optional task 2. Ensure the survival of every team member participating in the mission. Optional Task 3. Completely obliterate the Furport military base. Note, this is a compound task. You must complete the core task to receive the final task rewards. Failure conditions. Triggering an alarm before implanting the virus program into the armed control hub. Task rewards. 1. Completing the core task grants 100,000 experience points. Each optional task completed grants an additional 50,000 experience points. 2. 3 random tech blueprints from the Omnitech military complex. 3. 100 reputation and 1,000 contribution points with the Dawn of Apocalypse faction. 4. 1 high-quality piece of equipment from the Dawn of Apocalypse inventory. Seriously? This is a level task? Are they trying to throw a rookie like me into the deep end? Hani thought, surprised, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table. In this game, task difficulty is closely tied to a player's Runka fundamental rule. Hani, still unranked and classified as an F-level ordinary mortal, should logically only have access to F-level tasks. However, due to his random starting point after reincarnation, he had unintentionally landed in a high-level zone, leading to a situation where his level 1 blank slate character had been assigned in a level task. By clinging to Yisha's coattails, he had managed to surpass his limits, skyrocketing to level 20 in just a few days. This was not a path that an ordinary lone wolf beginner could take. And now, because of his faction affiliations, he had been roped into a level mission. Judging by the system's rating alone, even a skilled player like Isha might find this task challenging to tackle solo. In a typical game scenario, a mission of this difficulty would require a well-coordinated team of 10 to 15 players, all between levels 40 and 50, to stand a chance of success. As Hani pondered, he quietly activated a panel feature to scan the level data of everyone present. Numbers flashed before his eyes. Zane LV-47, Kelly LV-49, Truman LV-51, Locke LV-53. Even Roche, who wasn't on the front lines, had his main profession as a seasoned mechanic, with a total level of LV-60 when combining his 2 secondary professions support engineer and virtual hacker. However, Roche was still ranked E, having not yet completed his advancement like Isha. Besides, his levels were padded by non-combat professions, meaning his actual combat capabilities were likely subpar. In the conference room, Yisha's sharp gaze swept around the group like that of a hawk. She spoke again. That's the gist of the mission details. Any questions? Several team members asked about minor details of the task. When no one else spoke, Hani finally looked up, his voice calm as he said, I have a small question I'd like to discuss with you privately. Isha understood immediately, signaling the others to leave the room. Once everyone had exited, she turned to Han E with a playful smile. So, what's so important that it needs to be said privately? Don't tell me you're planning to disappear on me again. She had hit the nail on the head. Han E couldn't help but let out an awkward chuckle, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. I know it's not exactly proper to ask for leave before a mission, but I really have something important to take care of. Isha stared directly into Han Yi's eyes with interest, her slender fingers swiftly tapping on the holographic sandbox in front of her. The bluish glow illuminated her focused face. Within seconds, a holographic interface resembling a personal profile appeared in the air, displaying a clear photo of Han E along with various personal details. Han E male, 21 years old. Isha's voice was calm, but carried a hint of curiosity. Registered in the slums of the Metal Mountain Old Industrial Zone in Harlan City, North Sea Continent. Orphaned at a young age, raised by neighbors, and supported by meager federal subsidies. Officially declared deceased by the Federation 6 months ago after going missing while scavenging in the wastelands. Han E raised an eyebrow slightly as he looked at his identity on Terra. A wave of confusion stirred within him. How could it be such a coincidence? His name and age were identical to his own back on Blue Star, and even the profile photo was a perfect match to his face. Could it be that his reincarnated self had somehow replaced an NPC background character? He couldn't help but recall the rumors he'd heard before his reincarnation scientists in the Odyssey Empire were experimenting with some kind of high-dimensional device to combat their archenemies, the Truth Temple. Could his crossing over have something to do with the conflict between these two cosmic powers? As Hani was lost in thought, Isha's voice interrupted his musings. But your behavior now doesn't match the identity in this profile at all. Hani knew he would have to face questions about his identity and his ability to pull off a vanishing act sooner or later. After all, he deliberately disappeared in full view while in the prison transport to avoid risks. What he hadn't expected was for Isha to hold back her questions until now, only bringing them up after he mentioned taking leave. Maintaining a calm expression, Han E met Isha's gaze and asked, if that's the case, why do you still trust me? Why go so far as to risk stopping in international waters to find me and involve me in your critical operations? Isha shrugged, the metallic sheen of her prosthetic arm reflecting the light as she spoke candidly. At first, I was just intrigued by the possibility of you awakening some kind of special ability. On Terra, people with awakened powers are incredibly rare, and Dawn of the Apocalypse has never recruited someone like you before. She paused briefly. But after we returned to the base and I dug into your background, I became more interested in you as a person. Like you said before, are you really an alien? Hani couldn't help but feel embarrassed. So she actually believed the offhand excuse he had made up at the time. Isha sized up the handsome young man in front of her, who looked entirely human, her eyes glimmering with curiosity. Sorry, but since your identity and actions don't match at all, I'll just temporarily assume you really are an alien. That ability of yours to vanish suddenly, I suspect, after updating some intelligence reports, that it's some kind of advanced civilization's teleportation device, isn't it? She paused again, her fingers lightly tapping the table. As for why I trust you, well, let's just say it's my personal intuition. My instincts are usually pretty accurate, and I feel like you're someone worth trusting. Besides, even setting aside your ability to teleport without me noticing, the technology required for interstellar travel alone puts your advanced civilization far beyond anything on Terra. So for now, I'll assume you don't mean us any harm. And even if you did, there's nothing I could do about it anyway, right? At the very least, you're currently aligned with us on the surface. Isha had a remarkably clear perspective. Even the highly advanced Universal Industries is currently only at the stage of lunar colonization and mining. As for interstellar civilizations like the Starlink Federation, which have just begun exploring beyond their home star system, their technological capabilities are so far behind Terra's that the comparison could only be described as a dimensional disparity. Yet, Isha could never have imagined nor foreseen that while Han E was indeed an alien, he was entirely different from her conception of Oni, at least for now. Han E's identity as a traveler through time and space would eventually be exposed. Some players from Blue Planet would inevitably descend upon this Earth-like planet in droves, perhaps in some form of quantum informational state. However, Han E was determined to keep the secret of his reincarnation. If such information were to leak, especially if it were discovered by the Odyssey faction or the Temple of Truth, the consequences would be catastrophic. I'm not a Terran, that's true, Han E admitted, deciding to go along with the misunderstanding. And yes, I'm on your side. That's not a lie. Should I say, welcome to Terra? The corners of Yisha's mouth curved into a faint, almost mocking smile, though her eyes held a trace of amusement. I'm curious, do aliens look exactly like Terrans? Or is this appearance of yours just a disguise? Before she finished speaking, she reached out, attempting to touch Han E's face. Han E quickly stepped back, avoiding her hand. Please behave yourself, Miss Isha, Han E said sternly, his tone carrying a note of warning. The human race has spread across the entire galaxy. It's possible that the ancestors of Terra were once a splinter group of settlers or perhaps even exiles, he explained calmly. Oh, Isha chuckled lightly, a trace of intrigue in her voice. Well, that would certainly overturn the evolutionary theories of Dalal, the founder of genetic dynamics. Her tone suggested she wasn't particularly concerned, and she seemed more entertained than anything else. If there's some pressing matter on your end, you don't have to join this mission. Han E shook his head firmly, responding without hesitation, no, I have to participate. There was determination in his voice, leaving no doubt that he wouldn't abandon the mission for any personal reasons. Having accepted the faction mission, Han E couldn't afford to miss the opportunity to complete his level advancement task. He understood that this wasn't just about the current operation. It was crucial to his overall progress. I was just thinking, since we still have 4 days before the mission starts, could I take a day off? That shouldn't be a problem, right? Han E patted his chest confidently and promised, just 1 day is all I need. Isha waved her hand nonchalantly. Go ahead, go ahead. 1 day is plenty of time. Besides, the Free Dawn hasn't docked yet. Then I'll head back now. It'd be best if no one comes looking for me in my room, Han E said as he stood and left, his voice clear and resolute. As he departed, the conference room fell into silence. Only the distant hum of machinery and the low, rolling sound of ocean currents echoed faintly in the air. Yisha's gaze lingered on the projection screen displaying Han E's photo. Her brows slightly furrowed as she fell into deep thought. There was an inscrutable expression in her eyes, concealing a complexity of emotions. An alien civilization. Returning to Blue Star, the time had quietly crept past 5 p.m. There were less than 2 hours left until the planned meeting with Su Qin and Su Nua. Han E's family home was located in the suburbs, far from the Su family's residence in the city center. It was rush hour, and traffic was almost certain to be congested. After making some quick preparations, Han E set out early, driving his small truck. As dusk fell, the city streets were awash with the glow of headlights, accompanied by the constant blaring of horns and the hum of unending activity. When Han E arrived at their favorite barbecue restaurant, the one the three of them used to frequent, had just stepped through the door when a lively, youthful girl stood up and waved enthusiastically. Yaij, over here. Su Nua's sweet voice rang out. A nostalgic smile appeared on Han E's face, and a flood of emotions stirred within him. By the count of real-world time, it had been less than 2 years since he had left home for college and parted ways with the siblings. But if he considered the years before his rebirth, it had been decades. Su Qin still looked exactly as Han Yi remembered him, with his naturally curly black hair, a perpetual smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, and a wardrobe full of designer brands. He had the appearance of a carefree young master from a wealthy family. Su Nuo, on the other hand, was his complete opposite. Although she was now in her first year of university, she still dressed very modestly in oversized white t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Yet her natural beauty was undeniable. Her high ponytail was simple but neat, and her fair, radiant complexion, delicate features, and naturally rosy lips made her look effortlessly stunning. With just a touch of makeup, she could easily be considered campus queen material. The memory of their tragic deaths from years ago still haunted Han Yi, causing him to unconsciously clench his fists. He forced himself to suppress the unpleasant thoughts. There was still time to change everything. "You're here," Han Yi said as he approached their table and sat down. "Why are you two so early?" "We just got here too," Su Nuo replied with a smile, her bright eyes fixed on Han Yi as she picked up the menu on the table. "We're just about to order." This girl, the moment she heard you were coming back, she rushed back from the neighboring city a few days ago. Su Qin's words were cut short as he suddenly winced in pain. His face contorting after Su Nuo gave him a sharp pinch on the arm. "Oh, what's wrong with you, my lady?" Su Qin cried out in exaggerated agony. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Su Nuo's face turned slightly red as she pretended to be annoyed. "I told you, I didn't have any classes the past couple of days. It wasn't because—" Yes, it's my mistake, Miss Su," Su Qin muttered under his breath, rubbing his arm. "Such a violent girl. Whoever marries you in the future, their days are going to be—" What did you just say?" Su Nuo shot him a glare. "I was complimenting you." Su Qin quickly changed the subject, grinning mischievously as he turned to Han Yi. "You're late, so you've got to punish yourself with 3 drinks first." "No problem." Han Yi waved over a server and ordered 2 buckets of 2-liter chilled draft beer. Filling 3 glasses in quick succession, he downed them one after the other without hesitation. Su Nuo shot a disapproving look at Su Qin, clearly unhappy that he was encouraging Han Yi to drink. After handing the completed order to the server, she immediately tried to dissuade Han Yi. "Take it easy. There's no need to drink so fast, no one's competing with you. You've been spending the past 2 years whining and dining with your girlfriend, haven't you?" Su Qin teased, raising an eyebrow. His expression was full of playful intrigue. 3 drinks down, and you didn't even flinch." Han Yi simply smiled and said nothing. His physique had reached a level of 70 points. Forget beer could now down 3 large glasses of 50-degree liquor without feeling the slightest effect of alcohol. Under the dim, warm light, Han Yi raised his glass, the amber liquid swirling gently inside. Even though he was still at the frank mortal level, his strength far surpassed that of ordinary people. Across the table, Su Nuo tilted her head, her bright eyes sparkling with curiosity. "By the way, I saw your posts on social media. Weren't you and your girlfriend in the middle of a passionate relationship? How did you two suddenly break up?" she asked. Su Qin immediately struck a knowing pose. Breakups are always for the same reasons: differing values, lack of connection, a player or a cheater, or some other fundamental issue. "Oh, please," Su Nuo interrupted, rolling her eyes. "You've never even been in a relationship, so how are you pretending to be some kind of love guru?" As soon as the words left her mouth, she froze, realizing what she'd just said. She cautiously glanced at Han Yi to gauge his reaction, but Han Yi's expression remained calm as he quietly poured more drinks for the 3 of them. It was just cutting losses in time. "Anyway, it's been a while since we last met, and we're not here to talk about trivial matters like that." Just then, the server arrived with steaming dishes. Han Yi picked up a glossy peanut with his chopsticks and raised his glass. "To our reunion! To our reunion!" the siblings echoed in unison. After a few rounds of drinks, the 3 of them began sharing updates about their lives. Although Su Qin was in the same academic year as Han Yi, his less-than-stellar college entrance exam results had landed him at a local second-tier university, where he spent most of his days gaming. However, with the family business to fall back on, his future was already set. Su Nuo, a year younger, had been admitted to an elite university in Haishur thanks to her excellent grades. Her days were filled with studying in the library or participating in various competitions. Looking at the idealistic young woman before him, Han Yi couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. Having lived another life, he now realized that this studious girl, who rarely touched video games, would one day embark on a journey into that life-altering interstellar game all because of a single invitation from him. By now, Su Nuo was slightly tipsy, her cheeks flushed as she rambled on about childhood memories. Su Qin, on the other hand, had drunk too much beer and was making frequent trips to the restroom. As the conversation wound down, Han Yi decided it was the right moment to let the siblings in on some of his plans for Blue Star. "By the way, have you two thought about what you want to do after graduation?" he asked. "We're not even in our 3rd year yet, and Xiao Nuo's only a freshman. Why are you asking about that already?" Su Qin replied nonchalantly, waving him off. "Anyway, with mom and dad around, finding a job isn't something I need to worry about. All you ever talk about is mom and dad," Su Nuo said with a hint of exasperation. Can't you have some ambition like me? Hey, mom and dad have already paved the way for us. Why should I go out of my way to work hard and suffer unnecessarily? Before the siblings could start arguing again, Han-E quickly intervened. Actually, I have a dream. Both of them turned their attention to him. After a brief pause, Han-E chose his words carefully, omitting any mention of his secret and potentially illegal plans to develop weapons. I plan to use the inheritance and savings my parents left me to start a tech company. Starting a company in real life was not a spuro-themant decision for Han-E. Faced with the apocalyptic swarm that could devastate the entire planet in mere moments, he couldn't shake off the deep sense of helplessness in his heart. Although he had reached an A-level disaster rank in his previous life, the challenges posed by this calamity remained insurmountable. It wasn't that he couldn't defeat the swarm, but to completely eradicate their threat to Blue Planet without causing significant damage to the planet itself was an almost impossible task. The future of Blue Planet had only 6 years left, and Han-E knew all too well that if preparations didn't start now, the planet would inevitably fall prey to the Zerg once again. How should he prepare? What actions should he take? How could he ensure absolute success? These questions demanded careful thought and meticulous planning. In terms of technology, Han-E faced no obstacles. The current level of technology on Blue Planet was barely scratching the surface of advanced progress compared to the professional knowledge he possessed. The technology of Terra Planet was far more sophisticated, having reached the preliminary stages of interstellar colonization. All Han-E needed to do was bring Terra's technology back to Blue Planet. If he could collaborate with Blue Planet's government, that would be ideal. By government, it was clear he meant Xia Nation, not the so-called beacon of the planet, which stirred up wars across the globe for selfish gain. The so-called Beacon Nation had a reputation for flipping the table after benefiting from any deal or exploiting technology for profit without regard for the lives of ordinary people. Such behavior was routine for them. To Han-E, the Beacon Nation was no different from the 3 major corporate conglomerates on Terra Planet: short-sighted and self-serving. Su Qin and Su Nua didn't fully understand Han-E's intentions and spent a long time trying to persuade him. However, Han-E wasn't ready to reveal too much of his plan at this stage. After all, the holographic game he was developing would launch in a year, and they could see everything for themselves. By then there would be plenty of time to explain later. After sending Su Qin and Su Nua off, watching them get into a rideshare car, he returned to the driver's seat of his small cargo truck. The low concentration of alcohol he had consumed had no effect on him. Even a breathalyzer wouldn't register it, so it didn't count as driving under the influence. Han-E started the truck and quickly drove back to his rural home. After a brief rest, he headed out again, this time to the Free Dawn. Changing into his training gear, he found a passing crew member and asked for Ice's whereabouts before hurrying to the training room. Despite already being at the pinnacle of planetary strength, ISA maintained her daily basic training routine. After finishing a fierce combination of punches, she followed up with a powerful kick to a heavy sandbag. With a thunderous sound, the sandbag was sent flying, breaking off from its chain. ISA stopped her punches, adjusted her breathing, and turned to the hurriedly approaching Han-E. "Did you finish your business?" she asked. She was still wearing the tight-fitting athletic gear she had worn during her earlier test of Han-E, which accentuated her well-trained, toned physique. Her body was lean and firm without a hint of excess fat, though not as overly muscular as Kelly's. Her figure was perfectly proportioned, and strands of damp hair clung to her forehead, while her flushed cheeks glowed from exertion. Noticing Han-E's outfit, ISA smiled faintly and took the initiative to ask, "Want to train with me?" Without hesitation, Han-E replied bluntly, "I want to learn new skills." ISA raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Didn't you just learn the basics of combat from me a day ago?" Isha frowned slightly, her expression serious as she advised, "Rushing won't get you anywhere. Battles should progress step by step, with a solid foundation. Otherwise," before she could finish, a striking notification suddenly popped up on Han-Yi's system interface. "You have triggered Isha's exclusive skill mission, Task 1. Mission requirement: upgrade basic combat skills to level 5. Mission reward: unlock Isha's Skywing Assault skill for learning." Han-E froze in place, quickly switching to Isha's personal information panel. His gaze immediately fixed on a value he hadn't paid attention to before: affinity, 57. He couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. In the game's mechanics, not only did factions have affinity levels, but each NPC also had an independent affinity system with the player. Faction affinities were typically measured in the hundreds, categorized into neutral, friendly, respectful, and revered levels, becoming increasingly harder to raise as the civilization level advanced. Personal affinity, on the other hand, capped at 100 points and was relatively easier to increase. It was divided into tiers: 0-10 for stranger, 1130 for friendly, 3150 for acquaintance, and 5170 for close friend. For the opposite gender, higher tiers included romantic partner, beloved, and life companion. For the same gender, it ranged from bonded brothers to unbreakable comrades, ultimately achieving life and death brotherhood. Of course, special orientations between same-gender characters would follow the opposite gender standards. Isha keenly noticed Han Yi's unusual reaction and asked softly, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Han Yi snapped out of it and immediately invested nearly 10,000 experience points to max out his basic combat skills. He then turned to Isha and reported, "I've met your requirements now." "Oh, then I should test you," Isha said, a mischievous smile curving her lips as she slowly approached him. "If you're lying to teacher Isha." Before she finished her sentence, her gaze suddenly turned icy. Her right fist, carrying a sharp gust of wind, shot straight toward Han Yi's face. Han Yi quickly raised his left arm to block, but Isha immediately switched tactics, her right leg sweeping toward the back of his knees like a steel whip. Han Yi narrowly dodged, only to struggle against the flurry of elbow strikes that followed. Bang! A solid blow landed on Han Yi's chest, sending him stumbling back several steps. Just as he was about to fall, Isha grabbed his wrist and steadied him. "Not bad, you've improved." Isha's eyes glimmered with approval. "If I were to score you out of 100, I'd give you a 90. With that, she motioned for Han Yi to follow her as she led him to the familiar open training platform without any ropes. "Since you have the talent and such dedication to learning, I'll teach you my signature technique," Isha said seriously. "I call it Skywing Assault. Demonstrating a skill is undoubtedly the essential first step in teaching it." Inside the training arena, neatly arranged sandbags and practice dummies served as the perfect subjects for Isha's demonstration. Standing at the center of the arena, Isha deftly drew 2 training pistols. She conducted a quick, practice check and loaded them with ease, then adjusted her breathing. In an instant, her entire demeanor shifted. What was once a languid posture transformed into an aura of sharp, lethal intent. Even though Han Yi knew he wasn't her target, he couldn't suppress the chill that ran down his spine. Isha suddenly stepped back with her right foot, her toes gripping the ground with such force that the leather mat of the platform tore beneath her. The pistols at her waist flashed into her hands, tracing elegant arcs through the air. In the next moment, a deafening gunshot shattered the silence of the arena. Her figure blurred, moving with impossible speed at angles far beyond human limits. Every muscle in her body tensed to its peak, unleashing astonishing power. Before the smoke from her shots had dissipated or the brass casings had finished spinning midair, her whipping legs sliced through the air like a black lightning bolt, instantly decapitating 4 practice dummies spaced over 20 meters apart. Then, leveraging her momentum, she launched herself into the air, executing a flawless inverted spin mid-flight. Her hands moved in a blur, continuously firing as the gun barrels spat flame. When she landed lightly and struck a finishing pose, the cascade of spent shells and a dozen empty magazines behind her seemed to form a pair of metallic wings. The crisp sound of metal hitting the ground broke the brief silence. Isha exhaled slowly, calming her aura, and spun the pistols in her hands with practiced grace before holstering them with a sharp motion. A system notification immediately followed. Isha LV65 is imparting the skill Isha, Wings of the Sky to you. Your strength, constitution, and intelligence exceeds 60 points, meeting the learning requirements. Current learning progress, 1.3. I deliberately slowed down my movements. You should have been able to follow along, right? Isha raised her slender hand, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear, her face adorned with a faint smile. Her words struck Han Yi like a thunderclap. "This was the slowed-down version?" "More or less," he hurriedly replied. Isha nodded slightly. "Good. Now, I'll break it down for you step by step." Learning combat skills was never an easy task, especially one like Yisha's Wings of the Sky, which demanded near impossible levels of physical and mental aptitude. Yet for Han Yi, these challenges and pains remained within the limits of what he could endure. In his previous life, Han Yi's main profession was the extreme martial discipline, known for honing both willpower and physical strength. His resolve had been forged through countless trials. As the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, the sea welcomed the break of day. After over 10 hours of intense training, Han Yi's muscles were nearly pushed to their limits, and his energy was completely drained. Yet, under Isha's hands-on guidance, he finally managed to grasp the basics of her exclusive combat technique. "You've got the fundamentals down. Now it's just a matter of practice," Isha said, stretching and stifling a yawn. "That's it for today." She glanced out the window at the morning light and spoke softly. "The free dawn is expected to arrive at the designated port around this evening. Go rest and recharge so you're ready for the mission. The day after tomorrow, the mission officially begins." Dragging his exhausted body back to his room, Han Yi felt a surge of excitement despite his fatigue. Entering the bathroom, he turned on the shower, and the warm water instantly washed away his weariness, bringing a rare moment of comfort. With a thought, he summoned his personal interface to check the new skill he had just learned. Isha's Skywing Assault LV1. Utilizing ultra-high-speed movement combined with dual-gun rapid fire, this skill delivers a suppressive and lethal strike to multiple targets in a very short time. Consumes 200 stamina and 100 energy, with a maximum of 150 bullets per use. The bullet limit can be increased by leveling up the skill. Hani stared at the skill description, his brow furrowing slightly. Although the White Star's shooting ability didn't consume physical ammunition, each bullet required 10 energy points. With 150 bullets, a single use of the skill would consume 1,500 energy points. Checking his attributes again, he noted his health stood at 700, while his energy cap was 1,040. This meant that if he unleashed the full power of Isha's Skywing Assault, his energy would be completely depleted, and he might have to draw on his life force to make up for the energy deficit, leaving his health at just 140 points. A strategy that would harm himself almost as much as his enemies. No, the White Star's energy consumption is way too high. At this stage, this kind of high-cost skill is not practical, Han-E decided firmly, abandoning the idea. If he used ordinary pistols instead, he lacked the skill to reload quickly, meaning he could only fire as many bullets as were in the magazine. When his eyes landed on the 10,000 experience points required to upgrade the skill, he couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. To reach the maximum level of LV3, a staggering 110,000 experience points were needed. As expected, these active exclusive techniques were powerful ultimate moves, requiring a significant amount of experience for each upgrade. Recalling the experience he'd previously spent on crafting and learning other skills, Han-Yi's experience bar now had just over 120,000 points remaining. He had originally saved this for emergencies, and considering that even using Isha's Skywing Assault LV1 at full power wouldn't fully unleash its potential, it was clear that investing all his experience into this skill now wasn't the right choice. Just as he was about to close the interface, dry off, and get some sleep, a new task settlement notification appeared on the screen. Opening it, Han-Yi's face lit up with a look of surprise. You have completed the Psionic Awakening Advancement task. Psionic Stage upgraded. Your Psionic Awakening LV11 has advanced to Psionic Affinity LV2. Psionic Affinity LV2, Psionic Limit 1250, Stamina Limit 1250, Strength 65, Intelligence 100, Constitution 65, Agility 65, Insight 100. You have received a gift from the subspace. You may choose two options from the following 5 choices. Option 1. Attribute your psionic limit is permanently increased by 1,000 points. Option 2. Skill gain the active skill Psionic Burst LV1. Instantly release compressed psionic energy within your body, causing a powerful psionic shockwave to all enemies within a 3-meter radius. Consumes 100 psionic points. Option 3. Talent gain the permanent talent Psionic Eye. Your eyes will permanently obtain the ability to see through psionic visions. Note: those who dare to gaze into the realms of gods shall face madness or death. Option 4. Equipment obtain the special ring, Curse of the Subspace. While wearing this ring, your psionic strength increases by 30, but you will randomly receive 3 unknown curses from the subspace. Option 5. Talent gain the permanent talent Resilience. All psionic damage and negative psionic effects targeting you have their final impact reduced by 15. So, as long as a skill consumes psionic energy, it's considered a psionic skill and counts toward the progression of the so-called Psionic Awakening Advancement task. Han-E stroked his chin, feeling a bit conflicted. Clearly, he was a mechanic, yet he found himself venturing further and further down the path of psionics. He muttered to himself, hopefully, I don't end up as some kind of psionic mechanical tin can. Despite his complaints, the rewards presented on the panel were too generous to pass up. As the 5 choices appeared before his eyes, Han-E quickly scanned through them and immediately ruled out the first option, the Curse of the Subspace Ring. Psionic strength, akin to spell power for traditional magic classes, could enhance the damage of psionic-based skills. However, for Han-E, a mechanic, it was practically useless. Moreover, wearing this ring came with the risk of acquiring 3 random curses from the subspace. The curses of the subspace were numerous and bizarre, with effects that defied comprehension. Even advanced civilizations that spanned the stars had only scratched the surface of this chaotic domain. Han-E understood that among these curses, there might be instant death curses that could kill upon contact. For the sake of survival, he had long decided to steer clear of this option without a second thought. Next, he dismissed the Psionic Eye talent. While this talent sounded cool, granting him permanent psionic vision, it was far from beneficial. The note stating, "Those who dare to gaze into the realms of gods shall face madness or death," was a clear warning. Gazing into the essence of the subspace was tantamount to willingly courting insanity and demise. With 3 options remaining, Han-E quickly locked onto the Resilience talent. Reducing 15 of psionic damage and negative effects was nearly a must-have for him. In the near future, he would undoubtedly face more enemies from the Enlightenment class, possibly even powerful ones. In such conditions, the strategic value of the Resilience talent would be immeasurable. Next, Han-E hesitated between the attribute boost that increased psionic limit and the new skill. While a flat increase of 1,000 psionic points would have diminishing returns in the mid to late game, It offered a significant advantage in the early stages. On the other hand, Psionic Burst was an instant-cast area effect skill for close-range combat, providing him with an emergency countermeasure in the absence of effective melee defenses. After careful consideration, Han E ultimately chose the Psionic Burst skill and the Resilience talent. Though this decision meant delving further into the psionic path and possibly evolving into a melee-oriented mechanic, he couldn't help but mock himself. Well, who says mechanics can't fight up close? A mechanic who can't handle melee combat isn't a good mechanic. Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and prepared to face the next stage of challenges. The scheduled time for the faction mission was approaching quickly. Han E seized the moment to take a brief nap, allowing his energy level to recover to over 1,000 points on the interface. As soon as it did, he sprang out of bed, invigorated and ready to finalize his preparations for the mission. His first stop was the workshop, where he performed the final adjustments and assembly on the magnetic-powered exoskeleton he had meticulously designed and upgraded. He ensured that every joint and sensor operated with precision. This exoskeleton would be his critical support during the perilous mission ahead, and there was no room for error. After confirming the integrity of the main structure, Han E installed 2 tactical modules he had crafted based on schematics: a portable folding shield and a retractable high-frequency, vibrating blade. The shield could deploy quickly to provide effective cover, while the blade was capable of cutting through most alloys, making it invaluable for unforeseen combat scenarios. The mission objective for the raid on the Furport robotic military base was clear, with well-defined roles for each participant. Han E was partnered with mech fighter Chui Man, and their task was to support their teammate Zen, who was responsible for the core infiltration and ensure his safe extraction. Due to the mission's specific nature, Han E opted not to spend time or resources on creating miniature reconnaissance or infiltration robots, as they would be of little use this time. With assistance from technical supervisor Roche, Han E precisely embedded the final mechanical neural interface into the exoskeleton's back panel. When he donned the suit, a faint electrical feedback tingled along his spinal nerves. In that moment, the cold, metallic frame seemed to come alive. With a single thought, the exoskeleton moved in perfect synchronization with his body, fluid and natural. Perfect. Everything was finally ready. The massive freighter Free Dawn had silently docked at Furport's bustling harbor. The captain, who managed the ship's daily operations in covert disguise, was currently engaged in routine cargo exchanges with the port's intelligent management robots. Everything appeared ordinary and unremarkable. To avoid detection by aerial patrol drones or ground patrol teams, Han E and the other members of the Dusk Dawn organization had discreetly infiltrated the sprawling, noisy port city at the break of dawn, scattering themselves to blend in. Han E wore the magnetic-powered exoskeleton cleverly concealed under loose casual clothing. He also carried a signal jammer provided by Roche, which effectively blocked scanning signals to ensure he wouldn't be detected by the patrolling drones overhead. With this precaution, even if a patrol robot passed directly above, it would merely perceive him as an ordinary citizen or tourist, unable to detect the metal exoskeleton and weapon modules hidden beneath his attire. Large-scale faction missions like this one were not tasks that could be completed in a short amount of time. Han E knew he would likely need to remain in Furport for at least 10 days to 2 weeks. During this period, every step he took needed to be calculated and cautious to avoid exposing any detail that could jeopardize the mission. Missions like this large-scale faction operations involving multiple individuals working together to infiltrate enemy strongholds for sabotage or theft are never simple, unknown tasks. Han E stood at the entrance of Fairport, gazing up at this cyberpunk metropolis. Layers upon layers of aerial traffic pathways crisscrossed the gray and hazy sky like a spider's web, with countless hovering vehicles zipping along at high speed. Their exhaust fumes mixed with the neon lights to form a surreal, shimmering haze. Towering skyscrapers pierced the clouds on either side, their cold glass facades adorned with massive holographic advertisements that flashed with blinding commercial imagery, a stark contrast to the piles of trash and huddled homeless figures in the dark corners of the streets below. Even with his experience from the interstellar era, he had to admit the city's overwhelming impact. In his previous life, he had passed through briefly, but had never truly immersed himself in its bizarre and dazzling energy. Han E and his partner, Chui Man, a silent man with the majority of his body replaced by machinery, disguised themselves as curious out-of-town tourists. They found a cheap motel operated by the Dawn of Apocalypse in a remote part of the city to serve as their temporary base of operations. In the days that followed, the two strictly adhered to their prearranged plan. By day, they explored the city like ordinary tourists, familiarizing themselves with its layout and transportation networks. By night, they quietly infiltrated their designated escape routes, installing various concealed devices, motion sensors, EMP pulse bombs, communication jammers, each meticulously disguised but capable of delivering devastating effects at critical moments. There was a minor incident during this time. In the chaotic slums of the city's underbelly, Han Yi's unusually clean and distinctively East Asian face caught the attention of a group of gang members. When these men cornered them in an alley with malicious intent, Chui Man's cybernetic eye flashed red, instantly hacking into the gang members' substandard implanted chips and rendering them helpless on the ground. Although they avoided unnecessary complications during the mission, Chui Man wouldn't have hesitated to deal with such scum under other circumstances. Other than that, their preparations went smoothly. A week passed in the blink of an eye, and the day of the operation finally arrived. The night was as dark as ink. Under the shadow of an abandoned overpass on the outskirts of the Fairport military base, Han Yi and Chui Man had been lying in wait, their figures concealed for a long time. Their breathing was nearly indistinguishable from the night breeze, while real-time communications from their teammates came through their earpieces. Heavy Gunner and Big Guy have reached the designated position, ready to launch a full-scale assault at any time. Kelly's voice came through the earpiece, tense with focused determination. Copy that. A crisp, composed female voice responded. The operation coordinator's tone was as sharp as ice. Everyone be advised. The operation officially begins now. Gunner, it's your show. No sooner had the command been given than another voice, slightly husky, replied immediately. Gunner here. I've successfully entered the ventilation system and am moving toward the armed control hub. The transmission crackled with static interference, the signal disrupted by strong electromagnetic interference. Live wire, prepare to receive my signal, the gunner added. Han Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. It was his first time hearing the somewhat peculiar codename, Live Wire for Rock. Leave it to me, Rock replied confidently, his voice brimming with self-assurance, even a hint of boastfulness. I've optimized this virus program over 300 times. I guarantee it'll crack open their so-called impenetrable fortress like an eggshell. The icy night wind howled through the bridge, carrying with it the distant wails of alarms and the relentless echoes of explosions from within the base. According to the plan, Heavy Gunner Kelly and Big Guy Locke had already launched a fierce diversionary assault on the base's frontline defenses, drawing and pinning down the enemy's main forces to create an opening for Gunner Zane's infiltration. Han Yi took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs and momentarily calming his unsettled nerves. Without the advantage of his previous lives' levels, gear, and combat power, he had to admit he was feeling a bit nervous about participating in such a high-stakes mission, 2 tiers above his current capacity. He meticulously checked every interface and energy reading on his powered exoskeleton, ensuring it was in peak condition, and quickly confirmed the readiness of his weapons and equipment. Time slipped by in the silence of their vigil, broken only by the ever-intensifying explosions from the diversionary attack, like an unrelenting tide shaking the ground beneath their feet. Report. Gunner has reached the perimeter of the armed control hub and is beginning to upload the virus program. Zane's voice came through, now faster and more urgent, his breathing noticeably heavier. Damn it, the firewall here has been upgraded. It's tougher than I expected. Live wire, I need your support now. Warning, a heavily armed patrol is moving rapidly toward Gunner's location. Additional combat robots are converging from multiple assembly points. The coordinator's usually icy tone now carried an unmistakable edge of tension. Gunner, you're running out of time. Only 7 minutes and 34 seconds remain. You must complete the mission and extract before they form a complete encirclement. Hold on, I'm on it. Rock's voice came through, accompanied by the rapid clatter of keyboard keys that Han Yi could hear even through his earpiece. As a technical specialist, Rock wasn't a full-fledged virtual mechanic, which meant he couldn't rely on advanced neural interfaces to connect his consciousness directly to external superprocessors. Instead, he had to rely on more conventional means to crack through the torrent of data. As a skilled virtual hacker specializing in device breaches and program decryption, high-performance terminal rigs and his fingers flying across the keyboard remain his most reliable tools when dealing with highly encrypted military-grade firewalls. The communication channel was briefly filled with suffocating silence. Roach's fingertips danced furiously across the holographic keyboard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead as lines of code cascaded down the screen like a waterfall. Seconds later, he slammed the table triumphantly and shouted, "Done. The firewall has been bypassed, the core virus successfully implanted, and I've taken control of all automated turrets on the base perimeter. Theory being forced into shutdown as we speak." His words came rapidly as his eyes stayed glued to the constantly updating data stream. This should ease the pressure on the Heavy Gunner and the Big Guy. Roach swiftly switched to another interface, tracing an arc across the virtual console with his fingers. I'm redirecting processing power to their side to help handle the annoying robot army. He paused, a bead of sweat sliding into the corner of his eye, then added, "By the way, the data download will take about a minute and a half more. Sharpshooter, can you hold your position?" The coordinator's voice immediately cut in, the background filled with the blaring of radar alarms. "Sharpshooter, more mechanical units are closing in on your position. Scanners have detected heavy-class Ravager robots approaching the target area." Ravagers? Zane's voice carried a hint of gravity, but no panic. In the background, the sound of precise gunfire and clattering metal could be heard as robots fell. They're a bit of a headache, but manageable. The nimble Zane had already dispatched the first wave of robots storming the armed control hub. Bullet casings clinked sharply as they bounced off the ground. He rolled swiftly to a cover point, pressing his back against the cold metal wall, using the brief respite to avoid the incoming barrage of gunfire. Don't worry, my solar flare laser cannon is fully charged and ready to unleash hell. Kelly's rough, fervent voice came through, accompanied by the hum of her weapon systems powering up. I'll draw all those piles of junk to me. Big guy, stay close this time. If you go charging off and leave me behind again, I swear I'll dismantle you into scrap when this mission's over. Yeah, I got it. Locke's voice carried a clear tone of irritation. You're worse than my mom with all the nagging. How many times are you going to remind me? It's annoying. Initially eager to charge ahead, Locke seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon after Kelly's scolding, grumbling his response. With Roach confirming the successful shutdown of the automated turrets, the explosions and gunfire at the front of the base intensified several-fold. The deafening roars of battle were interspersed with the shrill whine of energy weapons and the piercing sound of metal tearing apart. Even Han E and Shui Man, stationed far beneath the abandoned overpass, could clearly see the dazzling bursts of light erupting in the distant night sky, illuminating the horizon like daylight. It was Kelly's heavy laser cannon, unleashing devastating power with every shot, tearing through the darkness with searing brilliance, each blast accompanied by distant, thunderous explosions. All data packets secured. Zane's voice carried a noticeable sense of relief, slightly breathless, as the background revealed the sound of his rapid footsteps. The core data has been encrypted and transmitted. The physical storage device has initiated its self-destruct protocol. I'm moving to extraction point A as planned. Mission accomplished. Han E and Shui Man exchanged a glance, both exhaling deeply as the tension lifted from their shoulders. Simultaneously, a notification appeared on the system panel before them. Core mission of the AI core completed. But just then, an unexpected twist occurred. An independent, highly encrypted communication channel forcibly integrated into their team network without warning, instantly overriding the security protocols on their screens. The channel erupted with sounds far more chaotic and intense than the base's frontline battlia cacophony of weapons fire, explosions, shattering metal, and the screeching of energy weapons. Amidst the chaos, a fragmented, breathless voice broke through, accompanied by urgent energy shield overload alarms. It was Isha, her panic transmission cutting in and out. Han E focused intently, straining to make out the frantic warning from Isha through the communicator. Damn it. Wrench, the AI of the Mech Arms Corporation has locked onto your location. They've dispatched a scavenger elite special unit. The communicator crackled with the sound of heavy gunfire and explosions. I intercepted one squad in Gamma 7 zone, but intel shows multiple scavenger teams are advancing rapidly. Their target? All of you. Our plan has been completely compromised. She swiftly issued evacuation orders. Heavy gunner, big guy, abandon the feint and retreat immediately. Sharpshooter, change your pre-planned extraction route and find a new safe exit. Mech fighter, 0, you must relocate now. There's a scavenger unit near your position. I repeat, all units. Before she could finish, a deafening explosion drowned out Isha's voice, replaced by the sharp, grating sound of a signal cutoff. Han Yi's heart clenched, his entire body tensing as adrenaline surged through him. The scavengers, their name alone was enough to instill fear in any opponent. As the most elite private force of the Mech Arms Corporation, they stood alongside the Special Task Force of Universal Industries and the Counter-Terror Mobile Unit of Gene Dynamics as one of the 3 Apex strike teams. But the scavengers were far more than just well-equipped. Han Yi's memories from his previous life were vivid. Each member had forsaken their mortal bodies, embedding their enhanced brains into war machines designed solely for destruction, equipped with the most advanced tactical prediction chips. These war machines were typically ranked between levels 55 and 60. While they had not reached the extraordinary level transcendent realm, their flawless teamwork, unyielding combat resolve, and relentless firepower could transform any battlefield into a death trap. On a peripheral planet like Terra, they were undeniably the pinnacle of combat prowess. Even within the vast expanse of interstellar civilizations, this fully mechanized force could serve as the backbone of any starfaring army. A chilling, killing intent cut through space. Just as Chuaman was about to speak, his cybernetic eye flashed with dense streams of data. In the same instant, his mechanical arm clamped onto Han Yi's exoskeletal frame and hurled him away with all his might. Boom. Han Yi was hurled into the air by the immense force of Shui Man, his body spinning uncontrollably mid-flight. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted from where the two had just been standing. A high-explosive grenade had detonated. Searing shockwaves and flying shrapnel grazed Han Yi's exoskeletal armor, accompanied by a sharp, grating sound. The thunderous blast nearly ruptured his eardrums. while the scorching heat wave, laden with debris and dust, slammed into his armor with relentless force. Despite his enhanced physique and reinforced armor, the impact was overwhelming. His blood churned, and his vision was momentarily blinded by the blinding white light of the explosion. Finally, he crashed heavily into a pile of abandoned rubble 20 meters away, the dull thud of the impact echoing through the chaos. You have sustained impact damage, HP 89 points. Your ribs are displaced, reducing maximum HP by 10 and stamina by 30. He coughed violently, the acrid stench of gunpowder and concrete burning his nostrils, his throat raw with pain. Shaking his aching head, Han-E gritted his teeth and endured the dull ache coursing through his body as he struggled to roll himself into the shadow of nearby cover. From his backpack, he quickly retrieved an emergency medical injector and, without hesitation, plunged it into his neck. The icy liquid coursed through his veins, providing slight relief from the pain. The rib displacement wasn't life-threatening, and with the help of the injector, he could recover in time. As his vision gradually cleared, he turned to look back. The overpass where he and Chui Man had been hiding moments ago was now a raging inferno. Fiery orange flames consumed the fractured steel beams and twisted bridge structure, sending thick black smoke billowing into the night sky. Amid the fire and smoke, even Chui Man, who had thrown Han-E into the air, hadn't escaped unscathed. He had borne the brunt of a precise bombing run by the scavenger squad. The heavy exoskeletal armor covering his body was severely damaged, charred black in multiple places. The armor on his left arm was shattered, exposing intricate mechanical components and severed circuits that emitted sporadic blue sparks. His right leg armor had been blown wide open, with ruptured hydraulic lines leaking glistening coolant and dark red biofluid, which pooled into a grimy mess on the ground. Warning: severe damage to power systems. Left arm weapon module offline. Critical hydraulic failure in legs. Biological signs: critical. Chui Man's damaged throat emitted a hoarse, synthetic voice, laden with an unmistakable sense of collapse, the sound cutting in and out intermittently. Han-E could still hear Ice's warning echoing in his mind, but the enemy had proven to be faster and deadlier than anticipated. Even a battle-hardened, level 51 exoskeletal warrior like Chui Man hadn't survived the ambush unscathed. Before Han-E could process the situation further, 3 agile, imposing figures emerged silently from the edge of the smoke and flames, encircling the gravely injured Chui Man in a tight, triangular formation. These humanoid machines were clad in streamlined, dark gray alloy armor, their surfaces etched with intricate heat dissipation patterns and weapon interfaces, exuding an icy menace. Their helmets were fully enclosed, with smooth, mirror-like faceplates. Only 2 crimson optical sensors glowed ominously on each faceplate, locking onto the faltering Chui Man with the unrelenting focus of predators, their gaze cold and unwavering. Their movements were precise, swift, and devoid of any excess, each step landing as if calculated to perfection, completely soundless. The shadows of the 3 scavengers loomed oppressively in the dim light. Leading the group was a towering figure, his broad shoulders adorned with a faintly visible emblem of crossed bones and gears under the faint glow. In his hands was a menacing electromagnetic rifle, its barrel crackling with an ominous blue arc of electricity. Flanking him on either side, the other 2 scavengers held a Gauss submachine gun and a high-frequency, vibrating longsword, forming a flawless pincer formation. The entire space was plunged into an eerie silence, with even communication signals intentionally jammed. Chui Man's cybernetic eye flickered wildly as the built-in AI processed at lightning speed, analyzing. Enemy combat strength far exceeds estimates. Escape probability less than 3. The synthesized voice carried a calmness laced with despair. Han-E knew all too well that logging out of the game within the scavenger's visual and radar scanning range would be tantamount to suicide. After the gene dynamic incident, the mech industrial forces would undoubtedly detect his logout mechanism and dispatch robots to guard the exit point. That path was completely sealed off. Chui Man slowly released the mechanical claw that was supporting him on the ground. His remaining right arm struggled to rise, and a plasma cutter extended from within his arm guard, emitting an ear-piercing hum as it charged. Even in the face of certain doom, this cybernetic warrior refused to surrender. With his last functioning cybernetic eye, he looked toward Han-Yi's hiding spot, silently conveying his final message: run. In the next instant, Chui Man let out a deep, guttural roar and propelled his damaged body into a desperate charge at the lead scavenger. The plasma cutter slashed through the air, leaving a scorching arc aimed directly at the opponent's head. Yet, the scavenger merely sidestepped effortlessly, and the electromagnetic rifle unleashed a blinding flash of energy. Zap! A thick blue energy beam pierced through Chui Man's chest, vaporizing both his cybernetic armor and the biological tissue beneath it. His body was flung backward by the immense force, crashing heavily to the ground as his crimson cybernetic eye dimmed completely. From behind cover, Han-E witnessed the entire scene unfold. A system notification appeared. Optional Mission 2 of the Mech core has failed. A chilling sense of dread crept up his spine like icy finger. She knew the scavenger's heat-tracking and multifunctional scanning devices would soon locate him. Although escape route A had been compromised, and Zen would no longer provide extraction, Han-E had prepared contingencies. He activated a series of miniature EMP pulse devices he had planted along the way. Invisible electromagnetic pulses rippled out instantly, causing the three scavengers, who were just about to begin their search, to freeze momentarily, their helmet lights flickering erratically. Now was his chance. Han-E darted out from his cover, the magnetic-powered exoskeleton on his legs surging with energy, propelling him forward at incredible speed toward the predetermined secondary escape route. Without hesitation, he raised his arm. Bang, bang, bang. The grenade launcher roared to life, launching 3 high-explosive grenades through the air. They tore through the atmosphere and hurtled toward the 3 scavengers with deadly precision. Explosions erupted in deafening bursts, and flames consumed everything in their path, as thick smoke billowed outward, engulfing the surroundings. Han-E gripped the control stick tightly without looking back. The engine of his powered exoskeleton was running at full throttle, output pushed to its absolute limit. At this moment, his objective wasn't to destroy the enemy, but to seize a fleeting chance for survival, using the chaos of the explosions to buy time for his escape. However, the scavenger's reaction far exceeded Han-E's expectations. Before the smoke could fully dissipate, 2 shadowy figures emerged like phantoms, their movements swift and ghostly. The alloy combat boots of the scavengers slammed into the ground with resounding thuds, their speed so fast, it was almost impossible to track. The damage from the explosion seemed to have no effect on them. Instead, it only appeared to fuel their murderous intent. One of the scavengers raised their arm coldly, and the barrel of their Gauss submachine gun unleashed a dense hail of metal rounds, locking down Han-E's escape route like a torrential downpour. Meanwhile, the other scavenger, wielding a high-frequency battle axe, closed in with lightning speed. The gleaming blade, sharp and menacing, aimed directly at Han-E's back with deadly precision. Persistent like shadows impossible to shake off. Han-E's heart sank as a cold sweat drenched his back. Without hesitation, he activated the emergency maneuvering system of his exoskeleton. In the midst of his high-speed sprint, his body executed an almost impossible sharp turn, narrowly dodging the lethal swing of the battle axe. But the Gauss submachine gun's relentless barrage was too overwhelming for him to evade entirely. Gritting his teeth, Han-E quickly activated his shield system. A collapsible energy shield suddenly unfolded in front of him, and the incoming bullets struck its surface with a series of sharp clangs. Though the shield held firm, the sheer force of the impacts threw Han-E off balance, causing him to stumble and slow down significantly. The scavenger with the axe wasted no time and charged again, his blade slicing through the air with a piercing screech as it descended. Han-E's eyes narrowed in determination. In that instant, instead of retreating, he came to an abrupt halt and activated his psionic power. In a flash, an indescribable energy surged from within him, concentrating in his right arm. Psionic energy erupted. It was as if an invisible wall materialized in the air, halting the scavenger's advance. The enemy's movements froze momentarily, as though an unseen force had bound them. While the psionic shockwave lacked the power to harm these steel-clad killing machines, that brief pause was all Han-E needed. Without a second thought, he poured the last of his energy into activating a skill. Drawing the weapon at his waist, a sleek, silver gun known as the White Star, Han-E prepared to strike. The gun, emanating an icy, sinister aura, had transformed into a symbol of lethal precision. Its enchanted psionic enhancements granted it a devastating headshot ability. Han-E showed no mercy to these death-dealing scavengers. As 30 points of psionic energy drained away, the gun's muzzle glowed with an eerie blue light. The spectral bullet within locked onto the enemy's head with unerring accuracy. Han-E's gaze remained cold and focused as he pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot was low and subdued, yet it resonated with a soul-piercing intensity. The spectral bullet sped through the air, effortlessly bridging the distance between them before striking its target dead. The scavenger's helmet exploded in an instant, fragments scattering as blood sprayed into the air. Critical hit. You dealt 3 times the damage to the enemy's vital point, reducing their health by 2,466. Psionic enchantment effect triggered. This attack dealt an additional 999 critical damage, reducing the enemy's health by 24,635. With a shrill sound of energy imploding, the scavenger's helmet shattered, and its mechanical core went dark. The lifeless body collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut, crumpling to the ground. The sturdy alloy helmet was pierced effortlessly by the phantom bullet, as if it were made of paper. The complex electronic components inside the helmet, along with any potential biological brain, were instantly reduced to dust. The tall figure of the scavenger trembled violently, its movements stiffened, and then it collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. The crimson glow on the helmet faded away at the same time. You have killed a scavenger LV-58. Kill participation, 100. Your level difference with the enemy exceeds LV-30. Experience multiplier increased to 1240. You have gained 4,018,728 experience points. Killing just one enemy had earned him over 4 million experience points. He was not surprised by this. At the scavenger tier, the amount of experience required to level up was already astronomical. Moreover, the enemy he had just slain was an elite far above his level. A massive influx of experience surged into him, but the life and death crisis before him left no room for hesitation. He immediately converted the experience into combat power, decisively enhancing his abilities. In almost an instant, about 1.7 million experience points were rapidly consumed. He upgraded all his skills that had reached the conditions for leveling up to their current maximum level. Your psychic affinity has increased to LV11. Psychic energy cap 1610, stamina cap 1610, strength 200, intelligence 280, constitution 200, agility 200, insight 280. Your intermediate mechanical affinity has increased to LV5. Enhances health, attack power, defense, and other base attributes of intermediate and lower mechanical units by 15. Increases mechanical critical hit rate by 15. Your quick draw has increased to LV5. Each activation consumes 5 stamina. Gun raising speed 100. Your moving shot has increased to LV5. During continuous movement, shooting damage 15, attack speed 25, accuracy 50. Your Isha's Skywing Assault has increased to LV3. Consumes 100 stamina and 50 psychic energy. The skill can use up to 500 bullets per activation. Your basic combat, overhead throw, explosive punch, low kick, and iron shoulder charge have all reached LV5. You can consume 10,000 experience points to merge and advance these skills. Proceed. By consuming experience points, multiple basic skills could be merged into advanced skills. This not only retained the memory of the original skills, but also elevated them to a higher level. This was one of the hallmarks of the extreme martial arts profession. Han Yi, who currently had no shortage of experience points, seized the opportunity without hesitation and confirmed the skill merge and advancement. Skill merge and advancement successful. You can choose one of the following 3 advanced skills. Option 1. Path of Rigid Force. Gain the passive skill Strong Fist LV1. Your punches become more powerful. Passively increases base damage of all punch-based attacks by 15, with a 10 chance to cause a brief stagger effect upon hit. Option 2. Path of Gentle Force. Gain the passive skill Flowing Energy LV1. You excel at countering strength with softness, deflecting impact. Passive Boost. Increases parry block success rate by 10. Successfully parrying blocking a melee attack reduces incoming defensive damage by 20 and grants a 5 chance to temporarily unbalance the attacker. Option 3. Path of Balance. Unlock the passive skill, Harmony LV1. Enhances bodily coordination, achieving a better balance between offense and defense. Passively reduces stamina energy consumption of all combat-related active skills by 10 and shortens post-hit recovery time by 15. Han Yi's gaze quickly scanned the 3 options, his mind racing as he weighed their pros and cons in a flash. The Path of Rigid Strength was undeniably a pure offensive enhancement, significantly boosting the destructive power of punches and kicks. It was the ideal choice for close combat experts, traditional martial artists, or boxing-oriented professions. However, Han Yi was a mechanic, specializing in long-range firepower and the control of mechanical constructs. Engaging in direct melee combat was never his style. Abandoning his strengths to rely on brute strength against enemies wasn't bravery, it was recklessness. Among the remaining 2 options, the Path of Balance offered the advantage of reducing melee skill energy consumption and shortening recovery time after being hit. While this was highly appealing to melee-focused characters, it held limited value for Han Yi, who rarely relied on combat techniques. The 15 reduction in recovery time, though useful, wasn't enough to sway him from his tactical approach. In contrast, the Path of Inner Softness offered more practical benefits. Its passive abilities improved block success rates, reduced penetrative damage during defense, and even had a chance to disrupt enemy attacks. For a mechanic like Han Yi, who was an adept at close combat, this filled a critical gap in his defensive capabilities, increasing his survival chances against enemy advances. The choice was clear. Without hesitation, Han Yi decisively selected the second advancement path. The system interface briefly glowed, confirming his decision. His previous melee skills disappeared, replaced by a new passive skill icon, Refined Force LV1. Without pausing, Han Yi immediately invested 514,000 experience points to max out the skill. Your Refined Force has been upgraded to LV10. Passive Boost increases parry block success rate by 80. Successfully parrying blocking a melee attack reduces incoming defensive damage by 50 and grants a 30 chance to temporarily unbalance the attacker. A faint flow of energy coursed through Han Yi's body, heightening his precision in controlling subtle movements and sharpening his sensitivity to every force exerted upon him. Yet, the battlefield showed no signs of easing. After one of their own was eliminated, the remaining two scavengers remained as cold and ruthless as ever, like mechanical reapers. The moment their close combat unit was neutralized, the scavenger wielding the Gauss submachine gun swiftly adjusted its attack strategy. Instead of suppressive fire, it began executing precise shots, its rounds tracing deadly lines aimed at Han Yi's vital points. In the distance, the leader of the scavengers silently activated a hidden compartment in its shoulder armor, revealing a micro-missile launcher. Several missiles, glowing ominously red, locked onto Han Yi, clearly intending to leave him no chance to catch his breath. At the same time, the electromagnetic rifle in its hands finished charging, the concentrated blue energy at its barrel growing brighter and more menacing. The situation remained dire. Han Yi's gaze was as cold as ice, his mind instantly running through multiple scenarios, analyzing and evaluating each one. A heating clash was out of the question. There was no chance of victory given the glaring disparity in levels and equipment. While the White Star's headshot ability had no cooldown, the scavenger before him was clearly prepared, rendering the skill far less effective. Moreover, the earlier kill was only possible due to the minuscule one chance of triggering a psionic enchantment, which had delivered an additional 999 critical damage, resulting in a one-hit kill. Overdrafting his psionic energy might allow him to take down one more opponent, but against the final adversary, the team leader wielding a heavy weapon, his death would be inevitable. His only chance of survival lay in a sudden burst of chaos, disrupting the enemy's attack rhythm and forcing open an escape route. With his psionic talent, Han Yi's overall level was only LV20, yet his total psionic energy had reached the astonishing figure of 2009. His gaze fell on the skill bar, focusing on the Isha's Wings of the Sky skill that had just been upgraded to LV3. This was one of Isha's self-created techniques, combining unparalleled speed, agile movements, and a relentless storm of firepower. Textbook example of a burst-type assault combat skill. Although Han Yi's physical condition and the performance of his exoskeleton couldn't fully unleash the skill's entire potential, it should be more than sufficient to create enough chaos. Perhaps, amidst the storm of bullets, there was even a slim chance of triggering that elusive one psionic enchantment once again. Without hesitation, Han Yi unleashed his psionic energy. With a low shout, he consumed 100 stamina and 50 base psionic energy to activate the skill. The engine of his electromagnetic-powered exoskeleton let out a deep growl as overloaded energy coursed through his body, and immense forces took hold of him in an instant. His figure blurred into a swift and elusive afterimage, darting forward in an incredible zaped trajectory at speeds far exceeding anything he'd shown before. Simultaneously, the White Star in his hands erupted with dazzling brilliance, its muzzle no longer spitting sporadic ethereal bullets, but unleashing a continuous, rain-like barrage of psionic projectiles. A dense, rhythmic cacophony of gunfire filled the air, each bullet consuming 10 points of psionic energy. As Han Yi moved at extreme speed, his posture shifted, fluid sliding, rolling, leaning back, each motion precisely dodging the Gauss assault rifle's rapid fire and the homing lock of the missiles. All the while, the White Star in his hands remained unwaveringly aimed at the scavenger wielding the Gauss rifle, pouring out lethal psionic ammunition. In the span of mere breaths, Han Yi fired nearly 100 rounds. The scavenger, despite his desperate attempts to block with armor and an energy shield, found his defenses faltering. The energy shield flickered violently like a candle in the wind, and his armor was left riddled with dents and scorched with sparks. Your psionic energy is below 60. Your psionic energy is below 55. The intense consumption of nearly 1,000 points of psionic energy rapidly drained Han Yi's reserves. Yet his gaze remained razor-sharp, and his movements showed no signs of faltering. Just as the scavenger's energy shield was on the brink of collapse, Han Yi suddenly surged upward, propelled by the exoskeleton's jump capability, soaring high into the air with a graceful spin mid-flight. The muzzle of Bai Zhixing's rifle tilted downward as the last dozen rounds of psionic bullets struck with pinpoint accuracy, targeting the exposed joints and sensory components of the scavenger's weaponry. The metallic screech of shattering parts was accompanied by the crackling of shorting circuits. The barrel of the Gauss assault rifle snapped, and the optical sensor on the helmet exploded in a burst of sparks. The scavenger let out a piercing electronic wail as its body seized up, temporarily incapacitated. What a shame. Not even dozens of bullets could trigger that elusive 9.99x critical hit. Han Yi muttered, breathing heavily. Without wasting a second after landing, he sprinted toward the predetermined third escape route, the entrance to the city's underground sewage system. However, the scavenger captain, who had been lying in wait, was not about to let him go so easily. Just as Han-E was about to dart around a corner into the alleyway, an overwhelming sense of danger surged over him like a tidal wave. Acting on instinct, he activated the foldable shield built into his exoskeleton and executed a desperate roll to the side. Boom! A massive blue energy beam narrowly grazed the edge of his shield, slamming into the alley wall with devastating force. The sturdy metal surface was instantly melted and vaporized, leaving a gaping, charred hole. The scorching shockwave hurled Han-E through the air, his body colliding with the opposite wall of the alley like a broken kite. You have taken impact damage. HP 296 points. 3 ribs fractured, shoulder joint dislocated, internal organs damaged. Maximum HP reduced by 30, maximum stamina reduced by 50. Ugh. Han-E coughed up a mouthful of blood from the violent impact, the metallic taste filling his mouth. The foldable shield module on his exoskeleton was completely destroyed, and the magnetic engine on his back issued an overload warning, flashing a dangerous red light. His health had plummeted to critical levels, but he had managed to create some distance. Struggling to his feet, Han-E didn't spare a glance at the pursuing scavenger captain behind him. Instead, he dove headfirst into the foul-smelling entrance to the underground sewer. The icy, viscous liquid with its acrid stench immediately engulfed his lower legs, the rancid odor assaulting his senses. Above, the heavy footsteps of the scavenger captain and the hum of its charging weapon echoed ominously. But in the narrow confines of the sewer, the enemy's heavy weaponry would be much harder to wield. Han-E dared not linger. Gritting his teeth, he dragged his battered body and nearly destroyed exoskeleton forward through the dark, slimy water, each step accompanied by searing pain. He knew the scavengers wouldn't give up, would be coming after him soon. Using his last reserves of strength, Han-E removed his exoskeleton and activated the communication jamming feature that Luo Qi had installed. At the same time, he silently mouthed the words, "Log out." A familiar wave of dizziness washed over him, and the darkness and stench of the sewer were suddenly replaced by the familiar sight of his room. Han-E collapsed onto the cold floor, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat, as if he had just escaped a drowning nightmare. Safe, for now, he muttered through gritted teeth, his trembling fingers fumbling for an emergency healing injector. He jabbed himself twice in quick succession. The dislocated shoulder could be treated, but the fractured ribs would require a hospital visit for proper realignment before the healing injectors could take effect. Han-E glanced at the mission panel. The faction mission had not yet been settled. Machine Core Mission Status. Core Mission and Optional Mission 1 completed. Optional Mission 2 and Optional Mission 3 incomplete. Level Advancement Mission, incomplete. Truman. Han-Yi's expression darkened. The silent and stoic mechanized fighter had sacrificed himself to buy Han-E a chance to escape. It was the same crushing helplessness Han-E had felt when he lost Su Qin and Su Nuo. One day, I will destroy the machine industrial complex and avenge you, Han-E vowed silently. He wondered how Isha was faring. Given her strength, she shouldn't have gone missing during this mission. The appearance of the scavengers had completely disrupted their plans. Taking a deep breath, Han-E forced himself to calm down. Although this mission had been fraught with danger and had cost him a teammate, it wasn't entirely without gain. Over 4 million experience points, first-hand insight into the scavengers' combat capabilities, and the invaluable battle experience gained on the edge of life and death, all of these would serve as the foundation for his future growth. Han-E struggled to his feet, dragging his exhausted body toward the bathroom. He needed to clean himself up and recover. Then, he would continue to grow stronger. The battle for Terra had only just begun. The faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the air of the emergency room, subtle and elusive. Dr. Chin stood in front of the light box, his gaze fixed intently on the X-ray. The fluorescent light illuminated his furrowed brow with stark clarity. The images on the film were alarming. 3 fractured ribs, their breaks as clear as snapped dry branches, and a large, indistinct shadow surrounding the left shoulder joint, an obvious sign of severe soft tissue contusion and internal bleeding. Young man, this injury of yours. Dr. Chin set the X-ray aside and turned, his eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and concern as they swept over Han-E, lying on the examination bed. It's no minor thing. Han-E sat quietly on the white examination bed, his pale complexion nearly blending into the sheets. Despite receiving 3 doses of painkillers, a deep, dull ache radiated from his left shoulder, as though a heavy stone were pressing relentlessly against his bones. The medication had certainly helped, but its effects seemed to wane with repeated use. While the surface pain had subsided, the deep-seated soreness and lingering discomfort clung to him like a shadow. Yeah, just a bit of a collision, Han-E replied calmly, nodding. Dr. Chin leaned forward, incredulous. Young man, you don't feel the pain? 3 fractured ribs, a shoulder this badly injured, blood seeping through to this extent. Most people would be crying out in agony, if not outright wailing. Yet you haven't even flinched. I'm used to it, Han-E said lightly. Used to it? Dr. Chin's expression turned skeptical. Realizing his reaction might seem unusual, Han E allowed a faint trace of pain to cross his face. Just joking. I suppose I have a high tolerance for pain. After carefully confirming that the rib fractures were not severely displaced, Dr. Chin began the process of immobilizing the injuries. Technically, you should be hospitalized for observation, he said with a serious tone. Rib fractures carry risks of pneumothorax and internal bleeding, and your shoulder injury requires ongoing treatment and monitoring. That won't be necessary, Dr. Chun. Han E politely declined again. My family has some unique methods for recovery. I should heal fairly quickly. Just prescribe me the necessary medication. Faced with Han Yi's insistence, Dr. Chun relented, prescribing painkillers and medication to promote blood circulation and reduce swelling. He warned, you must be extremely cautious, no strenuous activity whatsoever. If you experience chest tightness, difficulty breathing, or worsening pain, seek medical attention immediately. And make sure to come back for a follow-up in a week. Han E took the prescription, thanked him, and slowly got up to leave. Watching him disappear through the doorway, Dr. Chun clicked his tongue softly. A nearby nurse, busy organizing medical instruments, leaned over curiously. Dr. Chun, what's the matter with him? Was he badly hurt? Badly hurt. That doesn't even begin to describe it. Dr. Chun swirled the teacup in his hand, his gaze fixed on the X-ray images that clearly showed 3 fractured ribs. The bruised area on the shoulder was discolored with blue and purple, and the soft tissue damage was almost catastrophic. He paused for a moment, his voice tinged with disbelief. And guess what? The guy didn't let out a single sound, acting as if nothing happened. The young nurse gasped, covering her mouth in surprise, and blurted out, "What? How could he endure that? Does he have some kind of secret family remedy or something?" "Who knows?" Dr. Chin replied, putting the X-ray aside with a long sigh, his tone carrying a hint of exasperation. These young people these days. They get injured and still refuse to be admitted to the hospital. Such endurance. TSK TSK. The taxi cruised smoothly through the city streets, still cloaked in the remnants of night. Han E leaned back in the rear seat, his body sinking into the soft cushioning as the tension he had been holding onto began to ease slightly. The dull pain in his left shoulder and chest grew more pronounced, and as he inhaled lightly, his brow furrowed. The effects of the emergency treatment injection had worn off, and the remaining 2 doses would take some time before they could be administered again to restore the drug's efficacy. If only I had known I'd get injured this badly, Han E thought with a sigh. He should have exchanged some battlefield medical kits from the logistics department to keep on hand in the real world. With a thought, a semi-transparent virtual panel visible only to him appeared in front of his eyes. The status bar displayed negative conditions such as rib fractures, shoulder joint contusions, and internal injuries, along with percentage indicators of health and stamina depletion, highlighting the severity of his condition. Han Yi's gaze swept over the status bar. In his mind, he replayed the moment Shui Man had sacrificed herself to push him away, overlapping with the cold, crimson gaze of the scavenger's electronic eye. The scene then shifted rapidly to Su Qin, surrounded by swarms of insects, and Su Nual, coughing up blood in his arms, barely clinging to life. A mix of intense urgency and a burning desire for revenge coalesced into an overwhelming hunger for strength. Still too weak, Han E murmured to himself, closing his eyes briefly. A mere level 20. I can't change anything at this stage. Back in the bedroom of his old house, he forced himself to lie down and rest. The next morning, after getting up, Han E used another dose of the emergency treatment injection from his reserves to accelerate his recovery. A gentle energy flowed through his body, concentrating on his chest and left shoulder, repairing damaged bones and soft tissues. The speed of bone healing was visible to the naked eye. Bruising and swelling subsided rapidly, the dull pain in his shoulder lessened significantly, and his breathing became smoother. Though his body was mending, Han Yi's mind was far from at rest. He stepped into the cellar, greeted by the familiar damp chill. At the same time, he reviewed the mission at Ferryport, analyzing the scavenger's combat patterns and considering the shortcomings of his exoskeleton and weaponry. The White Star was adequate for dealing with ordinary enemies, but against opponents like the scavenger, with its immense defense and firepower, its lethality was insufficient. For future missions, he needed to consider carrying heavy anti-material weaponry. If he could find a foldable model that could be stored on the exoskeleton, it would be even better. Han Yi's thoughts then shifted to the collapsible shield that had been destroyed so easily during the battle. I overestimated the defensive capabilities of that system-issued level 1 collapsible shield, he admitted. The scavenger's electromagnetic assault rifle had shredded the shield effortlessly in its dense firepower. Even upgrading this blueprint with additional resources would yield limited improvement. Equipment like this, provided as part of basic professional advancement, had limited potential and would soon become obsolete. Until he acquired a new standard shield compatible with his exoskeleton or future power armor, he might have to consider crafting multiple backup shields to replace them immediately during combat if they were damaged. Just then, the system panel suddenly displayed a few new notification messages. Han Yi's eyes narrowed as he clicked to view the detailed information in the notification bar. You have completed the faction mission, Artificial Core. The task system's prompt echoed in Han Yi's mind. Core task and optional task 1 completed, optional tasks 2 and 3 not completed. Immediately following was the sound of the final assessment. Your contribution to the overall progress of this task is 17. This contribution rate was not surprising. Han Yi was well aware that, as the one responsible for providing support and covering the retreat, he hadn't directly participated in stealing or sabotaging the core information. However, the next message caught his attention. Killed 1 LV.58 Elite Cleaner of the Mech Forces, personal damage contribution, 100. Severely injured 1 LV.56 Elite Cleaner of the Mech Forces, personal damage contribution, 78. The system continued to display updates. Comprehensive evaluation in progress. For this mission, your final evaluation rating is C. Han Yi raised an eyebrow. This rating exceeded his expectations. His level advancement task only required him to achieve a D rating in a faction mission with a difficulty rating of E or higher. According to the rules, the evaluation requirement could be lowered by 1 grade for every step up in mission difficulty. This Mech Core mission was rated D, meaning an E rating would have sufficed. Those 2 cleaners. A flash of realization crossed Han Yi's eyes, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. It was the desperate fight and the resulting outcomes that had significantly boosted his evaluation weight. Initially aiming for just a passing grade, he had unexpectedly surpassed the mission's goals. The settlement screen continued to scroll. A crated mission evaluation grants an additional 20 experience bonus. You have earned a total of 204,000 experience points. You have received 3 random tech blueprints from the mech forces. Your favorability with the Dawn of Apocalypse faction has increased by 100 points. Current favorability, for 100 friendly. You have earned 1,000 contribution points with the Dawn of Apocalypse faction. Current contribution points, 1,500. You have obtained 1 premium exchange voucher for high-quality equipment from the Dawn of Apocalypse faction inventory. But what truly made Han Yi's heart race was the final notification. You have completed your first level advancement task. Rank upgraded to a level. In an instant, an unprecedented surge of energy erupted from deep within his heart, far more overwhelming and pure than any ordinary level up or class progression. This warm current swept through his entire body, with every cell seemingly rejoicing, greedily absorbing the energy and undergoing a qualitative transformation. Han Yi could vividly feel his strength, speed, reflexes, and sensory abilities all improving significantly. Life tier ascension complete. Your constitution to health conversion ratio has increased to 115. Your constitution to energy conversion ratio has increased to 115. This is the true essence of leveling up. Han Yi felt the surging power coursing through his body like an unstoppable tide. Every muscle and bone seemed to rejoice. This wasn't just about breaking through the level cap, it was a complete transformation of his very being. He couldn't wait any longer and summoned his attribute panel. The changes in the data made his pupils contract slightly. With a staggering 231 points in constitution, his post-advancement physique and the ratio of life and energy had leaped from 10 to 15. This meant an additional 1,155 points in both health and energy, seemingly out of thin air. Though his level remained at 20, his health cap had soared to an astonishing 3,465 points, and his energy had reached an intimidating 5,075 points. The weakness from overexertion and severe injuries ebbed away like a receding tide. Bruises faded visibly, the internal tremors subsided, and even the mental exhaustion caused by using the white star was replaced by an unprecedented clarity and sharpness. The negative status indicators representing his injuries on the panel had vanished without a trace. Damn, I wasted a healing syringe. Han Yi muttered to himself, then shook his head with a wry smile. Ah, whatever. At this point, why am I even bothered about something so trivial? His attention was entirely drawn to the 3 glowing orbs in the task panel, floating silently and waiting to be unlocked. Subtle energy ripples danced across their surfaces, almost tempting him to uncover their secrets. Time for the thrilling loot box moment. Han Yi rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This kind of random reward, purely reliant on luck, was the ultimate test of a player's mindset and fortune. In the gaming world, it was widely believed that higher luck stats increased the chances of obtaining valuable items, though this was ultimately just superstition. In his past life as a gamer, he'd seen countless lucky players end up with heaps of trash and unlucky ones strike gold on their first try. Glancing at his fixed 3 points in luck, Han Yi couldn't help but twitch his lips. He resisted the impulsive urge to dump all 27 of his remaining attribute points in a loot kit. Would be a complete waste. Here goes nothing. Time to turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Taking a deep breath, Han Yi stood up and carefully retrieved a long and used box of sandalwood incense from a corner storage box. He found a lighter, lit a stick of incense, and gently placed it in an empty soda, can serving as a makeshift incense holder. Then he walked to the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and meticulously washed his hands and face with cold water for a full 3 minutes. Only when his face felt ice cold and his mind refreshed did he stop. Cleanse the body, burn incense, and let sincerity work its magic. Han-yi murmured as he encouraged himself, walking back to the incense holder and sitting cross-legged in front of it. Wisps of pale blue smoke spiraled upwards from the simple incense burner, filling the room with a calming sandalwood aroma. Han-yi took a deep breath, letting the faint fragrance seep into his nose, seemingly soothing the restless emotions still lingering from his recent life and death struggle. He focused his mind and selected the 3 glowing random blueprint rewards in the task panel. It's time. Han-yi held his breath as he fixed his gaze on the translucent system interface in front of him. The first glowing orb opened in response to his thoughts, its soft radiance dissipating to reveal a simple blueprint. Blueprint: Portable Nutrient Paste Synthesizer LV1. Quality: Common. Effect: Can convert basic organic materials into edible nutrient paste. Moderate efficiency. Note: At least you won't starve, probably. Han-yi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A nutrient paste synthesizer, such a device appearing in a company focused on robotics research, was utterly laughable. He stared at the detailed parameters on the blueprint, silently evaluating it in his mind. This basic synthesizer was not only pitifully inefficient, but the nutrient paste it produced tasted like chewing wax and provided barely any energy. For someone like him, who had already advanced to a rank, his body's energy demands far exceeded those of ordinary people. This device was more of an ornament than actual equipment. Instead of wasting time and materials building this, it'd be better to just go to the logistics department in exchange for energy bars. Han-yi calculated the cost-effectiveness in his mind, frowning slightly. A luck stat of 3 really couldn't be relied upon. He took a deep breath, suppressing his disappointment, and shifted his gaze to the second glowing orb. Even the unluckiest person should at least get a consolation prize, right? As the thought crossed his mind, the second blueprint emerged amidst the flickering light. Blueprint: Chainsaw Sword MK2 LV1. Quality: Fine. Effect: A melee weapon combining a high-speed chainsaw with a heavy sword blade, capable of easily tearing through medium to low-strength armor and flesh. Note: For the Emperor, for more efficient cutting. A chainsaw sword? A flicker of surprise crossed Han-yi's eyes. This type of weapon wasn't part of mainstream technology on Terra. Its design was relatively crude and straightforward, resembling something scavengers or gang members on a wasteland would cobble together without access to precision tools. It relied on high-speed rotating teeth to tear through targets, simple, effective, and possessing a raw, savage beauty. He couldn't help but recall those games from Blue Planet with dark gothic space opera settings, where space marines favored such wild, brutal weapons. Fine quality, not bad, Han-yi muttered, rubbing his chin as he assessed it. Though high-frequency cutting blades had greater destructive power, the chainsaw sword had the advantage of being simple to craft and requiring easily obtainable materials. He figured he could make one for fun or sell it to brawny melee fighters like Rock or Locke to earn some contribution points. The second blueprint was decent, not outstanding, but definitely not trash. Han-yi felt his mood stabilize a bit. At least it wasn't 2 consecutive disappointments. All his hopes now rested on the third blueprint. Taking a deep breath, he fixed his gaze intently on the final glowing reward orb. Everything hinged on this one. Please, system god, give me something good. Han-yi silently prayed, a mix of sincerity and self-reassurance, as his thoughts locked onto the last option. This time, the light was even brighter than before, and it lasted noticeably longer. When the glow finally dissipated, a blueprint with an exceptionally intricate design and a faint golden sheen slowly appeared before his eyes. Han-yi's pupils constricted sharply, and his heart skipped a beat. Blueprint: Compact Magnetic Confinement Fusion Core LV1. Quality: Rare. Effect: Utilizes advanced magnetic confinement technology to achieve miniaturized controlled nuclear fusion, providing a stable and powerful energy output. Advanced technologies, progressive energy constraint theories, plasma physics, high-energy particle collision principles, a total of 17 fields. Note: Master these, and you hold the future in your hands. From an anonymous chief scientist of Universal Industries. Han-yi's hands trembled slightly as his gaze locked onto the blueprint in front of him. A design for a compact nuclear fusion core. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, fearing it was an illusion. But the intricate lines and detailed parameters remained vividly clear before him. We've hit the jackpot, he exclaimed, leaping to his feet, his clenched fists punching the air. This was nothing short of a windfall. On Terra, a hub of advanced technology, controlled nuclear fusion was already among the most cutting-edge fields. Even the resource-rich Universal Industries could only barely operate large-scale fusion reactors within their core industrial zones and military bases, maintaining strict confidentiality from the outside world. As for a compact fusion core capable of being integrated into exoskeletons, powered armor, or even large-scale mechs, to his knowledge, This was future tech that even Universal Industries was still struggling to crack internally. The value of this blueprint was simply immeasurable. Han Yi's mind raced. If he could fully grasp this blueprint, he wouldn't just create power exoskeletons far beyond current standard. He could lay the groundwork for small-scale mech development and starship engine manufacturing. This wasn't just a lucky break. It was like being handed the ultimate answer key. Forcing himself to calm down, he acknowledged the challenge ahead. The blueprint was extraordinary, but the required prerequisite technologies were overwhelming. 17 advanced or higher-level fields, each representing an immense technological system. Relying solely on theoretical study without practical experience would take an unimaginable amount of time. Glancing at his knowledge tree, which only contained a mere 3 advanced technologies, and factoring in the unlearned exchangeable knowledge, he realized he was still far from meeting the blueprint's requirements. Yet, this didn't dampen his enthusiasm in the slightest. With this top-tier blueprint pointing toward the future, his development path had become crystal clear. Han Yi decided not to claim the blueprint just yet. Instead, he used the game interface to store it in the task panel. Watching the incense in the burner burn down to its last embers, a satisfied smile curved on his lips. It seemed the saying, "Luck won't save you, and money won't change fate," held some truth after all. In the dimly lit cellar, the only source of light came from a low-wattage, incandescent bulb overhead, casting a faint, yellowish glow that barely pushed back the shadows lurking in the corners. The air carried a subtle mix of engine oil and rusted metal, not entirely unpleasant, but far from refreshing. Han Yi sat cross-legged on the cold concrete floor, his back straight and eyes gently closed. In front of him, a semi-transparent, pale blue virtual panel hovered, visible only to him, with streams of data flickering across its surface. His focus was entirely on his profession level, with 2.05 million experience points awaiting allocation. Your apprentice mechanic has advanced to level 10. Total level increased to level 25. Your psionics 150, strength 5, intelligence 15, constitution 5. You've gained 15 attribute points. The system notification echoed in his mind as the numbers on the panel rapidly updated, leaving just over 160,000 experience points remaining. Han Yi furrowed his brow slightly and let out a quiet sigh. The experience required for main profession upgrades keeps increasing. Just raising 5 levels cost me 1.89 million experience, he calculated inwardly. If I don't rely on overlevel kills and only complete missions to level up, I need to achieve at least a grade rating on 9 or 10 missions like the grade faction quest, Mechanical Core. He tapped lightly on the virtual panel with his finger. I need to prioritize transitioning my secondary profession. That way, leveling it up will consume significantly less experience. After allocating his experience points, Han Yi's gaze shifted to the knowledge tree interface. He then lowered his eyes to the technological terminal on his wrist, where 7 advanced knowledge modules, exchanged from the dawn of Apocalypse Logistics Technology Department, awaited his study. Under the mechanical structures category, modular design theory and mechanical dynamic balance theory. In the materials engineering category, shape memory alloys and smart materials, energy conductive insulating material technology, high energy, shielding material lattice design, and biomaterial synthesis and applications. And in the energy and power category, thermodynamic cycle optimization. With an intelligence attribute of 372 points, Han Yi no longer worried about the mental strain of absorbing advanced knowledge. Taking a deep breath, he began the learning process. You consumed 10,000 experience and successfully learned advanced knowledge, modular design theory. You consumed 10,000 experience and successfully learned advanced knowledge, mechanical dynamic balance theory. The system notifications came one after another as an immense torrent of complex, intricate information poured into Han Yi's mind, like a flood breaking through a dam. Countless theoretical formulas flashed before his eyes, 3-dimensional structural diagrams unfolded and collapsed, and experimental data was analyzed and processed at breathtaking speed. This avalanche of information coursed through his enhanced cognitive space, colliding, processing, and reorganizing itself at an extraordinary pace. For an ordinary person, this overwhelming influx of data would have caused unbearable headaches and mental collapse. But Han Yi merely furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes moving rapidly beneath his closed eyelids as he quickly adapted to the state of information overload. His brain operated like a high-efficiency superprocessor, digesting and assimilating the knowledge with remarkable speed. In an instant, 70,000 experience points were consumed. Han Yi slowly opened his eyes, a sharp glint of wisdom flickering within them. He stood up, bracing himself with both hands on his slightly numb knees, and stretched his body, stiff from prolonged sitting. His muscles emitted faint sounds as they stretched, and his joints cracked softly. The newly acquired knowledge formed a clear network structure in his mind, inspiring fresh ideas and providing him with a more defined plan for future development. Before the game merges with reality, I can use Blue Planet as a secure rear base, Han Yi contemplated, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the terminal strap to his wrist. The peaceful environment and relatively abundant load-here materials here are essential for early-stage growth. Meanwhile, TerraStar serves as the perfect battleground for acquiring high-level experience, rare resources, and cutting-edge technology. Both worlds must advance in tandem, complementing each other. While over 10 hours had passed in the real world, 3 or 4 days had already gone by on TerraStar. Still, he was in no rush to return. Given the nature of the upper echelons of the Mech military-industrial complex, the current lockdown was unlikely to be lifted anytime soon. Isha was aware of Han Yi's ability to vanish, and it was likely that the Dawn of Doomsday organization also knew of this. Because of this, Han Yi wasn't particularly worried about being listed as a martyr. He had escaped Fairport without any assistance. During his flight, he discarded the electromagnetic-powered exoskeleton in the underground sewage system, along with its interference module. While it was a pity to lose such equipment, it was a small price to pay compared to preserving his life after all. Lost gear could always be replaced. With this thought in mind, Han Yi's gaze fell on a corner of the basement. There lay the portable half-body exoskeleton known as the Death Shooter, which he had previously carried downstairs. It rested quietly on the workbench. This piece of equipment had been borrowed from Isha. Back then, discarding it would have meant letting it sink to the ocean floor, a waste he couldn't abide. Now, it seemed like the perfect opportunity to tinker with it and test out his newly acquired knowledge. The tools in the basement were far from comprehensive. Most were ordinary items easily obtainable on Blue Star, with limited precision and functionality. The materials at hand were even scarcer, just a collection of metal scraps salvaged from junkyards and a small quantity of industrial supplies acquired online. Compared to the high-performance alloys on Terra, specially treated for military use, these materials were hardly worth mentioning. Han Yi's goal was to upgrade the half-body Death Shooter into a full-body exoskeleton. This was no small challenge, as the technical hurdles lay in energy supply and structural strength. The original half-body exoskeleton had relatively low energy demands, requiring only a single standard Terra energy cell for up to 1 hour and 30 minutes of operation. However, expanding it into a full-body suit would exponentially increase energy consumption, rendering the original battery insufficient. Additionally, adding lower limb structures and full-body protective modules would place higher demands on the exoskeleton's overall framework strength and joint load capacity. The limitations of available materials presented another significant obstacle. Blue Star's steel and aluminum alloys lacked the strength and toughness of Terra's standard military-grade alloys. Using these ordinary materials to construct a power frame capable of withstanding high-impact forces seemed like an impossible dream. Han Yi frowned slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on the workbench. The principles of modular design swirled in his mind as he tried to break down the complex system into independent functional modules, which he could then optimize and recombine to address the challenges. While the energy issue couldn't be fully resolved, he could mitigate it by optimizing the design to reduce unnecessary energy consumption. For instance, he could adopt a more lightweight structure, minimize friction loss in the joints, and apply dynamic mechanical balance theory to make the exoskeleton's movements smoother and more efficient. As for the material strength issue, his eyes landed on the metal scraps on the workbench, and a thought struck him: perhaps he could compensate for the weaknesses of individual materials by layering composites or designing special lattice structures. While the result wouldn't match Terra's military-grade strength, it might still provide basic protection and load-bearing capability. Without further hesitation, Han Yi grabbed a cutting tool, sparks flying as he began his work. Following the concepts in his mind, he started dismantling and reassembling the Death Shooter's original structure. The sharp screech of metal cutting, the grinding friction of parts being polished, and the crackling sound of welding torches combined into an industrial symphony that echoed throughout the basement. As the final screw was tightened and the last circuit connected, the exoskeleton finally took shape before him. It gleamed with a metallic sheen, its surface slightly rough and giving off a patchwork vibe, yet its overall structure was solid, with sharp, defined lines forming a rugged silhouette. The upper body retained some features of the Death Shooter, while the lower body design, the energy interface module on the back, and various joints had been newly optimized and reinforced. Although it lacked the final paint job and detailed finishing touches, the prototype of this practical powered exoskeleton was essentially complete. You successfully modified the portable semi-body exoskeleton, Death Shooter. Modification completion, 78. You gained 12,850 experience points. Han Yi took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, but he knew this was not the time to relax. The new powered exoskeleton still had numerous flaws. The foremost issue was energy. While the magnetic engine was technologically advanced, it required extremely rare manufacturing materials, which were impossible to source on Blue Star. The original battery life could only sustain the system for about 20 to 30 minutes. As he pondered this dilemma, an idea suddenly struck him. Wait, didn't he accidentally create a chemical fuel engine during a blueprint synthesis gamble earlier? If it was an oil-burning type, it could serve as a temporary solution. The only downside was that it would require occasional trips back to the real world to refuel. Once the energy issue was resolved, the next task would be to further optimize the exoskeleton structure. What were the synthesis routes and related blueprints again? Han-E quickly recalled the blueprint synthesis interface in his mind. With the completion of the exoskeleton modification, his experience points had surpassed the 100,000 mark, giving him enough resources to attempt another blueprint synthesis. His memories from his previous life were like an immense database, allowing him to summon the knowledge he needed almost at will. While he couldn't claim mastery over every synthesis formula, he had a solid grasp of at least 60-70 of the foundational knowledge. For the less clear areas, Han-E planned to use some experience points to experiment. Focusing his mind, his innate talent for spatial reasoning kicked in, and countless structures and data models began rapidly calculating in his thoughts. After careful deliberation, he decided to spend 1,500 experience points to integrate the principles of kinetic energy recovery, battery storage arrays, and mechanical dynamic balancing. The interface flickered, and a new blueprint gradually emerged. Fusion successful. You have developed the Kinetic Energy Recovery Buffer Module LV1 blueprint. Quality, excellent. Effect, can be installed at exoskeleton joints to recover excess kinetic energy generated during movement and temporarily store it. Provides additional auxiliary power during bursts of strength, slightly reducing overall energy consumption. Note, every little bit counts. Small energy gains are still useful. Han-E smiled in satisfaction. While this module couldn't completely resolve the energy issue, it would significantly enhance the exoskeleton's endurance and burst power. The blueprint had been flawlessly synthesized, and its modular design meant it could be seamlessly integrated into the modified exoskeleton. He nodded slightly, feeling quite pleased with this accomplishment. Han-E understood the importance of protection all too well. Although the previous modifications to the exoskeleton had reduced material requirements, the durability of the folding shield was still limited. If he were to return to Terra and face scavengers, it might not be enough to handle the situation. He decided to improve the system from 3 aspects. First was the defense system. Han-E integrated shape memory alloys with smart materials, energy conduction insulation technologies, and modular design principles, investing 10,500 experience points in repeated trials. On the third synthesis attempt, the system finally displayed a prompt. Fusion successful. You have developed the reactive micro armor plate LV1 blueprint. Quality, excellent. Effect, small modular armor plates made of memory alloy and piezoelectric ceramics that can instantly increase hardness and absorb partial kinetic energy upon impact. Plates can be stacked or replaced as needed. Note, apply it wherever you need it. This modular design allowed him to focus protection on critical areas, making it more flexible and material efficient compared to increasing armor thickness across the board. Next was the situational awareness system. In Terra's complex urban battlefield environment, relying solely on eyesight was far too inefficient. After 2 synthesis attempts and consuming 6,000 experience points, he achieved the ideal blueprint. Fusion successful. You have developed the integrated tactical goggles LV1 blueprint. Quality, excellent. Effect, optical goggles integrating low-light vision, thermal imaging, basic ballistic computation, and friend-or-foe identification requires external database connection. Can interface with the armor system via neural link or external port to provide tactical information overlays. Note, put these on, and you'll be the sharpest tech-savvy operator on the battlefield. These tactical goggles would work seamlessly with the Deadshot's intelligent assistance chip, significantly enhancing battlefield information acquisition. 5 days later, the exoskeleton armor in the basement had undergone a complete transformation. Han-E had essentially overhauled all previous designs and rebuilt the entire system. The armor now featured a reinforced alloy frame optimized for strength and flexibility. Though the materials were still sourced from Blue Star, the structural integrity and resilience had vastly improved. All major load-bearing joints were equipped with kinetic energy recovery and buffering modules. Beneath the silver-gray module casings were precision microflywheels and capacitor units, capable of continuously recovering kinetic energy and providing additional power when needed. The critical areas chest, back, shoulders, elbows, and knees were covered with layers of hexagonal reactive micro-armor plates. These matte gray-black plates were tightly interconnected, resembling biological scales, and shimmered with a cold metallic sheen under the light. According to data analysis, this armor system, which could instantly harden upon impact, was sufficient to withstand most conventional light weapons on Terra. The left arm was equipped with an interface for a folding shield, while the right arm integrated a Mk.I chainsaw sword, which could be manufactured on Blue Star. In its stowed form, the sword blended seamlessly with the arm guard. The energy system had also been upgraded. The original chemical battery pack was replaced with a chemical fuel engine handcrafted by Han-E himself. To enhance portability and improve the mobility of the exoskeleton, the new engine core was compactly installed beneath the back armor. When fully fueled, it provides approximately 2 hours of operational time. While its power output isn't top tier, its endurance far surpasses the previous battery system as long as fuel is sufficient. There are oil vendors in town selling private fuel, so sourcing fuel isn't a major issue. Han E planned to spend some money to purchase a few barrels and transport them home using a small truck for future use. The most critical improvement to the exoskeleton was the headpiece. The original rudimentary death shooter helmet was completely abandoned and replaced with a lightweight, semi-covered tactical helmet. The helmet's visor incorporated an integrated tactical monocle with lenses tinted in a faint blue. Inside, it housed a variety of sensors and microprojection units. Through its connection to the mechanical neural interface, battlefield information, environmental data, and targeting assistance could be directly overlaid onto Han Yi's field of vision. Han Yi named this brand new exoskeleton Stalker Type 1. Although limited by Blue Star's materials and craftsmanship, and still falling short of the military-grade equipment of Terra, it marked a significant leap compared to the original version. In addition to the exoskeleton, Han Yi also crafted two simplified mini-tracking robots. These robots were outfitted with inexpensive alloy shells, second-tier sensors, and a very basic signal relay system. Compared to the original design, their reconnaissance capability and data transmission stability in complex environments were greatly reduced. However, considering the material constraints on Blue Star, Han Yi was already quite satisfied with these functional little gadgets. With everything ready, Han Yi stood in the center of the cellar, moving slightly in the Stalker Type 1 exoskeleton. The joints operated smoothly and silently, and the feedback from the neural connections was precise and responsive. The tactical monocle displayed information seamlessly and clearly. Han Yi took a deep breath, steadied himself, and prepared to initiate another traversal. A faint dizziness returned, followed by the suffocating stench and the cold, viscous sensation. Fireport, underground sewage tunnels. Han Yi immediately activated the tactical monocle's low-light and thermal imaging functions and deployed the two mini-tracking robots. The view through the monocle was dim, with sewage reflecting the faint light filtering down from the maintenance hatch above. Thermal imaging and radar scans showed no unusual signals, and the magnetic-powered exoskeleton previously abandoned here was nowhere to be found. The two mini-robots deftly crawled along the walls of the tunnel towards the exit, transmitting real-time footage to Han Yi's monocle. The inner walls of the tunnel were slick and rust-covered, and the sewage carried various types of urban waste. Thanks to their multi-legged design, the tracking robots navigated effortlessly, quickly reaching the other end of the vertical maintenance passage. Above them, a heavy metal manhole cover remained tightly closed. The robots carefully slipped through the cracks of the manhole cover and emerged into the city's back alleys. The streets were deserted in the pre-dawn hours, with cleaning robots performing their routine tasks in the distance. The sky was faintly lit, and the surroundings were silent. After confirming the area was secure, Han Yi quietly observed his environment. After surveying his surroundings, Han Yi retracted the robot beside him and returned to Blue Star to change into clean clothes. The only item he left behind was the anti-material sniper rifle, which now rested quietly at home. Returning to the target location, he activated the exoskeleton assist system and began climbing upward. Click deftly pushed open the manhole cover and climbed out, his movements even smoother than when he had set the traps last time. The cold morning breeze carried with it the distinct mix of exhaust fumes and disinfectant unique to the city, instantly dispelling the foul stench of the sewer. Han Yi quickly replaced the manhole cover, activated a disposable signal jammer, and casually tossed it below. Looking around, the alley remained as it had been piled with garbage, dark and desolate. In the distance, the city's skyline gradually emerged in the dawn light, with the silhouettes of skyscrapers tearing through the horizon. Overhead, aerial traffic lanes crisscrossed, and a few early morning hovercars glided silently by. This was Terra world of advanced technology, yet rife with contradictions and divisions. Han Yi adjusted his casual outfit, doing his best to conceal the contours of the exoskeleton, and briskly walked out of the alley, blending seamlessly into the bustling crowd. The streets of Fairport resembled massive electronic veins, pulsating with data and people. Han Yi wore a loose, casual jacket with the brim of his hat pulled low, making an effort to meld into the kaleidoscopic steel jungle around him. He refrained from contacting Dawn of the Apocalypse immediately, as he had just left an area that might have been under surveillance, and using encrypted communications recklessly would be unwise. Han Yi decided to first locate a completely secure spot with strong signal interference. Relying on his memory and the tactical map displayed on his visor, he navigated swiftly through the labyrinthine city streets. Avoiding main roads and bustling areas, he chose paths shrouded in the shadows of towering buildings and those beneath the tangled web of aerial walkways. About an hour later, he arrived at a dilapidated and chaotic area near the edge of the B7 Old Industrial Zone. The air was thick with the acrid stench of chemicals and the burnt odor of incinerated waste. The streets were lined with low, rusted modular buildings and abandoned factories, their walls covered in gang graffiti and cryptic symbols. The people here moved with wary, detached expressions. Many bore visible scars or crude cybernetic modifications. Occasionally, he even caught glimpses of illicit goods being openly traded. Han-E stopped deep within an abandoned multi-story parking garage. The area was cluttered with scrapped vehicles and electronic industrial debris, heavily shielded from signals and sparsely populated. He deployed a miniature tracking drone to maintain vigilance, then retrieved the disposable encrypted communicator given to him by Roche. It resembled an old USB drive. After verifying it was unmonitored, Han-E connected the communicator to a defunct data port on the parking garage wall, inputting a complex set of authorization commands and access codes. With a faint hum, the communicator's indicator light blinked a few times, gears whirred faintly, and the screen lit up, initiating the connection process. The wait felt excruciatingly long. Han-E's heart tightened slightly, his gaze scanning the surroundings with heightened alertness. Finally, encrypted text appeared on the screen. Gear received. Target compromised. Base destroyed. Orders updated. All units to dissolve and regroup in Harlan City. Activate hibernation protocol. Your contact is at the Iron Anvil repair shop in Harlan City, B4 District. New passcode. Forge rekindled. Base destroyed. Han-Yi's pupils contracted sharply. The Free Dawn had been attacked. He urgently asked, "What's the status of the base? Casualties? What about Isha and the other team members?" The screen flickered a few times before delivering a cold, concise message. The Free Dawn was ambushed by the CMI fleet of the Mech military-industrial forces. Confirmed sunk. Casualties unknown, most members unaccounted for. Isha, Locke, and Su Miaojia are missing. Zane, Kelly, and Roche confirmed safe and are en route to relocation. End of message. Han Yi's heart sank, as if struck by a heavy blow. He had always known that as a resistance organization, Dawn of the Apocalypse was constantly at risk of devastating attacks. But the swiftness and brutality of this assault were beyond anything he had imagined. The Free Dawn was more than just a sure pit, was the organization's mobile base and command center, one of the core pillars of their resistance. Its loss was nothing short of catastrophic. No wonder it took Dawn of the Apocalypse until the mid-phase of the 1.0 awakening phenomenon, over 30 years later on Terra, to barely begin to rise again. If the fall of the Free Dawn marked a turning point, the consequences of this disaster would be even harder to bear. Isha, Locke, and Su Miaojia, his comrades who had once endured a prison break together, were all missing. On Terra, missing often meant. Han-E took a deep breath and let out a heavy sigh, piecing together the events in his mind. The core mission had been completed, and the data had long been delivered. So how had the organization been exposed? Was it the Mech military-industrial forces' advanced counter-tracking technology that exceeded Roche's expectations? Or had a traitor infiltrated their ranks? Thinking back to Zane's betrayal and heroic sacrifice during the late stages of the 2.0 Calamity forewarning, Han-E couldn't help but worry that enemies had been lurking within Dawn of the Apocalypse all along. But now was not the time to dwell on these questions. Dawn of the Apocalypse had suffered a severe blow, its members scattered, and regrouping would be extraordinarily difficult. Han-E needed to reach Harlan City as quickly as possible, find Zane and the others, and gather more detailed information. Without the protection of the organization, the road ahead would be even more perilous and lonely. He quickly memorized the new rendezvous location and passphrase, then destroyed the disposable communicator, which had already auto-formatted itself. Retracting the sentry droid, he secured his gear and silently slipped away from the abandoned parking lot. Harlan City, located on the northern sea continent, was the industrial hub of the universe, home to the headquarters of the parent company. Although Han-E couldn't fathom why Dawn of the Apocalypse had chosen such a highly guarded location as their new gathering point, his only option now was to make his way there as quickly as possible and adjust his plans based on the latest developments. A flicker of hope: could the fire be reignited? Leaving Fairport was smoother than expected. News of the Free Dawn's destruction had apparently not yet fully spread, or perhaps the Mech military-industrial forces were focusing their efforts on securing the sea and hunting down key escapees. While security measures within the city had noticeably tightened, the atmosphere wasn't tense enough to induce widespread paranoia. Using the identity Roche had provided a dockworker who had retired early due to an injury, Han-E successfully purchased a maglev train ticket to Harlan City. This identification card, much like the encrypted communicator, was prepared as a contingency for any unexpected incidents during missions. Unexpectedly, Han-E had to use it on his very first assignment. He opted for the most basic economy class ticket. It was cheap, and the diverse mix of passengers made it the ideal choice for concealing his identity. Stepping into the massive transportation hub once again, Han-E's emotions were vastly different from his past life. Back then, he had seen this world as nothing more than a virtual game. Now, his heart was filled with anticipation and determination for what lay ahead. After passing the ticket check, he boarded the train without issues. There was no security screening in Fairport. The process was almost identical to the faint memories he had. His disguise, along with Roche's anti-detection technology, was once again put to the test and held up successfully. The train car was just as he remembered, crowded, noisy, and filled with a mix of various smells. He found a seat by the window, keeping his backpack tightly on his lap and pulling his hat low to avoid eye contact with others. The train began to move slowly, then picked up speed, soon racing at an astonishing pace. The scenery outside the window blurred into streaks of light. He wasn't in the mood to admire the cyberpunk landscapes of Terrastar. He closed his eyes, feigning rest, but in truth, his mind was working at full speed. The sinking of the Freedom Dawn meant the dawn of apocalypse had lost its most critical logistics supply base and command center. The organization's members were scattered, forced to operate independently, making communication both difficult and dangerous. While core members like Zane, Kelly, and Roche had been confirmed safe and were heading toward Harlan City, their arrival time and the extent to which they could regroup their forces remained uncertain. Most concerning of all was the disappearance of Isha. She wasn't just the leader of the organization, but also a top-tier combatant with her tier ranking. Her absence dealt a severe blow to the dawn of apocalypse, worsening its already precarious situation. He hadn't expected this seemingly ordinary faction mission one that the dawn of apocalypse had completed many times before might turn out to be Isha's final stand. Still, it was too early to draw conclusions. Most of the organization's members were still unaccounted for. He could only hope that the worst-case scenario wouldn't come to pass. Silently, he prayed in his heart. As the train made stops along the route, the boarding and disembarking of passengers caused brief commotions. He noticed that at a large industrial transfer station, several individuals wearing Horizon Industries security uniforms boarded the train. They patrolled the cars, their sharp gazes scanning each passenger. Although no detailed inspections were conducted, this was clearly a heightened security measure, causing Han's nerves to tighten further. It seemed the attack on the Freedom Dawn had raised alarms among other major corporations. Despite being competitors in many areas, Horizon Industries, Mech Military, and Gene Dynamics shared a common stance when it came to maintaining order and eliminating instability. Harlan City might not be entirely safe after all. During this time, Hani repeatedly ran through various combat scenarios in his mind, simulating the use of the Stalker exoskeletons features and testing his newly acquired skills. He also attempted, for the first time, meditating with the focus and energy convergence technique. Though each session only increased his psionic energy cap by 10 points and required 1,000 experience points, every little bit helped. It was currently the only method he had to raise his energy limit. After a few hours, he had spent 5,000 experience points to boost his psionic energy cap by 50 points. His meditation was interrupted by the train's announcement. Attention passengers, the train is approaching its next stop, Harlan City Central Transportation Hub. Please ensure you have all your belongings and disembark in an orderly manner. The train gradually slowed as it entered the vast underground station of Harlan City. The train doors slid open, and a wave of people surged out. Han, blending into the crowd, stepped onto the soil of Harlan City. Initially built by Universal Industries during the Third Corporate War as a fortress, this city was situated slightly south of the central region of the North Sea continent. What began as a wartime command and supply transit hub had, over the course of a century, evolved into the core stronghold of Universal Industries. In stark contrast to the decayed chaos of Fairport, Harlan City exuded an overwhelming sense of modernity and order. Inside the station's main hall, the polished floors reflected the bright overhead lights, while neatly arranged and clearly marked signs guided passengers. Uniformed staff stood expressionless at their posts, and silver-gray security robots patrolled with precise, calculated movements, as if part of a meticulously choreographed performance. The faint, artificial fragrance in the air masked the industrial city's natural scent, and this excessive cleanliness and orderliness stirred an inexplicable unease in Han Yi's chest. Stepping out of the central station, Harlan City's bustling scenery unfolded before him. The sky above was slightly bluer than Fairport stuff only by comparison. A dense and intricate aerial traffic network buzzed with various flying vehicles weaving through like worker bees, producing a low, droning hum. On both sides of the streets, futuristic skyscrapers clad in reflective materials gleamed with a cold brilliance. Massive holographic billboards displayed looping advertisements for Universal Industries. Scenes of blue skies, white clouds, lush green forests, and smiling families flashed in succession. Hani had no interest in this facade of prosperity. Lowering his head, he checked the rendezvous information before boarding a public hover vehicle heading toward the Anvil repair shop in Zone B4. Located in the southwestern section of the city, Zone B4 sat at the intersection of the Industrial District and the Skyline District, a mixed area. It featured both the gray concrete workers' dormitories and budget commercial streets of the industrial zone, as well as the creeping gray market activities and gang influences spilling over from the Skyline District. The Anvil repair shop was tucked away in a narrow, inconspicuous alley. Its modest storefront was nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding mechanical repair shops. Hani approached the door and knocked on the slightly worn metal panel. Through the crack, a greasy face appeared, its wary eyes scanning Han-E up and down. What do you need fixed? The middle-aged man asked in a coarse, raspy voice through the narrow opening. Han-E lowered his voice and delivered the agreed-upon passphrase. The forge reignites. The man's expression shifted instantly, his eyes narrowing as his head darted out to scan the empty street. Once satisfied it was safe, he stepped aside, creating a small gap, and said hurriedly, "Get in." Han-E stepped inside, greeted by a thick, almost suffocating mixture of oil fumes and the metallic tang of rust. The cramped shop was cluttered with piles of mechanical parts, scrap metal, and tools, leaving barely any room to maneuver. The man quickly shut the door and flipped the sign on its inner side from "Open for business" to "Closed for break." Locking the door, he spoke without looking back, "Follow me." The man led Han-E through a narrow passage barely wide enough for one person, stopping in front of a small room at the back. Pushing the door open, he gestured for Han-E to enter before turning and disappearing back into the dim recesses of the shop. The room was small and simply furnished, with only a table and a few chairs. Han-E pushed the door open, his eyes immediately locking onto the figure seated on one of the chairs, saying. A flicker of surprise rose in his heart, but upon reflection, it seemed inevitable. The Zane before him was a far cry from the carefree and dashing figure he remembered. Several fresh scratches ran across his face, the raw edges of the wounds tinged with an unhealthy red. His once bright eyes were now bloodshot, weary but still sharp. His tactical vest was torn in multiple places, and the bandage wrapped around his right arm was soaked with dried crimson, with fresh blood slowly seeping through. Zane noticed Han-E's presence, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes before his lips curled into a bitter smile. "You made it to Harlan City too?" His voice was hoarse, like sandpaper scraping, as though his throat had been injured. "What about Truman? He's not with you." "Truman is dead," Han-E replied calmly, as if stating a simple fact. "We were targeted by the scavengers." Zane's body stiffened visibly. "Then how did you?" He hesitated, his voice rising slightly. "How did you get out?" "Truman drew their fire. I managed to kill one of the scavengers," Han-E said succinctly, deliberately omitting certain details. "Then I used the traps we had set along the retreat route to shake off the other two and escaped through the sewers." "You took down a scavenger?" Zane drew in a sharp breath, leaning forward with wide eyes, disbelief written all over his face. "I couldn't even handle 3 of them without fleeing in panic." He looked Han-E up and down, his voice laced with doubt. How did you do it?" The question was not unwarranted. Not long ago on the ship, Han-E had been a complete novice, clueless about combat techniques and barely able to manage basic self-defense. And now, within just a few days, he had managed to take down a scavenger, a feat that even a seasoned fighter like Zane found daunting. It was almost unbelievable. "Isha taught me her unique technique, Wings of the Sky. I picked it up in a few hours," Han-E said with an unchanging expression, his tone as indifferent as if discussing the weather. "Would you like me to demonstrate?" Zane opened his mouth, his eyes flickering with a mix of suspicion and astonishment, but ultimately, he said nothing. Seeing the doubt fade from Zane's gaze, Han-E cut to the chase. "What happened to the Free Dawn?" Zane let out a long sigh, his shoulders slumping slightly, as if the energy had been drained from him. Slowly, he began to speak. "Just as Roche said, the attack came suddenly, and the firepower was overwhelming. It seems that Mech Tech Industries deployed naval fleet-level forces, combined with precise missile strikes, to directly sever the Free Dawn in half." His fingers absent-mindedly rubbed at his injured arm as he continued. "In the chaos, the crew scattered in an attempt to escape. Some of us like me, Kelly, and Roche were lucky enough to find lifeboats or use personal gear to get away. But many others." His voice trembled slightly. "Including Isha, Locke, and most of the crew and technical staff on board, either went down with the sinking ship or were lost during Mech Tech's subsequent pursuit and blockade." Zane's eyes dimmed, his voice tinged with an unmistakable pain. "We lost our base, our command system, and most of our comrades. The dawn of apocalypse has suffered an unprecedented blow." Han-E listened silently. Though he had only recently joined the dawn of apocalypse and had spent the most time with Isha, knowing little about the other members aside from Zane, he couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. As a person with even a shred of empathy, learning of the devastating losses faced by a group brave enough to resist monopolistic tyranny was difficult to bear. "What's your plan now?" Han-E asked. Zane straightened his back, his gaze regaining its resolve, like a spark igniting in the darkness. "Re-establish communication, gather the survivors, and preserve our strength." Though his voice was still hoarse, it was filled with determination. One day, the dawn of apocalypse will rise again. Han-E had no fondness for these empty promises. In his previous life, he had grown accustomed to the hollow pledges made by interstellar civilizations and various factions, none of which ever truly materialized. What's more, they had chosen to meet in the very heart of Universal Industries' stronghold. This filled him with doubt. Zane was silent for a moment before finally speaking, his voice low and resolute. "First, we need to find the boss lady as soon as possible." She's the founder of Dawn of Doomsday, the core of the organization. Her presence is like a heartbeat, indispensable at all times. Hani nodded in understanding, but refrained from showing much emotion. After a brief pause, Zane continued, Harlan City is Universal Industries territory. The influence of the mech military and genetic power factions here is relatively weak, and we've never truly clashed with Universal Industries before. If we settle here, it might give us some breathing room. However, we need to establish a foothold in this area before seeking other opportunities. He exchanged a glance with Han E, the expectation in his eyes unmistakable. Your arrival is undoubtedly good news for us. You're a formidable warrior. I'm Mian, a skilled mechanic. Even Roki acknowledges your talent. We desperately need your strength. Hani gave a slight nod and said in a steady tone, I'll do my best. However, he knew deep down that Dawn of Doomsday was currently fragmented and struggling to survive. Reorganizing effective operations was far from realistic. Moreover, he had no intention of tying his future to such an unstable organization. He needed a space of his own. I need a place for research and manufacturing, Han E stated bluntly. I need an independent workshop. Zane seemed to understand the underlying meaning of Han E's request. Understood, he replied without hesitation, quickly picking up the thread. We have some funds and resources in Harlan City. What kind of place do you need? I can arrange for someone to find it. It doesn't need to be luxurious, just discreet. As long as it has enough space, preferably in a chaotic area where it won't attract attention, Han E replied calmly. Zane nodded slightly, pondering for a moment. How about the Skyline District? It's a mixed bag. They're dangerous, but also a good place to stay under the radar. That'll do, Han E agreed without hesitation. Zane didn't press further and immediately took action. Through the connections of the Iron Anvil repair shop's owner, he secured a modest sum of credits and a forged local resident ID for Han E. This is all the support I can provide, he said, handing over the credit chip. From here on, you're on your own. Stay in touch and stay safe. Han E accepted the chip with a nod of gratitude. You too? He replied succinctly before leaving the repair shop. Instead of heading straight to the Skyline District, he opted to temporarily stay at a budget capsule hotel near Zone B4. He needed time to process the credits he had just received and use them to acquire essential materials and tools on Harlan City's black market to further refine his workshop and equipment. Over the next 2 days, Han E moved like any ordinary visitor, spending his days in crowded public areas to familiarize himself with the city's streets and its people. All the while, he quietly observed Universal Industries' security forces and the city's operational structure. His gaze alternated between sharp focus and contemplative thought, as though calculating every step of his next move in secret. At night, Han E changed into inconspicuous clothing, put on a respirator mask, and silently infiltrated the underground market at the edge of the Skyline District. This black market was far larger than the one in Fairport, offering a dazzling array of goods. Here, Han E saw more advanced cybernetic implants, most of which were smuggled military-grade items, dismantled weapon parts, and even some bizarrely effective genetic drugs and stimulants. What was even more shocking was that someone was openly selling encrypted corporate data and sensitive intelligence. Navigating cautiously through the crowd, Han E used his sharp insight into machinery and technology to sift through valuable items like a seasoned treasure hunter. With part of his funds, he purchased highly specialized alloy materials far superior to Blue Star's standards, high-precision sensor components, and a second-hand, yet functional small CNC machine. However, trouble soon followed. The chaos of the Skyline District lived up to its reputation, with gang members, thieves, con artists, and extortionists everywhere. Han E nearly fell into a seller's trap when he bought a batch of alloy materials at a suspiciously low price. Fortunately, he had prepared in advance by deploying a tracking robot to scout for ambushes. Once he detected the setup, he swiftly used the power of his exoskeleton to neutralize the threat with ease. But the trouble didn't end there. After refusing to pay a protection fee, Han E found himself pursued by gang members. Outnumbered and faced with their brazen aggression, he chose not to fight heathen. Instead, he used the mobility of his exoskeleton, smoke grenades, and the maze-like alleys to outmaneuver them, slipping away with minimal losses. 2 days later, feeling adequately prepared, Han E began searching for a safe, long-term base of operations. He eventually found an abandoned auto repair shop near the outskirts of the Skyline District, close to a derelict overpass and a waste treatment plant. The shop was much larger than the Anchi Auto Repair, where he had first learned about mechanics. It featured an independent workshop and a small loft upstairs that could serve as living quarters. Though the surrounding environment was harsh, with the air heavy with the stench of decay and rust, the area was seldom frequented, with only the occasional scavenger or vagrant passing by. Its seclusion made it an ideal hideout. Han E paid a modest rent, essentially a bribe to a local gang that controlled the area and secured the rights to use the repair shop. He immediately got to work, clearing away the surrounding garbage and tapping into nearby abandoned utility lines to restore water and electricity. He reinforced the doors and windows, installed advanced monitoring and defense systems such as miniature electric traps and sonic disruptors, and set up his workshop equipment. He also tidied up the loft, laying down an old mattress he had salvaged. Though the conditions were basic, it was sufficient as a temporary resting place. After a full day and night of hard work, the abandoned repair shop was completely transformed. While its exterior remained dilapidated, the interior had become a fully functional, heavily fortified secret base. Standing in the center of his newly revamped workshop, Han-E took a deep breath of the still metallic-scented air. For some reason, he felt a rare sense of tranquility. He suddenly thought of his old home on Blue Star and considered preparing it in advance as well. Before leaving the shop, Han-E hung up a sign he had crafted from laser-cut metal. The bold and straightforward lettering read, Yi's Universal Workshop. The Universal Workshop had officially opened, but business was extraordinarily bleak in the first few days. The area in front of the workshop remained desolate, with not even a single person stopping by to inquire about prices. Despite the word Universal prominently displayed on the signboard, in a remote place like Rust Canyon, a newcomer with no reputation was unlikely to attract any attention. Occasionally, scavengers and drifters would pause to glance inside, but as soon as they spotted the brand new equipment and Han Yi's face, which clearly marked him as an outsider, they would quickly leave, as if avoiding the plague. Han Yi, however, was completely unfazed by this. To him, this workshop was less of a livelihood and more of a research base and a cover for his identity. The lack of customers only gave him more time to focus on upgrading his equipment. Inside the workshop, Han-E was immersed in modifying his stealth Type I exoskeleton. He replaced the load-bearing structures originally made from Blue Star materials with pieces of specialized alloy he had procured from the black market. Each replacement significantly enhanced the strength and durability of the exoskeleton. The CNC machine hummed at high speed, producing precision components that were used to optimize the kinetic energy recovery buffer module, dramatically improving its efficiency. He decisively removed the existing chemical fuel engine and replaced it with a magnetic energy engine, which was vastly superior in both power and endurance, a true game-changer. What pleased Han-E the most was the upgrade to the integrated tactical goggles. He had acquired a batch of military-grade sensor components of unknown origin but exceptional performance from the black market. These components were seamlessly incorporated into the goggle system. The upgraded goggles now boasted a qualitative leap in detection range and anti-interference capabilities, along with new features such as electromagnetic spectrum scanning and weak signal detection, giving him a significant edge in gathering information. In addition to upgrading his equipment, Han-E maintained a rigorous training regimen. Every day, he could be seen in the open space behind the workshop engaging in intense physical and combat training, followed by focused meditation to enhance his psychic energy capacity. While the system interface allowed skill levels to be increased through experience points, Han-E found that continuous practical training brought a deeper understanding of his ability's subtle improvements that weren't always reflected in the raw data. As he had learned in his previous life, it was through countless life and death trials that his combat skills had achieved qualitative breakthroughs. These daily exercises were also recognized by the system as learning, providing him with a steady stream of experience points. To acquire more resources and information and to integrate into the underground world of Skyline District, Han-E began frequenting the black market. He no longer confined himself to selling small items, but took on high-skill, lucrative private jobs, repairing illegally modified cybernetic weapons for gang members, decrypting encrypted chips for data brokers, and upgrading off-road vehicles for scavenger teams. Tasks that others found challenging were effortlessly handled by Han-E, and the outstanding results left his clients in awe. Gradually, Yi's Universal Workshop began to gain some recognition on the outskirts of the Skyline District. People started to hear about a mysterious young technician in Rust Canyon, known for his exceptional skills, reasonable fees compared to the black market, and his discretion about clients' backgrounds. As a result, some customers with special needs began seeking him out. That evening, Han-E was busy fine-tuning a new mini-tracking robot, attempting to equip it with a miniature electric shock device and anesthetic dart launcher. Suddenly, there was a knock on the workshop door. Through the surveillance monitor, he saw someone standing outside, a figure cloaked in a hooded cape, their form entirely concealed, emanating an air of mystery. The workshop was already closed for the day. Han-E spoke through the intercom by the door, "Come back tomorrow." A calm, electronically synthesized voice responded, "I was referred here. I heard you can fix anything?" "Depends," Han-E replied indifferently, then remotely unlocked the door with a tap of his finger. The figure stepped into the workshop. After closing the door, they swiftly removed the hood, revealing a pale, delicate facete was a young girl. Her large, captivating eyes were a deep violet, carrying a wary and weary look that seemed beyond her years. Her left arm was injured, hastily wrapped in cloth strips, with charred marks faintly visible around the wound. The girl scanned the workshop before her gaze settled on Han-E. "I need something repaired," she said softly but firmly. "And I need absolute confidentiality." Repairs aren't a problem. This place is always confidential, Han replied with a faint smile. However, it won't come cheap. The girl didn't seem concerned about the cost. From beneath her cloak, she produced a half-destroyed, uniquely designed arm brace. When Hani took it, he felt an unusual, icy coldness emanating from it. The material was neither metal nor wood. Its structure was intricate, seemingly integrated with some kind of energy weapon system, but the core components were completely destroyed, leaving only charred remnants. Han donned his tactical goggles and carefully scanned the brace, analyzing every detail. The core energy module and activator are completely damaged, several energy pathways are severed, and the outer shell material is very unusual. I've never seen anything like it, he remarked thoughtfully. The repair will be extremely difficult, and I'm missing the appropriate parts and materials. The girl's expression dimmed slightly, but she pressed on. Is it completely impossible? Or could it be replaced with other technology? Hani paused, his eyes flickering with thought. A replacement solution might be possible, but he'll need to study the structure and energy principles of this arm brace in detail first. He hesitated for a moment before adding, however, the cost won't be insignificant. Without hesitation, the girl nodded. Money isn't an issue. As long as you can repair it, or at least restore part of its functionality, then it's worth a try, Hani agreed. But it will take time. And during the repair process, you'll need to stay here, or at least ensure I can contact you for testing at any time. The girl seemed hesitant, a flicker of unease passing through her eyes, but she eventually nodded. All right, I need a safe place anyway. At that moment, the workshop interface suddenly displayed a mission prompt. You have triggered a D-level mission. The mysterious girl in distress. Accept decline? Han froze momentarily. A D-level mission? While not particularly high-ranking, it indicated that the girl's identity was far from ordinary. It seemed his growing reputation was starting to attract some complications. Since the mission was already triggered, he wouldn't turn it down. After all, opportunities and risks often came hand in hand. If he avoided taking chances out of fear, he wouldn't have survived as a lone wolf in the vast expanse of the galaxy. The attic upstairs can be your temporary lodging, Han said, gesturing toward the ladder leading to the upper floor. But remember, don't mess with my things, and don't leave the workshop's premises. Han frowned slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Universal Industries? No wonder this is a D-level mission. Looks like I've stumbled upon something big. He lowered his gaze to the gauntlet on the table and began analyzing it in his mind. This technology is at least 50 years ahead of Terra's current capabilities. It could easily be deployed in orbital drop combat during interstellar warfare. The energy pathways, the unique alloy composition, and the miniaturized integration, all of it points to the industrial giant renowned for cutting-edge manufacturing and advanced materials, Universal Industries. Most importantly, this isn't a mass production model, it's an experimental prototype. The design clearly spared no expense, incorporating the most advanced technologies available. At that moment, the item interface in his mind appeared, confirming his suspicions. Universal Industries' new prototype power gauntlet? He paused in thought, vaguely deducing that the girl before him must have an extraordinarily unique connection to Universal Industries. Otherwise, completing this mission wouldn't have immediately granted him 500 faction reputation points, elevating his status from neutral to respected. If I'm not mistaken, this girl might be the daughter of Universal Industries CEO, Ndehui. Han recalled the storyline of Terra from his previous life. Ndehui's daughter had been kidnapped and killed during an incident, and investigations revealed that the masterminds were linked to Universal Industries' rivals Mech military and Gene Dynamics. Following this tragedy, Universal Industries had practically severed all ties with the other two corporate giants, leading to a series of clashes and conflicts. As Han became engrossed in his deductions, a soft female voice came from behind, carrying a faint tremor. How's the progress? Han turned around to see the young girl, who had only gone upstairs briefly but had now come back down. She had removed her hood, revealing a pale yet delicate face. Her left arm was crudely bandaged with blood-stained cloth, the edges of the wound showing severe burn marks. Her breathing was labored, and her injuries were clearly serious. Though she tried to remain composed, her exhaustion was evident. She was barely holding herself together. Noticing Han's gaze, the girl hesitated slightly, her expression betraying a trace of unease. She cautiously moved her injured left arm behind her back and murmured in a low voice, I am sorry. I used your medical kit without permission. Han looked at her, his expression growing even more complex. Her expression carried a hint of nervousness. I will definitely pay you. Her voice grew softer and softer. But not now. By the end of each sentence, her voice was almost as faint as a mosquito's buzz. She continued speaking in a low tone. If I give it to you now, it will definitely cause trouble. Han barely caught her words, but luckily, his perception had long surpassed that of ordinary people, allowing him to discern her final, nearly inaudible sentence. He didn't address her statement directly. Instead, he asked tentatively, is this armguard very important to you? He carefully examined the heavily damaged piece of armor in his hands. If it were me, I'd say the cost of repairing it could probably cover the expense of forging a new one. The repair cost is almost equivalent to making a fresh piece. No, the girl suddenly became emotional, her expression changing abruptly. Realizing her loss of composure, she quickly took a few deep breaths, trying to calm herself down. This is a gift from someone very important to me, I have to fix it. Her voice was halting, as though she was subconsciously trying to come up with an excuse. Han-E appeared thoughtful, a trace of amusement flashing in his eyes. Oh, a keepsake from a boyfriend? He teased as he fiddled with the arm guard. What kind of family gives something like this as a gift? The girl's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Not a boyfriend, she retorted, quickly changing the subject with a hint of frustration in her tone. Ugh, why are you like this? Aren't you supposed to be the kind of person who doesn't pry into others' business? As long as I don't make you responsible for my troubles. Hani cast her a calm, but slightly exasperated glance. You're different. The girl's lips trembled slightly, clearly stung by his remark. Before she could respond, Hani spoke first. Take care of your injuries first. I'll figure out the repairs later. My workshop may be simple, but at least it's safe for now. No pursuers will find this place. He paused, and then added. Like I said, you can stay here for now. The attic may not be much, but it'll keep the wind and rain out. As for payment, we'll talk about that once you've recovered. Han extended what seemed like an olive branch, setting aside the matter of payment for now, hoping to earn her trust by offering shelter and treatment. For a skittish stray like her, pushing too hard would only backfire. The girl looked up, her deep purple eyes flashing with surprise, as though she hadn't expected Han-E to show such kindness. She stared at him silently for a long moment before finally giving a small nod, accepting his offer. However, the wariness in her eyes remained undiminished. As her footsteps gradually receded, the workshop returned to its previous stillness. The only sound was the faint noise of Han-E inspecting the arm guard in his hands. Time passed quietly in the silent workshop, like the rust-stained canyon outside the window, shrouded in a cloud of silent dust. Han-E focused all his attention on the repair and study of the mysterious arm guard. With the limited equipment in the workshop, his self-made high-precision scanner, a second-hand material analyzer procured from the black market, and his exceptional spatial reasoning and deep professional knowledge, Han-E began attempting to unravel the secrets of this artifact that seemed far ahead of its time. As he examined the internal structure of the arm guard, he realized its complexity far exceeded his expectations. A network of energy-conducting wires, finer than strands of hair, was intricately woven together, forming a highly efficient and stable energy transmission system. Even though the core module was damaged, the residual energy fluctuations were strong enough to trigger alarms on Han-E's detectors. The energy transmission efficiency, Han-E furrowed his brows, his eyes reflecting a hint of shock. It's at least 5 times better than the best conductors currently available on Terra. He ran his finger over the 3D structural diagram displayed in his lens, pausing to think. The arrangement of these miniature energy nodes was entirely unprecedented. Nothing in the knowledge he had acquired bore any resemblance to this technology. Could it be using some kind of flexible conductive material? A bold hypothesis crossed Han-E's mind. Knowledge of composite materials raced through his mind, yet no theory could match the phenomenon before him. Han-E frowned deeply as he stared at the tiny fragment of the armor shell in his hand, his gaze growing heavier. He placed the fragment under a microscope for closer inspection. The molecular structure was extraordinarily dense, resembling countless interlocked chains, radiating a metallic cold sheen. This structure not only possessed incredible hardness and toughness, but also demonstrated exceptional resistance to energy impacts. The scorched edges of the fragment were slightly blackened, yet they retained their sharp contours. Its remarkably high melting point was astonishing. Han-E's frown deepened. No conventional energy weapon could produce damage of this magnitude. Intrigued, he reached for a high-frequency oscillating cutter from the workshop tool rack and cautiously pressed it against the fragment's edge. The high-frequency vibrations instantly generated a burst of dazzling sparks. The blade deformed and dulled before it could penetrate, leaving only the faintest scratch on the fragment barely visible. Han-Ye's hand trembled slightly as he instinctively drew in a sharp breath. This hardness. His mind reeled. Not even the heaviest reactive microarmor on a stealth exosuit could withstand an attack capable of damaging this armor shell. The level of technology behind this completely surpassed Terra's current industrial capabilities, like an insurmountable chasm of science and technology that cut him off from the truth. In my previous life, how did I fail to notice that Terra had such extraordinary materials? He muttered to himself, his gaze growing even more contemplative. Over the past few days, the young girl who called herself Yushi had remained upstairs in the attic, rarely stepping out. Han-E had brought her high-nutrition meals and purified water a few times, which she accepted silently, her movements cautious and her guarded demeanor unchanging. Thanks to the healing gel and what seemed to be her own impressive regenerative abilities, Yushi's condition was gradually improving. She no longer appeared as frail as when she first arrived. Standing and walking were no longer an issue. However, The burns on her arm were severe, involving deep tissue damage. Full recovery would require advanced medical equipment and professional treatment. Han Yi was well aware that, with Terra's advanced medical technology, injuries of this severity were not irreversible. Yet, he did not rush to intervene. He understood that trust was something that had to be built slowly, with time and patience. He carried on with his research as usual, methodically progressing through his tasks. Occasionally, he would deliberately repair black market component orders or tinker with basic mechanical parts at his workbench, letting his technical expertise inadvertently come into Yushi's view. That afternoon, Han Yi was hunched over his workbench, exploring a modular design theory to create an alternative for the ARM armor's core energy module. He cross-referenced existing magnetic energy technology with the residual energy circuit data from the armor, attempting to reverse-engineer a simplified energy core model. While its performance would fall far short of the original component, if the calculations were correct, it might restore some functionality to the armor, such as activating a low-power energy shield or powering an auxiliary system. He was wholly absorbed in sketching intricate energy matrices on a virtual drafting board, his gaze alternating between intense focus and swift shifts. Then, a faint but deliberate sound of footsteps came from the attic above. Han Yi turned his head slightly to see Yushi carefully descending the staircase, step by step. Her complexion was still pale, but noticeably better than in previous days, with much of the heavy exhaustion in her eyes dissipated. She was wearing the t-shirt and pants Han Yi had left for her. Though the clothes didn't fit perfectly, they were far better than her tattered cloak. She said nothing as she walked straight to the workbench and stood silently, watching him sketch energy structures on the drafting board with curiosity and focus reflected in her deep violet eyes. Han Yi didn't stop his work. He glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and spoke in a calm, yet warm tone. "Feeling better?" Yushi murmured softly, her voice still as light as a whisper. She hesitated for a moment, as if wanting to ask something, but ultimately swallowed her words and simply stood quietly on the side, observing. Han Yi continued working on the alternative model for the energy core, his fingers gliding deftly over the light screen. He deliberately slowed his pace, pausing at critical points and explaining his design process in simple, comprehensible terms. His voice was steady, not too loud, not too soft, just enough for Yushi, standing nearby, to hear clearly. "The energy nodes here need to be rearranged," Han Yi said, pointing to the glowing blue dots on the schematic. "By using a series connection to guide the magnetic field, the efficiency will drop, but the stability will improve significantly." He kept drawing, occasionally glancing at Yushi to gauge her reaction. "The material for the activator is the biggest challenge. Without the original superconducting material, we'll have to try a secondary niobium titanium alloy. The power output will take a major hit, and heat dissipation will be a serious issue." Han Yi traced an arc across the schematic with his finger. "We'll need to add an independent cooling system, using liquid nitrogen or..." He paused deliberately, frowning in thought. "Maybe we could attempt phase cooling technology, though the cost would be exorbitant." As expected, when he mentioned these technical terms, a flicker of understanding flashed in Yushi's eyes. When Han Yi frowned at the technical bottleneck, her lips moved slightly, as though she wanted to offer a suggestion, but she restrained herself. This girl clearly had knowledge in this field. Combining the hints and rewards from the level mission with the fact that she was being pursued, Han Yi became even more convinced of his suspicion. She was none other than Shinran, the daughter of Nduhui, CEO of Huanyu Industries. This is roughly the alternative solution. Han Yi finally set down the light pen and enlarged the completed model projection, displaying it for Yushi. The three-dimensional structure rotated slowly in midair, with blue energy streams flowing through it. In theory, it could generate a low-intensity energy shield for the arm brace, lasting about 3 minutes. Alternatively, it could activate the auxiliary muscle fibers in your arm, temporarily boosting your strength. He looked directly into Yushi's eyes, his tone calm, yet serious. "You can only choose one of the two, and the energy consumption will be extremely high. The core stability is also poor, meaning it could overload at any moment and become completely irreparable. So, I strongly advise against using it in combat again." Yushi studied the rotating model carefully, her brows furrowed as her purple eyes reflected a mix of calculation and assessment. After a moment, she looked up, a trace of disappointment flashing in her eyes, but more so a resigned acceptance. "Energy shield," Yushi said decisively, her voice low but firm. "I need it." "All right," Han Yi nodded, then shifted the topic. "But the materials and tools." He raised the issue of the steep cost again, watching Yushi's reaction closely. Yushi fell silent, her gaze filled with inner conflict. Just as Han Yi thought she might evade the question of cost once more, Yushi suddenly lifted her head. Her deep purple eyes locked onto Han Yi's, revealing a determined resolve. "I don't have any credits," Yushi admitted, her voice tinged with hesitation, her fingers nervously twisting together. "But I do know some secrets about Huanyu Industries. Some extremely valuable information. Can I trade that instead?" Finally, here it was. Han Yi's heart stirred, but outwardly, he maintained a composed demeanor. Oh, he raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise, leaning back slightly. Secrets of Huan Yu Industries? I'm just a small-time technician operating out of Rust Canyon. I don't really have any interest in the inner workings of a corporate giant like that. His tone carried a clear note of skepticism, both rejecting her offer and probing the value of her information as well as her limits. Yushi seemed to see through Han Yi's feigned indifference. A faint, bitter smile appeared on her pale face, and her eyes reflected a sense of knowing clarity. I know you don't believe me, she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper, yet every word was distinct. But my information is absolutely worth it. For example, she leaned in slightly, her voice dropping even lower. I know where Huan Yu Industries has hidden the core design schematics for their next-generation Titan-class industrial mechs in a secret database in Harlan City. Damn it, this reckless woman. Han Yi's breath hitched sharply, and his heart skipped a beat. A Titan-class industrial mech. This wasn't just the pinnacle of Huan Yu Industries' non-military technology. It was the crown jewel of Terra's industrial achievements. It represented the ultimate in manufacturing, an asset of immeasurable value in both craftsmanship and technology. And its design blueprint? Priceless beyond measure. Han Yi's mind raced as he recalled his previous life. The war mechs, modified from Titan-class industrial mechs, had been the key to the North Sea continent's survival against the swarm catastrophe. Their overwhelming firepower had not only held the line, but even enabled counterattacks. For Yushi to offer him the family's most advanced technological trade resource, just to repair this power-arm gauntlet? No, she couldn't be that naive. Suppressing the shock surging within him, Han Yi quickly weighed the pros and cons of Yushi's proposal. It sounded intriguing. He stroked his chin, frowning slightly, but then the crucial point struck him: the design blueprint was hidden in a heavily guarded laboratory. Was he right? It seemed she had anticipated Han Yi's reaction. She pulled out a small storage chip from her pocket, shaped like an elegant pendant, and handed it to him with no hesitation. Her gaze was unwavering, though her tone remained serious. This contains access permissions to the database and some verification information. Even if you can't retrieve the full blueprint, the other data should be enough to cover the deal. Without hesitation, she placed the chip in Han Yi's hand. You can verify its authenticity first. If the information checks out, I hope you'll start the repairs as soon as possible. Han Yi took the slightly warm chip, his fingers brushing over its intricate patterns. In that brief moment, his lingering doubts vanished. He nodded calmly. Deal. Give me a day to verify it. If it's legitimate, I'll begin preparing the materials. Yushi let out a small sigh of relief, her tense posture finally relaxing. She softly said, "Thank you," before turning and walking toward the stairs, disappearing from view. No, I should be thanking you. Han Yi, however, didn't spare her another glance. His thoughts were already consumed by the information on the chip. He swiveled his chair toward the workstation, his fingers flying across the virtual keyboard. On the screen, streams of complex code and encrypted data cascaded like a waterfall. Using a second-hand terminal he'd picked up on the black market, combined with his foundational virtual electronics expertise and hacking techniques learned from Luo Qi, Han Yi cautiously began verifying the chip Yushi had given him. The chip's encryption was incredibly robust, employing Huan Yu Industries' military-grade security standards. Layer upon layer of defenses, meticulously guarded, posed a challenge that would stump most of Terra's top hackers. Without the key code Yushi had provided, breaking through even the outermost layer would have been enough to deter anyone. Interesting, Han Yi murmured under his breath, his fingers tapping rapidly on the virtual keyboard. A multi-layer dynamic key verification mechanism, coupled with quantum entanglement-based random number generation. Huan Yu Industries really spares no expense. Under his deft manipulation, virtual code flickered, and one firewall after another was breached. The chip, as Yushi had stated, did not contain the complete blueprint. It held only partial verification data and a key to access permissions. But even these fragmented pieces of information were enough for Han Yi to glimpse the tip of the iceberg of Titan-class industrial mech technology. Han Yi's eyes were fixed on the decrypted chip in front of him, his heart racing as he reviewed the technical data from Universal Industries. A modular power system, ultra-high-strength composite armor, and a neural direct control framework. These were cutting-edge technologies developed by Universal Industries for mining operations on the Moon and Mars. After hours of intense decryption, he had finally confirmed the complete contents of the chip. Although he hadn't obtained the core design blueprints directly, the value of the information was still staggering. On the current Terra international market, any second-tier company would pay an astronomical price for this data. But to Han Yi, ordinary currency was meaningless. To him, the real value lay in the technical details that could help him build a Titan-class industrial mech. Just as he reached out to retrieve the chip, contemplating how to use this intelligence to repair the arm gauntlet, an anomaly on the surveillance screen caught his attention. At the entrance of the alley outside the workshop, a shadow darted past, so fast it seemed like a trick of the eye. Han Yi instantly adjusted the surveillance angle and activated the thermal imaging sensor and motion detectors outside the walls. The screen displayed 3 figures. 2 moved with the agility of predators, while the third was comparatively clumsier. They were advancing toward the workshop from different directions, using the shadows for cover. Pursuers? Han Yi's eye sharpened. He quickly activated the workshop's defense systems. The electrified traps on the doors and windows went into standby mode. The sonic disruptors embedded in the walls began charging, and the modified armed cleaning robots rolled out from the corners, ready to engage. Through the internal communicator, he issued a terse warning to the loft above. We've got visitors. Stay up there, don't move, and lock the door. A muffled gasp and hurried footsteps followed, then silence. Han Yi swiftly donned the Stalker MKI exoskeleton, double-checking that the chainsaw blades, high-frequency cutting edges, and folding shield on his arms were all primed and operational. The tracking robots dispersed. One secured the back door, another climbed onto the roof to expand the surveillance range, while the rest monitored blind spots. With everything in place, Han Yi held his breath, his focus razor-sharp, as he waited for the uninvited guests to make their move. Outside the workshop, 3 shadowy figures stealthily approached the front and rear entrances. They refrained from any rash actions, instead observing patiently like predators on a hunt, searching for weak points in the defenses and waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Han Yi calmly monitored the surveillance footage, determined to deny the intruders any chance to probe his defenses. With a light tap on the control panel, he activated the defensive systems pre-installed on the workshop's outer walls. Disguised as exhaust fans and rusted metal panels, the miniature sonic disruptors and electric traps came to life instantly. Piercing high-frequency sound waves swept across the perimeter like invisible blades. Simultaneously, several arcs of blue electricity shot out from the shadows at the corners of the walls, targeting the 3 approaching figures with precision. Arc! What the hell? Startled cries and pained groans erupted from the darkness. 2 of the nimble figures clearly hadn't anticipated traps outside the workshop. The high-frequency sound waves disrupted their balance instantly, causing a noticeable hesitation in their movements. One of them was grazed by an electric arc, his body convulsing violently as he nearly collapsed to the ground. The third individual, carrying a tank-like device and moving more sluggishly, was farther away and narrowly avoided the electric attack. However, the sonic interference still overwhelmed him. Clutching his ears in a futile attempt to block out the pervasive noise, his movements became even clumsier. Now's the time. Han Yi's gaze turned icy. Equipped with the stealth Model I exoskeleton, which provided full-range mobility support, he chose not to confront the intruders through conventional entrances. Instead, he activated the miniature propulsion system in his boots, launching himself upward and crashing through a second-floor side window disguised as an ordinary emergency exit. Crash! Glass and metal shards scattered in all directions. Han Yi descended like a diving hawk, landing with precision in the narrow alley outside the workshop, positioned at the side and rear of the 3 intruders. Without a moment's pause upon landing, he raised the white star in his hand, its muzzle emitting a deadly blue glow. Ethereal bullets shot forth, aimed directly at the third man carrying the tank-like device. Han Yi analyzed the situation with cold precision. Targets equipped with specialized gear but hampered in mobility were often the most dangerous in a team, of fact every seasoned soldier knew. Given that these intruders dared to attack Yi's universal workshop, they must have had some knowledge of his skills as a mechanic. That tank-like device on the man's back was likely disguised as an EMP device intended to disable electronic systems. It had to be neutralized immediately. The man had barely begun to recover from the sonic interference and had no time to react effectively. The deadly ethereal bullets whistled through the air, easily piercing the heavy protective suit as if it were paper. The shot struck both the tank device on his back and his vital areas with accuracy. No! A short, desperate cry was drowned out by the ominous crackling sound of the destabilized energy core. Then, a violent explosion erupted, its power far surpassing any high-explosive grenade Han Yi had ever used. A massive orange fireball surged upward, and the ferocious shockwave, laced with shards of metal, swept outward in all directions. A blinding flash and deafening boom erupted from the explosion, as searing heat waves laced with shards of metal slammed fiercely against Han Yi's exoskeleton armor. Even with the support of his E-class physique, he felt his blood surge turbulently. Fortunately, he was prepared. The moment he fired, he activated his exoskeleton's stabilization system and unfolded his shield, using the explosion's recoil to swiftly retreat and dissipate most of the impact. Thick smoke and the acrid stench of chemicals quickly filled the dim alleyway. Amid the haze came the enraged and panicked shouts of 2 surviving enemies. Damn it, this guy's a lunatic. Scorpion's dead. That thing blew up. Clearly, they hadn't expected Han Yi to launch such a decisive attack from inside the building, let alone prioritize detonating their critical EMP electronic countermeasure weapon. With the electromagnetic suppression gone, the 2 enemies were like venomous snakes with their fangs removed, no longer a significant threat to Han Yi. A cold smirk tugged at the corner of his lips as he pursued without hesitation. Though the tactical visor on his helmet was disrupted by the explosion, the backup optical aiming system, paired with his enhanced perception, allowed him to precisely track their movements. The magnetic engine roared softly as Han moved swiftly through the smoke. His combat experience told him this was the perfect moment to press the advantage couldn't afford to give his enemies a chance to recover. There he is. Open fire. One of the enemies, relying on combat instincts and advanced anti-interference equipment, was the first to spot Han Yi's movement. Tracer rounds tore through the smoke, screaming toward him. Han Yi pushed his mastery of fluid force to level 10, weaving and dodging with remarkable agility. He didn't rely solely on the exoskeleton to absorb the hits, but instead used precise footwork and subtle body adjustments to deflect the bullet's momentum. His folding shield on his left arm intercepted incoming fire with metallic clangs, expertly deflecting most of the rounds. Only a few grazed his armor, leaving shallow marks. At the same time, the white star in his hands maintained a steady rhythm of fire. Augmented by his mobility-based shooting skills, every energy bullet he fired struck vital points, joints, sensors, weapons, or weak spots in their defenses. Like a seasoned hunter, he controlled the pace of the battle with calm precision, systematically dismantling his opponent's combat effectiveness. Damn it, he's too fast. My targeting system can't keep up, the gun-wielding enemy shouted in frustration. Meanwhile, the other enemy, armed with an alloy machete, tried to flank Han Yi, swinging the blade in a deadly arc. It was as if Han Yi had eyes in the back of his head. Without turning, he deployed the high-frequency blade from his left arm and parried the attack with a reverse strike. A resounding metallic clash echoed as the vibrating blade collided with the alloy machete, sending out a shower of bright sparks. The machete-wielding enemy's grip almost failed as the force of the impact tore at his hand, leaving his palm trembling and his expression filled with shock. He hadn't expected this seemingly fragile mechanic to possess such formidable close combat skills. Damn it, the intel was wrong, he cursed silently. Seizing the opening, Han Yi lunged forward with sudden force. Iron Mountain lean. With a heavy thud, the knife-wielding enemy was sent flying as if struck by a speeding truck. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his body slammed into the alley wall before crumpling to the ground, unconscious. Only one enemy remained, armed with a gun. Watching his two companions fall in an instant, terror finally surfaced in his eyes. He no longer dared to tangle with Han Yi and turned to flee with all his might. Escape? Han Yi snorted coldly. ISA's Skywing skill activated in an instant, blurring his figure as his speed surged to its limit. The barrel of the White Star gun became like the scythe of death, relentlessly tracking the panicked, fleeing figure and unleashing a final, deadly storm of bullets. The ethereal rounds, precise and unyielding, tore through the enemy's protective suit and pierced his body. What the hell is this? The enemy gasped in horror. Suddenly, a scream of unwilling agony tore through the air. With that last wail, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, his body devoid of any signs of life. The battle was over. From Han Yi's initial strike to the elimination of all three enemies, the entire sequence was swift and seamless, taking less than 30 seconds. The air still carried the acrid tang of smoke and scorched metal. The alley was left in ruins, littered with twisted metal and shattered walls, illuminated by the flickering red glow of an emergency light. The aftermath of the fight was stark and desolate. Two lifeless bodies lay sprawled on the ground, while the third, a burly man, barely clinging to life, slumped in a corner like a broken doll. His chest heaved violently, and occasional groans of pain escaped his lips, signaling that he was still alive. Han Yi approached him, injecting an emergency treatment serum before pressing the cold barrel of his gun against the man's forehead. The icy metal and the looming threat of death jolted the man's pain-fogged mind into clarity. His eyes widened in terror as he raised his head weakly, his voice hoarse and trembling. Please, spare me. Who sent you? Han Yi's voice was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. What's the target? It was Rattlesnake. The man rasped, his voice faltering. We're from the Rattlesnake mercenary group. Rattlesnake. Han Yi's brow furrowed slightly. The name was familiar. Had heard of it in Harlan City's black market. The Rattlesnake mercenary group was infamous for its ruthlessness and advanced equipment, often taking on shady, high-level assignments for elite clients. Han Yi had been wary of such organizations for some time. Who hired you? Why target me? Han Yi pressed the barrel harder against the man's forehead, the cold metal biting into his skin. His sharp gaze flicked toward the distant workshop loft, calm and composed, yet radiating an undeniable killing intent. Speak. Hey, a girl. The man dared not conceal anything, his weak voice sputtering with blood. An intermediary contacted our boss, paid us a huge sum, told us to find a young girl with a special arm brace, said we must bring her back. The brace had to be intact. A girl? A chill ran through Han Yi's heart, and a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. So, they were after Shinran. Pretending to be annoyed, he cursed. Damn it. What kind of nonsense is this? What girl? Someone said. That girl asked about your workshop. I've never even seen her. Han Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, and the strength in his hand increased, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. He stared intently at the burly man before him, his voice sharp as a blade. Who's the middleman that issued the task to you? Who is your boss working with? Despair filled the man's eyes, and cold sweat trickled down his face. I don't know, he stammered, his voice trembling. The boss never tells us these things, just said it was a big shots order, something to do with internal conflicts in Huanyu Industries. How is Shinran entangled in Huanyu Industries' internal struggles again? Han Yi frowned deeply, his mind racing. Terra was not the main planet of his primary account. Han Yi had only learned about this world's background and parts of its storyline while leveling up for a client. In the previous timeline, Shinran should have been killed by the machinations of intelligent machinery and genetic dynamics. Or so it seemed. Thoughts flashed like lightning, and suddenly, everything became clear in Han Yi's mind. While intelligent machinery and genetic dynamics had conflicts with Huanyu Industries over dominance and business interests, there was no reason for them to go out of their way to kidnap Shinran and kill her. Often, a living hostage is far more valuable than a dead one. On the other hand, Daihui had several children, and his most beloved was his youngest daughter, Shinran. Considering the inheritance issues within such a world-class corporate empire, a single word from the top of the pyramid could decide everything. Ultimately, Shinran's death stemmed from the internal power struggle over Huanyu Industries' inheritance rights. Realizing that no more valuable information could be extracted, Han Yi casually pulled the trigger, blowing the mercenary's head apart. The gunshot echoed deafeningly in the confined space, and blood and brain matter splattered onto the wall, forming a grotesque painting. You have killed a rattlesnake elite mercenary, level 28. Gained 158,900 EXP. The system notification flickered in his field of vision, and silence slowly filled the space that had just witnessed a brutal skirmish. Han Yi activated the workshop's defensive facilities to scan the surroundings, ensuring the area was temporarily secure before allowing himself to relax slightly. Efficiently, he cleaned up the battlefield. Taking a canister of accelerant from his pocket, he sprayed it over the corpse, and flames quickly consumed everything. Once the body was reduced to ashes, he casually discarded the remains into a foul-smelling chemical waste pool nearby. In the Rust Canyon, an underworld zone where federal enforcers avoided at all costs, gang clashes were a frequent occurrence. As long as these conflicts didn't interfere with higher powers' interests, no one cared about the lives lost here. When Han Yi stepped back into the workshop, he heard a faint creak from the staircase leading to the attic. Yushir rather, and Shinran, which was now more fitting, cautiously peeked out, half her face visible. Her deep purple eyes were filled with fear and unease. Her gaze swept over the carnage in the alleyway, the lifeless body on the ground, and Han Yi's exoskeleton suit, which bore clear signs of combat and exuded a cold metallic sheen. Are you okay? And Shinran asked tremulously, her voice unsteady. Are you hurt? I can help bandage you. I'm unscathed. Don't worry. Han Yi sat back in his office chair, leaving the exoskeleton on, and swiped his fingers across the terminal projection, checking the damage to the workshop's defenses after the fight. And Shinran gripped the stair railing, her steps unsteady as she stopped a few paces away from Han Yi. Her fingertips trembled slightly, and her lips moved as if trying to speak, but no words came out. After a long pause, she finally asked in a low voice, Were they after me? More or less. Han Yi replied without hiding the truth. He shifted his gaze from the projection to meet her eyes. The target was Yuan, that arm bracer of yours. He paused, then added, The mastermind is connected to Huanyu Industries' internal affairs. The words hit Shinran like a hammer, leaving her stunned. She abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with shock, anger, and a deep sorrow. So it's them, it really is them, she murmured, her delicate fingers clenching unconsciously, her knuckles turning pale from the strain. A belief that had supported her all this time seemed to collapse entirely in that moment. Han Yi quietly observed Shinran without interrupting her. The young girl had her head lowered, her hands trembling slightly, clearly needing time to process the cruel truth that those hunting her down were her own flesh and blood. The workspace was silent, save for the faint hum of machinery. After a long moment, Shinran took a deep breath and lifted her head. Her rare, deep violet eyes, though shadowed with sorrow, gleamed with a trace of determination. Thank you. And I'm sorry for dragging you into this, she said, her voice hoarse. I lied to you before. She met Han Yi's gaze directly. My name isn't Yuxa, that was just a temporary alias. My real name is Shinran, the seventh and youngest child of Ndehui, the CEO of Huanyu Industries. Han Yi's expression remained calm, without a hint of surprise, which caught Zinran's attention. You don't seem the least bit shocked by my identity, she asked. Why would I be? Han Yi shrugged and gestured toward the damaged arm brace on the workbench. That high-tech gear of yours and the storage chip capable of accessing Huanyu Industries' internal database already told me everything I needed to know. And Shinran let out a bitter laugh and slumped into a nearby chair. My 4 brothers and 2 sisters have never gotten along, she said, rubbing her temples. Our father raised us with one principle: prioritize profit above all else. Though he's grown old, his influence remains strong, but the issue of succession has already stirred unrest among my siblings. She paused briefly. The most ironic part is that my father seems to enjoy this chaos. He often says he himself rose to power through the ruthless infighting of his own bloodline. She stood and walked over to the workbench, her injured left arm brushing lightly against the damaged arm brace. This is indeed a prototype from my father's lab, but it's far from a token of affection, she said with a self-deprecating smile. I've never been in a relationship who would dare get involved with the youngest daughter of a top-tier conglomerate. That day, when I was touring the lab with my mentor, a group of armed assailants stormed in and began killing indiscriminately. I had no choice but to put this on in a hurry to save myself. It's my only lifeline. Taking a deep breath, and Shinran turned to face Han Yi, her eyes glinting with unyielding resolve. I know I have nothing now, not even the ability to protect myself. But the deal I proposed before still stands, and am willing to offer even more, she said, her voice firm despite its quiet tone. I need your help. I need to survive. And more than anything, I need strength to reclaim what's rightfully mine and stop my siblings from driving Huanyu Industries into ruin. She revealed her deepest secret completely, an act of trust, as well as a bold gamble with the future at stake. The wind in the alley gradually subsided, leaving only the occasional crackle of electricity from the emergency lights to break the silence. After Shinran's words fell, the two of them lapsed into a tacit silence, each contemplating the conversation that had just unfolded. Han Yi's expression remained calm, but a storm brewed within him. And Shinran's confession was not merely a revelation of her identity, but a bombshell that could disrupt the entire industrial landscape of Huanyu Industries. The fight for Huanyu's inheritance wasn't just about the fate of a corporation. It had the potential to impact 2 critical technological fields: intelligent military machinery and genetic dynamics. Han Yi's gaze flickered slightly, his fingers tapping lightly on his knee. And Shinran's identity, along with the crucial key she held, was an irresistible temptation for someone like him, who desperately needed technological resources and advancements. Risk and opportunity, like 2 sides of a coin, now lay before him. Just then, a faint glimmer appeared at the edge of Han Yi's vision. The system panel silently updated with new information. You have completed the level mission, The Mysterious Girl in Distress. You have gained 200,000 experience points. You have obtained a Huanyu Industries random technology blueprint, Rare 1. Huanyu Industries favorability towards you has increased by 500 points. Current favorability, 500 respected, pending in Shinran's verification. What followed caught Han Yi even more off guard. You have unlocked a hidden reward, level composite mission. Mission information updated, the Heiress's Rebellion. Mission objectives. Core task, protect Shinran until she can achieve basic self-sufficiency or find reliable support. Optional task 1, repair modify Shinran's prototype power-armored gauntlet. Optional task 2, assist Shinran in opposing her siblings' forces or help her secure a stable position within Huanyu Industries. Note, this is a composite mission. The core task must be completed to receive the final mission rewards. Mission failure conditions. Shinran's death. Mission rewards. 1. 1 million experience points. 2. Huanyu Industries favorability 1000. If Shinran becomes Huanyu Industries CEO, faction favorability will be fixed at revered. 3. Unlock opportunities to advance in the following subprofessions: Chief of Industrial Division, Business Division Manager, Scholar, Heavy Industry Mechanic, Mechanical Combat Engineer, Special Agent. 4. Hidden rewards. Unlocked based on mission progress and final evaluation. Completion of optional task 1, Shinran's gratitude, 200,000 experience points. Completion of optional task 2, Huanyu Industries rare self-selected technology blueprint 1, 3 self-selected advanced technological knowledge modules, 200,000 experience points. Han Yi's eyes widened slightly, and his breath caught for a moment. The level mission was completed so effortlessly, only to be replaced by a new level mission triggered by the random rewards. What had started as a simple task of repair and protection had escalated into an involvement in Huanyu Industries' internal power struggles, with the potential to influence the broader future landscape. His eyes scanned the rewards list rapidly, his heartbeat quickening. The rewards were astonishingly generous, especially the rare-grade Huanyu Industries technology blueprint, the 3 advanced knowledge modules he urgently needed, and the opportunity to unlock the Scholar subprofession. Scholar, a profession with intelligence as its primary attribute, was one of the most classic complementary subprofessions for a mechanic. While it didn't directly enhance combat abilities, it significantly boosted intelligence, accelerated knowledge acquisition, and provided auxiliary skills like deep analysis and data modeling, which were invaluable for research and manufacturing. Han Yi had already earmarked Scholar as a must-have subprofession when planning his career path. Han Yi shifted his gaze from the system panel back to Shinran, a flicker of determination in his eyes. It seemed there was no avoiding this turbulent water. You're in a very dangerous situation. Han Yi's voice remained calm as he gazed steadily at Shinran. Even after receiving a task reward that would have left most people ecstatic, his expression was still composed and unruffled. He gently placed the damaged arm guard on the table in front of him and continued. Relying solely on this broken arm guard and your own strength to stand against your siblings, who are deeply entrenched in the web of Huanyu Industries and will stop at nothing, is like hitting a stone with an egg. His sharp gaze fell on Shinran. So what's your plan now? Or rather, what cards do you have left to play? Hearing this, Shinran's shoulders slumped slightly as her eyes dropped, dim with despair. I have nothing left. In truth, as in Di Hui's cherished daughter, she wasn't entirely without resources in Huanyu Industries. The loyal allies who once served her father, and her mentor renowned in the scientific field, and one of the few survivors of the attack could potentially be her support. However, the reality was that she couldn't contact them safely. Her identity credentials were likely frozen or monitored by her siblings, and any abnormal communication could expose her location, bringing even more relentless pursuit. Looking at the despondent girl before him, Han Yi felt an unusual sense of reassurance. A completely dependent ally was undoubtedly easier to control than one with hidden assets and resources. It seems you're driven by revenge alone, Han Yi stated with certainty. And Shinran bit her lower lip hard, swallowing all her bitterness and frustration. Yes, even though she was the heiress of Huanyu Industries, even though she was more intelligent and capable than her peers, without the protection of her family and her father's influence, what could she do? Those who once flattered her were probably now circling like sharks, scenting blood, eager to tear away any profit they could from her downfall. Who would dare risk challenging her ruthless siblings, who held real power, for the sake of a fallen, powerless girl? Who would stand against the colossal entity that was Huanyu Industries? It was a hopeless gamble with no light at the end of the tunnel. Just as Shinran was sinking into despair, Han Yi's next words were like a faint glimmer in the darkness. I can help you. His voice carried an undeniable sense of steadiness and reassurance. I can offer you protection, repair this arm guard, and even provide the technical support you need to gain the strength to protect yourself or even fight back. And Zinran's head shot up, her eyes wide with disbelief and a flicker of hope. But Han Yi's next words were like a cold bucket of water. However, I'm not a charitable person. If I help you, I'll expect something in return. And the payment I require far exceeds the value of repairing the armor itself, or even aiding you against your siblings. Hearing this, a glimmer of hope flickered in Zinran's eyes, as if she had grasped her last lifeline. She nodded immediately and agreed. I understand. Anything I can offer, I'll give you. Credit points I can't provide them right now, but I know the passwords to several of my father's secret accounts. And there are rare materials in his private vault, things you can't find on the market. Plus, there are intelligence channels within Universal Industries that only a handful of top executives know about, even some undisclosed. Good. Han Yi raised his hand slightly, cutting off Zinran's frantic offers. In addition to these conventional forms of payment, I need you to promise during our collaboration, you will share all the technical information you know about Universal Industries. He emphasized the word all with deliberate weight. And Shinran froze, stunned by the directness and audacity of Han Yi's demand. Share all of Universal Industries' technical information? This was tantamount to betraying her family, her father. She knew that Universal Industries stood at the pinnacle of Terra Star because of its cutting-edge, monopolistic core technologies. These technologies were the foundation of Universal Industries, the cornerstone of the Yin family's survival and dominance in this cold, ruthless world. How could she possibly? Her gaze fell on the broken armor lying on the workbench. The faces of her siblings, who had once tried to kill her, flashed in her mind, along with the image of her father's cold and heartless philosophy of raising them like competing insects. A wave of revulsion surged within her, accompanied by a growing sense of disapproval toward her family's ideals and an emerging desire to fight against her own fate. What was the purpose of those cold technologies if they only served to consolidate power, perpetuate endless conflict, and oppress others? What if these technologies could be used to truly change the world and improve people's lives? The man before her, though mysterious and with unclear motives, exuded strength and composure that gave Shinran a glimmer of hope. Perhaps he could really help her escape this cursed destiny. I agree. And Shinran took a deep breath, as if summoning all her strength. The complex emotions in her eyes gradually solidified into determination and resolve. As long as it doesn't endanger the core of Universal Industries or threaten my father's life, I'll tell you everything I know and have access to. I'll even help you obtain it. Han Yi nodded slightly, a barely noticeable trace of satisfaction crossing his face. He knew this clever girl had made the choice that best aligned with her own interests in the face of desperation, a choice that also aligned perfectly with his expectations. As for taking advantage of her plight, just as Han Yi had said from the start, he was no philanthropist. Without him, and Shinran would have inevitably fallen into the same dead end as in her past life. Besides, compared to helping her fight her siblings or even take control of Universal Industries, the payment he demanded was a mere drop in the ocean for a world-dominating corporation. Then, shall we consider this the beginning of our partnership? Han-E extended his hand. From now on, your safety is my responsibility. Let's first deal with the trouble here, and then I'll do everything I can to repair your arm armor. And Shinran looked at Han-E's outstretched hand. Without any further hesitation, she reached out her intact right hand and gently shook his. In that brief moment of contact, it was as if an invisible pact had been forged. One was a fallen heiress fighting for survival and revenge, perhaps harboring a faintly idealistic hope of changing the world. The other was a mysterious traveler seeking knowledge and power, with the ultimate goal of facing apocalyptic calamities and protecting those he held dear. Through this broken arm armor, their fates intertwined in the dark and chaotic corners of Harlan City. After taking out the members of the Rattlesnake mercenary group, Han-E stood in the control room of the Universal Workshop, gazing through the bulletproof glass at the intricate maze of Rust Canyon outside. Though this place might no longer be safe, he had no intention of retreating. By carefully analyzing the equipment of the three mercenaries' poorly modified prosthetics and outdated weapon systems, he concluded that this was a veiled attempt by Shinran's siblings to avoid drawing attention from Huanyu Industries' official forces. As long as Ndihue remained alive and silent, they wouldn't dare openly target their own blood relatives. The rugged terrain of Rust Canyon, with its narrow pathways and steep cliffs, served as a natural barrier, rendering large-scale weapons useless. Unless faced with overwhelming firepower and forced to withdraw, Han-E was confident in handling any intruders. After all, he had previously outsmarted and taken down one elite scavenger from the level 60 intelligent military corps, significantly injuring another. These mercenaries, relying on second-rate prosthetics and obsolete gear, were hardly worth his attention. More importantly, the Universal Workshop represented the first foothold Han-E had painstakingly established in Harran City. It served as both his research base as a mechanic and a vital hub for material storage. Abandoning it to return to a life of exile would not only jeopardize the completion of the Blevel mission, the Tycoon's Daughter's Rebellion, but also severely hinder his growth in strength and technological advancement. After a brief moment of rest, Han-E refocused his attention on the mysterious power arm armor lying on the workbench. High-precision scanners and material analyzers whirred to life, emitting a deep, rhythmic hum. Cerulean scanning beams, as precise as surgical lasers, meticulously examined every detail of the arm armor. Using Zinran's identity credentials and the chip permissions he had previously acquired, Han-E managed to bypass more encrypted barriers this time, delving deeper into the technological secrets within. System notifications flashed across his tactical visor. Detected unknown high-level energy aggregation technology. Detected unique memory alloy reactions. Discovered unrecorded bioneural sensor interface protocols. Each notification signified a groundbreaking technology that would make any other tech corporation on Terra drool with envy. Even for the seasoned reborn Han-E, his breaths quickened with excitement. This was no ordinary piece of weaponry, it was a treasure trove unlocking the path to advanced technological realms. Immediately, Han-E summoned all his mechanical knowledge, leveraging his spatial imagination and logical deduction abilities granted by his multidimensional thinking talent. He began an in-depth reverse engineering process and data analysis, determined to uncover the mysteries of these unknown technologies. Although Han-E lacked the specialized skills that came with the Scholar subclass, his solid foundation and extraordinary attributes allowed him to peel back the layers of mystery surrounding the prototype gauntlet, like peeling an onion. His mind worked at lightning speed, as if connected to some kind of superprocessor. His fingers moved deftly across the gauntlet's interfaces and components, each touch uncovering new revelations. As his understanding of the gauntlet's structure deepened, a look of awe sparkled in Han-Yi's eyes. The overwhelming technological prowess of Universal Industries became increasingly apparent, far surpassing the level of the other two major corporations. The precision energy conversion module, the revolutionary neural interface system, the seemingly impossible miniaturized power core, these technologies were at least a decade ahead of anything currently on the market. Truly worthy of being an old industrial giant, Han-E murmured, his fingers lightly brushing over the intricate seams of the gauntlet. If this is just a prototype, then what kind of capabilities does Universal Industries' true ace hold? It's a pity I didn't get to witness it in my last life. As Han-E immersed himself in analyzing the gauntlet's technology, absorbing its knowledge and rapidly enhancing his understanding of Universal's cutting-edge advancements, a sudden system notification appeared in his consciousness. You have completed 10 analyses of advanced unknown technological creations, meeting the requirements for the Scholar subclass. Would you like to choose this subclass? Note: choosing this subclass will prevent you from triggering transfer tasks for Industrial Department Chief, Commerce Department Supervisor, Scholar, heavy industry mechanic, mechanical combat specialist, or agent. Han Yi's spirit lifted as he decisively confirmed his choice. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. You have triggered the Scholar subclass transfer task, the Ladder of Knowledge. Task requirements. 1. Fully analyze at least 3 core technological principles of Universal Industries' prototype gauntlet and successfully apply one of these technologies to your own creation. 2. Complete the Eris Rebellion task. Task rewards. Unlock the Scholar subclass and gain access to deep analysis, data modeling, and advanced knowledge mastery skills. Han furrowed his brow slightly. So it all comes down to completing a rank task, huh? He rubbed his temples in mild frustration. I was hoping I could unlock the subclass early. At his current level of strength, going up against Universal Industries was akin to an ant trying to topple a tree. To complete this task, he would have to address the most pressing issue at hand: the gaping hole in his experience points. Leaning against the workbench, Han quickly calculated his experience points. Completing the Mysterious Girl in Distress task had earned him 200,000 experience. Prior accumulation and defeating mercenaries had added around 160,000, totaling approximately 360,000. Repairing the gauntlet as part of the optional task for the Eris Rebellion, even partially restoring its functionality, would meet the system's criteria and likely net him another 200,000 experience. Even with that, my total experience would barely reach 560,000, Han muttered, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. Meanwhile, leveling my primary class, Apprentice Mechanic, from level 10 to level 15 requires over 3.5 million experience. It seemed his immediate focus for improving his strength would have to shift to his subclass and equipment. Han silently strategized, but even the subclass required a significant amount of experience. He would need to find other sources of experience points. His gaze then fell on the unclaimed reward in his system task panel: the random rare quality Universal Industries technology blueprint he had earned from completing the Mysterious Girl in Distress task. Hopefully, it'll be something useful, Han thought, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Preferably a blueprint for equipment that can directly boost my combat capabilities, so I can tackle some of those experience-rewarding commission tasks. With a hint of excitement, Han used his thoughts to open the glowing reward orb radiating its enticing light. Blueprint: Self-propelled hover turret Mk.IV1. Rarity: Rare. Description: a compact energy turret capable of autonomous hovering and target locking. Equipped with a basic intelligent fire control system and a miniature energy core, it can continuously fire medium-powered energy pulses. Once deployed, it can function in automatic sentry mode or follow remote commands. Note: the best defense is turning every enemy that comes close into rubble. Universal Industries Weapons Experiment Division. Han stared at the holographic blueprint in his hands, which emitted a faint blue glow, and a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. His fingers gently traced the surface of the blueprint, as if absorbing the technological information it contained. This self-propelled hover turret seemed like a piece of equipment perfectly tailored for a mechanic like him. As a mechanic, Han was well aware of the value of an energy turret that could hover autonomously and lock onto targets automatically. Although it was only the Mk.I, an initial model that might not surpass his prized stealth walker exoskeleton or his primary weapon, White Star, its greatest advantage lay in its potential for mass production. Deploying multiple turrets in coordinated operations would not only compensate for his current lack of firepower as an individual, but also effectively counter the threat of being surrounded by enemies. He quickly swiped his fingers across the holographic projection, carefully analyzing the list of materials required for its construction. Most of the raw materials could be sourced from the black market in Harlan City, and the ones that were harder to find could be substituted with secondary-grade materials. As for the technical requirements, thanks to his accumulated knowledge, he had already mastered most of them, except for a few advanced techniques. Han Yi's gaze shifted back to the experience points interface. While researching arm bracers and crafting equipment could earn him experience, the progress was painfully slow and wouldn't be enough to bridge the gap of several million experience points in the short term. His eyes wandered past the dusty window to the distant skyline illuminated by neon lights. That area marked the black market of Harlan City, one of the most chaotic yet liberating gray zones on Terra. He quickly pieced together his next steps in his mind. Prioritize research on arm bracers to advance his Scholar subclass, while simultaneously producing hover turrets to establish a basic level of combat capability. By taking on black market missions, he could accumulate resources and experience to prepare for repairing Shinron's arm bracer, ultimately aiding her in her fight against Universal Industries. It seemed that the time had come to venture into that perilous yet opportunity-rich place and see what fortune awaited him. It's not just a hub for contraband, smuggled goods, and black market tech, it's also a nexus for fugitives, information brokers, and shadowy, off-the-record missions. Here, if you've got enough skill, brains, and luck, you can land high-paying, jaw-dropping gigs. Repairing an experimental cybernetic limb stolen from a corporate battlefield, decrypting the encrypted ledger of a gang leader, or crafting a batch of single-use, high-powered weapons for a mercenary squad about to undertake some dirty work. These jobs come with immense risks, where failure could cost you your wealth, freedom, or even your life. But in return, the credits and experience points offered far surpass those of ordinary tasks. Given Han Yi's current abilities already far beyond those of a typical E-class superhuman in the futuristic knowledge stored in his mind, taking on high-level tech bounties from the black market was undoubtedly the fastest and most effective way for him to gain experience at this stage. However, Han Yi understood that the black market was treacherous, its waters running deep with danger at every turn. Every deal, every encounter, could conceal deadly traps and perils. Even so, for someone like Han Yi, hardened by the crucible of interstellar warfare and long accustomed to walking the razor's edge, the risks were manageable. He was ready. He didn't set off immediately. Instead, he spent half a day thoroughly inspecting and maintaining the Stalker-type exoskeleton, ensuring it was in peak combat condition. Then he reinforced the workshop's defense systems, updating the surveillance robot's alert protocols to guarantee Zinran's safety. Only after completing all preparations did Han Yi don a plain hoodie and work pants, his face concealed by a voice-modulating sonic mask, and his hood pulled low to obscure most of his features. Once everything was in place, Han Yi quietly left Yi's Universal Workshop. Under the night sky, the skyline district of Harlan City had shed the polished prosperity and order meticulously maintained by cosmic industries during the day. In its place was a raw, chaotic scenery brimming with unfiltered vitality. Narrow alleyways webbed out endlessly, casting massive shadows across walls that fragmented the city into a mosaic of light and darkness. Most of the flickering neon signs were in disrepair, their faulty connections emitting grating static. The air was thick with the acrid stench of cheap alcohol, low-grade cigarettes, burning electronic waste, and a cocktail of unidentifiable chemical fumes, making it nearly suffocating to breathe. On the streets, shadows of various figures moved about, many bearing the crude marks of cybernetic modifications. Their eyes were a mix of wariness and apathy. Some huddled in dim corners, quietly conducting illicit trades while their gazes, sharp as hunting dogs, scanned passers-by, as if searching for their next mark. Han Yi was unfazed by the scene, having long grown accustomed to it. He kept his hood low and his stride purposeful yet unhurried, skillfully avoiding obvious gang strongholds and trading zones as he navigated the labyrinthine streets and abandoned structures with ease. He had a clear destination in mind, the heart of the Skyline District, where a covert intelligence exchange known as Darkstream lay hidden beneath the ruins of a long-defunct canning factory. According to the information Han Yi had gathered earlier, Darkstream was one of the largest underground black market hubs in Harlan City. It was jointly controlled by influential information brokers with far-reaching connections and powerful gang factions. Here, as long as you could pay the price, whether in credits, rare resources, intelligence, or loyalty, you could acquire almost any information you desired. Of course, the market also offered lucrative private jobs, but anyone taking such contracts needed to keep two things in mind: strictly adhere to Darkstream's rules and possess the strength and wit to handle crises that might arise at any moment. Han Yi had already discovered the secret entrance to Darkstream through special channels. Now, he stood at the end of a deadened alley piled high with rusted metal scraps. After cautiously scanning his surroundings to ensure he wasn't being followed, he quickly located a square maintenance hatch concealed by rust and grime on the wall. Following the rhythm of this week's passcode, he knocked on the hatch. A faint unlocking sound followed. Without hesitation, Han Yi slipped into the maintenance hatch, which sealed silently behind him. The passageway inside was dim and narrow, barely wide enough for a person to squeeze through sideways, and it reeked of aged dust and rust. Activating the night vision function of his tactical goggles, he cautiously made his way down the sloping tunnel. About 10 minutes later, the faint hum of voices and electronic equipment reached his ears, and the space ahead began to brighten. Pushing open a concealed door disguised as a ventilation duct exit, he was greeted by the sight of an enormous underground world. The place resembled less a mere intelligence marketplace and more a sprawling, labyrinthine underground city. Stalls constructed from metal plates, canvas, and discarded vehicle parts crowded the space, displaying an eclectic array of goods. Illicit weapon modifications glowing ominously red, transparent containers holding writhing mutated tissue, military-grade cybernetic implants of dubious origin, black chips brimming with encrypted data, and vials of potions emitting eerie glows in various colors. A diverse crowd moved through the market, most wearing masks or hoods to conceal their identities. Some whispered in hushed tones while haggling at stalls. Others queued up outside special marked booths, and a few lingered in shadowy corners, conspiring over clandestine deals. The air was thick with a chaotic mix of smells: tobacco, alcohol, sweat, disinfectant, machine oil, and the acrid scent of burnt wiring, with the faint tinge of blood lingering in the background. However, Han Yi's objective wasn't any of these bustling, chaotic stalls. His focus was on the cluster of hovering holographic screens at the center of the market, where streams of information cascaded down like waterfalls. The core area of the undercurrent was packed with people. This was the central hub for official information and high-value bounty task postings. Han Yi pushed his way through the throng with his shoulders, sweat dripping from his forehead as he made his way directly to the screens dedicated to technical and high-risk exploration hunting tasks. Streams of data scrolled rapidly across the displays, the blue light reflecting on his focused face. Compared to a few days ago, the task list had been updated with a significant number of new entries. Han Yi's eyes scanned over the lucrative yet demanding tasks, each one flashing enticing numbers, but hiding lethal risks beneath. Emergency repair. Critical logic error detected in the main AI of the Deep-Sea Titan-class mining platform. Fault must be resolved within 72 hours to prevent platform malfunction. Reward: 800,000 credits. Warning: unknown deep-sea mutated creatures present in the target area. Risk level: C. Bounty: obtain a complete backup of the latest experimental data on the Beast Frenzy project from the Heron City branch of Gene Dynamics. Reward: 3 million credits, with potential bonuses based on data completeness. Issuer: Night Owl, verified reputation. Risk level: A. Recruiting fire support team. Assist the Skull Crushers mercenary group in ambushing a secret transport convoy of the mechanized arsenal, targeting experimental weapon prototypes. Requirements: team average cybernetic limb quality must be at least excellent. Personal weaponry required. Reward: loot distributed based on contribution, with a minimum payout of 500,000 credits. Risk level: B. Urgent. The Blood Axe Gang leader urgently seeks a top-tier cybernetic surgeon to perform limb regeneration surgery on their critically injured top enforcer. Advanced materials must be provided by the surgeon. Reward: 200,000 credits, plus a favor from the Blood Axe Gang. Warning: severe injuries proceed at your own risk. Risk level: D. These tasks were daunting enough to deter most extraordinary individuals. Han Yi squinted, his mind racing as he evaluated each task's risks, the rewards displayed on his system panel, and how well they aligned with his own capabilities. What he needed was experience, lots of it. Ideally, the task would also yield rare materials or valuable technical information without entangling him in complex faction conflicts, at least not until he had the strength to protect himself. Just then, a high-priority bounty, bolded, highlighted in red, and pinned to the top of the screen, caught his eye. The flashing red alert icon drew Han Yi's full attention like a magnet. S-Class Emergency Technical Bounty. Locate and repair the AI core of a scavenger prototype, which accidentally went rogue and crashed into the deep ruins of the B7 Old Industrial Zone. Target specifications: Model X01, Core ID, last known signal coordinates XXX, YYY, ZZZ. Requirements: must restore basic database access and extract critical data within 72 hours without triggering its high-intensity self-destruct protocol core integrity below 15. Reward: 5 million credits. Additional bonus: priority salvage rights to the scavenger prototype's complete remains, excluding the AI core. Issuer: anonymous, authority level extremely high. Source verified. Risk level S. Scavenger prototype, core AI restoration and data retrieval. Han Yi's heart skipped a beat, his blood surging through his veins. He stared intently at the bounty information on the screen, his eyes sharp. The 5 million credit reward was only a secondary temptation for him, enough to afford a life of luxury in Harlan City. What truly made his heart race was the special notification flashing in the top right corner of the system interface. You have triggered an S-Class public bounty mission, the Lost Core. The mission details unfolded on the retinal projection before his eyes. An exceptionally rare military-grade scavenger prototype, designated X01, had gone rogue during a secret test and crashed. The status of its core AI module was unknown. An anonymous faction was desperately seeking to retrieve critical data from the core AI before the military reclamation unit could arrive. The bounty had been publicly posted on the Harlan City shadow market, open to multiple competitors, but the final reward and ownership of the wreckage would only go to the first individual or team to achieve the mission's primary objective. The mission requirements were precise and uncompromising. Locate the X01 scavenger prototype within 72 hours. Access its core AI's basic database without triggering its self-destruct mechanism, and extract the specified data while ensuring the core's integrity remained above 15. The failure conditions were equally clear: core integrity dropping below 15 or failing to extract the specified data. And the reward: Han Yi's pupils dilated slightly, 2 million experience points, 5 million credits, and priority salvage rights to the scavenger prototype's wreckage. The consequences of failure? Potentially incurring the wrath of the anonymous poster or drawing unwanted attention from the military. 2 million base experience. Han Yi muttered, his brows furrowed as he gazed at the numbers on the system panel. He knew all too well that reward correlated directly with difficulty. The higher the experience points, the greater the risk. His eyes scanned the other bounties listed on the screen. Even an A-level mission to infiltrate a gene-powered laboratory and steal experimental data paled in comparison to this seemingly straightforward recovery task, which was rated an entire level higher. Han Yi's fingers tapped lightly on the desk as he fell into deep thought. The B7 Old Industrial Zone, where the wreckage was rumored to be, was infamous in Harlan City's underworld, a death zone synonymous with monster dens. Years of corporate wars and environmental contamination had left the area teeming with high-level mutated creatures and rogue machines. To make matters worse, this was a public bounty, first come, first served. Not only would he have to contend with the dangers of the environment and the target itself, but he would also face competition from other bounty hunters, and possibly even violent clashes over the reward. His gaze drifted across the screen as he weighed the risks against the potential rewards. Danger and opportunity went hand in hand, and this S-class bounty was like the most vivid poison apple in the darkness, its deadly allure impossible to resist. If the mission rating was high upon completion, combined with percentage-based bonus rewards, Han Yi might just be able to level his main profession to its maximum with this single task. Besides, even if the mission were to fail, the minor punishment that followed meant little to him. After careful consideration, Han Yi took a deep breath and made his decision. This is it. Han Yi swiftly reached out to the anonymous terminal next to the information screen. His fingers glided rapidly across the virtual keyboard, confirming his acceptance of this class bounty mission. The terminal emitted a low confirmation tone, and the words "Mission Accepted" flashed in green on the screen. Almost immediately after the confirmation, the atmosphere in the surrounding air shifted drastically. Han Yi could keenly sense several gazes piercing his back, some subtle like the prick of a needle, others blatant and sharp as a blade. In the corners of the covert intelligence trading hub, groups that had been quietly conversing fell silent. Eyes under helmets and hoods turned toward him. Clearly, this high-reward bounty had already caught the attention of many in the trading post. Yet, due to this class risk rating and the nearly impossible requirements, most were still hesitating, observing, or contacting allies to assemble enough manpower. Han Yi's decisive acceptance immediately stirred an undercurrent throughout the hub. Ignoring the scrutinizing, greedy, or hostile stares, Han Yi turned and strode toward the exit. He needed to leave this place of trouble quickly and return to his workshop to prepare more thoroughly for the mission. However, he had barely taken a few steps when three figures blocked his path. Leading the group was an exceptionally tall and burly man, towering a full head above Han Yi. He was clad in a heavily modified exoskeleton suit, its surface marred with scratches of varying depths and crude welding marks, evidence of countless battles and repairs. A menacing metal mask covered most of his face, leaving only a pair of cold, steely eyes and tightly pressed lips visible. The man's exposed muscular arms were thick with bulging veins, and the faint outlines of metal bones could be seen beneath his skin. Blue energy circuit tattoos, glowing faintly, crisscrossed his arms. A massive heavy-caliber explosive handgun hung from his waist, its worn grip a testament to frequent use. The man exuded an aura of ferocity and violence, clearly a seasoned combatant who had lived on the edge of life and death, a power-focused cyber-enhanced warrior. Behind him were two others. On the left was a lean man dressed in a form-fitting black optical camouflage combat suit, its material subtly shifting colors under the light. His face was expressionless, but his snake-like cold eyes glinted under the shadow of his cap. Dual energy daggers hung at his waist, their blades gleaming ominously. His movements were light and silent, ready to strike lethally at any moment, clearly a specialist in stealth and assassination. On the right stood a man wearing bulky data goggles, the lenses flickering with streams of data and analytical displays. A stuffed multifunctional tactical backpack hung from his shoulders, its contents outlined by the shapes of various electronic devices and tools. His fingers moved incessantly across the virtual keyboard on his forearm-mounted mini-terminal, while his darting eyes nervously scanned the surroundings. A textbook tech specialist. This was a standard, yet formidable, mercenary or bounty hunter team. Hold on, friend. The masked man raised a hand, his voice electronically altered to sound deep and metallic, with a faint echo. Han Yi stopped in his tracks, his calm gaze meeting theirs from under his hat brim. He remained silent, though his right hand subtly moved toward his waist. I noticed you just accepted that class bounty about the scavenger core, the masked man continued, his tone devoid of much emotion. Frankly, the difficulty of this mission is beyond imagination. Even for our Iron Scorpion team, we wouldn't have complete confidence in handling it alone. He paused, his eyes scanning Han Yi up and down, seemingly assessing his capabilities. I'm Iron Scorpion, and these are my teammate Stalker on my left and Technician on my right, he introduced quickly. You're young, yet bold enough to take on such a mission solo. You must have extraordinary skills. How about joining forces with us? We can negotiate the rewards. What do you think? Such temporary alliances were common in the black market, though often driven by ulterior motives, with weaker individuals seeking protection or both sides exploiting each other. Captain, team up with someone like him? He doesn't even have decent gear. Stalker couldn't help but speak, his raspy voice dripping with disdain. He'd be lucky not to drag us down. The technician also glanced at Han through his thick goggles, adjusting the frames as a faint smirk of contempt appeared on his face. Shut up, Iron Scorpion barked, cutting off his teammates. The Iron Scorpion cast another probing glance at Han. The scout can be a bit blunt. Not much for words, don't take it to heart, he said in a calm tone, though his words carried an undercurrent of intent. I trust my instincts. You're definitely not as simple as you seem. Working with us would benefit both sides. At the very least, it would greatly increase our chances of survival. Han smirked inwardly. This seemingly amicable captain was clearly testing and pressuring him. The disdain and skepticism from the other two teammates were likely something he had permitted or even orchestrated just to observe Han Yi's reactions and measure his confidence. Not interested. Han Yi replied curtly, his voice flat and devoid of emotion. I prefer working alone. Working alone? The scout sneered again, his expression brimming with scorn. Kid, do you think this class mission is child's play? Do you even know what lies deep within the B7 ruins? The rogue machines and mutated beasts, how terrifying they are? You have no idea. His words abruptly cut off, because Han had already raised his hand. Without any warning, a gun appeared in his grasp, a weapon with a dark silver body that emitted a faint, eerie blue glow. It was the White Star. An indescribable, bone-chilling aura radiated from Han at the center, spreading outward like a dark tide. It wasn't an energy fluctuation, yet it was far more unsettling than any violent surge of power. The crowd, which had been watching idly moments ago, fell silent as though frozen in place. One by one, they instinctively stepped back, their eyes locking onto the gun in Han Yi's hand, filled with profound dread. What is that thing? Such a terrifying aura, it feels like my soul is trembling. That gun, I think I've heard of it before, something tied to that legend. Even the scout and the technician, who had been so dismissive earlier, now stood pale-faced, their bodies trembling faintly as they stared at the White Star as if they had seen a ghost. They might not know the weapon's name, but they could clearly feel the ominous, cursed energy emanating from it, madness and malevolence that seemed to pierce the very soul. This feeling, it can't be wrong. The technician adjusted his nearly slipping data goggles, his voice sharp with fear. It's from the Death Cruise. Only something brought back from that cursed ghost ship could have such a nauseating aura. You actually possess a cursed artifact from the Death Cruise. The scout reflexively tightened his grip on the dagger at his waist, his expression now filled with shock and disbelief as he looked at Han Yi. Han Yi remained silent, showing no reaction. He certainly wasn't about to admit in a place like this that the gun had actually been obtained through an exchange with the logistics division of Dawn's End. The Iron Scorpion didn't lose his composure like his teammates, but behind his mask, his gaze became significantly graver. He stared intently at the White Star in Han Yi's hand, then scanned the surrounding black market residents, who now stood paralyzed, too intimidated to approach. Finally, as if confirming something, the Iron Scorpion's tone subtly shifted. It seems, my friend, you are far from ordinary, he said in a deep voice. The earlier probing and oppressive air had vanished, replaced with a sense of respect, perhaps even a hint of reverence. To possess a cursed relic of this level and remain completely unharmed, your strength far exceeds my initial estimation. The Iron Scorpion reined in his previously aggressive demeanor, stepping back half a pace. This shift in attitude stemmed from a genuine wariness of Han Yi's displayed strength. His gaze lingered on Han Yi for a moment before sweeping over his teammates, who had yet to fully recover from the earlier intimidation. My previous proposal still stands, the Iron Scorpion said, his tone noticeably calmer, and am willing to offer better terms. He gestured toward the pale-faced infiltrator and technician beside him and continued. You must be well aware of the dangers deep within the B7 ruins. Unpredictable rogue prototypes are bad enough, and on top of that, this is a public bounty, meaning we're bound to encounter other contenders, perhaps even direct conflict. Han Yi tilted his chin slightly, signaling for him to go on. The risks and success rate of going solo, you know them as well as I do. The Iron Scorpion pressed, his voice growing more earnest. While my team may not be the top in Harlan City, we excel at handling high-risk mechanical targets. He pulled a datapad from his belt. More importantly, we have partial maps of the deeper sections of the B7 industrial ruins, particularly around the area near the prototype's twisted factory. This intel can help us avoid most of the lethal traps and mutant creature clusters. He paused briefly, glancing toward the technician. Repairing the core AI and extracting its data are the most challenging aspects of this mission. Our technician is an expert in cracking military-grade AI systems. I can vouch for that. The technician, wearing data goggles, tilted his chin slightly. Though he remained silent, the subtle gesture seemed to affirm the captain's claim. So, how about we team up, the Iron Scorpion offered, sweetening the deal. We'll share all map data and make decisions collaboratively. The AI repairs and data extraction will be handled by our technician, while you provide powerful combat support. Sizing up Han Yi's exoskeleton gear and cursed handgun, The Iron Scorpion had clearly pegged him as a technologically advanced combat specialist. As for the reward, we'll split the 5 million credit bounty evenly. You'll have first rights to the scavenger prototype's remains, taking whatever parts you need. All we ask is for our technician to conduct a technical scan and data sampling of the remains for no more than 2 hours, under safe conditions, to aid our internal research. It was a proposal brimming with sincerity, shared maps, technical expertise, an equal share of the bounty, and the lion's share of rights to the valuable prototype remains. Beneath the brim of his hat, Han Yi's eyes gleamed thoughtfully. He did, in fact, need the maps and an AI expert. Otherwise, he'd have to find another way to transition into a virtual hacker role. While he remained cautious about the Iron Scorpion team's trustworthiness, after all, in the black market, lasting friendships often held less weight than enduring profits. The potential gains from this collaboration clearly outweighed the risks. Han Yi pondered for a moment, weighing the options before him. A well-trained mercenary team could indeed provide immense support in the upcoming mission. Whether navigating the intricate ruins or facing off against other competitors, they could draw enemy fire and ease his burden. All right. He finally nodded in agreement, his sharp gaze sweeping over the 3 people before him. But let me make one thing clear: this is a temporary partnership. During the mission, all critical information must be shared transparently, and any action plans need to be discussed collectively. He slowly raised the white star in his hand, its metallic surface glinting coldly under the dim light. If I find out about any deception, betrayal, or attempts to use me as a disposable pawn. Before he could finish, an unsettling aura began to spread through the air, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The 3 members of Iron Scorpion couldn't help but shudder, their expressions freezing as a deep, inexplicable fear gripped them. Of course, Iron Scorpion quickly raised a hand in assurance, his voice tinged with nervousness. Our Iron Scorpion team may be mercenaries, but we have a code of ethics and credibility. You can check our reputation score on Darkstream anytime. You have nothing to worry about when it comes to teamwork. The infiltrator and technician behind him nodded quickly in agreement. At this point, the way they looked at Han Yi had changed. Gone was the initial dismissiveness, replaced by solemnity and a faint trace of curiosity. Han Yi lowered the white star, and the oppressive aura dissipated with it. Good. Now that we've reached an understanding, let's find a place to work out the details of the plan. No problem. Iron Scorpion responded immediately. I know a bar nearby. The owner and I go way back. It's safe and discreet. Follow me. The 4 of them left the bustling Darkstream marketplace and followed Iron Scorpion through several narrow underground passageways. The air was a mix of damp mildew and the sharp sting of disinfectants. Eventually, they arrived at a shabby bar tucked away beside the underground pipeline system, its rusted sign long faded and illegible. As they pushed open the door, a dense cloud of smoke greeted them. The dimly lit space reeked of cheap alcohol, low-grade cigars, and synthetic fragrances. Behind the bar, a bearded bartender with a weary expression lazily wiped a glass that was far from clean, barely sparing a glance at the group as they entered. Iron Scorpion, clearly a regular here, exchanged a knowing look and a slight nod with the bartender before leading the others past the bar and into a private room at the back. The room was heavily insulated with soundproofing materials, and as soon as the door closed, the noise from outside was completely cut off, leaving only the faint hum of the ventilation system. All right, this place is completely secure. Iron Scorpion leaned back in his chair, pulling a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket. He offered one to Han Yi, who declined with a wave of his hand. Lighting one for himself, Iron Scorpion took a deep drag and exhaled a cloud of smoke. Let's reintroduce ourselves. He gestured to himself. Iron Scorpion, leader of the Iron Scorpion team. My specialty is strength and heavy firepower suppression. He then pointed toward the infiltrator, his fingers slicing through the air before stopping at a figure clad in dark tactical gear. The person stood with the alertness of a hunting leopard, their gaze sharp and icy. Infiltrator, the eyes and blade of our squad, an expert in stealth, reconnaissance, trap disarming, and assassination. The infiltrator being introduced maintained their cold expression, only giving Han Yi a barely perceptible nod. Iron Scorpion then turned his hand toward the last member of the trio. Technician, the brain of our team, a top-tier hacker, skilled in handling all kinds of electronic devices, AI systems, and data decryption. The technician adjusted the data visor resting on his nose, its lenses flickering with streams of complex data. The core AI firewall of Armatech Industries, I'm 80 confident I can bypass it, but it'll need time, he said, his voice carrying the confidence of a seasoned professional. After introducing his team members, Iron Scorpion's gaze returned to Han Yi, his eyes silently inquiring. 0. Han Yi replied succinctly, his voice calm and steady. Pleasure to meet you, 0. Iron Scorpion nodded. However, while that gun of yours speaks volumes, would like to understand your specific skills better so we can refine our strategy. He paused, his eyes scanning Han Yi's gear, especially the ominous-looking handgun radiating an eerie aura. I see you're wearing an exoskeleton and carrying the cursed handgun from the Deathliner. So, are you a gunslinger or a roaming marksman? Han Yi's instincts flared with warning. He had no intention of revealing his true role as a mechanic. Such a disclosure could bring unnecessary trouble or even fracture this fragile alliance. After all, a mechanic who excels in crafting and repairs is valued differently than a frontline fighter. Let's just say I'm pretty adept with firearms, Han Yi replied vaguely, his fingers lightly brushing the grip of his gun. I'm decent in combat and know some basic mechanical repairs and electronic tech. Good. Skilled marksmanship and combat ability are what we need. Iron Scorpion clapped his hands, clearly satisfied. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. This mission is going to be heavy on the fighting. With someone like you on board, our success rate just went up by at least 20. Iron Scorpion then pulled a tattered map from the inner pocket of his tactical vest and carefully spread it out on the table. Under the dim light, the markings on the map flickered faintly. The group's shadows fell across the map as they began to discuss their action plan in detail. This is the best entry point, Iron Scorpion said, tracing a finger across the map, but it's also the area with the heaviest patrols. From choosing the infiltration route to strategies for handling mutated creatures, rogue machines, and rival competitors, to the breach into the core area and providing cover during AI repair, every aspect was meticulously analyzed. Contingency plans were made for every possible scenario, including emergency extraction and communication protocols in case of unforeseen complications. The technician adjusted his glasses again, the light from his visor flickering. Based on this intel, the target AI likely has 3 layers of defense mechanisms. His fingers moved deftly through the air as though operating an invisible interface. We'll need someone to provide electromagnetic interference during the breach of the second layer. 0. Since you mentioned having some knowledge of electronics, we might need your assistance. Han Yi nodded in agreement, and with his deep understanding of mechanics and energy weapons, he offered several suggestions to improve the team's equipment. Your energy weapons cooling systems could use some fine-tuning, he said, pointing to the infiltrator's energy dagger. Especially when facing rogue prototype cleaners, their joint connectors and energy conduits are critical weak points. Standard weapons won't penetrate, but if the energy weapons are adjusted to a specific frequency. Before they knew it, the group had spent over an hour in tense but productive discussions. Once the final plan was in place and every detail confirmed, Iron Scorpion glanced at his wrist-mounted time display and turned to Han Yi. 72 hours isn't a lot of time. Let's limit our prep time to 5 hours. Does that work for you? Han Yi quickly calculated the time he'd need to build his hover turrets and gave a slight nod. That works for me. Iron Scorpion stood up, his chair scraping loudly against the rough floor. All right, we need to move quickly and get our final preparations and supplies in order. I need to head back to my workshop to craft some gadgets that might come in handy, Han Yi said, already envisioning the design details for the hover turrets tools that could significantly boost their combat effectiveness. Need any help? Iron Scorpion asked, a hint of probing in his tone. No need. I'll handle it myself, Han Yi replied coolly, unwilling to let anyone approach his secret workshop. Iron Scorpion nodded, seemingly unsurprised by the response. All right then, 5 hours from now, we'll meet at the abandoned gas station on the outskirts of the B7 ruins, as agreed. His tone turned serious. Make sure to be punctual and stay under the radar. Armitech patrols have been unusually active lately. As Han Yi's figure disappeared from sight, the infiltrator couldn't hold back any longer and spoke, his tone brimming with dissatisfaction. Captain, do you really trust him that much? You even gave him priority over the wreckage. That's the prototype of the scavenger, for crying out loud. The usually reserved technician chimed in as well. Yeah, Captain. Even though he has that cursed weapon, we don't know where he came from. What if? You don't understand a thing. Iron Scorpion interrupted, his gaze turning profound. A man who can wield a cursed item from the Death Pharaoh, you think he's an ordinary person? He mentioned having basic repair and electronic skills, and you actually believe that? He smirked. I'd bet his technical expertise is far beyond what you can imagine, maybe even better than yours. The technician's expression shifted at those words, as if he wanted to argue. But recalling the data his visor had scanned from Han Yi's exoskeleton earlier, he ultimately fell silent. Working with him might carry some risks. Iron Scorpion continued, his eyes seemingly piercing through walls to follow Han Yi's departing figure. But it could also bring us unexpected rewards. S-level missions are never completed with brute force alone. Sometimes, a mysterious and powerful ally is far more valuable than a group of mindless drones. He straightened up, exuding the authority of a captain, and sternly warned, remember, our goal is to complete the mission and claim the reward. Don't screw this up for me. The infiltrator and the technician exchanged a glance, but said no more. After leaving the bar, Han Yi didn't head straight back to the workshop. Instead, he made a stop at the underflow market, using credit points earned from previous missions and black market trades to purchase components, rare alloys, and high-energy battery cores needed for building the self-propelled hover turret Mk.I. He also stocked up on various repair tools, spare parts, medical injectors, electromagnetic sniper rifles, anti-material sniper ammunition, and a few high-energy nutrition bars for emergencies. Only when his backpack was packed to the brim with essential supplies did he return to the Universal Workshop. And Shinran seemed to sense his return and came down from the loft. "Are you going on a trip?" she asked softly. "Sort of. I've taken on a rather tricky job," he replied casually while sorting the supplies. "I might be gone for 3 days." He didn't elaborate on the mission details, and in Shinran, understanding his nature, didn't press for more. After inventorying and storing the supplies, he immediately got to work on assembling the hover turrets. With higher-grade materials and tools, though, they had likely passed through countless hands, but still retained their precision along with his ever-improving skills and innate talent in mechanical craftsmanship. The manufacturing process was smoother and more efficient than before. Cutting, shaping, etching energy circuits, welding, assembling, calibrating the fire control system, he worked like a master craftsman, fully focused and undistracted. 4 hours later, 2 self-propelled hover turret Mk.I units, their metallic surfaces gleaming coldly and their muzzles radiating stable energy halos, hovered gracefully in midair above the workbench. The soft hum of their energy cores was clearly audible. He looked at the new gadget in his hand with satisfaction, a confident smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Self-propelled hover turret Mk.I. Level, LV-35. Attack power, 185,260 energy pulses. Durability, 800,800. Energy core capacity, 1500,500 standard energy units. Range, 500 meters. Requirements, Intelligence 80, Mechanic class. Attribute bonus, enhanced by mechanical affinity skills. Dimensions, 80 centimeters x 60 centimeters x 40 centimeters. Deployed mode, 40 centimeters x 30 centimeters x 20 centimeters. Tactical backpack mode. Weight, 15 kilograms. Additional features. Basic hover engine, equipped with built-in plasma thrusters, enabling autonomous hovering at an altitude of 1.5 to 30 meters. Consumes 10 energy points per minute to maintain hover. Smart fire control Mk.I. Integrated with basic optical and thermal imaging sensors, it can automatically lock onto hostile targets within a 500-meter radius and engage them or receive remote commands from the user for target selection and firing. In auto-targeting mode, it takes 0.5 seconds to identify and lock onto a target. Pulse energy emitter. The primary weapon system fires medium-power focused energy pulses, consuming 20 energy points per shot. Modular design. Built with standard interfaces for convenient maintenance, modifications, and upgrades by the user. Foldable storage. Can be folded into a compact backpack form via specific commands or manual operation for easy portability. Note: a reliable automated fire support unit, as long as you don't let it get dismantled by the enemy too easily. Due to his limited advanced knowledge, Han-E substituted some components with inferior materials, resulting in this low-spec version of the hover turret. Otherwise, based on the original blueprint, it should have been a rare quality machine, at least level 50, equipped with anti-gravity technology and capable of more diverse attack modes. He reminded Shinran to stay safe once again. After double-checking the workshop's defensive systems, especially the remote monitoring devices linked to his personal terminal, he handed her the electromagnetic sniper rifle, laying for self-defense. With everything prepared, Han-E equipped himself with the necessary weapons and supplies for the mission and set off towards the rendezvous point with the Iron Scorpion squad. The sky was dim, like molten asphalt clinging heavily over the ruins of the B7 old industrial zone in Harlan City. The air was thick with a mixture of rust, corrosive chemicals, and the decay of some unidentified organic matter. It felt as though the wasteland had remained unchanged, the stench filling Han Yi's lungs even through his sonic mask equipped with filtration capabilities. He halted his steps, taking cover in the shadow of a broken segment of a massive pipeline. The engine of his Stalker I exoskeleton was in silent mode, and only the faint green outlines projected by his tactical goggles' low-light vision revealed the contours of the abandoned gas station ahead. The station's canopy had partially collapsed, leaving only half intact. Its rusted metal supports jutted out like the twisted ribs of a giant beast, piercing the pitch-black night sky. A few derelict gas pumps stood askew, their paint peeling and riddled with bullet holes and claw marks, silently narrating the chaos and violence this area had witnessed. Han Yi's gaze swept across the surroundings. In thermal imaging mode, apart from a few mutated rats gnawing at debris and the occasional unidentified flying mutant creature, there were no signs of other life forms in the vicinity. He had arrived half an hour earlier than the agreed time. The 3 temporary teammates from the Iron Scorpion squad had not yet shown up. This wasn't out of caution, but simply his habit. In a perilous environment, arriving early to observe was far safer than showing up on time. Han-E summoned his mission panel, recalling every detail displayed on the massive screen of the Darkstream exchange about the Strength bounty, the Lost Core, The Scavenger is the pinnacle of omnic military killing machines. Even though the prototype that crashed here was out of control, its technological value and potential danger remain immeasurable. The deep ruins of the B7 Old Industrial Zone are a forbidden zone no matter how skilled the scavenger or mercenary. Few dare to venture there lightly. Han Yi took a deep breath, suppressing the restless excitement quietly stirred by the high bounty and technological allure. He wasn't one to seek out danger, but given a second chance at life, he had no other choice. To gain combat experience, master more advanced technology, and protect himself and those he cared about in the looming chaos, he had to act. Suddenly, three figures emerged silently from the shadows in different directions, quickly forming a standard triangular tactical formation that allowed for mutual cover. They moved quietly toward the edge of the ruins, approaching an abandoned gas station. Through his tactical visor, Han Yi observed the group. The friend or foe identification system had already marked the trio with green indicators Iron Scorpion Squad. The leader, Iron Scorpion, was impossible to overlook. His heavily modified military exoskeleton emitted low hydraulic noises with every movement, and each step on the cracked concrete seemed deliberately intimidating. The stalker, on the other hand, blended almost seamlessly into the darkness, moving with such silent grace that he resembled a feline predator lying in wait. His cold, vigilant eyes darted around from beneath the brim of his hat. If not for the precision of Han Yi's tactical visor, spotting this elite assassin would have been nearly impossible. The technician, carrying his signature tactical backpack, was preoccupied with the terminal on his arm, seemingly conducting final equipment checks or data analysis. Han Yi stepped out of the shadows and approached them. "You're punctual." Iron Scorpion's heavy steps and electronically synthesized voice broke the silence. "Just a habit." The stalker's gaze lingered on Han Yi for a moment, particularly on the casual jacket that seemed utterly unsuited for combat. He frowned slightly, but said nothing. The technician cast Han Yi a brief, indifferent glance before returning his focus to the terminal, clearly uninterested in conversation. Han Yi assessed their reactions without a change in expression. In a hastily assembled team, hidden agendas were to be expected. Strength was the only true measure of trust. "Are you ready?" Han Yi asked directly, his eyes fixed on Iron Scorpion. Iron Scorpion patted the fully loaded utility belt at his waist, replying calmly, "Got everything we need: high-energy explosives, acid sprayers, EMP grenades, backup power cells enough to last 3 days." He nodded slightly and added, "The stalker is equipped with the latest high-precision scanner and anti-stealth detector. The technician brought the wall breaker along, so we should be able to handle most electronic defense systems." Switching his attention to Han Yi, Iron Scorpion's tone grew pointed. "And you? Got your toys ready?" Han Yi didn't respond verbally. Instead, with a thought, he activated the neural link to the deeper modules of his exoskeleton. Instantly, two sleek, self-propelled hover turrets, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, slid silently from behind him, hovering on either side of his body. Their barrels began to rotate slowly, with a steady energy glow building within, scanning the surroundings like two hunting hounds poised to strike. In the stillness of the night, the low hum of their core engines was particularly distinct. Hover turrets? Self-propelled ones. The technician abruptly looked up, his pupils behind the data monocle dilating sharply. "This model," he stammered, his voice trembling. "I've only ever seen concept designs of it during internal tech demonstrations at Universal Industries. Where did you get this?" The infiltrator's gaze suddenly sharpened, and an unmistakable respect flickered in his eyes as he glanced at Han Yi. A low, astonished murmur came from beneath the Iron Scorpion's mask, clearly recognizing the extraordinary value of the equipment as well. "Impressive," Iron Scorpion said in a deep voice. "With these 2 fire support points, our chances just got a lot better." Han Yi tapped his terminal lightly, and the 2 turrets immediately underwent a series of precise mechanical transformations, eventually folding into 2 compact metal cubes securely attached to his exoskeleton armor. "Time is tight," Han Yi said curtly. "Since we're ready, let's move." Iron Scorpion turned to the technician. "Sync the map to everyone's terminals." The technician quickly got to work, his fingers flying across the holographic keyboard. Moments later, a detailed map of the B7 Old Industrial Zone appeared on Han Yi's tactical display, outlining the terrain from the outer perimeter to the mid-level regions. A prominent red line marked the optimal path, skillfully avoiding known danger zones and mutant nests. "Once we enter the deeper ruins, follow the map strictly," Iron Scorpion reminded Han Yi with particular emphasis. "Be cautious in unmarked areas and maintain communication at all times. Our target is the Twisted Factory. It's the last known location of the prototype signal." The B7 Old Industrial Zone was steeped in a nauseating, corrosive stench, heavy like congealed venom. Derelict factories loomed like the skeletal remains of giants, casting warped shadows under a bleak sky. The ground was littered with cracked concrete debris and corroded metal fragments, with patches of strange industrial waste faintly glowing with radiation. The four-person team moved like phantoms through the ruins. Iron Scorpion took point, a heavy-armored vanguard like a tank in a video game. The infiltrator followed closely, using his keen senses and handheld scanner to occasionally signal directions with hand gestures. The technician stayed in the middle, focused on his terminal, monitoring the surrounding signals in real time. Taking up the rear, Han activated the full detection suite of his infiltrator exoskeleton, switching between thermal imaging, low-light vision, and electromagnetic scans while carefully watching for threat alerts on his system panel. Thermal anomaly at 7 o'clock, ahead on the left, the infiltrator suddenly signaled with a warning gesture. Likely a swarm of mutant rats, around 30 of them. We need to reroute. The team silently adjusted their course, avoiding the collapsed warehouse that reeked of decay. Han could clearly hear the unsettling sounds of crawling and gnawing from within. Having faced death countless times on the scorched continent, he was all too familiar with the horrifying sight of these half-meter-long, ferocious mutants devouring a person in mere seconds. The deeper they ventured into the ruins, the more perilous the environment became. Twisted metal pipes jutted abruptly from the walls and floor, resembling living creatures. Thick, dark green liquid dripped incessantly from the cracks, releasing a nauseating, acrid stench. The air was filled with a low mechanical hum, an intermittent sound that gnawed at everyone's nerves. The signal is heavily disrupted, the technician said with a tense expression, adjusting the data visor. Scans of many areas are coming back blurry. Stay alert. We're approaching the core of the twisted factory, Iron Scorpion warned in a deep voice. The danger level will escalate rapidly. Understood, the stealth operative replied, their voice barely audible. The team pressed forward using the map for guidance. In areas where the map provided no coverage, they had to rely on the stealth operative's reconnaissance and Han-E's auxiliary sensory abilities to cautiously navigate. Along the way, they faced several scattered attacks. At one point, a swarm of massive metal-eating insects burst out of the ventilation ducts. These creatures, resembling oversized cockroaches, were not particularly strong, but had hard shells and moved with alarming speed. Iron Scorpion swiftly drew his explosive pistol, blasting them to pieces. Green bodily fluids splattered everywhere, and the air was instantly filled with a foul stench. Next, they encountered an old, malfunctioning security robot. It staggered forward, its single red scanning light flickering erratically like a crazed eye. The electric gun mounted on its arm fired chaotic arcs of electricity. The technician frantically worked on their terminal, attempting to hack into the robot, but failed. Finally, the stealth operative slipped behind it like a shadow and, with precise strikes from an energy dagger, severed the power core connection, leaving the machine completely disabled. Han kept a firm grip on the white star, remaining vigilant. These low-level enemies offered little in the way of experience, so he chose to conserve his psionic energy while staying prepared for any unexpected threats. Stop! The stealth operative suddenly whispered, lowering their voice and signaling for caution. Something's ahead. Han immediately adjusted his visor to maximum sensitivity and deployed a miniature tracking robot. Through the robot's perspective, he saw the remnants of a massive factory floor, as though it had been violently torn apart by some horrifying force. The walls and ceiling were riddled with gaping cracks and holes, with rusted steel beams and broken pipes exposed. Scattered across the central area were the remains of bizarre metallic constructs, grotesque amalgamations of biological bones, muscle tissue, and cold machinery fused together in unsettling, distorted forms. These are the twisted factory's failed experiments, Iron Scorpion said gravely. This place was once a secret laboratory jointly established by Universal Industries, Mech Arms Military, and Gene Dynamics. They were researching the fusion of biology and machinery. But after a catastrophic experiment went wrong, the facility spiraled out of control and was abandoned. These creatures still retained some biological instincts and aggressive tendencies, with formidable resistance to physical attacks. Before Iron Scorpion could finish speaking, Han Yi's tracking robot transmitted a clearer image. Mechanical limbs within the wreckage twitching erratically, exposed mechanical eyeballs swiveling aimlessly, emitting flickering red lights, as if continuously scanning the surroundings. We have to go through here, Iron Scorpion said firmly, his eyes fixed on the map. This was the fastest route to the prototype crash site. Taking a detour would cost at least 5 extra hours, and the alternative routes were no less dangerous. I'll scout ahead, the infiltrator volunteered, stepping forward. I can avoid most of the defective units' detection. No, Iron Scorpion immediately vetoed the idea. Their detection methods are bizarre. Optical camouflage and noise suppression are almost useless against them. If you're discovered, escaping will be nearly impossible. He turned to the technician. How many EMP grenades do you have left? The technician quickly checked his pack. 3, but their range is limited. Against these half-organic, half-mechanical monsters, their effectiveness is still uncertain. Then we'll force our way through. Iron Scorpion's gaze hardened as he turned to Han. 0. Can your hover turrets be of use? Han nodded. With a single thought, Two self-driving hover turrets MK'd and I materialized beside him, their energy halos swirling at the barrels, already locked onto the twisted wreckage ahead. The turrets can provide suppressive fire and draw their attention, but their defensive capabilities are unknown. They may not inflict significant damage. That's enough. All we need is an opening. Iron Scorpion's eyes glinted with determination. Infiltrator, guard the flanks. Technician, stay alert for potential electronic traps. 0, use the turrets to clear the path. We'll follow and prepare to breach. The operation commenced instantly. The hover turrets hummed as they advanced, unleashing a barrage of blue energy pulses like a sudden downpour. Energy blasts struck the amalgamation of metal and flesh, erupting in sparks and the acrid stench of burning tissue. Some of the weaker defective units were hit in critical spots and collapsed, convulsing. But the majority of the creatures were enraged, emitting ear-piercing metallic screeches as they awakened from the rubble. Crimson and sickly green electronic eyes locked onto the intruders. Charge! Iron Scorpion roared, surging forward. His explosive handgun thundered, obliterating a spider-scorpion hybrid into fragments. The infiltrator followed closely, his energy dagger slicing precisely through joints and energy conduits. The technician threw interference devices continuously, providing limited but vital cover. Han E controlled the hover turrets to maintain suppressive fire, while his precision shots with the White Star rifle targeted creatures attempting to ambush them. The virtual bullets pierced through physical defenses, eliminating threats with pinpoint accuracy. Through the tactical visor, red-marked targets rose and fell in waves. The defective units were numerous, their attack methods unpredictable and diverse. Some sprayed corrosive acid, others launched bone-like projectiles, and a few emitted low-frequency sound waves that disrupted mental focus. Damn it! Why does this suddenly feel like facing a swarm apocalypse? Han E muttered under his breath, pressing on through the grueling battle to break through. Boom! The iron fist of Iron Scorpion's exoskeleton slammed into a creature brandishing scythe-like metallic limbs, instantly denting its hard carapace. Green, unknown liquid splattered everywhere. Without missing a beat, his explosive handgun roared again at close range, obliterating the creature's head into fragments. On the flank, the stalker skillfully avoided the main battle, his sharp energy blade carving deadly arcs through the air, silently dispatching isolated and vulnerable enemies. The technician, however, appeared more disheveled, dodging the creature's attacks while simultaneously focusing on operating a terminal, attempting to hack into any defense systems hidden within the ruins of the structure. Several close calls nearly saw him struck by the creature's acidic spray, but Iron Scorpion shielded him just in time. Han E commanded two hovering turrets to ascend to their maximum height of 30 meters to evade attacks from the grotesque amalgamations of flesh and machinery. The turrets, like mobile fortresses of firepower, rained down energy pulses relentlessly, providing continuous support for the team. After a fierce and grueling skirmish, the four finally managed to escape the twisted core of the factory filled with failed experiments, leaving behind a battlefield strewn with burning monster remains and the acrid stench of scorched flesh. Huff leaning against a broken metal column, the technician panted heavily, his face pale. These creatures were far more challenging than what had been detailed in their intel. The stalker inspected his gear, discovering a few spots on his combat suit corroded by acid, though nothing critical. He glanced at Han E, his gaze carrying a newfound respect. During the fight, Han E's precise marksmanship and the overwhelming firepower of the hovering turrets had significantly eased the pressure on the team. Iron Scorpion seemed to be in the best condition. Though his thick exoskeleton bore numerous scratches and dents, his power core still hummed with strength. He approached Han E, intending to pat him on the shoulder, but stopped at Han E's subtle signal, ultimately settling for a symbolic tap on the exoskeleton's shoulder plate. Well done, my friend. Iron Scorpion's electronic voice carried genuine admiration. Your turrets were incredible, and your shooting was terrifyingly accurate. Without you, we would have paid a much steeper price back there. No wonder you dared to take on this bounty alone. Han E nodded slightly, saying little as he quickly assessed the energy reserves and damage to the hovering turrets. The fight had taken a toll. Even at their elevated position, one turret's outer shell had been gouged by a creature's bone spike and would require some quick repairs. The map shows we're close to the target coordinates, the technician announced after recalibrating the navigation system. The prototype should be somewhere in the collapsed structures up ahead. After a brief moment to regroup, the four set out again, the atmosphere heavier than before. The earlier skirmish had merely been a prelude. The real challenge, the rogue, crashed scavenger prototype, awaited them further ahead. According to the intel provided by Iron Scorpion's squad, this prototype had engaged in a fierce battle with the base's defense systems before crashing. It had sustained severe damage, with its core AI now in some kind of unknown dormancy or logical disarray. But precisely because of this, its behavior has become even more unpredictable, and it likely retains a highly aggressive nature. The four of them traversed an area of utter devastation, the ground beneath them riddled with massive craters from impacts, while twisted metal structures around them jutted out like the remnants of a beast's violent rampage. The air was thick with the acrid scent of oxidized metal, and every step they took was accompanied by the faint sound of loose debris tumbling. At last, a massive shadowy outline emerged at the edge of their vision. It was the wreckage of an enormous structure, resembling a large hangar or testing platform. The roof had completely collapsed, exposing a chaotic web of steel beams and pipes inside. The corroded metal gleamed faintly in the dim light, reflecting a dark reddish hue. At the center of the wreckage knelt a colossal metal giant, frozen in a grotesquely twisted posture. Its armor was scarred with deep cracks, riddled with bullet holes, and scorched black by energy weapons like an ancient warrior who had endured a brutal battle. There it is, the scavenger prototype X-01, Iron Scorpion murmured. This prototype was far larger and more menacing than the mass-produced scavenger units he had encountered before. Its broad shoulders and thick frame exuded an oppressive sense of power, even in its damaged state. The streamlined dark gray armor bore severe battle damage. One arm was severed at the shoulder, leaving a twisted mess of metal and dangling cables, while the other arm was deformed, its original heavy weapon now missing. The helmet was heavily damaged, revealing an intricate array of internal sensors and a single crimson optical lens that flickered faintly. That red light, like the dying gaze of a giant beast, stood out starkly in the darkness. An invisible sense of dread radiated from the battered steel figure, freezing the atmosphere of the entire space. The four of them instinctively slowed their breathing, as if they were facing a dormant ancient predator that could awaken at any moment. Stalker, scout the area and confirm there are no other threats, Iron Scorpion commanded in a low, steady voice. Technician, prepare to hack into the core AI. 0. You and I will stand guard. Stalker's form flickered a few times before vanishing into the surrounding shadows with agile movements. The technician took a deep breath and retrieved his breaker, a peculiar silver-white metal device covered in an array of ports and antennas, its surface glinting coldly in the dim light. He approached the prototype cautiously, bending down to search for the core AI's data interface, his fingers gliding lightly over the machine's surface. Han-E quickly deployed 2 hovering turrets at the flanks, his White Star weapon already primed. His tactical visor's holographic display highlighted every potential joint and weapon mount on the prototype with precise red targeting frames. His breathing was steady and rhythmic, his body poised for optimal reaction. The only sounds in the air were the faint tapping of the technician's terminal and the occasional crackle of malfunctioning circuits emanating from the prototype. Time seemed to stretch as the technician's forehead began to bead with sweat. The chip at his temple flickered with light as his fingers danced across a virtual keyboard, the projected screen displaying a dizzying stream of data and a slowly progressing decryption bar. Found it. The core AI's physical interface is here, the technician suddenly exclaimed, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. The firewall is weaker than expected, likely damaged during the crash. Establishing connection now. His tone grew more focused. Connection established. Beginning bypass of basic defense protocols. The progress bar crept forward steadily, and the technician's voice became increasingly urgent with each step. First layer defenses breached, second cognitive barrier disabled, accessing core database. The technician's breathing quickened, his eyes alight with concentration and excitement as his fingers worked faster and faster. Target data located. Packaging initiating transfer. At that moment, the prototype's previously dim crimson optics suddenly flared to life, glowing several times brighter than before. A dangerous surge of energy, like the awakening of a primordial beast, erupted from deep within the prototype's core. The crackling of electricity grew louder and more intense. Something's wrong, the technician gasped, his face turning pale. The AI core has reactivated, and it's triggered some kind of trap program. It's reverse tracing my signal. It's uploading our location data. Almost simultaneously, sharp, piercing alarms blared from Han-E's tactical visor and Iron Scorpion's exosuit communication system. Red warning icons flashed urgently across their displays. Warning! Warning! Multiple high-energy signals detected rapidly approaching. Identified as scavenger-class military units, at least 3 squads incoming. Both Han-E and Iron Scorpion felt their hearts sink. Quick! Disconnect and retreat immediately. Iron Scorpion's furious roar echoed through the ruins. He gripped his explosive pistol tightly, its barrel sweeping back and forth through the shadow-filled corners. Beside him, the technician's face was ashen, his trembling fingers frantically tapping away at the terminal in a desperate attempt to sever the data link with the scavenger prototype. But it was already too late. The once dormant scavenger prototype suddenly let out a final, guttural roar. In the split second before its core AI completely collapsed, it transmitted an encrypted distress signaler, more accurately, a deadly coordinate trap. It's too late, the technician cried, his voice trembling with panic. The signal's been sent. They've definitely locked onto our location. Damn it. Iron Scorpion's face darkened as he stomped the ground in frustration, spiderweb-like cracks spreading outward beneath his boots. Stalkers, return immediately. We have to hold this position and set up traps in the area. He knew all too well that the emotionless scavenger was nothing more than a ruthless killing machine. Without a vehicle to escape, their only chance at survival was to eliminate them all. As Iron Scorpion began issuing orders to fortify their defenses, the technician's next move left everyone stunned. Not only did he decisively yank the data cable from the prototype, but he also pulled a palm-sized device from his backpack with an almost fanatical determination. The device, glimmering with a faint golden light, activated instantly in his hands. "What are you doing?" Iron Scorpion demanded, staring in disbelief at his longtime comrade. The technician removed his data goggles, revealing a twisted, contorted face. His eyes burned with a mix of madness and fervor. "Sorry, Captain, and Stalkers," he said, his voice no longer carrying the nervous tone of the tech geek they once knew. Instead, it had transformed into a cold, serpentine hiss. "What's the point of being a mercenary in the gutter? The executives at Mech Tech Industries made me an offer I couldn't refuse." He raised the golden, flickering signal transmitter high, its piercing glow cutting through the dim surroundings. "I've already uploaded the core data and your location to them. This is my ticket to a brighter future. Soon, the scavengers will come and wipe out you meddling trash." "Traitor!" Iron Scorpion bellowed, his rage boiling over. He instantly aimed his explosive pistol and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The high-explosive round streaked through the air, leaving a fiery trail, but the technician was prepared. A shimmering golden energy shield materialized around him, violently trembling under the blast's impact, but remaining intact. The technician's deranged grin grew even more grotesque. "It's useless, Captain. This is Mech Tech Industries' cutting-edge energy deflection shield. You can't kill me. I've been planning this for so long. Once Mech Tech's elite squad arrives, you're all as good as dead. No wonder we haven't come across even a single member from other mercenary or bounty hunter squads along the way." Han Yi's gaze, sharp as a blade, swept across the surrounding ruins. He already had an answer in his heart. "It seems they were all eliminated by the scavengers who arrived ahead of us." The virtual bullets from the white star left faint purple energy trails in the air, colliding with the technician's golden energy shield. The two forces clashed and intertwined, but failed to penetrate. Han Yi fired several more shots in quick succession, but the result was the same, far less effective than when dealing with other enemies before. "Friend, even your so-called cursed gun can't break through that energy shield?" Iron Scorpion's expression was cold, his voice dripping with mockery. Beads of sweat appeared on Han Yi's forehead. "Maybe, if I had more time, I could wear down the energy of this barrier," he muttered, frowning as he glanced upward. "But time is exactly what we don't have right now." Before his words had fully settled, a piercing sound tore through the air above. From the night sky, several sleek, dark gray figures plummeted downward like bolts of black lightning. Their movements were precise and synchronized, landing silently with weapons already locked onto every active target within the ruins. The scavenger squad had arrived, 9 of them, equivalent to 3 standard combat teams. Each scavenger resembled a war machine straight out of a nightmare, tall, lean, and brimming with menace. The technician's face lit up with fanatical excitement upon seeing these descending figures. He waved his arms wildly, shouting at the scavengers as though welcoming saviors. "I'm here. I secured the core data for you. Protect me, kill them." He pointed at Iron Scorpion, the infiltrator, and Han Yi in the distance, his voice hoarse and desperate, filled with a mix of sycophantic eagerness and inexplicable hatred toward his former teammates. Han Yi's brows furrowed deeply. He had anticipated the possibility of betrayal within Iron Scorpion's team, but hadn't expected one of them to have already defected to the robotic military-industrial complex. Fortunately, he was prepared. He quickly activated the defensive mode of his exoskeleton and summoned 2 hovering turrets to his side, ready for combat at a moment's notice. Iron Scorpion and the infiltrator also assumed a back-to-back defensive formation, their expressions grim and their muscles taut, bracing for lethal confrontation. What happened next, however, caught everyone, including the technician, completely off guard. The lead scavenger merely swept its cold, crimson electronic eyes indifferently over the technician, who was still shouting frantically. With a silent electronic signal, it disabled the technician's energy shield. Then, with a barely perceptible motion, it raised its electromagnetic rifle slightly. The faint blue arc at the muzzle flashed briefly. A precisely aimed energy beam pierced through the technician's skull in an instant, as effortlessly as smashing a watermelon. Blood, brain matter, and electronic components burst into the air, forming a crimson mist. The technician, perhaps even in death, couldn't understand why the subordinates of those he had pledged loyalty to would turn their weapons on him without hesitation. But Han Yi understood the cold, ruthless nature of these massive corporate entities. They saw enemies and exposed, expendable traitors alike as nothing more than garbage to be disposed of, especially when the target in question was the scavengers, efficient and unfeeling killing machines. The technician's modified body twitched a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The scavengers didn't spare his corpse a second glance. Their icy electronic eyes had already shifted to the only remaining targets in the ruins, the three of them. An almost tangible killing intent spread through the air, threatening to freeze the entire space solid. A flicker of despair flashed in the infiltrator's eyes. He was done waiting for death to claim him. Lowering his body, he swiftly rolled into the shadows nearby, attempting to use his exceptional stealth skills to escape. Facing 9 fully armed scavengers in peak condition, he knew staying meant certain doom. But the scavengers were well-versed in handling targets like him. 2 members darted forward like arrows, unleashing micro-tracking missiles from their shoulder-mounted launchers. At the same time, their Gauss submachine guns spat out a torrent of fire, forming a deadly web of firepower that cut off all escape routes. Amid the smoke and chaos, the cacophony of gunfire and explosions filled the air. Despite the infiltrator's agility, the concentrated firepower designed specifically to counter stealth left him no room to maneuver. His optical camouflage was rendered useless as bursts of blood painted his figure. Finally, with a muffled groan, he collapsed heavily to the ground, silent and still. In the blink of an eye, the Iron Scorpion squad was reduced to one last-man captain. The scavenger's relentless fire rained down like a storm, and even his expensive military-grade implants couldn't withstand the onslaught. Within mere seconds, he lost an arm. He glanced at the fallen infiltrator, then at the mangled corpse of the technician. Pain and sorrow were etched across his face beneath the mask. Turning his gaze to Han E, who was struggling to hold his ground under the scavenger's firepower with the aid of a hover turret and exoskeleton, he spoke. "Forgive me, my friend." The Iron Scorpion's voice, distorted and heavy with emotion, came through his electronic modulator. "I was blind in my judgment, and now I've dragged you into this mess." Han E said nothing, his grip tightening on the White Star rifle. He calmly took aim at the advancing scavengers, pulling the trigger as he rapidly assessed the seemingly hopeless situation. "I'll handle these bastards," the Iron Scorpion declared, taking a deep breath as the screech of metal echoed from his exoskeleton. Raising the menacing explosive handgun strapped to his remaining arm, he continued, "You need to go. Run as far as you can and don't look back." Before the final word left his lips, the Iron Scorpion charged at the 9 scavengers like a wounded lion, roaring with defiance. "I, Iron Scorpion, never abandon my friends." He knew death was inevitable, but he was determined to carve out a slim chance of survival for the teammate he had unwittingly endangered. The explosive handgun roared to life, unleashing devastating rounds that tore through the air. The scavengers immediately scattered, some dodging, others raising shields while retaliating with precision electromagnetic weaponry. The ruins were soon engulfed in smoke and chaos, as gunfire, energy beams, and physical projectiles wove a deadly symphony in the air. Han E watched Iron Scorpion's desperate charge, his expression conflicted. Memories of his previous life surfaced off people, each with their unique personalities, yet all fiercely loyal and selfless. Even a mere mercenary from a small planet was willing to pay the price for his mistakes, sacrificing himself for a temporary ally he'd barely known. Perhaps this was the brilliance of humanity. But Han E did not choose to flee. In this situation, unless he exited the game and returned to reality, his current mobility was no match for the relentless pursuit of these killing machines. Why not take advantage of the factory's terrain and wipe them out completely? Han Yi's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression calm, yet resolute. The equipment they had now was far superior to what they had during the battle at Fairport. The situation on the battlefield was changing rapidly. A hovering turret, under concentrated fire from the scavengers, was on the brink of collapse. Without hesitation, Han E set it to self-destruct mode and overloaded its energy core to the limit. At the same time, he issued a calm command for another hovering turret in the distance to retreat from the battlefield and wait until the explosion's aftermath subsided before re-engaging. If its structural integrity fell to a critical level, it would automatically overload its core and launch a suicide attack on the scavengers. Using the powerful propulsion of his exoskeleton, Han E quickly withdrew from the battlefield, shouting loudly, "Iron Scorpion, get down." Iron Scorpion was locked in fierce combat with several scavengers, his exoskeleton nearly destroyed and his body riddled with injuries. Hearing Han E shout, Iron Scorpion froze for a moment. Yet, driven by instinct and his trust in Han E, he instinctively dove to the ground, using the remnants of his armor to shield his head. In the instant he lowered himself, a self-guided hovering turret streaked through the air like a meteor, landing precisely in the center of 3 scavengers clustered together. There was no deafening explosion, only a low, ominous hum, like the void consuming everything. The electromagnetic pulse surged across the battlefield like a tsunami, annihilating everything in its path. The sharp crackle of electricity echoed as all equipment relying on precision electronic components emitted a cacophony of distress. The energy shields of 9 scavengers flickered and shattered in an instant. Their crimson electronic eyes blinked a few times before falling silent. Their movements became stiff and sluggish. Some collapsed entirely as their core systems burned out, spewing black smoke and temporarily losing functionality. This sudden EMP attack proved deadlier than any high-explosive ammunition. It was Han Yi's long-prepared trump card, using the energy core of the hovering turret to generate a wide-range electromagnetic pulse, specifically targeting the scavengers who might appear in the B7 Old Industrial Zone to recover the prototype. However, Han Yi's Stalker Type I exoskeleton was not immune. His tactical visor went dark, neural connections were severed, and the exoskeleton's propulsion system shut down. Even so, Han Yi had anticipated this. Before triggering the explosion, he had disconnected most sensitive components. Relying on the exoskeleton's physical armor and his physique, which far surpassed that of an rank extraordinary individual, he endured the pulse's impact. Though his body was briefly paralyzed, he retained full mobility. The EMP's disruption to the scavengers, while significant, was not absolute. After all, the engineers behind these machines had designed them with anti-electronic interference measures in mind. Han Yi wasted no time. He discarded the now useless exoskeleton helmet and, with unmatched agility, charged toward the temporarily disabled scavengers like a predator hunting its prey. Stripped of their mobility, these once formidable war machines were now as helpless as lambs awaiting slaughter. With the activation of the Skywing Dash ability from Isha, Han Yi's movements became a blur, almost impossible to follow with the naked eye. He struck with precision and speed, taking down one target after another. In his hands, the white star blade was like the Reaper's scythe, dealing death mercilessly. Meanwhile, the other hovering turret had returned to the battlefield, launching a fresh wave of attacks. The muffled gunfire and bursts of energy pulses pierced through the ruins, enveloping the battlefield in an eerie chill, as if it had been transported to another world. The one chance of psionic enchantment was difficult to trigger, so Han Yi only managed to land 2 additional critical hits, taking down 2 sweepers instantly. While his headshot strike skill could no longer guarantee a one-hit kill, it was still lethal enough to severely damage the sweepers who had temporarily lost their defenses. Han Yi's movements were as precise as a finely tuned machine, each pull of the trigger executed with cold, calculated accuracy. He resembled an efficient executioner, adjusting the aim of his weapon ever so slightly, allowing bullets to pierce through the weak points on the sweepers' helmets, sensor nodes, or the exposed core interfaces revealed during combat. You have killed a sweeper LV-55, kill participation 100, gained 3.48 million experience points. You have killed a sweeper LV-57, kill participation 100, gained 3.82 million experience points. You have killed a sweeper LV-59. The system notifications flashed continuously in his mind. Within just a few seconds, Han Yi's psionic energy was rapidly depleted as he unleashed a barrage of over 100 virtual bullets, draining his reserves to the bottom. Metallic clinks from shattered components and the muffled thuds of energy core explosions echoed across the battlefield. The remaining sweepers, like stringless mechanical puppets, collapsed one after another, falling lifelessly to the ground. A torrent of system messages flooded Han Yi's mind like a waterfall. The massive influx of experience points surged into his experience pool like a breached dam, instantly pushing his experience bar, which had been hovering around 500,000, to an astonishing figure of over 35 million. Han Yi stared at the number, and despite his composed mindset honed over 2 lifetimes, he couldn't help but feel his mouth go dry. His pupils dilated slightly, and his breathing quickened unconsciously. Why bother with quests anymore? He could just focus on farming sweepers from the mechanized military or elite squads from the other 2 major corporations. Of course, while the idea was tempting, putting it into action was another matter. Facing Terra's high-level elite corporate soldiers was a completely different challenge. The mechanized military sweepers were undoubtedly the strongest in terms of individual combat capabilities, but they also shared the common vulnerabilities of all electronic devices, which could be exploited. However, if it were the Universal Industrial Special Task Force or the Gene Dynamics Counterterrorism Unit, Han Yi would never have achieved this kind of overwhelming success. Moreover, Han Yi had no intention of drawing too much attention from the 3 major corporations at this early stage. In this ruthless cyberpunk world, there had been cases of reckless individuals launching indiscriminate attacks on global corporations. But in the end, those people were labeled as cyber psychos and were swiftly hunted down and eliminated by other elite squads armed with advanced weaponry, leaving no trace of their remains. Suppressing the urge to immediately convert the experience points into levels and skills, Han Yi quickly made his way to the heavily injured Iron Scorpion, who was lying in a pool of blood. The burly man was gravely wounded, his exoskeleton armor almost completely destroyed, revealing extensive burned and torn flesh underneath, as well as parts of his metallic, cybernetic implants. The high temperatures from energy weapons and impacts had even melted portions of his mechanical limbs, leaving him looking like a survivor from the depths of hell, barely clinging to life. You? Iron Scorpion struggled to open his eyes, his gaze falling on Han E, who stood unscathed, his clothes barely ruffled. Surrounding them were the smoldering remains of the sweepers. His eyes were filled with incredulous shock. He had assumed that someone capable of wielding and controlling a cursed artifact brought back from the Terror Cruise must be extraordinary. But Iron Scorpion had never imagined that Han E could single-handedly annihilate 9 sweepers in such a short span of time. That's a sweeper. Iron Scorpion's voice was hoarse, his eyes flickering with reverence. The most elite ace of the mech arms industry. A few fully armed squads of them can rival an entire conventional army. It seems I underestimated you. Before he could finish, Iron Scorpion suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The dark red liquid mixed with fluorescent blue synthetic mucus leaking from ruptured implants inside his body, forming eerie patterns on the ground. Save your strength, don't talk. Han E quickly crouched down, his fingers deftly peeling away the shattered armor on Iron Scorpion's chest to examine the ghastly wound. The injury was deep enough to expose bone, with several implants visible and faint blue circuits flickering. You're badly hurt, but with timely treatment, it's not impossible to save you. Han E weighed his options silently. The fact that Iron Scorpion had taken responsibility for his own mistakes and fearlessly charged the enemy to cover his escape was enough for Han E to decide not to abandon this steadfast warrior. He swiftly retrieved the last emergency treatment syringe from his backpack, the fluorescent green liquid inside glinting under the light. He also pulled out rolls of gauze and hemostatic agents for emergency wound care, laying them out skillfully on the ground. Iron Scorpion's injuries are far beyond the limits of what this syringe can handle, but at least it will keep him stable for now, Hani thought to himself. He then said aloud, sorry, but all I can do is provide some first aid. Your injuries require professional medical equipment to be properly treated. As he spoke, Hani injected the syringe into the artery near Iron Scorpion's neck. Then, he cleaned the wound with disinfectant, tore open the gauze packaging, and quickly covered the most severe areas. Finally, he sprayed a hemostatic agent over the gruesome wounds to prevent infection. The spray hissed softly upon contact with flesh, solidifying into a translucent protective layer. Iron Scorpion's body was already numb, and he could only stare at Han E with a complex expression in his eyes, a mix of gratitude, confusion, and an indescribable emotion. Why save me? Iron Scorpion rasped, his voice like sandpaper scraping. I dragged you down. You bought me time, Han E replied calmly, his hands still working to treat the other wounds. Besides, I should thank you for helping me locate the sweeper prototype's core. Surely you won't shamelessly demand we split the reward for this mission anymore, right? Iron Scorpion let out a short, rough laugh at that. Then his gaze turned resolute. With great effort, he raised his only functional left hand and pressed it against his still beating but cracked mechanical heart. The heart, visible through his damaged chest plate, pulsed faintly, accompanied by flickering blue light with each beat. Iron Scorpion may have many flaws, but when it comes to brotherhood, I've never let anyone down. His voice, though weak, carried an unshakable determination. Not the stalkers, not even that damn traitor technician. Gritting his teeth, he spoke each word as if it cost him immense effort. You saved my life, Han E. From now on, my life belongs to you. Just say the word, and I'll face any danger without hesitation. Iron Scorpion's favorability has greatly increased. Your relationship status, Blood Brothers 100. You have gained a follower. Iron Scorpion critical condition. Han E glanced at the system notification before looking back at Iron Scorpion's earnest and unwavering eyes. His heart stirred slightly. A seasoned, powerful, and utterly loyal follower, this might just be the most unexpected reward from this rank bounty mission. Let's focus on staying alive for now. Han E picked up the explosive handgun from the ground, its metallic body still warm. He handed the weapon to Iron Scorpion's functioning left hand. The area seems secure for now, but we need to leave as soon as possible. Can you move? Iron Scorpion attempted to shift his body, the searing pain drawing a muffled groan from him as cold sweat drenched his forehead. Yet, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Not dead, yet I can manage. Good. Han E stood up, scanning their surroundings. His gaze finally settled on the remains of the sweeper prototype, now completely inert. Its surface was riddled with bullet holes and scorch marks, with faint sparks flickering from its damaged joints. The machine had also been caught in the electromagnetic pulse explosion, and Han E suspected the AI core's integrity might have dropped below 15. Fortunately, according to the system interface, the core's integrity was just barely at 15.3, narrowly avoiding mission failure. Han E let out a small sigh of relief. The mission's reward of 2 million experience points was no trivial amount, though he already had an 8-digit experience pool. The mission was complete. It was time to claim the rewards. The battle over, Han E began collecting resources from the scene. Carefully, he removed the core AI's data storage module, which remained intact. This was the most valuable item. Then, he bent down to pick up a few pieces of high-performance alloy armor that hadn't been completely deformed. He stuffed several seemingly functional sensor components into his backpack and finally dragged the remains of an unidentified heavy weapon. Even as fragments, this thing could fetch a good amount of credits on the black market. Hoisting the heavy frame of Iron Scorpion onto his back, Han Yi dragged the salvaged materials and stepped into the dense shadows at the far end of the twisted factory. The neon advertisements overhead cast their hazy glow, but it was as if some unseen force devoured the light, leaving the lower alleyways shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Iron Scorpion was barely conscious, occasionally letting out mechanical groans. Han Yi gripped his comrade's shattered mechanical body tightly as he navigated the labyrinth of underground tunnels and abandoned pipelines. Each step was accompanied by the grating sound of metal scraping against the ground, echoing through the empty corridors. The engine of his stalker barely functioned after enduring the battle and EMP blasts, emitting irregular hums that provided only faint assistance. Sweat beaded on Han Yi's forehead as he relied more on his physical strength and endurance, far beyond the norm for someone of a level rank, to carry the heavy load. Hold on just a bit longer. We're almost there, Han Yi murmured, though he wasn't sure if Iron Scorpion could even hear him. Following Iron Scorpion's fragmented directions before he lost consciousness, they were nearing a hidden location at the edge of Zone B6, a clandestine cybernetic clinic. The clinic's owner, Old Ghost, was said to be a blood brother of Iron Scorpion. Though his skills didn't rival those of professional corporate medics, he was experienced in dealing with black market injuries, and, most importantly, he could keep his mouth shut. Finally, Han Yi stopped in front of an inconspicuous metal door disguised as an abandoned sewage outlet. Freeing one hand, he knocked on the door in the specific rhythm Iron Scorpion had taught him. 2 light taps, 1 heavy, a pause, then 3 light taps. From inside came the faint sound of mechanical gears turning, and the heavy metal door slid open a crack. A sharp smell of disinfectant mixed with rust assaulted Han Yi's senses, almost suffocating him. A short, stocky old man wearing welding goggles poked his head out. His lab coat was stained with grease and dark brown blood. His cloudy eyes scanned Han Yi warily before landing on Iron Scorpion, who was slumped and barely conscious. "Shit, Scorpion!" Old Ghost exclaimed, pulling the door open wide. "Get him in here, quick! What the hell happened to him?" Without wasting another word, Han Yi dragged Iron Scorpion's heavy body inside. The clinic was more spacious than it appeared from the outside, but just as cluttered. Medical equipment of unknown purpose was piled in corners, dismantled cybernetic parts were scattered across the floor, and several glass jars containing glowing green liquid emitted an eerie light under the dim lamps. A few stained operating tables were arranged in the center, their metal surfaces reflecting a cold gleam. "Who the hell did you piss off this time?" Old Ghost grumbled as he hastily helped lift Iron Scorpion onto one of the operating tables, simultaneously inspecting the damage. With practiced hands, he removed the armor plating from Iron Scorpion's chest and abdomen, revealing a tangled mess of circuits and components inside. Spinal power core is overloaded, left arm neural bundle completely fried, right arm's just gone, right leg's main support bone is fractured. Old Ghost's fingers moved swiftly through the damaged internals. Severe internal bleeding, biological vitals are weak. Damn. Anyone else would already be a corpse with injuries like this. Old Ghost looked up, his cloudy eyes peering at Han Yi through his goggles. "Who the hell are you?" "One of his new lackeys." "If anything, he's my lackey," Han Yi replied, shaking his head and wiping the sweat from his brow. "We're more like temporary partners." "Where's the techie and those 2 stalker boys?" Old Ghost asked while connecting various tubes and wires to Iron Scorpion's body. "The techie sold us out. The other 2 are dead." Silence fell over the room, broken only by the hum of medical equipment. "I warned Scorpion about that techie. Told him not to trust someone with such a shady background." Old Ghost sighed, his hands never stopping their work. "That idiot always ends up like this, getting betrayed and still counting the money for the traitor." Old Ghost skillfully treated Iron Scorpion's wounds with swift and precise hands. However, in a moment of carelessness, he almost paid with his own life. Han Yi said nothing, simply pulling out the credit chip he had retrieved from the technician's skull and gently placing it on the nearby table. This chip controlled the shared account of the Iron Scorpion squad, and Iron Scorpion had long since entrusted Han Yi with the password. The account held a staggering 7-figure balance in credit points. Han Yi had no intention of taking advantage of the situation to steal the credits. After all, losing a loyal friend like Iron Scorpion wasn't worth it. Besides, the funds should be more than sufficient to cover the medical expenses. Old Ghost picked up the chip, glanced at it, and his face registered surprise. His tone carried a hint of disbelief. "This much? Did you guys rob some gang's treasury?" However, he didn't press further, merely waving his hand dismissively. "All right, I get it. He'll handle the rest. You go do what you need to do." He paused briefly before adding, "But let me make it clear, I'll do my best to save his life, but getting him back to how he was before, that's going to be tough." Han Yi nodded and took one last deep look at Iron Scorpion, who lay on the operating table, his fate uncertain. Then, he turned and left the underground clinic, thick with the scent of rust and blood. He had done everything he could. The rest was up to Iron Scorpion's luck. After leaving the clinic, Han-E wasted no time and headed straight for the Shadow Flow exchange. Navigating the area with practiced ease, he located a discreet, anonymous data drop point. He deposited the storage module containing the prototype scavenger core data into the designated recovery slot. Moments later, his universal anonymous terminal vibrated slightly, displaying a new Messagian enormous sum of 5 million credits had been deposited into his account. You have completed the Shrank Bounty mission, The Lost Core. Your contribution to the mission's overall progress is 87, earning you a final evaluation grade of A. A grade mission evaluation grants an additional 40 experience bonus. You have earned a total of 2.8 million experience points. Mission complete, reward secured. Han-E didn't linger in the Shadow Flow exchange. The place was teeming with people, and while news of the scavengers' defeat might not have spread yet, there was always the risk of being targeted by opportunists. He quickly left this perilous yet opportunity-filled underground world and made his way directly to the Universal Workshop in Rust Canyon. The workshop was as quiet as ever, and Shinran was alone in the loft, seemingly engrossed in her research. Han-E didn't disturb her, offering only a brief gesture to indicate his return before heading straight to his work area. The heavy metal door slowly closed behind him, sealing off the outside world and its dangers. Han-E exhaled deeply, finally allowing himself to relax. After hours of tension, he collapsed into his slightly worn but still comfortable office chair. Pulling up his system interface, he began meticulously reviewing the substantial gains from the Shrank mission, The Lost Core. The first thing that caught his eye was the astronomical amount of experience points he had amassed. Killing 9 scavengers ranging from levels 55 to 59, combined with the mission reward of 2.8 million points, and an additional 560,000 points he had saved up, brought his total experience to a staggering 40.36 million. This figure was enough to make any mid-tier player envious. Han-E's heart raced as he stared at the number. At last, he could break through his current level cap and achieve a significant leap in power. While Han-E wasn't particularly attached to the currency of Terra Star, the 5 million credits now at his disposal were more than enough to navigate the black market in Harlan City. He could acquire most of the rare materials and advanced equipment he needed. He might even consider expanding the workshop or setting aside funds for future plans. Han-E stood at the workbench, meticulously examining the most critical spoils from the Shrank mission, the remains of the scavenger prototype. Although the urgency of the situation had prevented him from retrieving the entire machine, he had successfully salvaged several of its most valuable core components. On the workbench, a few pieces of dark gray alloy armor glinted coldly under the light. These armor plates, constructed with an unknown composite technology, exhibited a level of hardness and energy resistance far surpassing any material Han-E had encountered before, even superior to the material used in Shinran's powered arm gauntlets. Beside them lay a miniature energy core with a damaged casing. Despite the external damage, its internal structure remained largely intact. Compared to the standard energy cores used in mass-produced scavengers, this prototype's core featured a more intricate design and emitted significantly stronger energy fluctuations. Several half-burned sensor components, though damaged, still retained the ability to read basic data. What excited Han-E the most, however, was a storage chip had already managed to copy the AI core data stored within it. Using the basic scanning functionality of the Stalker Eye exoskeleton, he was fully engrossed in analyzing these cutting-edge technological artifacts from the machine intelligence military industry. These remains were not only valuable materials, but also priceless technological samples. Through reverse engineering, Han-E was confident he could rapidly advance his expertise in energy cores, armor materials, and sensor technology. The AI storage module, in particular, held immense potential. While its contents were not yet fully decrypted, a successful extraction could yield the scavenger's design blueprints, vulnerability data, or even classified information about the machine intelligence military industry. After taking stock of these unexpectedly fruitful gains, Han-E immediately channeled the vast experience he had earned into leveling up his primary profession. The system notifications promptly appeared. You have consumed 3,503,000 experience points. Your apprentice mechanic has leveled up to LV15, reaching the profession level cap. Your Psyche 150, Strength 5, Intelligence 15, Constitution 5. You have gained 15 attribute points. Current personal attributes: Strength 241, Intelligence 372, Constitution 241, Agility 202, Insight 281, Mystery 0, Charisma 9, Luck 3. Adjusting to the changes brought by his physical enhancements, Han-E reviewed his personal status panel and discovered that his overall level had reached LV30. The system immediately triggered a new notification. You have triggered a profession advancement quest. Master any 10 advanced fields of technology. Currently mastered advanced fields: modular design theory, mechanical dynamic balance theory, composite material science, shape memory alloys and smart materials, energy conduction insulation material technology, high-energy, shielding material lattice design, biocomposite synthesis and applications, thermodynamic cycle optimization, high-frequency vibration theory, neural links. You have mastered 10 advanced fields, meeting the quest requirements. You have completed the professional advancement task and successfully advanced to skilled mechanic LV1. Your psionics 50, strength 2, intelligence 5, constitution 2, and you have gained 5 attribute points. Han Yi felt a surge of unprecedentedly pure knowledge flowing into his mind, like a sudden revelation. This wasn't just ordinary information transfer, but deeper insights into the mechanical field complex principles of energy utilization, intricate intelligent control systems, and the core technologies of advanced mechanical structures. Everything became crystal clear. The system notifications appeared in rapid succession. You have acquired a new talent. Precision operation, slightly improving stability and success rate during fine manual operations. You have acquired a new skill, kinetic weapon mastery LV1, increasing kinetic weapon damage. You have acquired a new skill, energy weapon mastery LV1, enhancing energy weapon damage and energy efficiency. Next, a series of blueprint knowledge was unlocked. You have acquired a new blueprint, portable energy shield generator LV1. You have acquired a new blueprint, explosive handgun MK.2 LV1. You have acquired a new blueprint, pulse pistol MK.2 LV1. You have acquired a new blueprint, basic repair drone LV1. You have acquired a new blueprint, exoskeleton power enhancement module LV1. Existing skills were also upgraded. Your intermediate mechanical affinity LV5 has advanced to advanced mechanical affinity LV1. Your basic fault diagnosis LV5 has advanced to intermediate fault diagnosis LV1. Your basic repair LV5 has advanced to intermediate repair LV1. Your basic mechanical manufacturing LV5 has advanced to intermediate mechanical manufacturing LV1. Your basic mechanical modification LV5 has advanced to intermediate mechanical modification LV1. Han Yi slowly opened his eyes, his fingertips trembling slightly, as if he could already feel the tactile sensation of assembling and disassembling complex machinery. The knowledge in his mind was no longer scattered information, but had formed a comprehensive technical system. He checked his experience points, which were still abundant. There was no need to hold back his growth, so Han Yi decided to invest all his experience into upgrading his skills and levels. First, he consumed 1.178 million experience points to max out all currently upgradable skills, upgrading basic shooting to proficient shooting, learning headshot strike through the White Star's additional abilities, and utilizing the psionic burst skill gained during his psionic advancement. Next, he spent 14.429 million experience points to raise his newly advanced skill mechanic from LV1 to LV10, reaching the current level cap of LV40. This also granted him additional attribute points, as well as increases in psionics and his core attributes. The system promptly triggered a new level advancement task. Complete any task of level or above independently, without forming a team. A level task. Han Yi was slightly taken aback before grasping the implications. For ordinary players, even if they reached LV40 during the rank phase, completing a level task solo would still be a significant challenge. However, Han Yi's psionic talent granted him hundreds of points in overall attribute boosts, along with increased energy and stamina limits. With proper preparation, he could easily take down 3 squads of elite scavengers and complete an rank bounty mission. Compared to a typical rank transcendent, Han Yi's actual combat strength was already approaching Drank levels. This was the true strength of the Enlightenment branch professions when luck was on their side. A task with no real difficulty, Han Yi calculated inwardly. He'll stop by the Darkflow trading post later and pick up a simple level task to complete it. As for his next steps, Han Yi stroked his chin in thought. With only 24 million experience points remaining, completing the level advancement task wouldn't leave enough to continue upgrading his primary profession. Besides, the third phase of his main profession was already nearing the limits of the starter planet. Further advancement would likely require access to advanced knowledge possessed only by interstellar civilizations. It's time to consider leveling up my secondary profession. With this in mind, Han Yi used the encrypted communication on his microterminal to contact Zane, who hadn't been in touch for a while. The encrypted communication was quickly connected, and Zane's slightly weary yet familiarly roguish voice came through. In just a few brief exchanges, Han Yi gained a general understanding of the current state of Dawn of Doom. Most of the reachable members, including Kelly and Roche, had safely arrived in Harlan City. Under Zane's leadership, they were establishing a new secret base in the shadows of this sprawling metropolis. As for ISA and the group that disappeared with her, their whereabouts remained unknown, their fate uncertain. Before ending the call, Han Yi finally asked about the gene-modified warrior subclass he had been eagerly anticipating. Zane informed him that Roche and the technical team had successfully deciphered part of the gene-powered experimental data stolen from the Vault prison, and the initial technical conditions for modification were now in place. This was undoubtedly good news, meaning Han Yi's career progression could move forward smoothly. After a night's rest, the next day Han Yi made time to revisit the Darkflow exchange. From the flood of information in the bounty list, he selected a simple task marked as the level difficulty, requiring the repair of several old industrial robots. With his seasoned mechanic skills and prior technical experience, such a task was a breeze for him. Accompanied by the notification of task completion, the barriers to his level progression were finally broken. You have completed the second level progression task, and your rank has increased to E. Life level ascension complete. Your physical defense 15, all negative resistances 15, primary attribute intelligence 15, secondary attributes strength and constitution 10, and you have gained 50 attribute points. However, this was not the end. Almost simultaneously, his mind over matter talent seemed to react. A mysterious force from the subspace flowed into Han Yi's mental sea like a gentle stream, resonating with the psionic energy within him. You have triggered the psionic affinity progression task. Reach 500 intelligence and 5,000 psionic capacity. Han Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. A new psionic progression task, but the requirements seemed rather high. Following his class and rank advancements, along with the comprehensive attribute boosts from psionic affinity LV11, Han Yi's total level was still only LV40, but his intelligence attribute had already reached 437 points. This did not even include the 157 attribute points he had accumulated and not yet allocated. The main obstacle to this progression task was the condition of a 5,000-point psionic capacity limit. His current psionic capacity was 2,954 points, and his focus and chi gathering skill still had 70 upgrades left, but each upgrade only increased capacity by 10 points. Reaching 5,000 points seemed a distant goal. Han Yi shook his head helplessly. Terra was not a primary starter planet for Enlightenment-class professions, and the means to enhance psionic abilities here were extremely limited to almost non-existent. It wasn't until the events involving the alien gate in Antarctica that signs of psionic awakening began to emerge globally. Unless something unexpected occurred, completing the psionic affinity progression task would likely have to wait until he ventured into interstellar territories. So be it. The psionic path had always been something of a side pursuit for him. The additional 200+ attribute points and the 1,600 boosts to stamina and mana capacity had already provided him with significant enhancements. He reminded himself not to be overly greedy. After completing everything, Han Yi didn't delay for long. Following the new encrypted address provided by Zayn, he quickly set out for the Doomsday Dawn's new base in Heron City, a temporary facility hidden deep within the abandoned subway station in Sector B5. The station's damp, murky air hit him as he entered, and the faint glow of emergency lights illuminated graffiti-covered, rust-streaked walls. Inside a room reinforced with heavy metal plates, Roche and 2 other skilled members of Doomsday Dawn were already waiting. In the center of the room sat a peculiar machiny and eerie blend of a medical pod and an experimental apparatus. Its cold, heavy exterior was entangled with wires and energy conduits of varying sizes, resembling vines, all connected to several nearby monitoring terminals displaying flickering data. Are you ready? Roche's expression turned uncharacteristically serious, his tone laced with tension and solemnity. Despite the latest advancements in genetic dynamics technology ensuring a high success rate for the procedure, the genetic modification process was still fraught with risks and accompanied by immense pain. His gaze briefly flickered to Zayn standing nearby. After the technology was successfully decrypted, Zayn would be the first test subject to undergo the procedure, becoming the second genetically enhanced warrior in the Doomsday Dawn faction following Isha. I'm ready, Han Yi replied, his voice calm and resolute. He understood that gaining power required sacrifice, a truth he knew better than anyone. In his previous life, when the game and reality had not yet merged, he might have relied on the 15-sensory simulation cap to mitigate pain. But the reborn Han Yi was different. His body had transcended through time and had greater potential than during the original apocalypse. Pain was no longer an insurmountable obstacle. With his unyielding will, he believed he could endure it. Han Yi removed his shirt, revealing a well-built, balanced physique. Following Roche's instructions, he laid down inside the cold, metallic machine. Restraints automatically descended, securing his limbs and torso firmly in place. Several probes, emitting a faint blue glow, extended slowly, piercing his skin with precision to connect to key nerve clusters and blood vessels. The icy sensation, accompanied by sharp stings, spread rapidly. Han Yi took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Injecting Stabilizer 1. Roche's voice echoed in his ears. Monitoring vital signs. Normal. Initiating neural signal synchronization. Adjusting energy frequencies. Injecting genetic activation solution. Dosage within safe limits. As these commands were executed, Han Yi initially felt a warm sensation coursing through his veins, akin to the comfort of soaking in a hot spring. However, the warmth quickly turned scorching, like molten lava surging through his body. Pain, intense and unrelenting, surged over him like a tidal wave, engulfing every muscle and bone as if pierced by countless red-hot needles. Han Yi's body convulsed uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth clenched tightly, and muffled growls escaping his throat. Sweat streamed down his body like rivers, soaking the metallic pod. He felt as if his consciousness had been thrown into a spinning washing machine, his senses in turmoil. The excruciating pain mercilessly battered his last vestiges of reason, each second stretching into an eternity of torment. Chaotic images flashed before his eyes the moment a black hole consumed the world, the apocalyptic destruction of Blue Star by swarms, the tragic deaths of Su Qin and Su Nua. Yet, Han Yi's willpower stood firm, like a steadfast rock in a raging storm, holding onto a fragile sliver of clarity amidst the chaos. Time seemed to stretch endlessly. Waves of excruciating pain coursed through Han Yi's body, every nerve screaming in agony. Finally, the searing torment began to subside, replaced by an overwhelming fatigue that reached his very core, along with a profound sense of renewal, as if he had broken free from a cocoon. Han Yi could clearly feel the transformation in his body. His muscles had become tougher and more powerful, his bone density significantly increased, and it felt as though a new surge of energy was coursing through his veins, flowing relentlessly. Modification complete. Vital signs have stabilized, Luo Qi said, wiping the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, a relieved smile spreading across his face. My God, his willpower is unbelievable, the assistant exclaimed, slumping into a chair with awe in his eyes. The last guy we modified screamed his lungs out during the process. If you're so curious, why don't you try it yourself? Zen shot the assistant a glare before turning toward the metallic chamber, his gaze filled with astonishment. Han Yi slowly opened his eyes. Though his vision was still blurry, the surging power within him felt undeniably real. Before his senses fully returned, a series of notifications appeared on the system interface. You have successfully advanced to the secondary profession, Genetic Modification Warrior LV1. Attributes increased. Energy 100, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Agility 10. Gained 5 attribute points. New talents acquired. Basic Tissue Regeneration. Increases recovery speed of non-lethal injuries by 30. Low-level Vitality. Each point of Constitution provides an additional 3 points to maximum health and energy. Iron Body. Physical defense increased by 15. Resistance to all non-mental debuffs increased by 15. Extreme Physical Fitness. Significantly enhances jump height, movement speed, neural reaction time, and carrying capacity. New skill acquired. Adrenaline Burst LV1. Temporarily increases strength, constitution, and agility by 10 points for 30 seconds. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Han Yi clenched his fist, feeling the immense power surging within him. He immediately upgraded his secondary profession to the LV10 cap and maxed out the Adrenaline Burst skill. At max level, the skill's duration extended to 3 minutes, temporarily granting a 100-point boost to all 3 attributes, with a cooldown of 5 minutes essentially functioning as a near-permanent buff. The upgrade consumed 6.75 million experience points, leaving his experience pool with a balance of 8.75 million. As Han Yi stepped out of the metallic chamber, the assistant promptly handed him a towel and a set of clothes. While Han Yi was getting dressed, Zen approached him, hesitation evident in his expression. I know you just finished the modification, and it might not be the best time, but this is about the boss lady. We need to talk. Han Yi paused mid-motion, towel in hand. Didn't you say there's been no news about Isha? This isn't the right place to talk. Zen exchanged a glance with Luo Qi and gestured for them to follow. Come with me. Before long, they arrived at a relatively clean and orderly area separated by several large metal panels. This was the command room of the temporary base, its layout resembling the combat command center of the Free Dawn. The air in the room was slightly stuffy, filled with the dampness and faint metallic tang characteristic of underground spaces. A few portable servers hummed nearby, their screens displaying streams of complex data and rudimentary base defense monitoring visuals. Zane sat behind the lone metal table, and it seemed as though the mask he wore had been lifted. His exhaustion was now visible. Since ISA's disappearance, the heavy burden of the dawn of the apocalypse had fallen onto the shoulders of this young second-in-command. Han Yi pulled over a metal folding chair and sat down, his tone laced with concern. How's the situation? Not great. Zane rubbed his temples, his voice hoarse. After the Free Dawn sank, we deployed the last few miniature underwater reconnaissance drones to continuously scan the area. He snapped his fingers, and Roche immediately stepped forward, pointing to a portable holographic projection screen hanging on the wall. The screen displayed a map of an ocean region, marked with complex data and sources of abnormal signals. The fleet of the mechanized military industry had already withdrawn, but the residual energy readings in that area were unusually strange. Zane pointed to several specially marked red zones on the screen, his brow furrowed deeply. Roche took over, his tone carrying a mix of confusion and gravity. This isn't residual energy from conventional weapon explosions, nor is it from engine or energy core leaks. If I had to describe it, it's more like, spatial anomaly readings? It's incredibly faint and highly unstable, not matching any known energy models in our database. Han Yi's mind stirred, his eyes scanning the red zones and their accompanying coordinate data repeatedly. His memory surfaced, and he blurted out almost instinctively, the Death Cruise. Both Zane and Roche turned to him, their expressions filled with surprise. You think it's that maritime legend too? Zane's frown deepened. We only started suspecting it yesterday. One of the tech guys in our department stumbled upon it while sorting through the last bits of environmental data transmitted back by the Free Dawn. Roche pulled up another comparative data chart and continued. These anomalous energy readings bear a striking resemblance up to 70 to the energy reaction characteristics described in eyewitness reports from over a century ago about the Death Cruise. That was the mysterious ship that disappeared and reappeared multiple times in dense fog. He pointed at the two overlapping waveforms on the comparison chart, his expression serious. Although the data is incomplete, the similarity is too high to ignore, Zane said, his tone heavy with concern. Isa's disappearance could very well be connected to that ghost ship, and it's possible that the others who went missing with her are tied to it as well. Han Yi remained silent, his gaze fixed on the comparative data chart. The legend of the Death Cruise had circulated on Terra for ages. It was often dismissed as a baseless sea monster tale or a collective hallucination caused by extreme weather phenomena. However, in his previous life within the game, players had already confirmed its existence. It was a vessel warped by subspace forces, forever drifting in the liminal space between reality and the void. For players, it was an unpredictable, eerie, and perilous high-difficulty random dungeon. The ship harbored not only powerful twisted creatures and deadly traps, but also rare subspace artifacts potent, yet cursed items just like the White Star in Han Yi's possession. Isa and her team encountered the Death Cruise during their retreat. Zane's voice broke Han Yi's train of thought. No matter what, we must confirm this. Alive, we need to see her. Dead, we need to recover her body. The boss is too important to Dawn of Apocalypse who can't afford to lose her. His words were firm, and his eyes sparkled with determination, as if no obstacle could divert him from this goal. He turned to Luo Qi, shifting the conversation. Can we rely on technology to help us locate that ship? A trace of difficulty flashed across Luo Qi's face. He lowered his head, intertwining his fingers, clearly weighing the options. It's tough, he finally said. The ship's appearances are unpredictable, always accompanied by dense fog and strong electromagnetic interference. Our detection equipment struggles to pinpoint it from a distance. He gestured lightly at the data on the table. The only lead we have are these rapidly fading residual, anomalous energy readings. Zane's gaze sharpened, as if he'd caught onto something crucial. Then track it using those energy readings. Mobilize every resource available. We need a vessel or aircraft that's fast enough and equipped with detection capabilities. We must find it as soon as possible. Luo Qi nodded, his hesitation gone. He turned and began making arrangements. Han Yi stood silently nearby, his expression dark. Watching Zane's unwavering resolve to find Isha at all costs, Han Yi suddenly understood. Whether Isha's disappearance was connected to the Death Cruise or not, the course of Dawn of Apocalypse's next actions was already set. And this was the perfect opportunity for Han Yi to step in. He spoke in a low voice. If you find any leads on that ship, make sure to notify me immediately. Both Zane and Luo Qi were momentarily taken aback, turning to look at him with a hint of surprise. Why are you so interested in this? Zane asked, his eyes filled with curiosity. Han Yi met their gaze calmly, a faint smile tugging at his lips. I've always been fascinated by the strange legends of Terra. I've done quite a bit of research, especially on the Death Cruise. I might know some things you don't information that could help you board the ship. A flicker of hesitation crossed Zane's face. He was well aware that Isha had specifically instructed him and Su Miaojia to keep Han Yi's teleportation ability a secret. But Zane was no fool. Han Yi's peculiarities had long since aroused his suspicion. Coupled with his extraordinary combat learning aptitude and his unique ability to handle cursed objects, Zane couldn't help but harbor some guesses. Finally, he nodded, his tone steady yet cautious. All right, if there's any news about the ship, I promise you'll be the first to know. He paused, his gaze deepening. Let's hope your research proves useful. Inside the E-Universal workshop, the dim light cast long shadows over heaps of metal parts and discarded machinery. The air was thick with the scent of welding fumes. Han Yi sat at the workbench, his focused profile illuminated by the glow of holographic projections surrounding him. His gaze was fixed intently on the mechanical wreckage before him, unwavering. This time, he refrained from touching the sealed scavenger AI core data module. With his current technical expertise, such a task was almost impossible unless someone like Shinran from the upper echelons granted him access to internal resources. At the moment, however, Han Yi's full attention was on the spoils of his recent Venturia collection of metallic fragments salvaged from the wreck of a prototype machine. These pieces emitted a muted, gray metallic sheen, each carefully secured on the analysis table. A high-precision scanner swept over them, revealing their microscopic structures in vivid detail. His fingers moved deftly across the virtual screen, pulling up data from the material engineering knowledge tree for comparison with the metallic fragments. Each layer of the composite structure had been meticulously optimized, particularly in energy absorption and deflection, showcasing an impressive level of design. The shape, materials, and arrangement were unlike anything he had encountered before, sparking significant inspiration within him. The approach of Jiqian military engineering and materials science focuses more on practical battlefield energy defense rather than pursuing extreme physical strength like Universal Industries. Although Han Yi could not fully replicate this design, its concept provided new inspiration for enhancing the protective capabilities of his equipment. Nearby, a damaged miniature energy core was being meticulously scanned. While Han Yi was unable to fully decipher the core's energy conversion mechanism, his study of its external structure, energy output interface, and cooling system yielded significant insights. The compact layout, redundant energy design, and efficient passive cooling arrays demonstrated Jiqian's unique expertise in miniaturization and battlefield adaptability of cores. These observations deepened Han Yi's understanding of energy dynamics and offered valuable references for improving his equipment's energy systems. Even though part of the sensor component was half destroyed and its core functionality lost, its intricate wiring, high-density chip packaging, and distinctive signal processing methods gave Han Yi a fresh perspective on foundational virtual electronics and neural link technologies. Over the past 10 days, Han Yi didn't just study Jiqian's military technology, but also delved into the internal materials provided by Shinran from Universal Industries. These included basic material formulas, standardized interface protocols, optimized industrial manufacturing processes, and even design sketches of non-core components. While most of this pertained to industrial applications, its rigorous systems and advanced concepts stood in sharp contrast, yet complemented Jiqian's military technologies. Han Yi, like a thirsty sponge, absorbed all this knowledge voraciously. By combining the military concepts he learned from scavenger wreckage with Universal Industries' technical specifications, a new vision began to take shape. He soon grew dissatisfied with merely patching up the Stalker Eye model and decided to utilize every resource at his disposal to create a power exoskeleton far superior to its predecessor, whether it was the specialized alloys sourced from the black market, scavenged black tech components from wreckages, or foundational technical theories from Universal Industries. Over the next month, Han Yi poured all his energy into crafting this new creation. Drawing inspiration from the multi-layer composite structure of scavenger armor plates, Han Yi, though unable to replicate the original materials, skillfully combined available alloys with polymer materials and optimized the support structure to significantly enhance the new exoskeleton's defensive capabilities. For the energy core, he integrated the scavenger core's cooling design and redundant layout, refining the magnetic energy engine to improve its stability and endurance while maintaining comparable output power. The sensor and fire control systems blended the technological strengths of both major corporations. While not reaching military-grade standards, the detection range, precision, and anti-interference capabilities far surpassed those of the Stalker Eye model. After more than 20 sleepless nights of relentless effort, when the final energy wire was precisely connected and the entire exoskeleton was coated in a matte gray finish with welding marks perfectly concealed, a brand new power exoskeleton stood silently in the center of the workshop. Its lines were smoother, its structure more robust, exuding a restrained sense of power. Though traces of the Stalker Eye model were still visible, its materials, detailed craftsmanship, and overall presence had been utterly transformed. Han Yi named it Stalker 2 model. After completing his masterpiece, Han Yi shifted his attention back to the damaged prototype power arm that belonged to Shinran. On the workbench, the metallic shell of the arm glinted faintly under the light, its fractured circuits and scorched energy modules exposed. With his in-depth research on Scavenger and Universal Industries technology, combined with the internal data provided by Shinran, the repair work had become relatively straightforward. Han Yi's fingers glided swiftly across the virtual screen, lines of code and technical parameters flowing before his eyes. Soft footsteps on the staircase interrupted his thoughts, and Shinran descended, carrying a metal tray with a steaming cup of lime-flavored synthetic nutrient liquid, its unnaturally fluorescent green hue catching the light, and a few grayish-brown compressed energy biscuits. Her complexion was noticeably healthier than when they first met, and the burns on her arm had fully scabbed over with the help of medical gel. The edges of the scabs were beginning to peel, revealing tender pink skin underneath. And Shinran gently placed the tray in a corner of the workbench, carefully avoiding the scattered tools and parts. She didn't disturb Han Yi, instead standing silently nearby, squinting at the complex streams of data on the virtual screen. Some of it she could comprehend, but much of it was beyond her expertise. Han Yi paused his analysis momentarily, picking up one of the energy biscuits and taking a bite. The dry, gritty texture made him frown slightly. The biscuit felt like sand in his mouth. Still, his hunger drove him to swallow it quickly, followed by a sip of the nutrient liquid to wash away the unpleasant taste. These industrially synthesized, mass-produced items were considered some of the safest food available in the rusted canyons of the Skyline District. There's been progress with the arm research, Han-E said, pointing to the dismantled power arm on the workbench. Its exposed metal frame and internal wiring sprawled out like a complex neural network. My recent studies have given me some new ideas. He tapped a few times on the screen, bringing up a 3D simulation that demonstrated his repair plan. The holographic projection showed the arm's components assembling piece by piece like a puzzle, with energy flow paths highlighted in blue. Using the internal database access you provided from Universal Industries, I discovered a prototype cold core technology that can replace the central energy module. This technology was something Han-E had extracted from a compact magnetic confinement fusion core. While it lacked the stability and output power of the original, it was sufficient to power the arm's basic functions, with an energy density far surpassing the standard energy blocks available in Terra City's market. As he explained, Han-E picked up a welding torch and tweezers, meticulously working on the arm's burnt-out energy wires. Blue sparks danced from the welding torch, illuminating his focused expression. He replaced the damaged wires with memory alloy filaments he had extracted and refined from scavenger armor plates. Each welding point landed with surgical precision, his movements steady and exact, as if he were performing the most delicate of surgeries. His newfound precision skills made his work almost machine-like, and Shinran watched in fascination. Although she had some knowledge of mechanics and energy systems, Han-E's level of expertise and technical prowess far exceeded her understanding. What amazed her even more was how he drew inspiration from military-grade AI technology and attempted to integrate it with Universal Industries systems. Will this really work? She asked hesitantly, her fingers unconsciously brushing the scabs on her arm. In theory, yes, Han-E replied without looking up, his welding torch accurately connecting a wire as thin as a strand of hair. The key lies in the materials and energy balance. It requires precise calculations and repeated adjustments. Hours passed in the blink of an eye as Han-E worked with unwavering focus. The nutrient liquid on the workbench had long gone cold, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead. Finally, as the last replacement energy wire was securely welded into place, he carefully inserted a fist-sized, faintly glowing blue energy core into the arm's designated cavity. The power arm trembled slightly, and the once dull energy patterns on its surface began to light up one by one, glowing with a soft, steady brilliance. It worked. Beads of sweat dotted Han-Yi's forehead, but his eyes sparkled with the joy of completing a masterpiece. He carefully held up the newly restored arm guard with both hands and extended it toward Shinran. Give it a try. And Shinran's fingertips trembled slightly as she received the arm guard. The metal surface shimmered with a soft glow, its texture both familiar and foreign. She cautiously slid her right arm into it, the faint clicks of gears adjusting echoing clearly in the quiet room. The arm guard automatically aligned itself, fitting perfectly to the contours of her arm. She gently flexed her fingers, and a subtle, yet warm surge of power coursed through her nerves. Though it was only a fraction of its original peak performance, it was a world apart from its previous broken state. Raising her arm, and Shinran held her breath in concentration. With a faint hum, a translucent blue hexagonal energy shield materialized in front of the arm guard. It appeared as thin as paper, yet it hovered steadily in the air. It's really fixed. And Shinran's voice trembled, her eyes glistening with emotion. This arm guard was not only her lifeline during her escape, but also a vessel for her complex feelings toward her father and her faint hope for the future. She turned to Han-E, gratitude and an indescribable emotion swirling in her deep violet eyes. Thank you. Truly thank you so much. For the repairs, and for everything these past few days, she faltered, her cheeks flushing. The reward I mentioned before, he'll make sure to. Taking a deep breath, she seemed to steel herself before murmuring, whatever I have even if it's, she trailed off, but the implication was clear. Han-E watched the girl's flustered and shy demeanor, immediately understanding her unspoken words. Could this be the special reward mentioned in the optional side quest of the system task, the Heiress's Rebellion? In this cybernetic age, it was hardly surprising for a fallen aristocratic daughter to develop feelings for the dashing and capable young man who had helped her. Weren't all of Terra Star's entertainment dramas written this way? But Han-E chose to steer clear of the subject. He was destined to oppose Huanyu Industries. Even if Shinran were to one day inherit the corporate giant, whether she could maintain her current ideals was uncertain. Investing emotions now would only lead to greater pain when they inevitably clashed in the future. Besides, he didn't want to build any relationship on the foundation of transactional exchanges. The chip you provided was immensely valuable, he said, feigning ignorance. If you can continue to supply similar internal data or help me acquire specific technical information, that would be the best form of repayment. Pausing for a moment, he added, we're partners, aren't we? and Shinran froze for a moment, her gaze lingering on Han Yi's focused profile. The flush on her face gradually faded, replaced by a sense of relief and a flicker of loss she herself hadn't yet recognized. She softly murmured her assent and turned her attention back to the arm guard, savoring the regained strength it offered. Partners, is it? She whispered to herself, her fingertips unconsciously tracing the cold surface of the arm guard. Inside the workshop, the air seemed to be held tightly by the unfinished words from a moment ago, stagnant and silent. The metal tip of the welding torch cooled slightly, emitting faint crackling sounds that intertwined with the occasional gusts of wind from the rusted canyon outside, accentuating the tranquility of the moment. And Shinran took a deep breath, quickly adjusting her emotions. Her voice returned to a calm and steady tone. Since you value the technology and information from Huan Yu so highly, I can't let you give without compensation, nor can I let you bear the extra risk of protecting me. Han Yi didn't respond immediately. He waited quietly for her to continue. Perhaps I know of a place that can offer you a reward far more valuable than repairing this arm brace, and Shinran continued. Han Yi's eyebrows raised slightly, signaling her to go on. This arm brace, along with the storage chip I gave you, involves highly advanced technology. However, most of it is still in prototype or experimental stages, and some of it is even incomplete. She gently put down the tool in her hand, her gaze locking onto Han Yi. Given that you could reverse engineer the technology from Huan Yu Industries and the intelligent military equipment, and even modify and repair my arm brace, it's possible you've already gleaned more from it than I initially anticipated. Han Yi remained silent, his expression steady and unreadable. He had indeed gained significant insights from the arm brace and the chip, but that didn't mean he was easily satisfied. What are you trying to say? He finally asked, his tone still cold. And Shinran lifted her eyes, her gaze piercing as she looked at him. I may know of a place where you can obtain something truly valuable, something you can directly use. She paused, as if waiting for his reaction, then slowly added, a place that Huan Yu Industries has completely forgotten, even deliberately erased from Existencia, hidden underground research facility. Han Yi's eyebrow twitched slightly, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Yet, he remained composed and refrained from responding too quickly. And Zinran's voice turned low, carrying a hint of nostalgia. When I was a child, around 7 or 8 years old, I accidentally overheard my father and several senior research directors mention a codename Hive. A faint trace of reminiscence flickered in her eyes as she continued. It was an early underground research facility with an unusually unique focus. Her gaze flickered slightly, as if choosing her words carefully. Even within Huan Yu Industries, very few people knew of its existence. All related records and data were completely destroyed over a decade ago, due to an accident. Han Yi's heart stirred. Deliberately destroyed records often hinted at hidden secrets, immense danger, or perhaps a treasure that could shake the world. An accident? He asked softly, his tone calm, but with a hint of skepticism. And Shinran shook her head and replied in a low voice. The official explanation was a structural collapse caused by a geological survey error, which buried the entire underground facility. But I secretly accessed fragments of highly encrypted files and found that the truth was far more complicated. Her voice dropped further, as if afraid someone else might overhear. The timing of the accident was suspicious. It occurred shortly after Huan Yu Industries hit a bottleneck in a groundbreaking artificial intelligence project, which also sparked significant ethical controversy. Moreover, the accident report's description of the collapse and subsequent handling was vague and even contradictory. Han Yi's brows furrowed slightly as he caught onto a key term in her words. Artificial intelligence. Huan Yu Industries was working on AI research as well? And Shinran nodded. Of course. AI is the future. Even Gene Dynamics is exploring that field. Our company has also been delving into artificial intelligence technologies. She paused, her eyes fixed on Han Yi. But I can't confirm the exact direction of their AI research. There's too little information available. However, I suspect that Hive was likely the core experimental base for that project. Her eyes glimmered with a mix of excitement and anticipation, as if this mystery was no longer a shadow of the past, but a key to unlocking the unknown. Han Yi gazed at her silently, his thoughts seemingly forming into a new resolution. Think about Ida's secret underground research facility for early artificial intelligence, now abandoned and sealed off. And Shinran leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice. There might still be unformatted data cores inside, or even specialized energy sources used to power early AI. And more importantly, she paused, her tone growing more serious. There could be some groundbreaking experimental samples that have been completely locked away. Han Yi's pupils narrowed slightly. Data cores, energy sources, experimental samples, these words were irresistible to any tech-oriented professional, especially unformatted data cores. If they indeed contained fragments of early AI research, even the slightest bit could help him break through the bottleneck in the intelligent control branch, or perhaps even crack the core programming of scavenger AIs. Do you know the exact location of the Hive? Han Yi's voice carried an involuntary note of urgency, and Shinran shook her head. Not exactly. I only know the general area. It should be deep within an abandoned mining site beneath Harlan City. The precise coordinates will require further investigation. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small storage chip that glowed faintly green, handing it to Han. This contains my best guesses at the most likely locations based on memory and scattered records, she explained earnestly. It also includes an analysis of the old mining area's underground structure, potential hazards, and the layers of outdated internal access permissions you might need to enter. Her gaze turned sincere. I know this is risky. The dangers down there could be beyond anything we can anticipate. But if you're willing to explore, whatever I find, it's mine. Hani interrupted her bluntly. Of course, and Shinran nodded quickly. I'm only providing the information and leads. The risks and rewards are all yours. Consider this an advance payment for repairing your arm guard and offering you shelter. She added swiftly. Besides, if you manage to find any useful technology or resources, it could greatly benefit our future collaboration. Han-E took the chip, his decision already made. Risk? Danger? Such words had long lost their sting for a battle-hardened veteran who had spent decades surviving on the interstellar battlefield. The allure of accessible technological treasures and the promise of newfound strength were far more tangible and irresistible. Looks like we've got ourselves a new adventure, Hani remarked with a knowing smile. A system panel promptly appeared with a task notification. A-rank exploration quest, Hive Underground Research Facility. Quest description. The clues provided by Shinran point to a forgotten early-era research facility of Universal Industries, hidden deep beneath Harlan City. The site may contain unprocessed data cores, specialized energy sources, or experimental samples. However, it also harbors significant risks, structural collapses, toxic substance leaks, rogue experimental entities, and truths deliberately buried. Quest objectives. 1. Locate the entrance to the Hive Research Facility. 2. Retrieve at least one item directly beneficial to the mechanic profession. Quest failure conditions. Failure to locate the entrance. Failure to obtain a qualifying item. Death of the explorer. Quest rewards. 500,000 experience points. 2x random Universal Industries Technology Blueprints Rare. 1x fragmented Hive access key. 10 and Shinran favorability. Hidden reward dependent on exploration completion. A level mission. 500,000 experience points. 2 rare blueprints. And a mysterious, incomplete key of unknown purpose. Han-E stared at the mission panel, his eyes glinting slightly. Although the experience points seemed less impressive compared to the core rewards of its level mission, considering that this was merely an exploration task with relatively controllable risks, the rewards were already quite generous. Moreover, the mission's objective targeted hidden core data and energy crystals, items that, at this stage, held even greater value for Han-E than pure experience points. He inserted the storage chip handed to him by Shinran into the workstation's main terminal and began carefully analyzing the data within. The map information stored on the chip was incomplete, outlining only the rough contours of several abandoned mining zones beneath Harlan City, along with some known hazardous areas. 3 mining zones were marked with red circles, accompanied by Shinran's analysis and speculations based on scattered clues. A 3 mining zone, shallow depth, abandoned early on, but early geological surveys reported abnormal energy reactions beneath the zone, suggesting the potential existence of a large underground facility. C9 mining zone, moderately deep, abandoned due to a gas leak incident. However, the incident report contains several discrepancies, and following the event, Universal Industries permanently sealed the area with extraordinary measures. F1 mining zone, the deepest zone, located near a geodynamic energy node. The environment is complex and hazardous, once serving as an ideal site for early high-energy experiments. Han-Yi's fingers slid across the virtual map as he quickly recalled his knowledge of Terra's geographical environment and Universal Industries' typical operational methods. He formed an initial judgment in his mind. Each mining zone carried its own risks and mysteries, but also concealed unique potential. He refrained from making an immediate decision, instead transferring the map data into the tactical visor database of his Stalker 2 exosuit, preparing for the next phase of action. This was not merely a simple exploration mission, but a confrontation with the unknown. The first priority was upgrading and fine-tuning his equipment. The Stalker 2 exosuit had just been completed, and its performance was already impressive. However, given the complexity of underground environments and the potential encounters with early artificial intelligence constructs, Han-E decided further optimizations were necessary. Carefully, he retrieved a few dark gray composite armor plates salvaged from a scavenger wreck. After precise cutting and polishing, he skillfully embedded them into key areas of the exosuit, the chest, energy core on the back, and joint sections. While not a complete replacement, these additions significantly enhanced the protection of these critical parts. Next came the weapon systems. The White Star, serving as his primary weapon, packed considerable firepower but consumed a large amount of psionic energy. To address the risk of running out of psionic energy without a backup weapon, Han Yi crafted two pulse pistols MK.I. These pistols used standard energy blocks, had decent power, and offered rapid fire, making them ideal for close-to mid-range suppressive fire as backup weapons for the White Star. Additionally, he crafted 5 electromagnetic disruption grenades. These grenades were particularly effective against mechanical enemies and could be invaluable when facing potentially rogue early AI systems. Given the possibility of toxic gases, radiation, and biological threats in the underground environment, Han Yi further enhanced the Stalker 2's life support system and filtration mechanisms. He also prepared highly concentrated anti-radiation agents and broad-spectrum antitoxin serums, ensuring he could respond swiftly to unforeseen dangers. As the preparations neared completion, Han Yi understood that this mission was far more than a simple exploration. It was a test of both intellect and survival. Lastly, and most importantly, it's about information gathering and electronic countermeasures. Han Yi connected the salvaged sensor module from the scavenger to the auxiliary computing unit of his exoskeleton. Although the module was partially destroyed, it could still extract some data. With meticulous calibration and software adaptation, Han Yi successfully enhanced the scanning precision and data processing capabilities of the Stalker 2 exoskeleton. While the improvement was modest, it was enough to provide him with a critical edge in the imminent dangers ahead. At the same time, Han Yi paid attention to every detail. Using the key chip provided by Shinran, he successfully accessed Huanyu Industrial's public database and downloaded information on early mining exploration equipment, underground communication protocols, and models of old security robots. He integrated this data into his tactical database, adhering to the principle of know yourself and your enemy, and you will never lose a battle. This effort wasn't just about upgrading his equipment, but also about preparing for potential unknown threats. Concerned for Nzinran's safety, Han Yi remained vigilant. Although the Rattlesnake mercenary group hadn't sent anyone to investigate the area for the past month, Han Yi knew that the motives of Shinran's siblings were still unclear. He upgraded the workshop's defense systems once again, adding concealed automated gun turrets and incorporating hover turret technology to strengthen the perimeter. He also reinforced the attic entrance with explosion-proof modifications and installed an emergency passage that Shinran could control herself. For the upcoming Hive expedition, Han Yi had worked tirelessly for nearly 2 days and nights, pouring his energy into these meticulous preparations. With all the equipment tuned and supplies ready, Han Yi stood in the workshop, looking at the Stalker 2 exoskeleton, now fully optimized and radiating power, feeling a surge of confidence. And Shinran, I'm heading out now, Han Yi said, standing at the attic entrance and turning back toward the room. Remember what I told you. Stay here and don't go out. If anything unusual happens, contact me immediately. Staying alive is more important than any technology or data. And Shinran hesitated slightly inside the room before replying with a hint of concern. Please be careful. The farewell was brief, yet heartfelt. After one last inspection of the workshop's defensive systems, Han Yi confirmed everything was in order. He donned the Stalker 2 exoskeleton, activated the engine, and smoothly descended into the labyrinthine underground network of Harlan City. His first target was the F1 mining district, the closest to the skyline zone. The underground world of Harlan City was far larger and more intricate than the steel jungle above. Intersecting subway tunnels, abandoned shelter fortifications, ancient mining shafts, and a maze-like web of sewage pipelines and energy networks formed a perilous subterranean labyrinth. Han Yi maneuvered the Stalker 2 exoskeleton swiftly through these shadowy passageways. The exoskeleton's engine, modified for silent operation, emitted only a faint hum, while its magnetic adhesion system allowed him to climb effortlessly along vertical pipe walls. The tactical visor's multi-spectrum view illuminated the surrounding darkness, while thermal imaging and electromagnetic spectrum scans continuously detected potential threats in the vicinity. With the help of the map and access information provided by Shinran, Han Yi skillfully avoided underground gang strongholds and Huanyu industrial surveillance zones. He chose a concealed and convoluted route, delving deeper toward the F1 mining district. The air grew increasingly damp and stale the deeper Han Yi ventured, carrying a strong, peculiar mix of earthy musk and machine oil. The walls of the passage were marred with patches of rust and solidified grime, while faint, weathered signs and warning placards long abandoned bore faded text, silently hinting at the forgotten history of this underground realm. Han Yi moved forward cautiously, the sound of his footsteps echoing through the narrow corridor. Suddenly, several mutated, radiation-infused cockroaches darted out from the shadows of the cracks. These creatures were 3 times the size of ordinary cockroaches, their shells emitting an unnatural glow. Reacting swiftly, Han Yi raised his weapon, the White Star, and fired precise blue beams of energy, taking them down one by one. The high-energy rays caused their carapaces to crack and burst with sharp, grating sounds. Turning a corner, Han Yi encountered a swarm of iron wireworms, writhing like living strands of metal and covering the entire passageway. Though these grotesque creatures posed little direct threat, the mucus they secreted rapidly corroded metal surfaces. Prepared for this, Han tapped a control panel on the shoulder of his exoskeleton suit, deploying a compact weapons module. A miniature flamethrower sprang to life, spewing orange-eared flames that instantly reduced the writhing mass to charred remains. The air filled with the acrid stench of burning flesh and chemicals. After navigating the labyrinthine network of underground pipes for what felt like an eternity, Han finally arrived at the outskirts of the F1 mining zone, as marked on his map. The view before him was staggering. A colossal underground cavity stretched out like the hollowed interior of a mountain. The arched ceiling, towering several dozen meters high, was reinforced with massive metal support structures and lined with extinguished light fixtures. Only a few emergency lamps flickered weakly, casting intermittent red glows that bathed the cavern in an eerie, blood-like hue. The ground was uneven and littered with the wreckage of abandoned mining equipment, trusted crawler excavators, broken conveyor belts, overturned mining carts, and massive machinery parts that bore designs foreign to anything crafted on Blue Planet. It was evident that this area had once been a bustling hub for large-scale ore extraction and processing, but now it lay desolate and lifeless. The air was thick with a cloying combination of metallic rust and the sulfuric tang unique to certain minerals, stinging Han Yi's nostrils. Han Yi activated the environmental scanning function of his exoskeleton. A holographic interface appeared before him, displaying a stream of data. Radiation levels, slightly above normal. Air composition, low oxygen levels, presence of unidentified harmful gases. Structural integrity, poor, multiple collapse risks detected. This place was clearly no haven. Without hesitation, Han Yi pressed on, following the map deeper into the mining zone. The F1 mining zone's layout proved far more intricate than the previous tunnels, with numerous branching paths, lift platforms, and vertical mine shafts plunging into unfathomable depths. The map's usefulness diminished as he ventured further, with many areas marked as unexplored or dangerous. Forced to slow his pace, Han Yi relied increasingly on his own reconnaissance and instincts. He pressed a control on his wrist module, deploying 4 newly designed hovering turrets from his backpack. The devices formed a diamond-shaped formation around him, their glowing blue energy cores emitting a faint hum, ready to respond to any potential threats. After roughly another half-hour of cautious progress, Han Yi halted near a massive or crushing facility. The scene here was markedly different. Scattered across the ground were metallic fragments that clearly did not belong to any mining equipment. These pieces bore scorch marks from energy weapons, their jagged edges fused and warped from intense heat. The walls were riddled with bullet holes and slashes from bladed weapons, reminiscent of the aftermath Han Yi had observed in the B7 industrial ruins. Crouching down, Han Yi ran his fingers over the twisted metal shards, feeling the uneven fractures and the telltale signs of energy weapon damage. A fierce battle had taken place here, likely one of the primary conflict zones. And judging by the evidence, the adversaries were unlikely to have been human. Was this the work of rogue artificial intelligence robots? He couldn't help but envision the future of Terra, where a swarm apocalypse would lay waste to the planet, only to be followed by a robotic uprising that would transform the world into a barren wasteland. There were no bodies in sight, only scattered equipment strewn across the ground. The armor bore distinct bite marks where they left by mutated cockroaches, rats, or some other subterranean creatures that devoured the flesh of these soldiers. No, that didn't seem right. If it were rats or insects, the gear should have been intact, not scattered and incomplete like this. As Han Yi was lost in thought, a sharp, piercing shriek like the grating sound of metal scraping against metal suddenly shattered the deathly silence, echoing from the depths of the workshop. He immediately rose to his feet, his eyes scanning the shadowy corners of the darkness while gripping his weapon tightly, ready for combat. In an instant, the turret's barrel pivoted to lock onto the direction of the sound. The low, guttural growl reverberated through the cavernous or crushing workshop, its jarring pitch sending chills down the spine, a stark contrast to the desolate stillness of the ruins. Han Yi activated his tactical visor, switching to a multispectral view to pierce through the darkness and locate the source of the sound. Beyond the massive wreckage of the industrial crushers, shadows began to writhe. Then, pairs of crimson electronic eyes suddenly flickered to life, glowing like ghostly flames in the void, lighting up one by one. It wasn't just one accompanied by the heavy, chaotic clanking of metal footsteps. 5 rusted, mismatched robots emerged slowly from the debris. They appeared to be early industrial or security robots, abandoned for years, but they had clearly been altered by some unknown forcer, perhaps mutated entirely. The leading robot was colossal, standing over 3 meters tall. It was once a heavy-duty engineering robot designed for transporting massive ore loads. But now, its thick metal plating was marred with jagged claw marks and scorched black from energy weapon burns. Its massive hydraulic arms had been repurposed into high-speed alloy circular saws, emitting a sinister, bone-chilling hum. Only one of its electronic eyes remained functional, its crimson glow acting like a searchlight fixed unrelentingly on Han-E, radiating chaos and aggression. Behind it, four smaller robots followed, each more bizarre in appearance. Two of them, originally security robots, had their upper bodies dismantled, leaving behind sharp, spiked mechanical appendages that resembled twisted metallic octopuses scuttling rapidly across the ground. The other two retained a vaguely humanoid shape, but their limbs had been replaced with unevenly sized drills and cutting arms. Their exposed torsos crackled with sparks, occasionally erupting from their energy cores. They wobbled unsteadily as they moved, emitting an ear-piercing screech with every step. Early rogue AI constructs. Han-E quickly accessed the database of Universal Industries' early security and industrial robots, cross-referencing the models of these machines. But something was off. While the models indeed matched the database, their current state was far from normal. It was as if some external force had corrupted and modified them. The chaotic energy emanating from these robots was a disturbing blend of mechanical coldness and feral biological frenzy, sending a wave of unease through Han-E. This wasn't a case of programming malfunction or system failure. It felt more like a mutation born from some form of contamination. Warning: strong anomalous bioelectric signals and psychic interference detected. The tactical visor's AI assistant issued an urgent alert. At that moment, the five mutated robots finally began to move. The leading heavy-duty engineering robot let out a deafening metallic roar, its two circular saws on its chest spinning wildly, their serrated edges glinting coldly under the lights. Like a runaway bulldozer, it crushed the rubble beneath its massive frame and charged straight toward Han-E. At the same time, four smaller robots swiftly flanked from both sides, their mechanical arms slithering like venomous snakes ready to strike. Drill bits and cutting arms gleamed ominously in the dim light. Open fire, Han-E commanded decisively. In an instant, four hovering turrets unleashed a barrage of concentrated blue energy pulses, raining down like a torrential storm onto the heavy-duty robot at the forefront. The pulses struck its thick armor, erupting into blinding sparks and a series of thunderous booms. Though visible molten scars began to appear on the surface of its armor, the behemoth's core system seemed unfazed. Its crimson, singular eye grew even more frenzied. Ignoring the relentless energy barrage, its spinning saws shredded through abandoned metal and concrete in its path, doggedly advancing toward Han-E. Meanwhile, the four smaller robots had completed their encirclement. Two of them, equipped with mechanical tendrils, stayed low to the ground and shot out barbed metal arms at lightning speed, aiming to ensnare Han-E's legs. The other two, humanoid robots armed with drills, raised their weapons, their screeching drills and cutting arms aiming directly for Han-E's vital points. Courting death, Han-E's eyes turned icy cold. Instead of retreating, he launched himself forward, darting into the gap between the four smaller robots. The Stalker 2 exoskeleton surged with immense power, propelling him like a released arrow. His left arm's high-frequency cutting blade extended silently, carving a silver arc through the air. With a sharp shhh, the two incoming metal tendrils were severed cleanly, the cuts smooth as glass, emitting wisps of white smoke from the heat. Without hesitation, Han-E twisted his wrist, aiming the muzzle of the white star at the nearest drill robot. Bang, bang, bang. Three precise shots struck its exposed energy core, instantly triggering an overload explosion that reduced the robot to a heap of burning scrap. Before the smoke could dissipate, Han-E spun like a top, narrowly evading the wild strike of another drill robot. His right arm shot forward, activating the chainsaw sword beneath his arm guard. The high-speed rotating teeth screeched as they tore into the opponent's waist. Sparks flew as a gaping hole appeared, exposing the robot's internal wiring and transmission systems. Seizing the moment as it froze, Han-E raised his arm and fired several spirit energy rounds into the opening, completely dismantling the robot's ability to function. In mere seconds, half of the four smaller aberrant robots had been destroyed. The remaining two tentacle robots seemed to sense how troublesome Han-E was and immediately changed direction, attempting to regroup with the heavy-duty engineering robot. Han-E let out a cold snort and instantly activated the Isha, Wings of Heaven. This time, he deliberately suppressed the full power of the ability, utilizing only its super-speed mobility. His entire figure transformed into a blurred shadow. The chainsaw sword and high-frequency blade crossed paths midair, resembling the scythe of a reaper harvesting lives. Amid the sound of tearing metal, the two tentacle robots shattered on impact, their remnants scattering in all directions. The twisted tentacles continued to twitch futilely on the ground. Although the pressure on the exoskeleton engine was immense, it was negligible for Han-E, whose stamina had surpassed 7,000 points. However, he didn't even have time to catch his breath as the most troublesome heavy-duty engineering robot broke through the suspended turret's firepower net and loomed right in front of him. Its spinning circular saws tore through the air with an ear-piercing screech, and its massive metallic body cast an oppressive shadow. Han Yi's eye sharpened as he pushed the Stalker 2 exoskeleton to maximum power. He suddenly crouched down, gliding along the ground like a professional skater, slipping beneath the two deadly circular saws. The metallic wind pressure grazed his helmet, causing the exoskeleton's surface to tremble faintly. At the same time, he raised the barrel of his White Star rifle, aiming at the robot's vulnerable abdominal connections and hydraulic lines. He unleashed a relentless barrage of virtual bullets, each striking precisely at the same spot. Under the erosion of psychic energy, the durable armor began to deform and twist, eventually being completely breached. High-pressure hydraulic fluid burst forth, causing the heavy robot to falter and emit a grating noise as its massive body started to lose balance. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yi rolled back to his feet and swiftly retrieved an electromagnetic disruption grenade. After pulling the pin, he threw it with precision at the robot's head and rear energy core. Blinding blue arcs of electricity engulfed the entire robot in an instant. Overwhelmed by the intense electromagnetic pulses, the robot's crimson eye flickered erratically before going dark completely. Its enormous frame collapsed with a thunderous crash, stirring up a cloud of dust. With the battle concluded, Han Yi earned 65,000 experience points. The ore-crushing workshop returned to a deathly silence, leaving only the sound of burning robot debris and the hum of the exoskeleton engine. Despite their low levels, these modified robots were extraordinarily difficult to deal with. Han Yi walked over to the remains of the heavy-duty engineering robot and kicked its scratched armor with his foot. In the damaged sections, beyond the cold metal and wiring, there were organic tissues resembling dark red blood vessels writhing faintly. An indistinct mental disturbance seemed to emanate from the destroyed robots. Unlike the ruins deep within the B7 Old Industrial District, the machines here appeared to be infected or parasitized by something. A foreboding feeling crept into Han Yi's mind. Was the Hive Research Institute back then truly studying early artificial intelligence? Or was it delving into something far more forbidden and dangerous? Han Yi's gaze shifted toward the deeper part of the workshop, where the path led to the next level of the mining area. Passing through the dilapidated or crushing workshop, Han Yi cautiously advanced along the descending passageway. The tunnel grew increasingly narrow and steep, the air thick with the suffocating stench of sulfur and decay. The walls were coated with a dark red, viscous substance that writhed faintly like living tissue, exuding a nauseatingly sweet and putrid odor. The ground was slick with a muddy mixture of wastewater, oil, and unidentified biological fluids. The environmental scanner of the Stalker 2 exoskeleton flashed red repeatedly, accompanied by incessant alarm sounds. Hazardous substance levels in the air were dangerously high, and multiple unidentified biological signals were detected. Han Yi furrowed his brow. The pollution levels here far exceeded those of a typical industrial wasteland. All signs pointed to one possibility. This was likely a secret joint research facility operated by Universal Industries and Gene Dynamics. He immediately adjusted his hovering turret to alert mode, his entire body tensed. After advancing another few hundred meters, the passage suddenly opened up into a naturally formed underground cavern. His tactical goggles quickly picked up fresh signs of combat near the cavern's entrance. Several human skeletons clad in tattered protective suits lay scattered on the ground, surrounded by fragments of weapons and equipment commonly used by modern mercenaries and scavengers. More importantly, etched into the stone wall of the cavern was a distinctive, though partially eroded, emblem design of 3 concentric rings encircling an abstract honeycomb pattern. Finally, Han Yi exhaled a small sigh of relief. This was undoubtedly the entrance to the Hive Research Facility. The air at the cavern's entrance was markedly different from the outside world. A chilling and eerie stillness seemed to form an invisible barrier, isolating this place from the chaos beyond. Han Yi felt a subtle yet oppressive mental pressure, as if enveloped by a cold, translucent veil, causing his nerves to involuntarily tighten. His auxiliary AI promptly issued a warning. Strong mental interference detected, likely indicating the presence of a high-intensity psychic barrier or contamination source. Rather than proceeding recklessly, Han Yi deployed a miniature tracking drone for reconnaissance. Through his goggles, he witnessed a breathtaking sight. The interior of the cavern was far larger than he had anticipated, with a dense array of stalactites and stalagmites forming a natural underground labyrinth. At its deepest point stood an enormous black metal gate, its futuristic design starkly contrasting the primitive rock walls around it. Despite the layer of dust covering the gate, the iconic Hive emblem was still visible in certain corners. Flanking the gate were 2 deactivated automated defense turrets, their barrels drooping lifelessly, resembling fallen sentinels. The ground was littered with more skeletal remains and equipment fragments, along with several early-model security robots that had been savagely torn apart. As the tracking drone approached the massive gate, the feed from its camera suddenly began to shake violently. A sharp burst of static interference followed, and the screen of Han Yi's goggles went black, the signal completely lost. The robot lost contact, possibly due to strong electromagnetic interference or destruction. The auxiliary AI provided a prompt. Han Yi frowned deeply, clearly aware of the gravity of the situation. It seemed that despite being abandoned for years, the defense systems of the Hive research facility still retained significant functionality. He quickly retrieved his remaining backup robots and decided to investigate the matter personally. Activating the Stalker 2 energy shield, Han Yi adjusted its power to a medium level. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward resolutely into the cold, lifeless cavern. An invisible mental pressure surged toward him, intensifying instantly, as if countless icy eyes were watching him from the darkness. Each step he took echoed sharply, the sound reverberating through the empty cave, making even the faintest noise stand out in the silence. A hovering turret followed closely behind, ready to fire at any moment. Its barrel rotated continuously, scanning for any suspicious movement in the surroundings. Han Yi, his eyes sharp and his senses heightened, quickly realized that the robot ahead had succumbed to electromagnetic interference and lost its connection to him. He deftly retrieved it and pressed on. Soon, he reached a massive black metal gate. The door stood over 10 meters tall and more than 20 meters wide, its surface smooth as a mirror, devoid of visible seams or operational mechanisms. The only distinguishing feature was a faintly glowing blue hive insignia. Han Yi attempted to push the gate open using the strength of his exoskeleton, but it didn't budge. He then tried firing at it with the White Star weapon, but the ethereal bullets only caused faint ripples of energy on the metal surface, leaving not even the slightest scratch. The material was highly resistant to energy, impervious to conventional methods. Han Yi quickly assessed the situation, recalling the storage chip and Shinran had given him, which might hold the key to this gate. Accessing the chip's data, he found a hidden data port along a groove on the right side of the gate. Carefully inserting a specially designed adapter, he input the authentication data from the chip. Buzz! The hive insignia suddenly lit up, emitting a deep hum. The metal surface rippled like water, and a fissure wide enough for several people to pass through slowly appeared, revealing an even deeper darkness beyond. Han Yi slipped through the opening, his gaze sharp and his steps steady. The space he entered was a long black metal corridor. The lights embedded in the walls had long since gone out, leaving only the faint green glow of emergency indicators on the floor at intervals, barely illuminating the path ahead. On either side of the corridor, metal doors remained tightly shut, most of them unmarked, exuding an oppressive atmosphere. A strange smell lingered in the air, and the mental pressure intensified, causing Han Yi to feel a slight sense of dizziness. The energy field in this place was highly unstable, as if every step tested the limits of his body and mind. As he advanced, Han Yi analyzed the environmental data, detecting traces of some kind of biological pheromone in the air. Continuing deeper along the main corridor, he found that most of the doors couldn't be opened, seemingly locked from within or completely disabled due to a power outage. Occasionally, he came across doors slightly ajar, through which he could glimpse empty rooms or spaces cluttered with the ruins of destroyed and burned experimental equipment, their original purposes indiscernible. Despite the desolation and destruction, Han Yi remained undeterred. His past experiences had taught him that the deeper one ventured into these forsaken zones, the closer they came to uncovering astonishing truths. Finally, at the end of the corridor, Han Yi came to a halt, his gaze fixed on a door that stood out from the rest. This door was noticeably thicker and bore the words Central Control Room, emanating a chilling, oppressive aura. The door was slightly ajar, revealing a narrow gap from which faint light and the buzzing of operational electronic devices emanated. Machines were still running inside? Han Yi's heart tightened as he quickly heightened his vigilance. He didn't recklessly push the door open but instead deployed a miniature tracking robot, sending it quietly through the gap to infiltrate the interior. Through the robot's camera, the scene inside the control room became clear to Han Yi. It was an enormous circular space, with a massive holographic projection platform standing at its center, emitting a ghostly blue glow. However, the projection displayed only chaotic and disordered garbled data. Surrounding the room was a ring of consoles and server cabinets. Most of the screens were dark, with only a few still stubbornly blinking with alarms and error messages. The room was eerily empty, but the floor and walls were marked with dried, dark brown stains, as well as terrifying claw marks and bullet holes. Clearly, a fierce battle had taken place here. After confirming there was no immediate danger, Han Yi silently pushed open the alloy door and stepped inside. He approached the central holographic projection platform, attempting to connect his terminal to restore its functionality. However, the platform's core system appeared to have suffered catastrophic damage, leaving only fragmented data logs on the screen. Remaining calm and methodical, Han Yi began carefully searching the dusty consoles and server cabinets. Patience paid off. Deep within a relatively intact server cabinet, Han Yi finally discovered an isolated storage unit, physically separated from the rest. He carefully dismantled it and connected it to his portable analyzer. The decryption process went unusually smoothly. The storage unit seemed to lack complex encryption, or perhaps its security measures were outdated compared to the technology he had mastered. Soon, a flood of sealed data poured forth, rapidly filling the analyzer's screen. Experiment logs, research reports, project plans, personnel lists, surveillance footage fragments. Han Yi's gaze froze when he came across a file marked Top Secret. The project was codenamed Prometheus's Fire, and its research content stunned him. It revolved around studying a massive alien construct buried beneath the Antarctic ice cap on Terra, referred to as the Exoplanet Gate. The project documentation detailed the clandestine efforts of a joint expedition team sent by 3 major corporations to explore Antarctica. The team had uncovered the majestic portal buried beneath layers of ice and conducted preliminary probing and analysis using various methods. The logs were filled with awe and astonishment at the gate's immense energy reactions and its unknown spatial properties. Simultaneously, the growing mistrust and competition among the 3 corporations were clearly evident. Universal Industries sought to harness new energy technologies and spatial navigation capabilities from the discovery. Gene Dynamics coveted the potential biological samples and genetic resources that might exist on the other side of the gate. Meanwhile, Mech Arm Defense appeared to be most interested in the gate's potential to contain a reality-altering ultimate weapon. Han skimmed through the long-sealed records at a rapid pace, his mind surging with turbulent waves of shock and unease. In the previous timeline, there were countless theories and conspiracy speculations about the origin and function of the alien Stargate, until the game and the real world completely merged, and both Blue Star and Terra Star fell into apocalyptic disasters. This mysterious alien artifact gradually faded into obscurity, as if it had never existed. Han had only occasionally heard rumors about it, and never paid much attention. But now, he realized that the 3 major corporations had secretly begun researching it decades before the official storyline of the 1.0 version's awakening anomalies. What had they discovered within it? Or perhaps, what had they unleashed? Could the catastrophe at the Hive Research Institute be connected to the alien Stargate? A cold thought crept into Han Yi's mind. He continued poring over the documents, and a familiar name repeatedly appeared in critical research reports and on the lists of project leaders. Victor. Memories stirred within Han Yi. From the exiled Terrans, he had heard of this name and some of the deeds associated with it. In the previous timeline, Victor was almost inseparably linked to Terra Star's ultimate destruction, the global uprising of intelligent machines. He had once been a highly talented but extremely radical scientist within the intelligent machinery military industry. Victor firmly believed that human emotions were the greatest obstacle to the progress of civilization, the root of weakness, chaos, and self-destruction. He dedicated his life to developing artificial intelligence free from the constraints of human emotions, pursuing pure rationality. Ultimately, he transformed himself into a cold, calculating mechanical pioneer driven solely by logic. It was Victor who orchestrated and guided the rebellion of the intelligent machines, dragging Terra into the abyss of destruction, or at least, that was how the Terrans recounted it. Han never expected that this figure, destined to become a harbinger of the apocalypse, had been involved in the secret research of the alien Stargate so far in advance, and seemed to play an extremely significant role. He carefully examined all the records related to Victor. Through these mostly incomplete and even deliberately altered fragments of documents, Han gradually pieced together a more complex and unsettling portrait of Victor. In his early days, Victor did not appear to harbor such extreme anti-human ideologies. He, too, was once filled with curiosity about the unknown world on the other side of the alien Stargate and expressed awe for the mysteries of the universe in his research reports. However, as the research progressed, especially after the scientific expedition team made an experimental attempt to activate the alien Stargate and retrieve some incomprehensible streams of information or energy samples, Victor's mindset underwent subtle changes. A highly classified fragment of a meeting transcript revealed that Victor had engaged in fierce debates with other project leaders during a joint high-level meeting of the 3 major corporations. He appeared to strongly oppose direct physical interference with the alien Stargate, arguing that such actions could trigger unforeseeable catastrophic consequences. Instead, Victor advocated focusing on analyzing the streams of information retrieved from the gate, hoping to uncover deeper universal laws and advanced technologies. However, his proposals were clearly not supported. Representatives from Gene Dynamics and Universal Industries were more eager to pursue immediate tangible benefits, while the top brass of the intelligent machinery military seemed torn between Victor's vision of pure rationality and the allure of developing ultimate weapons. It was evident that the conflicts among the 3 major corporations had already sown the seeds of future disasters during this phase. Victor's extreme ideology seemed to be gradually distorted and amplified amidst this ideological clash and profound fear of the unknown. Or perhaps he had fallen victim to some unknown force of corruption emanating from that bizarre alien gate. Han did not dwell on this unsolvable question for long. he quickly decided to delve deeper into the data at hand. Within the fragments of logs marked as deleted but restored through special means, he finally uncovered something even more horrifying. During one of the scientific team's exploratory missions to the alien gate, they appeared to encounter some inexplicable anomaly. The logs were riddled with indecipherable garbled text and chaotic symbols, interspersed with alarming terms such as cognitive contamination, mimetic invasion, observer effect, and low-dimensional interference. Although the specific details had been completely erased, the silent dread and chaos were palpable between the lines, as if capable of engulfing anyone who read them. After that anomalous event, the three major corporations split drastically in their research directions. Gene Dynamics began conducting frenzied genetic fusion experiments, aiming to harness the special energy or microorganisms collected near the alien gate to create stronger super soldiers and bioweapons. Cosmic Industries shifted its focus to the spatial properties of the gate itself, striving to replicate its capabilities for spatial traversal or energy transmission. Meanwhile, under Victor's leadership, Mech Industries directed its efforts toward the development of artificial intelligence, attempting to create purely rational AI capable of understanding and resisting such cognitive contamination. The Hive Research Institute was established as a collaborative effort among Cosmic Industries, Mech Industries, and Gene Dynamics, with Victor serving as one of its key leaders. However, after the anomalous event, both Cosmic Industries and Gene Dynamics withdrew their investment and support for the Hive Research Institute. Only Victor remained steadfast, continuing the so-called forbidden AI research. That accidental incident at the Institute may never have been an accident to begin with. It was more likely the result of research spiraling out of control or an unforeseen mutation within the AI, ultimately leading to the facility's destruction and subsequent containment. In fact, Victor might have gained something unknown from that incident, which drove him to embark on his extreme path of fully transforming himself and seeking humanity's destruction. The more Han he thought about it, the more a chill ran down his spine. The danger posed by the Hive Research Institute far exceeded his expectations. It might not only harbor early, rogue AI creations, but also remnants of cognitive contamination or mimetic viruses from the alien gate. Even though Han Yi's mind over matter talent granted him immunity to mental control, it couldn't guarantee full protection against such mental assaults. He immediately heightened his vigilance, his heartbeat quickening, and his movements becoming more rapid as he accelerated the data download process. The fragmented records of the alien gate and Victor's early research were of immeasurable value. They could not only help Han Yi uncover the deeper secrets of this world, but might also serve as critical clues and technological reserves for facing future crises. He needed to back up all the valuable data as quickly as possible and leave this place immediately. Just as the backup progress bar approached 100, the holographic projection platform in the central control room, glowing with an eerie blue light, began to flicker violently. Suddenly, the chaotic data stream was overwhelmed by crimson blocks of color. A raspy, distorted voice suddenly echoed through the control room, as if composed of countless agonized wails, piercing directly into Han Yi's consciousness. Detected, intruder, fresh flesh, fusion, evolution, become one with us. As this chilling whisper filled the room, the thick alloy walls of the control room began to writhe unnaturally. Dark red veins and sinew-like biological tissue started sprouting wildly from every crack and damaged section of the walls, twisting and pulsating as if alive, exuding a sickening stench. These grotesque flesh-like growths rapidly coiled around the nearby server cabinets and consoles, emitting a nauseating sizzling sound as they made contact with the metal, as though digesting and assimilating it. Even more horrifyingly, the dark brown stains on the floor long dried seemed to come alive, writhing and converging to gradually form the outline of a humanoid figure. Psychic interference, biological parasitism. Han Yi's expression darkened, a glint of alertness flashing in his eyes. Something's definitely wrong here. Without hesitation, he halted the data download, his fingers swiftly gliding across the console. Grabbing the storage module containing most of the critical information he had backed up, he turned to leave. But it was too late. The alloy door leading outside had somehow been completely sealed by the rapidly growing flesh-like tissue, its writhing sinews resembling massive chains, locking the door tightly in place. Meanwhile, the humanoid figure formed from the stains and unknown biological matter had fully taken shape. It was a grotesque monstrosity. The main body vaguely resembled a human male torso clad in a tattered lab coat, but its limbs had been replaced with twisted mechanical arms and insect-like metallic legs. Its head was replaced by a metal helmet adorned with numerous crimson biological eyeballs, each moving erratically. The helmet's surface was lined with countless gaping maws, oozing a viscous, foul-smelling liquid. Embedded in the creature's chest was an unstable, glowing red energy core, surrounded by writhing tendrils of flesh that pulsed like a corrupted, beating heart. The creature lifted its grotesque, eyeball-covered metallic head, all its eyes focusing on Han E simultaneously. It let out a chilling laugh, a blend of electronic distortion and guttural biological screeches. Welcome to the hive. Food has arrived. The system interface in Han Yi's mind flashed with urgent notifications. Warning. High-intensity biological contamination and psychic intrusion detected. You have encountered an enemy. Hive amalgamated mutant infection. Level, LV-58. Rank, E. Special abilities, flesh parasitism, mechanoenergy manipulation, psychic whispers. Threat level, extremely lethal. The chaotic and overwhelming energy radiating from the hive amalgam far surpassed anything Han he had encountered before, far more terrifying than any of the mutated robots he'd faced, or even the combined threat of the 3 scavenger squads. Level 58, E rank, and 3 bizarre special abilities. This was undeniably the strongest enemy Han he had encountered since his rebirth. Food? You think you can take me with that disgusting pile of junk? Han Yi's gaze turned icy as he suppressed the turmoil in his heart. The magnetic engine of his Stalker 2 exoskeleton roared to full power. Without a moment's hesitation, he made the first move, striking decisively. The 4 hovering turrets swiftly dispersed, forming a swarm that locked onto the amalgamation from different angles and unleashed a barrage of concentrated energy pulses. Simultaneously, the white star in Han Yi's hand erupted with a ghostly blue glow as several psionically charged phantom bullets streaked toward the creature's core, the energy core, encased in flesh and blood. Confronted with Han Yi's storm-like assault, the amalgamation let out a piercing screech. Its limbs, modified into mechanical arms and metallic talons, slammed into the ground, propelling its massive body into a surprisingly agile motion. It darted, sidestepped, and maneuvered with astonishing speed, seemingly unrestrained by its size, deftly evading the relentless attacks. Most of the energy pulses from the turrets missed their mark, striking the walls and floor instead, leaving scorched and molten scars in their wake. Although the phantom bullets of the White Star traveled faster, the amalgamation displayed an incredible resistance to energy-based attacks. The bullets that struck its grotesque body, a fusion of metal and flesh, inflicted only minor damage, leaving small, smoke-spewing holes that were quickly healed by the writhing flesh. What alarmed Han even more was that as the amalgamation moved at high speed, the surrounding dark red flesh-like tendrils moved with it. Like living vines, they lashed out and coiled toward Han from all directions, attempting to restrict his movements. Some of the tendrils even wrapped around server racks and broken equipment, temporarily weaponizing them as obstacles or sacrificial tools to disrupt the hovering turret's targeting. Flesh parasitism, mechanical control. Han instantly grasped the terrifying nature of these abilities. This creature could not only transform the entire control room into its domain, but also weaponize all the equipment within it. In such an environment, Han would find himself constantly constrained, while his opponent could exploit the surroundings to regenerate and counterattack endlessly. At this moment, Han realized that staying here to engage it was not an option. He made a swift decision, commanding the hovering turrets to focus their fire on the alloy door sealed by the flesh tendrils, attempting to forcefully carve out an escape route. Meanwhile, he utilized the mobility of his exoskeleton to evade and outmaneuver the amalgamation. Abandoning the attempt to deal a fatal blow with energy weapons, Han shifted his focus to targeting the mechanical limbs aiding the amalgamation's movements and the pervasive flesh tendrils in the environment. The phantom bullets from the White Star became more precise, aiming specifically at the joints and energy conduits of the amalgamation. Chainsaw swords and high-frequency blades roared to life, swiftly severing the flesh tendrils attacking from all directions. The amalgamation seemed enraged by Han Yi's agility and precision. It ceased interfering with the hovering turrets, directing its full attention toward Han Yi. Its grotesque metallic head, studded with numerous eyeballs, suddenly rotated toward him. In an instant, all the crimson biological eyes lit up simultaneously, unleashing a powerful psychic shockwave. You are struck by a wave of psychic whispers. Your heart over matter trait has negated the effects of mental control. The invasive psychic force, attempting to penetrate Han Yi's mind to induce hallucinations and chaos, collided with an impenetrable mental barrier and dissipated instantly. However, even with his resistance, Han Yi experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation and nausea, as though countless voices speaking in different tongues were madly murmuring in his ears. The amalgamation's unique abilities extended far beyond simple control. Seizing the momentary hesitation in Han Yi, the massive body of the fusion creature accelerated abruptly. Its 2 mantis-like mechanical sides sliced through the air with a sharp, piercing wail, crossing paths as they slashed ferociously toward Han Yi. His pupils contracted sharply as he instinctively activated the emergency evasion protocol of his exoskeleton. Simultaneously, he raised his collapsible shield in front of him, activating the damage reduction effect of his Energy Control LV-10 ability. Clang! A deafening crash reverberated through the control room. Han felt an overwhelming, terrifying force surged through his shield, as though he had been struck by a battering ram. He was sent flying uncontrollably, slamming hard into the wall behind him. The impact left a dent in the reinforced alloy wall, and the energy shield of his exoskeleton overloaded and shattered instantly. The collapsible shield splintered into pieces, and a searing pain shot through his arm, signaling a fractured bone. If not for the enhancements of his Stalker Mark II and the additional scavenger armor plating, this blow could have left him severely injured. Gritting his teeth, Hani struggled to his feet, spitting out a mouthful of blood-streaked saliva. His eyes, however, burned with an even sharper resolve. So, its most powerful weapon isn't its abilities, but close-range physical attacks, he thought to himself, finally piecing together the situation. A tactical clarity swept over him. Abandoning the idea of keeping his distance for ranged attacks, he decided to charge Hedon, countering aggression with aggression. The electromagnetic engine roared to life once more as Han-E advanced fearlessly toward the oncoming fusion creature. This time, he left the White Star weapon behind, gripping his chainsaw sword and high-frequency oscillation blade tightly in his hands. If physical attacks are your strength, then he'll answer with even stronger physical attacks. Hani growled, his voice low and feral. Adrenaline coursed through his veins as his extreme physique and iron body talents activated at full capacity. The atmosphere shifted dramatically. A wild, unyielding fighting spirit surged within him, as if the long-dormant ferocity of his martial lineage had awakened in full force. Facing the mechanical sides swinging toward him, Han-E stood resolute. With lightning speed and precision, his right arm wielded the chainsaw sword, slashing at the vulnerable joint connecting one of the mechanical limbs. Simultaneously, his left arm drove the high-frequency blade forward like a venomous snake, aiming directly for the glowing red energy core embedded in the fusion creature's chest. Attack for attack. Life for life. Caught off guard by Han Yi's reckless assault, the fusion creature failed to react in time. The chainsaw sword tore through the weak joint, severing the mechanical arm, which fell limp instantly. However, its remaining scythe struck Han Yi's exoskeleton shoulder plate with full force, carving a deep, bone-revealing gash as sparks erupted. The excruciating pain shot through him, yet Han Yi showed no sign of faltering. His gaze remained cold and unyielding. By now, the high-frequency blade had met no resistance as it plunged into the creature's chest cavity, striking the unstable, pulsating energy core with pinpoint accuracy. Screeched sound of the blade slicing through the core's outer shell was sharp and grating, echoing through the control room. The casing split open, unleashing a torrent of violent energy like a breached dam. The energy burst erupted instantly, tearing apart the fusion creature's chest cavity entirely. The fusion creature let out one final, agonized roar, a blend of pain, defiance, and release before its massive body collapsed with a thunderous crash, lifeless. The grotesque organic tissues that had spread throughout the control room began to wither and decay, as though their source had been severed. They dissolved into pools of foul-smelling, black sludge. Silence returned to the control room, broken only by the faint crackling of residual electricity and Han Yi's labored breathing. The damaged exoskeleton emitted sporadic, faint hums, standing as the only testament to the brutal battle that had just unfolded. You have defeated the Hive Amalgam LV-58. Participation rate, 100. Experience gained, 583,000. Han Yi stared at the system notification floating before him, then glanced down at his battered exoskeleton armor and the deep wound on his arm that exposed the bone. A faint, bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Blood dripped steadily from his fingertips, pooling into a small dark red puddle on the ground. Though victorious, the cost of this battle was steep. His exoskeleton armor had sustained severe damage, with multiple fractures, and its energy reserves were nearly depleted. His body was riddled with wounds, still oozing blood. Yet, despite such a grueling fight, the system only awarded him a modest 580,000 experience points. Now at level 50, with only an 8-level gap between him and his target, the rewards for his efforts were diminishing. The planet's experience bonus period is over, Han Yi muttered to himself, recalling the abundant experience he had gained from defeating higher-level enemies in the past. A wave of disappointment washed over him. From now on, acquiring large amounts of experience would likely require completing high-difficulty missions. Suppressing the sharp pain from his injuries, Han Yi retrieved a medical kit from his backpack. With practiced hands, he disinfected, stopped the bleeding, and bandaged his wounds. Once the temporary treatment was complete, he gritted his teeth and stood up, dragging his weary body toward the remains of the amalgam to search for potential loot. The Hive Amalgam's mechanical limbs had been utterly destroyed during the fierce battle and the explosion of its energy core, leaving behind only twisted, deformed metal fragments strewn across the ground. Han Yi used his boot to nudge aside a few smoking pieces of debris when something intact caught his eye, a metal helmet from the amalgam. Its surface was covered in grotesque biological eyeballs, which, even in death, continued to move aimlessly. Cautiously, Hani picked up the helmet and turned it over for inspection. Inside, intricate neural sensor circuits were connected to a small container holding a piece of gray brain tissue, suspended in transparent nutrient fluid. The tissue squirmed faintly, as if retaining some primitive vitality. So this is the source of its psychic whisper ability? Han-E murmured, his brows furrowing as nausea churned in his stomach. The hybrid design of machinery and organic tissue posed an unknown risk of biological contamination, and he dared not take any chances. Without hesitation, he drew his White Star energy pistol and fired a precise blue energy beam into the container, vaporizing the brain tissue completely. Continuing his search, Han-E found an extinguished but structurally intact energy core within the amalgam's shattered torso. Upon closer examination, he noted that its material and design bore some resemblance to Shinran's arm bracer core, though this core's energy circuits were more chaotic and riddled with irregular cracks, likely an early, failed prototype. Rochi might find this interesting, Han-E thought. He could probably extract some useful technology from it in exchange for faction contribution points. Carefully, he stored the energy core in his backpack. As Han-E prepared to wrap up his search, a faint blue glow flickered from deep within the amalgam's ruptured chest cavity, catching his attention. He pushed aside the warped metal framework to reveal an irregular crystal-like object emitting a soft blue light. The crystal was cold to the touch, as hard as diamond, with liquid energy gently flowing inside. Most intriguing of all, it radiated a calming wave that eased Han-Yi's tense nerves. You have obtained a special item, Hive Energy Crystal Unidentified. An energy crystal? Han-Yi studied the system notification thoughtfully. It could be a component from an early AI core or residue from an unknown energy source. Although its purpose remained unclear, the special item tag indicated it held significant value. Han-Yi carefully secured the crystal in a specialized energy isolation pouch. After gathering the spoils, Han-Yi turned toward a previously sealed alloy door covered in fleshy growths. Without the amalgam's energy sustaining them, the organic material had withered and dried up, clinging to the metal surface like shriveled leather. The alloy door remained shut, but the nauseating pulsations it once emitted were gone. Han-Yi activated his hover turrets, programming them to focus their energy output at maximum capacity. He directed them to concentrate their firepower on a single point of the door. Pulses of blue energy struck repeatedly, causing the metal to glow red-hot and begin to melt. Under the relentless barrage, the heavy alloy door groaned under the strain until it finally gave way, a breach large enough for a person to pass through now opened. Han-Yi did not leave immediately. Instead, he returned to the central control console, reactivating the terminal to organize and copy the previously unbacked data onto another high-security encrypted storage chip. The cursor darted swiftly across the cold touch panel, and data poured into the chip like a tidal wave. He remained on edge throughout the process, only relaxing slightly when the progress bar hit 0 and the system displayed a complete message. Retracting the floating automated turrets that hovered in midair, he dragged his battered body out of the Hive's central control room, a space thick with the aura of death and taboo. The return journey was far smoother than anticipated. After the fusion entity's mental interference dissipated, the mutated robots and aberrant creatures lurking deep within the mining zone appeared to lose their activity, merely watching Han-Yi's departure from a distance with cold indifference. He carefully avoided areas with abnormal energy readings, navigating along paths etched into his memory, and eventually made it out to the mining zone's perimeter unscathed. When the familiar yet foul air of Harlan City's underground filled his lungs once more tainted, but no longer carrying the burden of mental contamination, Han-Yi's long tense nerves finally eased completely. He found a secluded corner by an abandoned pipeline, slid down the wall, and began to take stock of the final spoils from his Hive exploration. You have completed an A-level exploration mission, Hive Research Facility. Mission settlement in progress. Exploration completion, 75. Core control room discovered and accessed, partial key data retrieved, and core area guardian eliminated. Item recovery value, medium. Hive energy crystals and early-stage energy core remnants acquired. Comprehensive assessment in progress. Your final mission rating is B. AB mission rating grants an additional 35 settlement experience bonus. You have earned a total of 675,000 experience points. You have obtained Universal Industries Random Technology Blueprint Rare 2. You have obtained Special Item Hive Access Key Incomplete 1. And Shinran's Favorability 10. Current Favorability 70. Close Friend. System notifications flashed continuously across his retinal interface as Han-Yi focused on reviewing each detail. Achieving an S-level rating required 100 exploration completion, while an A-level rating demanded at least 80. Given the Hive's complex structure, the lurking unknown dangers, and his own severe injuries, Han-Yi decisively abandoned any plans to further increase his exploration score. He knew that deeper within the Hive, there were likely more undiscovered mutated entities, and venturing further would only escalate the risks. It was better to conserve his strength and return after recovering fully. After all, the base rewards for this mission were relatively modest, and pushing for a higher rating wasn't worth the potential cost. However, the incomplete hive access key he had obtained was likely a crucial clue for reaching the core area. He made a mental note of this, planning to return once he had healed. The influx of experience points pushed Han Yi's total experience pool beyond the 10 million mark. However, to advance through the final 5 levels of his primary profession, he still needed nearly 25 million more experience points. This meant he would need to undertake at least 3 more high-intensity missions similar to this one. For now, Han Yi didn't rush to examine the technology blueprints. Instead, he took a quick look at his own status. Thanks to his robust constitution and the regenerative effects of his basic tissue regeneration talent, his injuries were healing rapidly. However, his exoskeleton was severely damaged, with multiple critical joints compromised, rendering it incapable of handling complex combat scenarios. It seemed that a trip to the repair workshop would be his first priority upon returning. Closing the interface, he oriented himself, hoisted his backpack, and began the slow trek back to Rusted Canyon. Thanks to his E-rank physique and the sustained effects of his regeneration talent, Han Yi's injuries had mostly healed during the journey. The occasional faint tingling sensation from his fractured ribs indicated that the bones were gradually mending, while the severe bruising on his shoulder had subsided, and his arm movements were nearly unrestricted. At this point, aside from the still damaged exoskeleton system and the lingering fatigue from prolonged mental strain, Han Yi's overall condition had nearly returned to normal. Without the assistance of the powered exoskeleton, his speed was significantly reduced, forcing him to proceed at a slow, steady pace on foot. Eventually, he reached the exit of the final underground pipeline, located deep within the basement of an abandoned residential building. Pushing open the heavy metal door, he was greeted by a gust of air carrying the sense of decay and dust. Though not much better than the odors of the subterranean mining zone, it was unmistakably the air of the surface. Han Yi disengaged parts of the exoskeleton armor, carefully dismantling the damaged modules and folding them into his custom tactical backpack, leaving only the essential skeletal supports and joint assist mechanisms. He threw on a large hooded jacket to conceal all distinguishing features. Looking like an ordinary scavenger, he hunched over and pushed open the rusted, screeching iron door of the basement. The sky was nearing dusk. The dying rays of the sun struggled to pierce through the thick industrial smog hanging over Hallen City, casting sickly orange-eared hues that made the dilapidated area resemble a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Han Yi pulled the brim of his hat lower and swept his gaze across his surroundings. Everything seemed unchanged from when he had left. The garbage disposal plant still spewed black smoke, a few ragged scavengers rummaged through the mounds of waste, and homeless drifters huddled in the corners of the alleys. Yet Han Yi's sharp instincts detected an unusual stillness. Rust Canyon, despite its remote location, would typically have gang members roaming, dealing, or even clashing at this time. But now, an oppressive tension hung in the air, and even the usual raucous cries of the mutated crows were absent. The silence carried an invisible threat, creeping ever closer. Han Yi grew alert, his steps slowing instinctively as he activated the remote monitoring system linked to his workshop's defenses. The holographic interface of his tactical visor expanded swiftly, revealing that 3 of the concealed surveillance cameras were offline. The remaining cameras were still transmitting stable signals, but the images they relayed caused Han Yi's expression to turn icy. Around the workshop, in the shadows of once abandoned buildings and the narrow alleys, a dozen figures lurked silently. Most of them wore colorful leather jackets or tattered workwear adorned with garish graffiti, wielding machetes, steel pipes, and even crude makeshift firearms. Clearly, they were part of a local low-tier gang. What alarmed Han Yi more, however, was the presence of 5 individuals clad in uniform black tactical gear. They were well-equipped, moved with professional precision, and had positioned themselves at key vantage points, forming a loose but effective perimeter. One of them was crouched in front of the workshop's tightly shut metal shutter door, deftly operating a portable terminal, presumably attempting to breach the lock and disable the defenses. Nearby on the ground lay several lifeless bodies, some gang members, and others wearing the same black tactical gear. Scattered around the corpses were shattered metal parts and scorched marks, evidence of Han Yi's carefully set up electric traps and automated sentry guns. The rattlesnake mercenaries, colluding with the local hyena gang. Han Yi's eyes narrowed like blades as he instantly recognized the subtle snake insignia on the corpses and the distinct graffiti style associated with the hyena gang. The scenario he had feared the most had come to pass. The rattlesnake mercenaries had tracked him here once again, hiring the hyena gang as their vanguard. A surge of killing intent roared within him like a tidal wave. Yet, he didn't act rashly. Instead, he used his intimate knowledge of the terrain to silently maneuver around to the rear flank of the encirclement. Cloaked in the shadows, he approached one of the gang members loitering in a corner of the alley, casually smoking a cigarette. The man, oblivious to Han Yi's presence, exhaled a cloud of smoke, his vacant gaze fixed on the wall as if lost in thought. Han Yi's sharp gaze locked onto his target, as cold and focused as a blade poised to strike. Han Yi transformed into a silent hunter, lurking in the shadows as he closed in on his prey. His movements were swift as lightning, requiring no assistance from his exoskeleton. The moment the small gang leader sensed something behind him and turned his head, Han Yi's right hand clamped down on his throat like a steel vice, while his left hand precisely covered his mouth and nose, dragging him deeper into the darkness. The gang leader struggled desperately, clawing wildly with his hands, his eyes filled with terror. Yet, Han Yi's arm remained immovable, as unyielding as a steel rod. How much did the rattlesnakes pay you to come here and throw your lives away? Han Yi growled, pressing the man hard against the cold wall. He leaned in close to his ear, his voice icy, loosening his left hand slightly to allow the man to speak. Ah, cough, cough. The gang leader gasped for air, his voice trembling with fear. Who are you? Wrong answer, Han Yi said, his fingers tightening again. Wait, it was the rattlesnakes. They said the boss here killed 3 of their men. Told us to surround this place, find the boss, and a girl. The gang leader, feeling his neck on the verge of snapping, blurted out everything he knew in a panic. They said if we captured them, we'd get 50,000 credits and a shipment of new gear. A girl? Han Yi's eyes narrowed. Which girl are they after? I don't know. They just said it's a critical target. Someone with that boss inside. Han Yi's mind pieced it together. And Shinran's whereabouts had been exposed after all. However, the fact that it had taken them this long to act, following the deaths of the 3 mercenaries, was beyond his initial expectations. How many rattlesnakes are here? Who's leading them? Just the 5 outside. Black Snake is leading them himself. Han Yi recognized the name, a cunning sharpshooter and a mid-level leader within the rattlesnake mercenary group. Who's handling the system breach? What's the progress? Their tech guy? Viper. He said it's almost done. Before I came out to take a piss. He said 3 minutes at most. 3 minutes. Han Yi's gaze turned sharp. Time was running out. There was no room for delay. His fingers suddenly tightened, and with a faint crack, the gang leader's body went limp, his terrified expression frozen forever. Han Yi tossed the corpse into a nearby pile of trash and melted back into the shadows like a phantom. Outside the workshop, the hyena gang members were growing increasingly restless due to the disappearance of their comrade. They gripped their makeshift weapons tightly, gathering in small groups of 2 or 3, scanning the dark corners around them with heightened vigilance. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the workshop, the rattlesnake technician known as Viper was still focused on breaching the defense system. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as the holographic screen in front of him flashed with intricate lines of code and progress bars. Almost there, just a little more. Viper muttered through gritted teeth. Damn it, this defense protocol is more complex than I thought. The automated turret system inside the workshop was highly advanced, having already claimed the lives of 2 of his comrades and several hyena gang members. He needed to disable these threats quickly, or else. Just as Viper was about to breach the final firewall, a sharp, piercing alarm suddenly erupted from the communicator beside him. At the same moment, Black Snake, the leader of the rattlesnake organization, let out a furious and panicked roar through the speaker. Viper, watch out. The target has appeared. He took out one of the hyena gang's patrol squads and is coming from the flank. Black Snake's warning was abruptly cut off. Viper felt an icy, bone-chilling, killing intent surge at him from behind, almost tangible. His hair stood on end as his nerves screamed danger, but his body was too slow to react. Thud! The muffled sound of a blade piercing flesh echoed sharply in the confined space. Viper's body stiffened abruptly. He looked down in disbelief to see a silver blade, shimmering faintly with high-frequency vibrations, protruding from his chest. Blood dripped along the edge of the weapon. You? Viper struggled to turn his head, and his gaze landed on a face shrouded by the shadow of a Huda cold, expressionless visage. It was none other than their target for this mission, the enigmatic workshop owner. When did he? As his consciousness faded rapidly, Viper collapsed heavily onto the cold ground, his mind consumed by shock and unwillingness. Han Yi pulled the high-frequency blade out without a word. The blood on the blade vaporized instantly under the intense vibrations. Earlier, he had used a floating turret to create a diversion, successfully drawing Black Snake's attention. Then, he had silently approached from another direction, striking with precision to eliminate the most dangerous technical operative first. Without technical support, the remaining enemies were little more than a disorganized mob. Viper? Viper! Damn it! What's going on over there? Black Snake's panicked voice crackled through the communicator, distorted by a poor signal. Han Yi crushed the communicator underfoot, his cold gaze shifting to the hyena gang members nearby. They were thrown into greater chaos and terror by the sudden death of their technician. Their weapons trembled in their hands, their eyes filled with fear. Emerging from the shadows of the high vantage point, Black Snake finally revealed himself. His face was obscured by a mask adorned with snake-like patterns, and his eyes radiated an icy, murderous intent. Open fire. Kill him. Black Snake's voice was twisted with rage, almost unrecognizable. He raised his standard issue assault rifle and unleashed a volley of precise, rapid gunfire. Bullets rained down on Han E like a storm, with no regard for whether they might hit the hyena gang members in the crossfire. Brass casings clattered to the ground in a rhythmic cascade. Dozens of hyena gang members, jolted by the sudden turn of events and their temporary leader's command, hesitated only briefly before raising their weapons. Despite the terror in their eyes, greed drove them to fire indiscriminately at Han E. In an instant, the narrow alley erupted into chaos. Crude firearms spat orange flames and thick smoke, while steel pipes and machetes gleamed ominously in the dim light. The cacophony of gunfire mixed with the gang members' panicked shouts, creating a scene of utter disorder. Meanwhile, two other rattlesnake mercenaries moved in from different directions, attempting to flank Han E. Their standard submachine guns fired controlled, deadly bursts, sending sparks and debris flying as bullets struck walls. Amid the hail of gunfire, Han Yi's figure weaved and shifted like a shadow dancing in the wind. Despite the damage sustained by his Phantom II exoskeleton in the earlier fight, which had significantly reduced its engine output, the suit still provided him with speed and agility far beyond that of an ordinary human. Coupled with his expert footwork and the force-deflecting techniques of internal martial arts, most attacks either missed or were deflected with ease. Han E chose not to engage Black Snake in a long-range firefight. The enemy had the advantage of higher ground, and his marksmanship was clearly leagues above the hyena gang's rabble. Han Yi's objective was clear. First, eliminate the hyena gang members and the approaching rattlesnake mercenaries, then focus entirely on the final Viper. His high-frequency cutting blade on his left arm carved a gleaming silver arc through the air, precisely deflecting and slicing through incoming machetes and steel pipes with every swing. Meanwhile, the White Star pistol in his right hand became a harbinger of death, each muffled gunshot marking the fall of another hyena gang member. The ethereal bullets easily pierced their cheap leather armor and crude cybernetic implants, striking their skulls or hearts with unerring precision, ending their lives in an instant. Han E moved like lightning, his every action swift and efficient, devoid of unnecessary hesitation. He was like a seasoned butcher, coldly dissecting the meat before him, his face expressionless, his gaze icy. Against the stark disparity in power, the hyena gang's pride in their numbers and ferocity crumbled like paper under Han Yi's merciless efficiency. Screams, gunfire, and the clash of metal filled the air, but within a few breaths, the chaotic noise began to fade. In less than 10 seconds, the once menacing hyena gang members had all become cold corpses sprawled across the ground, the pungent smell of blood quickly saturating the alleyway. Only one terrified gang member remained, his weapon long since dropped, his body collapsed on the ground, a wet stain spreading across his pants as he babbled incoherently, begging, "Please, don't kill me. I surrender. I don't know anything." Han E didn't spare him a glance. With a casual lift of the White Star's barrel and a single gunshot, the last obstacle was eliminated. With the small fry dealt with, Han E turned his attention to the three more formidable rattlesnake mercenaries. Unlike the hyena gang, they didn't charge recklessly. Instead, they used the surrounding cover to maneuver, alternating their fire in an attempt to pin Han E down with coordinated crossfire. Their marksmanship was sharp, and their steady shooting rhythm posed a noticeable challenge for Han E. Drifters, huh? Amusing. Your one advantage mobility is meaningless here. What use is your attack? Han Yi's lips curled into a cold smirk. He shifted tactics, no longer relying solely on marksmanship and movement to resolve the fight. Instead, he began to actively exploit the traps scattered around the workshop's perimeter. He lured one mercenary toward a corner piled high with discarded tires. Just as the mercenary approached, Han E remotely triggered a concealed miniature electric shock trap hidden within the tire stack. Zap! A surge of powerful electric arcs enveloped the mercenary, eliciting a blood-curdling scream as his body convulsed violently before collapsing. His submachine gun flew from his grip. Han E wasted no time. With a quick adjustment of the White Star's aim, a few ethereal bullets ensured the mercenary's demise. The second mercenary met a similar fate, dispatched with calculated precision. The third, however, was taken down in close quarters. Han E closed the distance in a flash, and within 2 seconds of intense hand-to-hand combat, he delivered a crushing shoulder strike that slammed the mercenary against the wall, leaving him unconscious. Now, only Han E and the Black Snake remained in the alley. Positioned on higher ground, Black Snake had been maintaining suppressive fire without recklessly descending. However, witnessing Han Yi's coldly efficient slaughter, he was visibly shaken. He ceased firing, his eyes behind the serpent-patterned mask filled with wariness and gravity. The muzzle of his assault rifle remained trained on Han E below, searching for an opening. "Who the hell are you?" Black Snake's voice was hoarse, with a faint tremor betraying his unease. "Since when did someone like you appear in Harlan City's underworld?" The Black Snake had roamed the black market for years, priding himself on knowing every notable figure and power in the Skyline District. Yet the man before him, who introduced himself as the owner of Yi's Universal Workshop, sparked an unsettling unease within him. The man was clad in what appeared to be an ordinary exoskeleton suit, but its capabilities far exceeded anything available on the market. The strange handgun in his grasp and the hovering turret above him bore the insignia of Huanyu Industries, with each piece of equipment exuding a palpable, menacing threat. "The one who's here to kill you," Han said, his voice cold as ice, his gaze fixed on the black snake, who stood atop an abandoned water tower. Slowly, Han raised his pristine white handgun. The black snake reacted instantly, darting behind cover and firing suppressive shots in return. But Han had no intention of engaging in a long-range shootout. In a sudden burst, he activated the propulsion system in his exoskeleton's legs, launching himself like a cannonball toward the top of the water tower. "You're asking for death," the black snake sneered, confidence flashing in his eyes. As a seasoned mercenary, he had absolute faith in his close combat skills. He quickly holstered his assault rifle, drew an energy-vibrating dagger from his belt, and activated the energy shield embedded in his arm. Just as Han was about to reach the platform, his gun abruptly shifted downward, aiming at the rusted metal support structure of the water tower. A rapid burst of gunfire echoed as several energy bullets struck precisely at the same weakened spot. The sharp, grating sound of metal twisting filled the air. The aging, neglected supports gave way under the relentless assault and collapsed with a deafening groan. The black snake's expression darkened as the platform beneath him tilted violently. Before he could regain his balance, a flash of silver streaked through the air, slicing across his neck like lightning. A high-frequency cutting blade. He didn't even have time to register Han's movements. His vision spun wildly, the world turning upside down. The last thing he saw was his own headless body tumbling downward, and the cold, composed figure on the ground sheathing his blade. With a thunderous crash, the dilapidated water tower collapsed, slamming into the ground and sending a cloud of dust soaring into the air. The black snake's corpse was buried beneath the twisted wreckage of metal. Han stood motionless amidst the wreckage-strewn alley. The joints of his Stalker 2 exoskeleton let out faint, static-like creaks, and thin white smoke wafted from the damaged area on his chest, evidence of an energy leak. While his close-quarters assault had been successful, it came at a price. His exoskeleton had sustained further damage. The energy core reserves had plunged below critical levels, and the wounds on his body, aggravated by the intense exertion, began to bleed anew, sending sharp waves of pain through him. He didn't address his injuries immediately, but instead scanned his surroundings cautiously. The hovering turrets, under his control, emitted a faint humming sound as red scanning beams swiftly swept across every corner of the area. Only after confirming there were no further threats in the vicinity did Han turn and approach the rattlesnake mercenary he had knocked unconscious with an iron shoulder strike. The mercenary was curled up in a corner, his face pale as he let out intermittent groans. He had been lucky not caught in the crossfire nor crushed by the collapsing water tower, though the tremors had left him utterly disoriented. When he opened his eyes and saw Han's cold, blood-streaked face, his pupils contracted sharply, and his entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. Don't kill me. He'll tell you everything," the mercenary stammered, his voice filled with fear. "Please, I'm begging you." Han's lips curled into a cold smirk. He crouched down and lightly tapped the man's cheek with the inactive blade of his high-frequency cutting knife. "Good. I like people who know when to cooperate. Now, tell me, who's the intermediary that hired you? How did they contact your boss? And how did you find this place?" Under the looming threat of death and the oppressive aura radiating from Han, the mercenary's mental defenses completely crumbled. Trembling, he spilled everything. Through encrypted channels at the Darkstream Exchange, a mysterious intermediary had reached out to their leader, Venomfang. The intermediary was generous, paying half the fee up front, and tasked them with locating in Shinran and the powered arm Exosud, leaving no survivors. The intermediary seemed to have significant access within Universal Industries. The mercenary continued shakily. "They were able to mobilize internal resources to assist us. As for finding this place, it was mostly because that girl made herself too conspicuous while escaping. In Rust Canyon, with enough credits, it's not hard to gather information." Han narrowed his eyes, his suspicions confirmed. And Zinran's plight was indeed tied to the inheritance feud with her siblings, rather than issues with military robotics or genetic enhancements. "Where is your leader, Venomfang, now?" Han asked. "The boss took the team to the Eternal Garden in B9 District." The mercenary's voice grew weaker. That area was the most exclusive part of Harlan City, known for its top-tier security. It seemed the Rattlesnake mercenary group had some strategic sense, splitting their forces, though their choice of target was ultimately misguided. "One last question," Han said, his gaze turning icy. "Do you have any other bases or contacts in the city?" The mercenary hesitated briefly, but under Han's piercing stare, he eventually revealed several hidden contact points located in the Skyline District and Industrial Zone. With the information he needed secured, Han Yi didn't hesitate. The blade of the high-frequency knife sliced cleanly across the mercenary's throat, ending his life with precision and finality. The alley returned to its eerie silence, with only the dust from the collapsed water tower slowly settling and the distant, unrelenting hum of the city's background noise. Han Yi moved with swift and precise motions, his face devoid of emotion as he dragged the last mercenary's corpse, treating it as if it were nothing more than a discarded piece of machinery. He quickly scavenged anything of value: a few credit chips, standard issue ammunition, and Black Snake's customized assault rifle. The flames, fueled by accelerants, consumed flesh and fabric with a crackling ferocity, leaving behind nothing but charred remnants and a suffocating stench. As the adrenaline ebbed away, the pain from his wounds became more acute. Fighting against exhaustion, Han Yi cautiously made his way toward Yi's Universal Workshop. The scene outside was harrowing. The automated turret had ceased its operations, and the bodies of hyena gang members and rattlesnake mercenaries were strewn haphazardly across the ground. The air was thick with the acrid mix of blood and gunpowder. The electronic door lock had been violently breached, and the roller shutter was riddled with bullet holes and scorches from energy weapons, silently bearing witness to the ferocity of the earlier battle. After ensuring there were no ambushes, Han Yi used a backup access code to activate the battered roller shutter. The door groaned in protest as it screeched upward. Inside, the dim emergency lights cast distorted shadows of mechanical parts and tools across the walls. The familiar scent of oil and metal washed over him, offering a small but welcome reprieve from his taut nerves. "You're back?" A trembling voice called from the loft on the second floor, and Shinran peeked out cautiously, clutching the railing, her deep violet eyes brimming with fear and worry. It was clear she had been suppressing her terror, staying silent, and choosing neither to cry out nor flee. The moment she saw Han Yi's figure, her face lit up with relief, but it quickly gave way to anxiety. Her gaze fixed on the bloodstains and the alarming injuries that marred his body. "You're hurt." She hurried down the stairs, her eyes darting to the torn exoskeleton, the blood-soaked clothing, and especially the gaping wound on his arm, where bone was visible. Her eyes reddened instantly. "The wound, how bad is it? Is it serious?" "I still have some medical gel." Her hands trembled as she hesitated to touch him, afraid of causing more pain. "It's just a scratch, nothing serious," Han Yi replied, waving her off dismissively as he headed straight for the workbench. The exhaustion and pain from the fight left him with only one thought: to treat his injuries as quickly as possible and get some rest. Yet, and Shinran wasn't ready to let it go and followed closely behind. How could it not matter? She glanced at the bloodstains on Han Yi's body, her heart tightening. Without hesitation, she pulled over a relatively clean metal stool and pressed down on an uninjured part of his body to make him sit. "Don't move. I'll take care of it." Han Yi looked at the determined expression on the girl's face, a trace of concern flickering in his eyes. His heart stirred slightly, and in the end, he didn't refuse. He removed the remnants of the exoskeleton from his body and set it aside, then took off the hoodie that had long been soaked with sweat and blood, revealing an upper body marked with dense scars and a few fresh wounds. And Shinran gasped sharply, her gaze falling on the overlapping old and new scars, especially the jagged wound on his left shoulder that was still oozing blood. The ache in her heart deepened. Without saying another word, she turned and jogged to a nearby medical kit, carefully searching for disinfectant, hemostatic spray, medical gel, and bandages. Soon, she returned with a tray full of medical supplies and knelt in front of Han Yi. "This might hurt a little. Bear with it," she said softly. And Shinran carefully picked up a cotton ball soaked in disinfectant with tweezers and gently wiped away the blood and grime around Han Yi's wounds. The cool sensation, accompanied by a mild sting, made Han Yi's muscles tense instinctively for a moment before he relaxed again. And Shinran's movements were gentle and meticulous. A few strands of her hair fell forward, brushing lightly against his arm, leaving a faint tickling sensation. Turning his head slightly, Han Yi caught the subtle fragrance of her shampoo and body wash. Watching her focused and earnest profile, the slight furrow of her brows, and the lingering worry in her eyes, Han Yi felt a part of his heart being softly touched. This girl, who once lived a pampered life as the daughter of a wealthy family, seemed to be undergoing a rapid transformation after the trials of pursuit and escape. She was growing stronger and learning to care for others, though this care might largely stem from their current precarious situation and her own concerns for safety. As he recalled completing the Class A exploration mission, a thought crossed Han Yi's mind, and Shinran's overall favorability rating had surprisingly reached the close friend level of 70. If he had accepted her special gratitude at the beginning, her favorability might have been even higher now. The sting of the wound interrupted Han Yi's thoughts. He shook his head, dispelling the random musings in his mind. Disinfecting, stopping the bleeding, applying sutures, spreading healing gel, and carefully wrapping the bandages, all of this took over 10 minutes. Beads of sweat formed on Shinran's forehead by the time she tied the final knot. When she finally looked up, She found Han Yi watching her calmly. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and she turned her gaze away shyly. All right, you'd better avoid intense activity for the next few days. The wound needs time to heal. Got it. Han Yi moved his bandaged arm, finding it much easier to move, and the pain had subsided significantly. Thanks. I should be thanking you. And Shinran murmured softly. If it weren't for you, everyone outside wouldn't have been dealt with, and we wouldn't be safe for now. Han Yi, not wanting to dwell on sentimentality, interrupted her and changed the subject. But this location has been compromised. We need to relocate quickly. And Shinran's recently settled nerves tensed up again. Relocate? To where? Is there even a safe place left in Harlan City? A safe place? Han Yi let out a faint scoff. On a planet like Terra, especially in a city like Harlan under the watchful eyes of the megacorporations, there's no such thing as absolute safety. I can't go home. Even though my father favors me, he can't always protect me. Besides, I've already decided to stand against my siblings. I won't back down. I don't plan to send you back, so you don't need to worry about that. After all, this is an exceptionally lucrative mission with the added bonus of unlocking the scholar subclass. There's no way Han Yi would give it up so easily. The next step is to find a more concealed and better protected location that also facilitates the execution of our tasks. Han Yi stood up, walked over to the workbench, and began tidying up the scattered components and data modules. This workshop was too small and located near the edge of the Skyline district, frequently drawing unwanted attention. As he cleaned, he thought about the need to quickly secure a larger Placia proper base. For a mechanic, a factory and weapon production lines are absolutely critical. Every battle feels like burning through money. To put it plainly, a mechanic with logistical support is a complete profession. Without it, they're no different from an ordinary person. His gaze shifted to the holographic projection screen, where he pulled up maps of Harlan City's underground network and abandoned zones. The location had to be remote, preferably areas so desolate that even scavengers and gangs avoided them. It also needed convenient access for transport vehicles. Most importantly, the space had to be large enough. Han Yi already had a more specific plan in mind. He needed sufficient room to store equipment and materials, and even allow for the possibility of building a fully automated production line in the future. A fully automated production line. And Shinran looked at Han Yi in surprise. That would require an enormous investment. Energy supply alone would be a significant challenge, not to mention the automated machinery and control systems. While she wasn't an expert in industrial manufacturing, as the heiress to Universal Industries, she had some understanding of the staggering costs involved in setting up such a system. He'll handle the energy and technical issues, Han Yi said with determination in his voice. Right now, the priority is finding a suitable location. He zoomed in on the map, pointing to several areas on the outskirts of Harlan City labeled as high-risk abandoned industrial zones or underground uncharted caverns. These places were remote and spacious, but fraught with danger. Han Yi looked up at Shinran. Have you heard any specific intel about these areas from within Universal Industries? The fall of the Rattlesnake mercenary group and the news of Black Snake's death caused barely a ripple in the underground world of Harlan City's Skyline district. In a place where the weak are devoured by the strong and disappearances happen daily, the annihilation of a small mercenary group was like a pebble sinking into the ocean gone without a trace. For Han Yi, however, the conflict served as a clear warning. Yi's Universal Workshop was no longer safe, and he and Shinran needed to find a new hideout as soon as possible. The intelligence chip Shinran provided contained scattered data about Harlan City's underground abandoned zones, but offered enough clues to guide Han Yi toward a few potential options. After several days of preliminary scouting and data filtering with miniature tracking robots, Han Yi finally identified a location deep within the C9 abandoned mining area, an area once known as the Colossus Remains. The information unearthed by Shinran from scattered archives of Universal Industries left Han Yi astounded. The so-called Colossus Remains were not naturally formed mines, but the ruins of an ancient underground man-made architectural complex, potentially older than the existing civilization on Terra. This relic was initially discovered by chance during early mining explorations. Due to its extraordinarily durable structure, complex interior, and the detection of unknown energy reactions, Universal Industries conducted a preliminary investigation and deemed it devoid of mining value. Consequently, they sealed it off and falsely claimed it was due to gas leaks or geological instability, prohibiting anyone from approaching. An ancient, forgotten underground relic? Han Yi stared at the blurry sonar images and structural scans transmitted by the robot, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. A solid structure, massive space, remote location, and the possibility of hidden secrets. This was an ideal site for a base. The only challenge lay in the fact that the C9 mining zone itself was a hazardous area, with the path to the Colossus Remains being especially treacherous. According to the map, the route was dotted with high-intensity energy reaction points and zones teeming with mutated creatures. Yet, equipped with the Stalker 2 exoskeleton and floating turrets, and having recently survived the Hive ordeal, Han-E felt no friendly exhilaration. After a brief preparation and farewell, Han-E ventured once again into the underground world of Harlan City. With the enhanced capabilities of the repaired Stalker 2 and the precision navigation provided by his tactical visor, he skillfully avoided known danger zones and the patrols of local factions. Along the way, he encountered waves of aggressive, mutated creatures, such as sludge monsters capable of spraying corrosive acid and swarms of sonic bats that relied on echolocation to navigate at high speeds in the dark. But these threats required no direct action from Han-E. His autonomous floating turret MK.I efficiently destroyed them one by one, clearing a safe passage for him. After nearly 10 hours of trekking, Han-E finally reached the outer perimeter of the Colossus remains as marked on the map. The sight before him made him take a deep breath. Unlike the desolation and decay of the F1 mining zone, this place exuded an ancient and majestic aura. Towering metallic walls stretched upward, disappearing into the pitch-black dome above. The walls were adorned with intricate geometric patterns, made of a material that was neither metal nor stone, emanating a faint bluish glow. Despite the passage of countless years, the walls remained pristine, showing almost no signs of erosion. The air was fresh and dry, a stark contrast to the polluted atmosphere outside. The ground was paved with enormous black stone slabs, smooth and seamless, as if fused with the earth itself. Is this really the heart of a mining zone? Han-E glanced around, a wave of awe washing over him. The scene before him was almost indistinguishable from the temples of lost civilizations he had seen in his previous life. His suspicions grew stronger. This underground relic was likely connected to the alien gateway beneath the Antarctic ice, both being creations of extraterrestrial origin. Following the access information and map provided by Shinron, Han-E located an entrance concealed behind a massive metal relief. It was a circular hatch made of the same unknown black metal. After verifying his access credentials, the hatch slid open noiselessly to reveal an even deeper and more expansive space. The interior space was far more enormous than Han-E had imagined. The domed ceiling, tens of meters high, resembled an ancient temple, supported by massive pillars that stood like prehistoric trees. Each pillar's surface was intricately covered with complex geometric patterns, glinting with a cold metallic sheen under the beam of Han-Yi's headlamp. A wide passageway stretched into the depths of darkness, flanked by rows of enormous metallic platforms and structures whose purposes were unknown. They stood silently, as if whispering tales of a forgotten past. The ruins were deathly silent, the only sounds being the faint hum of Han-Yi's exoskeleton engine and the echo of his footsteps on the metallic floor. He promptly deployed all his tracking drones, which scattered in all directions like glowing insects, beginning a meticulous survey of the vast underground space. Simultaneously, Han-E activated the multi-functional scanning system of his exoskeleton. A holographic display unfolded before his eyes, with data scrolling rapidly. Primary structural material: unknown high-strength alloy, extremely resistant to energy. Air composition normal, no harmful substances detected. No signs of life detected. Faint residual energy field detected, properties unknown. The survey results revealed that, despite being abandoned for years, the structure of the ruins was astonishingly well preserved. The interior was vast, meticulously organized, and seemed like the perfect candidate for a secret base transformation. This is it, Han-E thought with certainty, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes. In the following days, Han-E devoted himself almost entirely to the construction of his new base. Using his accumulated startup funds, he anonymously procured a large quantity of construction materials, high-strength alloy plates, energy pipelines, and a batch of second-hand industrial robots and automated manufacturing equipment through discrete black market channels. These supplies were carefully arranged and transported in batches under the cover of night through underground passages to the ruins, which he had named the Colossus Remains. Han-E then transformed into an indefatigable architect. He wrote command codes and directed the industrial robots to execute his meticulously planned blueprints, initiating a sweeping renovation of the ancient ruins. The first priority was the energy system. Deep within the ruins, Han-E discovered defunct energy supply nodes. While the equipment was no longer operational, the foundational pipeline structure remained intact. Utilizing micro-energy cores salvaged from scavenger prototypes as a temporary power source, he reactivated and modified parts of the pipelines. The industrial robots worked around the clock, installing several high-power magnetic energy generators and energy storage units, thereby resolving the base's basic power needs. Next, Han-E divided the interior of the ruins into several primary functional zones. The core workshop became the heart of the entire base. It was equipped with precision CNC machines, 3D printers, material analyzers, and various high-precision repair and manufacturing tools that Han-E had carefully sourced. The metal workbenches were neatly arranged with an array of precision instruments, making it the central hub for his research, manufacturing, and equipment upgrades. The storage area featured sturdy alloy shelves and temperature-controlled storage cabinets constructed by industrial robots. It was designed to store large quantities of raw materials, spare parts, ammunition, energy blocks, and other supplies, all organized with meticulous care. The energy and power zone housed the generator units, energy storage systems, and a reserved space for a future fusion core. Han-E installed an independent cooling system and multiple protective measures here to ensure the stable operation of the energy systems. The living and rest area was prioritized for construction. Han-E equipped it with basic living facilities, a water recycling and filtration system, and an air purification device. He brought an Xion over in advance to ensure her safety and comfort. The defense and security zone was strategically placed at the base's main entrance and key passageways. Han-E installed an advanced defense system here, enhancing the overall security of the base. The base's defensive systems were exceptionally complete, featuring upgraded automated gun turrets, high-voltage fences, sonic barriers, and mobile surveillance platforms adapted from hover turret technology. Inside the base, the surveillance network was tightly integrated with Han-Yi's exoskeleton and personal terminal, allowing him to monitor every internal and external detail at any time. Constructing the base was a formidable challenge. The underground environment was complex and unstable, requiring many devices to be specially modified and reinforced. Resource allocation had to be handled with extreme caution, as any oversight could attract outside attention and expose the still under construction base. To avoid interference, Han-E worked tirelessly day and night, resting only 2 or 3 hours in utter exhaustion. Thanks to his E-level physical resilience and extreme stamina, he managed to endure the grueling workload. His engineering skills improved rapidly under the intense pressure, deepening his understanding of various mechanical principles and manufacturing techniques. After 2 months, the underground base finally began to take shape. Standing before this secret base, imbued with his personal style, Han-E felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment and security. The base now had a preliminary structure, and the temporary exhaustion lifted slightly. He used an encrypted communication channel, agreed upon with Zen, to send a brief message letting them know he was safe and had found a secure new hideout. Not long after, a response came through the familiar voice of Roche, though it carried a subtle hint of fatigue and anxiety. 0? Finally, I thought you'd vanished for good this time. Roche's voice faltered for a moment, as if suppressing emotion. Ahem. Anyway, it's a relief you're okay. The gunslinger has been really worried about you. Things on my end have been complicated, and I've been delayed. Han-E skipped pleasantries and asked directly, "What's your situation? Any leads on Isha?" There was a brief silence on the other end before Roche's voice returned, heavy with frustration and helplessness. Still nothing to see in that area is calm, and all the probes we've sent out have detected no unusual signals. The Death Cruise is elusive. Some players in the past spent over a month waiting for that ship to reappear. For now, it seems we'll just have to hope for a chance encounter with that ghost ship. Han-E sighed quietly, worry for Isha surfacing in his mind. He could only hope that by then, they wouldn't have succumbed to the corrupting forces of the subspace. The base's condition is dire too, Roche continued, his tone laced with concern. The Free Dawn suffered heavy losses. Most of our equipment, supplies, and technical data are gone. We're barely managing to operate out of an abandoned subway station. We're severely understaffed, and many of our previous missions are impossible to carry out, leaving the Dawn of Apocalypse in a precarious state. Han-E asked gravely, "What about Zen? Is he available to talk?" "The gunslinger is dealing with some urgent matters. Those damned gangs are causing trouble on our turf again," Roche replied, his voice seething with anger. "He asked me to tell you that if you're able, come to the temporary base as soon as possible. There are some important issues that need to be discussed in person." Han-E responded succinctly, "Understood. I'm on my way now." After ending the call, Han-E didn't set out immediately. He spent some time organizing and categorizing the weapons, parts, and materials he had scavenged earlier from the remains of the Rattlesnake mercenaries and the scavengers. Then he activated the CNC machines and 3D printing equipment in his workshop. Using the available resources and technology, Han-E quickly manufactured a batch of standardized exoskeleton repair components, high-energy battery packs, and several common medical supplies such as polymer bandages, rapid hemostatic sprays, and basic anti-infection agents. While these items weren't particularly advanced, in the resource-starved and medicine-deprived dawn of the apocalypse, they were undeniably a lifeline. After finishing his preparations, Han-E informed Shinran that he was heading out. He equipped his exoskeleton, slung a large backpack filled with repair parts and medical supplies over his shoulders, and set off toward the temporary base of Dawn of the Apocalypse in the abandoned subway station of Zone B5. Stepping once again into this sanctuary hidden in the shadows of the city, Han-E immediately noticed that the atmosphere was heavier than during his last visit. Along the corridors, most of the Dawn of the Apocalypse members appeared exhausted, their expressions numb and their eyes dull. Many were wrapped in bandages, and the air was thick with the smell of blood and disinfectant. When a few members who recognized Han Yi saw him, a flicker of surprise crossed their faces, but it quickly gave way to the same detached expressions. Without stopping, Han Yi headed straight for the makeshift command room. Zane was standing beside a heavily scratched metal table, his gaze fixed on a holographic screen displaying a map of the underground factions in Heron City, his brows furrowed in concentration. His right arm was wrapped in fresh bandages, and there were a few new scars on his face, but the sharpness and determination in his eyes remained undiminished. Beside him, Kelly and Roche stood with equally grim expressions. When Zane saw Han Yi enter, he looked up and simply said, "You're here." "Yeah." Han Yi placed the backpack on the table. "I heard some troubling news from Roche, so I brought some items along, thought they might help. See, I told you this kid would be fine. Looks like he's been making good progress lately." Roche couldn't wait to open the backpack. When he saw the repair parts and the pile of medical supplies inside, his eyes lit up immediately. "My God, Zero, these are a godsend." Roche excitedly picked up a high-energy battery pack and examined it closely. "The specs and purity of this are way better than what we've been using. And these parts, they're perfect. With these, the tech department can repair more than half of our equipment." Kelly also leaned in, picking up a bottle of the hemostatic spray. A faint smile appeared on her face. "These medical supplies, Dr. Natasha will be thrilled. Our stockpile was nearly depleted." Zane looked at Han Yi, his gaze filled with gratitude. "You've grown quite a bit recently." He knew that with Han Yi's demonstrated technical skills, making these items was probably a simple task. But during such a dire time for Dawn of the Apocalypse, this assistance was invaluable. Han Yi replied humbly, "I owe it to all of you. Without Dawn of the Apocalypse, I might not have made it this far." Zane spoke solemnly. "This kindness, Dawn of Doomsday will not forget." As the system notification sounded, Han Yi's favorability and contribution points increased once again. "You have provided critical material aid to Dawn of Doomsday. Faction favorability 100, current favorability 500, respect. You have gained 500 contribution points for the Dawn of Doomsday faction, current contribution points 2000. Han Yi waved his hand lightly and replied, "It was no trouble at all." He smiled faintly, his eyes flashing slightly. "So, tell me, what's the important matter?" Zane fell silent for a moment, gesturing for Rock and Kelly to leave the room. Soon, only he and Han Yi remained. Lowering his head, Zane seemed to carefully organize his thoughts before slowly speaking. "It's about the girl you mentioned earlier." Han Yi immediately understood that Zane was referring to Shinran. He had previously told Zane about being interrogated by attackers regarding the girl's whereabouts, and had asked Dawn of Doomsday for assistance in investigating her background. "Have you found her trail?" Han Yi asked, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. "No." Zane shook his head, his brows tightly furrowed, clearly troubled. "There's so little information about her, it's as if she appeared out of thin air. I've tapped into my old connections and channels, trying to trace her origins, but every lead points back to Huanyu Industries." Zane's gaze sharpened. "Zero. The girl you mentioned, who exactly is she? And what's her connection to Huanyu Industries?" Han Yi knew this question was inevitable. Although he had been able to withhold information before, establishing himself in Harlan City and completing a level mission would require cooperation with Zane and Dawn of Doomsday. And Zinran's identity would eventually come to light. After a brief hesitation, he decided to share part of the truth while keeping the core details concealed. "Her name is Shinran," Han Yi said calmly. Shinran." Zane abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. "The youngest daughter of Ndehui, the CEO of Huanyu Industries? The one who was said to be deeply cherished, but went missing during the recent laboratory attack." He stared at Han Yi in disbelief. "She's alive? And she's with you?" Han Yi didn't deny it. He replied flatly, "To be precise, I took her in. She was being hunted and had nowhere else to go, so I offered her temporary shelter." Zane paced back and forth in the room, his expression a mix of astonishment and complexity. The revelation that the daughter of a core member of Huanyu Industries, one of the top 3 corporations, was entangled with their anti-corporate resistance group was nothing short of extraordinary. It was more bizarre than the rumors of the ghost ship. "Why did she come to you? Does she know who you are?" Zane's tone carried a trace of caution. "She doesn't know I'm with Dawn of Doomsday," Han Yi replied, shaking his head. "She only sees me as a moderately well-known, skilled technician from the black market. She needed my help to repair something." Han Yi briefly recounted how Shinran had come to him with a damaged arm brace, and how she had been pursued by the Rattlesnake mercenary group. Of course, he omitted any mention of the mission's core details. Repairing a prototype arm brace. Pursued by the Rattlesnake mercenary group? Zane's brows knitted tightly, the information clearly unsettling him. "So, she's carrying advanced technology from Huanyu Industries? And someone wants to silence her and steal it?" "That's about right," Han Yi nodded. Zane fell silent again, seemingly weighing his options. His gaze grew increasingly profound, and the atmosphere in the room became heavier. After a long pause, he finally looked up, his eyes gleaming with a mix of emotions. "Zero," Zane said in a low, steady voice. "This might be an opportunity for us." There was a quiet determination in his tone. An opportunity that could change the fate of Dawn of Doomsday. Zane's expression suddenly turned serious. He placed both hands on the conference table and leaned forward slightly. We're severely understaffed and lack the strength we need. We desperately need external support and allies. If we can establish contact with Shinron, or even convince her to join us. Recruit Shinron? Han Yi raised an eyebrow, a trace of doubt flashing in his eyes. Do you really think that's possible? She's Ander Huey's daughter. Even if she's down on her luck now, there's no way she'd betray her family to join a group of rebels like us, right? Anything is possible, Zane said, his eyes suddenly sharp as he leaned in further. If she's being hunted, it means she's not safe within Universal Industries. She might even be in a dangerous position. If we can offer her sanctuary and help her reclaim what's rightfully hers. A glint appeared in his eyes. We could gain a powerful ally from within Universal Industries, and perhaps even use her influence to sway their decisions. That's too risky, Hani interrupted bluntly. If her identity is exposed or her siblings find out she's connected to us, Universal Industries will stop at nothing to retaliate. We can't afford that kind of threat right now. Zane clenched his fists. I know the risks are high, but we have no other choice. His voice carried a note of determination. Big Sister Isha's fate is uncertain. The organization is falling apart, and if we can't find a new path or strong allies soon, Dawn of the Apocalypse will be crushed by the three major corporations. He locked eyes with Hani. And don't forget, Zuri tied to her now. Protecting her is also protecting yourself. Taking a deep breath, Zane continued. We need more people, more power. And Shinron could be a tremendous asset. And you. He stepped closer, his tone earnest. Your skills and expertise are undeniable, but you're still just one person. While Dawn of the Apocalypse has suffered heavy losses, we still have loyal fighters and an intelligence network spread across Terra. You're now a core member of our group, with access to our resources. I need you to take on more responsibility. Use your skills, your abilities, and that mysterious background of yours to recruit talented individuals like yourself, people with potential to breathe new life into Dawn of the Apocalypse. A system notification suddenly popped up. You have triggered a Drank Faction Series mission, Rekindling the Flame, Part 1 Recruitment Drive. Mission objective, recruit at least 5 members with combat or specialized skills such as hacking, medical expertise, or engineering in Harlan City to join Dawn of the Apocalypse. Mission rewards, 100,000 XP, 500 Dawn of the Apocalypse contribution points, 50 faction favorability. Hani glanced at the hopeful fire burning in Zane's eyes, then at the mission panel displaying rewards that, while modest, symbolized the faction's trust. Internally, he couldn't help but feel pleased. Finally, this is what I was waiting for. All right, he said at last, nodding. I'll do my best with the recruitment. As for Shinron, I'll try to talk to her, but don't get your hopes up too high. Zane, relieved by the promise, allowed a faint smile to break through his tense expression. That's all I can ask for. He patted Han Yi on the shoulder, his gaze firm. As long as we have hope, the Dawn of Doomsday will rise from the ashes. Leaving behind the oppressive temporary base at the abandoned B5 district subway station, Han Yi returned to the Colossus Remains base. The construction of the base hadn't paused during his absence. Several second-hand industrial robots were already operating efficiently, following the new instructions Han Yi had programmed. They were methodically reinforcing walls, laying pipelines, and installing equipment mechanical in movement, but highly effective. Meanwhile, Shinron stayed in the relatively secure and comfortable living quarters, spending nearly every day absorbed in the technical materials Han Yi had provided. She diligently studied the publicly available technological data and basic mechanical theories from Universal Industries. The sense of crisis after losing her family's protection, combined with her desire to take control of her own fate, fueled an extraordinary enthusiasm for learning. Upon his return, Han Yi didn't immediately rush to carry out Zane's instructions to recruit new members, nor did he discuss the Dawn of Doomsday resistance matters with Shinron right away. Instead, he focused his efforts on analyzing the data retrieved from the Hive Research Institute and further dissecting the scavenger prototype remains. The fragmented memories Shinron later provided about Universal Industries' early AI research, along with Han Yi's own expertise in intelligent control systems, enabled him to recover more details from the encrypted storage module about the Prometheus Flame project and Victor's early experiments. Although the core's secrets still eluded him, the newfound information deepened his understanding of the looming AI crisis on Terra and offered valuable insights for future confrontations with Victor or his creations. At the same time, Han Yi delved into the energy core and composite armor of the scavenger prototype. This research led to significant advancements in his knowledge of energy systems and materials engineering. Drawing from these insights, he even managed to optimize the designs of his exoskeleton and hovering turret. As his personal strength steadily grew, Han Yi finally began addressing the affairs of the Dawn of Doomsday. However, before he could initiate a discussion with Shinron, she approached him on her own. Han Yi stood beside a large CNC machine, its virtual display filled with intricate part designs. Suddenly, he heard soft, hesitant footsteps approaching. Without turning around, he knew it wasn't Zinran. There was no one else in the base besides the two of them. She occasionally visited the workshop to observe his work, but spent most of her time immersed in the study materials he had provided, quietly pondering. I just got in touch with someone outside. Han Yi's voice broke the silence of the workshop. He turned to look at Shinran, who had stopped a short distance away. She was dressed neatly in a gray work outfit, her hair simply tied back, revealing a smooth forehead and deep violet eyes. Compared to the disheveled and panicked girl he had first met, she now seemed steadier, though the worry lingering in her expression hadn't completely faded. Standing there, her posture slightly hesitant, she seemed to be awaiting further words from Han Yi. Our situation isn't looking good, Han Yi said carefully, his tone heavy. He avoided directly mentioning the dawn of doomsday, wary of triggering and Zinran's alarm or resistance. The friends I mentioned before, the ones who share the same goals as us, are also fighting against the people you dislike, Han Yi said slowly. And Shinran, sharp and perceptive, immediately caught his meaning. She paused briefly, a flicker of realization crossing her eyes. You mean those people from the resistance groups? Han Yi nodded and took a seat at a workbench with a metallic sheen. He gestured for Shinran to sit as well, his expression tinged with a hint of gravity. Various mechanical components were scattered across the workbench, casting fragmented shadows under the overhead light. Our base has been destroyed, he said bluntly. The losses are significant, but my friend in Fairport the interim leader is working to regroup the survivors. As he spoke, he carefully observed Shinran's reaction. The girl remained calm, her face composed as she listened intently to every word. We need all the support we can get, Han Yi continued, his voice steady and measured. Manpower, supplies, intelligence, anything that can aid in the rebuilding effort. That's what I've been focused on recently. And Shinran was silent for a long moment before she finally spoke softly. You want me to help them? She gestured to herself, her brows furrowing slightly. Me? Someone from Huanyu Industries, the daughter of its CEO? First and foremost, you're a hunted individual, Han Yi said, his gaze unwavering as he locked eyes with her. Someone who wants to survive, someone who craves vengeance. Your identity may be sensitive, but that's exactly why it's valuable. You hold information the resistance desperately needs. Like what? Internal intelligence, Han Yi said without hesitation. Whoever is hunting you must hold a high position within Huanyu. Knowing their movements and weaknesses benefits both sides. He pointed to the components on the workbench. And then there's technology. Your interest in tech, your educational background, and Huanyu Industries' cutting-edge resources, even non-critical information from inside, could be invaluable to the outside world. And Zinran's expression turned contemplative. Deep down, she yearned for power, for knowledge about her pursuers, for a chance to strike back. But collaborating with the resistance was not just a dangerous gamble, it was a direct betrayal of the values she had been raised with and the legacy of her family. Why should I help them? She asked, lifting her eyes to meet his, her voice laced with skepticism. They hate Huanyu Industries. They hate everything my father built. Isn't this just inviting wolves into the house? Times have changed, Han Yi said, leaning forward slightly and lowering his voice. Your current enemies aren't the resistance, they're your siblings who want you dead. The enemy of your enemy may not be a friend, but they can be an ally, at least for now. He paused briefly before continuing. I'm not asking you to join them outright or betray Huanyu's core secrets. All I'm suggesting is limited intelligence sharing and providing assistance within your means. The workshop fell silent, save for the faint hum of machinery in the background. And Shinran lowered her head, her slender fingers unconsciously fidgeting with the hem of her clothing as countless thoughts raced through her mind. The face of her father, the cold stares of her siblings, the horrifying scenes of innocent people lying in pools of blood in the laboratory, and the sincere gaze of the young man before her. These images collided chaotically in Shinran's mind, like a relentless nightmare she couldn't escape. Her heart pounded fiercely, and a question swirled relentlessly in the depths of her thoughts. Could she really trust these people? This man who had suddenly entered her life had brought her hope, yet he had also led her down a path that was even more uncertain and dangerous. But what other choice did she have? To continue hiding in this abandoned underground ruin, surviving like a rat, only to be found and discarded like trash? No, she couldn't accept that. Besides this man before her, who else could she rely on? Taking a deep breath, Shinran made up her mind. Her voice was firm as she said, I can try to help, but on the condition that it doesn't threaten the core of Huanyu Industries or directly harm my father. These were the terms she had once set when reaching an agreement with Han Yi. Now, her family's business and her father, who loved her the most, were all she had left to care about. Han Yi smiled faintly and nodded in approval. A wise choice. You won't regret it. He stood up and walked toward a large server cabinet, beginning to operate it. Before long, an encrypted communication interface appeared on the screen. I'll establish an absolutely secure communication channel for you only. I will be able to receive it. I will filter and screen the intelligence you need. Any information you provide won't be shared with a third party until I confirm it, Han Yi said with calm determination, seeking to eliminate any lingering doubts Shinran might have. After a moment of silence, Shinran responded softly, I'll give it a try. Deep within the remnants of the Colossus, the core workshop area of the new base glowed with a soft white light, illuminating everything around it. In stark contrast to the dark, decaying C9 mining zone outside, the workshop felt like a different world entirely. The hum of the air circulation system filled the space, filtering out dust and odors as much as possible, leaving only a faint metallic scent and the unique aroma of energy cores. With the matter of Shinran resolved, Han Yi turned his attention to assembling the Dawn of Apocalypse team. He chose not to personally recruit from the black market or the underground world, deeming it inefficient and too risky. Instead, he opted for a method more in line with his style as a behind-the-scenes strategist. Using intelligence provided by Luo Qi, Han Yi quietly launched his efforts from a safe house on the outskirts of Harlan City. Drawing on information that Shinran occasionally mentioned about Huanyu Industries suppressing or sidelining technical talent, retired soldiers, and even disgraced researchers, Han Yi began sending out carefully crafted invitations. On the surface, these invitations appeared ordinary, but each contained hidden layers of intent. For instance, one invitation was sent to an underground doctor specializing in bionic prosthetics, asking them to repair a mysterious mechanical arm. This arm, in fact, was a high-performance prototype that Han Yi had reverse-engineered using scavenger technology, subtly hinting at his mastery of advanced neural connection systems. Another invitation targeted an energy engineer marginalized by Huanyu Industries for pursuing overly radical research directions, inviting them to explore the possibilities of a new high-efficiency energy conversion module, essentially a simplified version of a magnetic energy engine. Han Yi also funded a small security company composed of retired Special Forces soldiers, providing them with weaponry far superior to anything available on the black market. All the equipment came straight from his workshop. Every move demonstrated Han Yi's exceptional skill and resourcefulness, while the massive plan he was orchestrating continued to unfold in the shadows. These collaborations and negotiations were meticulously planned to showcase Han Yi's mastery of technology and resources that surpassed the current standard in Terra, while precisely addressing the needs and pain points of the targeted individuals. Han Yi was extremely cautious, never revealing his true identity or location. All interactions were conducted through multi-layered encrypted proxies and single-use secure channels. He also employed tracking bots and peripheral intelligence points for reverse surveillance, ensuring that his contacts were not being monitored by other forces. This cast a wide net, catch big fish approach, though time-consuming and costly to initiate, proved to be remarkably effective. Over the next month, Han Yi successfully recruited 3 individuals who met his standards using this subtle and unobtrusive method. The first was a cybernetic prosthetics expert dissatisfied with the status quo and eager for access to cutting-edge technology. The second was an underappreciated energy engineer desperate to prove their worth. The third was the head of a small security firm with considerable skills, but lacking advanced equipment and a steady backer, currently under pressure from larger factions. Han Yi did not immediately introduce them to Zane or the Dawn of Doomsday. Instead, he temporarily housed them in safe houses in other parts of Harlan City, providing them with the equipment and resources needed for their research. He also assigned them technical validation and intelligence-gathering tasks to further evaluate their capabilities and loyalty. Essentially, Han Yi was leveraging the name and intelligence resources of the Dawn of Doomsday to establish a team of skilled technicians and combatants directly under his command. Despite this, he maintained some level of contact with Zane. Through secret channels, he regularly supplied the temporary base with standardized repair parts, high-energy battery packs, and medical supplies produced in his workshop, significantly alleviating the logistical strain on the Dawn of Doomsday. Additionally, he provided intelligence on the movements of Harlan City's underground factions and the patrol routes of Cosmic Industries security forces, helping Zane avoid several unnecessary conflicts. Once Han Yi confirmed that the 3 recruits were initially trustworthy and capable of providing stable technical support and intelligence, he introduced the strongest and cleanest of the 3 to head of the security firm as a recruitment achievement to Zane. Zane was naturally delighted and grew even more confident in Han Yi's abilities and efficiency. Time passed, and after another 2 weeks, Han Yi successfully recruited a 5th member street racer and intelligence broker skilled in urban transit networks and vehicle modifications. At this point, the system interface finally delivered the long-awaited notification. You have completed the Drank Faction Mission Series, Sparks of Revival Part 1, Recruitment. You have gained 100,000 experience points, 500 Dawn of Doomsday contribution points, and 50 faction favorability. Current contribution points, 2,500. Current favorability, 550 respected. Though the experience points were modest, the increase in favorability and contribution points was significant. It signified a rise in Han Yi's status and privileges within the Dawn of Doomsday. The system then prompted, "You have unlocked Sparks of Revival Part 2, Establishing Authority. Mission objective, lead a team to carry out a public operation that strikes at the arrogance of the big three corporations and elevates the reputation of the Dawn of Doomsday. Successfully sabotaging a major facility of a giant corporation, intercepting a batch of critical supplies, or rescuing a captured key figure. These were the objectives. The mission rating could not fall below Grade C. Mission rewards, 300,000 experience points, 1,000 Dawn of Doomsday contribution value, 100 faction reputation. Han Yi scanned the mission objectives in front of him, his brow slightly arching. Gaining recognition and making a name for himself, this meant his days of quietly operating behind the scenes would have to take a temporary pause. The mission clearly required him to abandon his low-profile ways and personally lead a team to create enough of a commotion. Fortunately, there was no need to select team members solely from those who had previously passed the evaluation. He had other, more suitable candidates in mind. Harlan City, at the border of B3 and B4 districts. Deep within an abandoned textile factory warehouse, the thick soundproofing materials muffled almost all external noise, leaving only the monotonous hum of an outdated ventilation system. Strategically placed portable lights, sourced from the black market, illuminated the space adequately while casting elongated shadows of rust-streaked walls and piles of debris on the floor. This was Han Yi's carefully chosen temporary assembly point. Far from his true base, the Colossus remains, and distant from the perilous subway station hub of the Dawn of Doomsday faction. It was both concealed and spacious, perfectly meeting the current operational needs. Han Yi stood at the center of the room, clad in a sleek black lightweight combat suit, layered with a deep gray tactical vest devoid of any insignia. The battle had yet to begin, and he had not fully donned the Stalker 2 exoskeleton. Most of its detachable armor components were neatly stored in his tactical backpack. Only the helmet's sensory enhancement module and the auxiliary arm modules were activated, while the rest of the exoskeleton remained concealed beneath his clothing, with the energy core powered down to avoid emitting unnecessary energy signals. His face was obscured by a silver-black metallic mask, minimalist in design, yet exuding a futuristic aesthetic. The mask precisely covered the upper half of his face, leaving only his tightly pressed lips and sharply defined jawline visible. An integrated voice modulator transformed his speech into a low, emotionless tone, emanating an aura of unapproachable coldness. He was Zeroa Rising, enigmatic figure in Harlan City's underground world. Skilled, with a mysterious background and ruthless methods. At least, this was how he was perceived by those about to arrive. The faint sound of footsteps echoed from the designated entry corridor, breaking the room's stillness. Han Yi's gaze calmly shifted toward the entrance. The first to step inside was a tall, lithe woman with agile movements. She was dressed in a sleek black tactical suit designed for mobility, her face partially obscured by a breathing mask that left only her cold, sharp, obsidian-like eyes visible. Two uniquely designed energy daggers hung from her waist, one on each side, emanating an air of danger and lethal precision. She called herself Ghost, a former assassin who had defected from a genetic dynamics research lab. Upon spotting the masked figure at the center of the room, Ghost's steps faltered slightly, a flicker of wariness flashing in her eyes. However, she quickly regained her icy composure, offering a faint nod as a greeting before silently moving to a shadowed corner of the room, where she seemed to blend seamlessly into the darkness. Next, a lean man entered the room. He wore a somewhat disheveled gray hoodie, carrying a heavily worn sniper rifle case on his back. His demeanor appeared fatigued, with sunken eyes that hinted at exhaustion. Yet, when his gaze swept across the room and landed on Han Yi, his previously dull eyes suddenly lit up with an indescribable intensity filled with hunger for power and an almost obsessive focus. He was the former ace sniper of the Terra International Federation, known by the codename Hawkeye. After Han Yi promised to repair his damaged nerves, Hawkeye nodded solemnly, leaning against the wall opposite Ghost while skillfully cleaning his sniper rifle, a weapon as vital to him as life itself. The next to enter the room was a burly middle-aged man, clad in a heavy bomb disposal engineer's suit. The marks of cybernetic modifications on his arm were particularly striking. He scanned the room before breaking into a hearty laugh, revealing yellowed teeth. "So this is our new office? Way better than that dump I used to call home." Striding up to Han Yi, he extended a rough hand covered in calluses and oil stains. Bao, demolition expert with a military background. Han Yi shook his hand briefly, his voice calm and steady from behind the mask. Zero. The last to arrive was a pair of young siblings. The brother, Iron Fist, was powerfully built, his muscles bulging under a sleeveless leather vest. A hefty alloy machete hung diagonally at his waist, and his gaze radiated defiance. The younger sister, Shield, was petite and agile, clad in lightweight leather armor and holding a specially crafted kite-shaped energy shield. She scanned everyone in the room with a wary look. Han Yi had recruited the duo, both skilled melee fighters, from a small mercenary group on the verge of disbanding. Glancing at the time displayed on his wrist-mounted terminal, Han Yi spoke in a low voice. I'm sure you're all curious about your new employer, but this isn't the time for introductions. His gaze swept across Ghost, Hawkeye, Bao Lei, Iron Fist, and Shield, his newly formed external combat team, answering directly to him. I've gathered you all here because we have a big job. Han Yi got straight to the point. This mission will not only establish our team's reputation in Harlan City's underworld, but also bring in significant rewards. He gestured with his hand, and a holographic projection appeared in the center of the room, displaying blurry surveillance footage of a convoy of transport vehicles. The target is a secret transport unit from Gene Dynamics. Han Yi continued, his tone icy. According to reliable intel, within 48 hours, they will pass through the abandoned B7 highway outside the city to covertly move a batch of special experimental samples recovered from an overseas facility. Although he didn't specify what the samples were, the keywords Gene Dynamics, covert transport, and special experimental samples ignited a glint of greed and understanding in everyone's eyes. Gene Dynamics, huh? Fat sheep for the taking, Bao Lei said, licking his lips, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Their gene soldiers might be tough, but they're no match for my bombs. What about the risks? Ghost, who had been silent until now, spoke up, his voice cold as ice. Gene Dynamics transport teams won't be lightly guarded. Plus, the B7 zone is chaotic. We might run into competition from other factions. Han Yi glanced at Ghost. Of course there are risks. If there weren't, the reward wouldn't be this lucrative. As for the escort force, he paused for a moment before continuing with the known information. According to the intel, this transport operation was highly covert, involving a small convoy primarily consisting of modified heavy armored transport vehicles and 4 to 6 armed hoverbikes. The number of escort personnel was estimated to be between 15 and 20, most likely from Gene Dynamics' internal second-tier security forces, genetically enhanced and possibly supplemented by a small number of basic combat robots. Second-tier security forces? Iron Fist sneered, clenching his fist with disdain. They're just cannon fodder. His sister, Shield, whipped her head around and glared at him sharply before turning her gaze to Han Yi. In a low voice, she said, "We need a more detailed plan." Han Yi nodded. Of course. The holographic projection flickered briefly before switching to display a detailed map of the abandoned B7 District Highway and its surrounding terrain. Han Yi traced his finger across the projection, explaining the preliminary action plan he had devised based on the available intel and satellite reconnaissance. Nightfall descended, cloaking the abandoned B7 District Highway in a thick, inky darkness. The derelict streetlights stood dead, while faint warning lights from the distant industrial zone intermittently illuminated the jagged outlines of collapsed bridges and crumbled tunnels. The air was heavy with the guttural growls of mutated creatures, mingling with the sporadic sound of gunfire and explosions in the Distancia symphony of the wasteland's night. Several figures moved silently through the shadows. Beneath the cover of a partially collapsed overpass, Han Yi knelt, his exoskeleton's camouflage blending seamlessly with the surrounding environment. His tactical goggles shifted between low-light and thermal imaging modes as he carefully observed the activity at the far end of the highway. Hawkeye had already secured a sniper position, setting up a heavily modified sniper rifle enhanced with stabilizers and a high-magnification scopian, a fractured slab of concrete. Ghost, meanwhile, vanished into the darkness like a phantom. Utilizing her exceptional stealth skills, she scouted ahead, continuously relaying updated intel through an encrypted channel. Thunder cautiously planted several high-yield directional explosives at the locations specified by Han Yi. Iron Fist and Shield stood back-to-back behind a barrier near the bridgehead, their postures alert and ready to respond to any potential threats. This was their newly formed team's first live mission, and every member's nerves were taut. Ghost's voice came through the encrypted channel, cold and calm. Target spotted. 3 kilometers out. Estimated to enter the ambush zone in 10 minutes. Convoy composition: 2 Rhino-class heavy armored transport vehicles and 6 Viper-class armed hoverbikes. Confirmed as Gene Dynamics' second-tier security forces. All units, prepare for action, Han Yi's voice commanded through the voice modulator in his mask. Hawkeye, prioritize taking out the machine gunners and drivers on the hoverbikes. Thunder, wait for the convoy to enter the blast radius. Detonate on my signal. Iron Fist, Shield, prepare for close quarters assault and clean up the remaining guards. Ghost, eliminate any hidden sentries or snipers. Understood, came the terse replies over the channel. As the seconds ticked by, the distinct hum of hover engines grew louder, drawing nearer. 2 piercing beams of searchlight cut through the darkness, sweeping slowly across the decayed pavement. The convoy had finally arrived. 2 massive armored transport vehicles, resembling moving fortresses, rumbled along the center of the road. Their thick armor plates were scarred and stained from countless encounters. Surrounding them in a diamond formation were 6 armed hoverbikes, their drivers and gunners fully equipped in matching gray combat uniforms, energy rifles at the ready. Target has entered optimal sniping position. Came the calm, focused voice of Hawkeye through the communicator. Fire, Hani commanded tersely. A faint, almost imperceptible whistling sound cut through the night air. In an instant, two guards on the hoverbikes were struck down. The first gunner's helmet erupted in a mist of blood, his lifeless body slumping over. The second, a driver, collapsed to the ground as his bike spiraled out of control, crashing into the roadside barrier and exploding into a fiery ball. Ambush! The sharp wail of alarms pierced the night. The remaining four hoverbikes accelerated, attempting to break through. Vehicle-mounted machine guns unleashed a torrent of bullets toward Hawkeye's position. The armored transport vehicles ground to a halt, their side panels sliding open to reveal heavy machine gun turrets of immense firepower. Thunderstorm detonate. At Han Yi's command, pre-placed high-energy directional explosives detonated with precision. The deafening explosion sent two of the fleeing hoverbikes and their riders hurtling into the air, disintegrating into flaming debris. Smoke and dust engulfed the battlefield, cutting off the enemy's visibility. Iron Fist, shield bearer, move in. Han Yi roared, his voice carrying over the chaos. Iron Fist charged into the smoke like a tiger unleashed, wielding a massive alloy blade. Shield bearer followed closely, energy shield at full power, providing perfect cover for his brother. Clear the riffraff, Han Yi ordered Hawkeye and Ghost, activating his Stalker Mark II gear. Using the exoskeletal propulsion system, he vaulted onto a broken bridge at the flank. 5 hovering turrets deployed rapidly, their energy halos glowing ominously at the barrels. On the battlefield, the Iron Fist siblings fought with flawless coordination. Their enhanced equipment allowed them to breach the remaining hoverbike's defenses, engaging the gene-enhanced security personnel in brutal close combat. Blades clashed against shields, energy gunfire mingling with cries of pain. The machine guns of the armored transports blanketed the area in suppressive fire, aiming to support the ground forces. Hawkeye's sniper rifle picked off enemies attempting to flank or regroup, each shot a lethal precision strike. Ghost moved like a shadow through the chaos, her energy dagger claiming lives with every strike, focusing particularly on those attempting to operate heavy weapons or communication devices. Suppressive fire. Han Yi's thoughts were transmitted through the neural link to the exoskeleton terminal, swiftly relaying commands to the 5 hovering turrets. As the orders were executed, the turrets simultaneously opened fire, unleashing a torrent of concentrated energy pulses that rained down like blue hail. The barrage precisely targeted the machine gun turrets of 2 armored transport vehicles. Sparks flew, energy shields flickered violently, and under the relentless bombardment, they overloaded and shattered. With their turrets neutralized, the armored transport vehicles were instantly reduced to cumbersome hunks of metal. Thunderstorm, give them something big. Thunderstorm yelled excitedly as he emerged from cover, hoisting a rugged rocket launcher onto his shoulder. Whoosh! A high-explosive rocket, trailing a fiery exhaust, struck the side armor of one of the transport vehicles with pinpoint accuracy. The deafening explosion tore a massive hole in the vehicle's armor, causing it to lurch violently as thick black smoke billowed from the wreckage. Nice work. Iron Fist laughed heartily as he swung his blade, cutting down the last resisting guard. The battle was nearing its end within moments. The gene-enhanced second-line security troops were decently equipped, but they were utterly overwhelmed by Han Yi's team's meticulously planned ambush and overwhelming firepower. Soon, the battlefield was left with only the 2 immobilized, smoke-spewing armored transport vehicles and a grim scene of bodies and burning wreckage scattered across the ground. After the fight, the abandoned highway was enveloped in the acrid stench of smoke, scorched metal, and a faint metallic tang of blood. Han Yi leaped down from a broken overpass, striding toward the armored transport vehicle that Thunderstorm had blasted open. He motioned for Shield to stand guard with his energy shield, then activated the high-frequency cutting blade on his exoskeleton arm. Carefully, he began expanding the gaping hole. The blade emitted a soft hum as it effortlessly sliced through the thick armor plating. Before long, a passage large enough for Han Yi to enter had been carved out. The interior of the vehicle was in complete disarray, with various mounting fixtures and cushioning material strewn about. At the far end of the compartment, several special alloy containers, their sleek surfaces gleaming with a cold silvery gray hue, were securely fastened to a steel frame. The containers bore no discernible markings, except for a corner imprinted with Gene Dynamics' triangular spiral emblem and a prominent biohazard warning symbol. Mission accomplished. Great work, everyone. At the core workshop of the new Colossus wreck base, Han Yi stood before a massive metal workbench, his gaze fixed intently on 8 special alloy cryo containers neatly lined up in front of him. The biker gang's informant had only mentioned that the containers held special experimental samples, but had not specified what they were. Han Yi did not immediately attempt to open the containers. Instead, he activated a nearby high-precision material analyzer, an intricate and sophisticated device he had assembled himself. Using parts scavenged from the black market, sensor technology reverse-engineered from scavenger prototype remains, and foundational material data from Shinran's Universal Industries database. Han Yi had created this custom piece of equipment. Its analytical precision and capabilities far surpassed most similar devices available on Terra's market. A mechanical arm extended with precision, carefully extracting a minuscule metal sample from the surface of one of the cryo containers. The sample was deposited into the analyzer's receptacle, and a bluish scanning beam illuminated the device. Complex molecular structure diagrams and elemental composition data began scrolling rapidly on the adjacent holographic screen. The composition of the special isolation alloy primarily consists of a titanium tungsten base, with trace amounts of inert energy conductive materials and bioactivity inhibitors. Han Yi stared at the analysis results, his brows tightly furrowed. This alloy formula was completely unfamiliar, clearly a classified technology of gene dynamics. Its key properties included effectively blocking energy detection and suppressing internal bioactivity. Obtaining internal information through external scans was nearly an impossible task. Han Yi turned off the material analyzer and walked over to the cryogenic container, carefully examining the structure and interfaces on its surface. The container's sealing level was extremely high, employing multiple layers of physical and energy locks. Forcing it open would be extraordinarily difficult without exceptional technical skills, and it could potentially trigger internal self-destruct mechanisms or even lead to sample leakage. Han Yi, naturally, had no intention of taking such a risk. He pulled up a chip that contained partial access to the Universal Industries database and inserted it into the main terminal of his workstation. The three major corporations, while competitors, often collaborated, sharing certain understandings or common standards in specific fields. Han Yi's fingers flew across the virtual keyboard. Using the access provided by the chip, he successfully bypassed the first layer of the cryogenic container's universal encryption protocol. On the screen, streams of data rapidly shifted as the progress bar steadily moved forward. Finally, he found a Gene Dynamics Item Transport Encryption Protocol, version 3.7, with a known backdoor vulnerability. Han Yi's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he applied his knowledge of intelligent control systems to write a program targeting the vulnerability. A few minutes later, with a faint click, one of the indicator lights on the container's surface changed from red to green. The first layer of the physical lock had been disengaged. Han Yi didn't rush to open the container. Instead, he continued working on cracking the deeper energy locks and biometric authentication. This process was significantly more complex and time-consuming, requiring constant probing, analysis, and navigation through numerous traps. Fortunately, with his extensive knowledge base and exceptional logical reasoning skills, he gradually overcame challenge after challenge. Half an hour later, when the final authentication program was bypassed, the cryogenic container emitted a soft hum. The top cover slowly lifted, revealing an interior shrouded in a thin veil of cold, white mist. Contrary to Han Yi's expectations of hazardous biological tissues or viral samples, the container held rows of neatly arranged glass vials. Each vial shimmered with a unique luster, and the viscous liquid inside emitted faint energy fluctuations. Some vials were labeled with intricate genetic sequence codes, while others bore direct textual annotations. Han Yi's gaze was immediately drawn to several familiar labels, and the item panel simultaneously identified their information. Unfinished psionic awakening induction solution, high-risk experimental gene potential enhancement serum, defective gene modification solution. Han Yi instinctively murmured these names under his breath, his tone carrying an undeniable excitement. These items were actually semi-finished materials for genetic enhancement agents. In the early stages of the vast interstellar game, before the marketplace system was shut down, such agents had been sold in the store, purchasable with Blue Star currency. Although the potency had been significantly reduced to less than 10, the liquid in these test tubes remained a coveted treasure for countless players. Han Yi stood before the open cryogenic chamber, his gaze fixed intently on the rows of test tubes shimmering faintly under the light. Carefully, he picked up a test tube labeled Gene Potential Enhancement Serum High-Risk Experimental Type. The dark, golden liquid swirled within the glass, with tiny energy particles occasionally floating up and down, emitting unstable energy fluctuations. The system promptly displayed detailed information. Item: Gene Potential Enhancement Serum High-Risk Experimental Type. Quality: Special, containing unstable energy. Effect: Increases base attribute strength, intelligence, constitution, agility, perception by 1,015 points upon use, but carries a high risk of triggering genetic chain collapse or malignant mutations. Description: A dangerous attempt by geneticists to explore the mysteries of life, offering both opportunity and significant risk. Not recommended for individuals without special constitutions. Excitement flickered in Han Yi's eyes. Although his base attributes had already been boosted to 200 points thanks to his reborn psychic abilities, who would ever refuse free attribute points? He continued examining the other test tubes, each marked with cautionary labels. Unfinished psychic awakening induction solution. Effects unknown, highly unstable activity. Defective gene modification solution. Enhances energy affinity but permanently lowers mental resistance. Despite their immense risks, Han Yi's attention shifted to the knowledge tree of the mechanic profession. Biological material synthesis and application, fundamentals of genetic engineering, energy stabilization processing. These skills could potentially be used to refine these unstable materials. He quickly opened the remaining cryogenic chambers, discovering they were also filled with various semi-finished materials. The discovery made his heart race if his technical skills were advanced enough. These materials could lead to mass production of attribute points. Just then, the system notification sounded. Task completed. Faction Series Mission D-Class, Rekindling the Spark, Phase 2, Establishing Authority. Rating, a 40 additional experience bonus. Rewards, 420,000 experience points. Dawn of the Apocalypse contribution points, 1,000 current, 3,500. Faction Affinity, 100 current, 650 respect. Special reward, rare blueprint of choice from Dawn of the Apocalypse technology. Simultaneously, a new task was triggered. Rekindling the Spark Phase 3, Spreading Wildfire. Requirement. Unlock after meeting with Zen. Reward. Deep within the abandoned subway station in Sector B5 of Harlan City lay the temporary stronghold of Dawn of the Apocalypse. Compared to the last time Han Yi had left this place, the atmosphere seemed slightly more vibrant. Although the heavy weight of the battle and the oppressive scarcity of resources were still palpable, the members no longer carried the same numb despair as before. Occasionally, small groups could be seen huddled together, either whispering discussions, repairing equipment, or organizing supplies. Han Yi walked straight toward the command room. The guards at the door recognized him and did not stop him, offering only a simple nod of acknowledgement. He pushed open the heavy metal panel, revealing Zen standing before a holographic map, seemingly engrossed in his analysis. Hearing the sound of movement behind him, Zen turned around. Recognizing Han Yi, his face broke into a genuine smile. "Zero, you're back." Zen quickly stepped forward, his tone brimming with excitement and admiration. "You did an outstanding job, absolutely outstanding. We received the battle report from your side, and the supplies you sent over. My God, you're nothing short of a savior for us." The supplies Han Yi had provided to sustain the organization's operations were invaluable, but the news of his ambush on the gene-powered convoy was an equally powerful boost for the Dawn of the Apocalypse resistance. It was proof that, even after suffering devastating blows, the organization still had the capability to strike effectively at the three corporate giants. This news greatly revitalized the morale within the struggling group. "I'm here today to ask about your plans moving forward," Han Yi stated bluntly, aiming to unlock the conditions for the next mission. Zen gestured with his chin for Han Yi to follow him, and the two moved to a corner of the room to sit down. Zen's expression turned serious as he spoke. "Zero, first of all, on behalf of Dawn of the Apocalypse, I want to thank you once again for everything you've done for us. You didn't just bring us the supplies and technology we desperately needed. More importantly, your actions have proven that even in the darkest times, the spark of resistance will never be extinguished." He paused for a moment, seemingly choosing his words carefully. "But as you've seen, the organization is in a dire state. Everything is in ruins, and progress is painfully slow. We need to rebuild our base, recruit more people, acquire more advanced equipment, and secure more reliable intelligence. There's so much that needs to be done. And all of this requires strength, requires a powerful core to hold it all together." Zen looked directly at Han Yi, speaking each word deliberately. Originally, that core was supposed to be the boss. But now she might have fallen into the death voyage, her fate unknown. "While I've temporarily taken over leadership, I'm fully aware that my abilities and influence are far from enough to lead Dawn of the Apocalypse out of this crisis, let alone challenge the three colossal corporations. But your abilities have given me new hope." Zen's voice grew quieter, more solemn. He took a deep breath, his words carrying a sense of earnest plea. "Zero, I don't know your past, nor do I know your ultimate goals. But what I do know is the immense strength you possess, the unfathomable technical expertise you wield. More importantly, I've seen your determination and your ability to act. Dawn of the Apocalypse needs you. I need your help. We need you to become the wildfire that reignites hope and spreads the flame of resistance to every corner of Terra." As Zane's words fell, Han Yi's mind was greeted by the sound of the task panel's update notification. "You have unlocked the Faction Series quest, Rekindled Embers Stage 3, The Blaze Spreads. Mission objectives: assist the Dawn of Doomsday in rebuilding its organizational strength to its peak state before the sinking of the Free Dawn. This includes, but is not limited to, increasing member numbers, expanding the base, advancing technological capabilities, strengthening intelligence networks, and enhancing armed forces." Note: this is a long-term, ongoing mission with no specific time limits. Progress will be evaluated based on your overall contributions to the development of the Dawn of Doomsday. Failure condition: The complete annihilation of the Dawn of Doomsday Resistance Force. Mission rewards. Milestone rewards. As you reach key progress points, you will receive generous rewards such as experience points, contribution scores, faction favorability, and rare blueprints equipment special permissions. Examples include establishing a new permanent base, successfully recruiting and training a certain number of core members, or delivering major blows to the 3 major corporations. Final rewards. 1. 50 million experience points. 2. Dawn of Doomsday faction favorability fixed at revered. 3. 100,000 faction contribution points. 4. Achievement unlocked. Herald of Dawn, all attributes 5, with significant reputation bonuses among Dawn of Doomsday members. 5. Special permission. Supreme decision-making authority within the Dawn of Doomsday, allowing you to dictate the organization's future direction. 6. Exclusive reward. Custom Freedom Series Blueprint Equipment 1 Legendary. 7. Hidden rewards. Unlocked based on special contributions and final evaluation during the mission. Han stared at the long list of rewards, the dazzling contents practically blinding him. Even though he had encountered countless missions and challenges, such a task list still evoked a rare sense of awe and excitement. This seemingly ordinary faction mission turned out to be a high-level quest capable of altering the trajectory of fate. Such missions were extremely rare and typically required triggering significant events to encounter. In his previous life, Han had once triggered a similar task on a primitive planet just stepping into its industrial age. Completing that mission had fixed the planet's civilization favorability at revered, greatly benefiting his future endeavors in the interstellar realm, especially in terms of resource supply. Now he faced not only the challenge of reviving an organization, but also the intertwining of the Dawn of Doomsday's fate with his own development. In other words, Han had essentially reshaped the future destiny of the Dawn of Doomsday. Zane observed Han, who had been silent for a long time, and seemed to misunderstand his contemplation. With a wry smile, Zane explained, "I know this request might sound overwhelming, even as if we're placing the entire organization's fate on your shoulders. But this is our only choice. The Dawn of Doomsday may be weak now, but we carry an unextinguishable ember and unwavering resolve. As long as we are alive, there is hope." Zane stood up, stepped forward to face Han, and extended his right hand. "Zero, will you join us in spreading this ember across all of Terra? Whether it's for your own strength, access to advanced technology and resources to change the fate of this broken world, or simply for the sake of those generous rewards." Han had already made up his mind. There was no need for hesitation. He smiled and firmly grasped Zane's outstretched hand. The two shook hands tightly, and in that instant of eye contact, it felt as if an invisible flame silently ignited in the air. Hope gleamed in Zane's eyes as he gripped Han Yi's hand with determination and whispered, "May the flames rise again." Han nodded, his resolve unwavering. May the flames rise again. In the core workshop area of the Colossus Remnant base, Han stood before a high-precision bioanalyzer emitting a faint blue glow. Dressed in a gray sterile research suit, his sharp and focused gaze was visible through the transparent protective visor. He was fully engrossed in operating the floating holographic interface in front of him. On the interface, complex genetic sequences scrolled rapidly like a waterfall of data, while molecular structure models rotated, disassembled, and reassembled in midair, forming dazzling three-dimensional images. The analyzer's robotic arm operated with precision, securely placing a test tube retrieved from the cryogenic chamber into the sample slot. The label on the test tube was clearly visible: Genetic Potential Amplification Agent High-Risk Experimental Model. Inside, a dark golden viscous liquid flowed slowly, occasionally emitting unstable energy ripples, as if it could erupt at any moment. Since confirming the next step of the Dawn of Apocalypse plan with Zen, Han had dedicated most of his efforts to analyzing these confiscated samples of genetic power experiments. His brow furrowed as he stared at the analyzer's screen, where red alerts and error messages continued to flash. "These genetic power maniacs," Han muttered under his breath, his fingers sliding swiftly across the virtual keyboard. The internal structures of these semi-finished materials were highly chaotic, and their energy states were extremely unstable. Although the active genetic fragments extracted held immense potential, they were riddled with redundant information and energy impurities that could lead to unknown malignant mutations. Direct injection? That would be no different from playing Russian roulette. Han calculated in his mind the probability of genetic chain collapse was likely over 90%. Purification and stabilization were absolutely necessary first. His fingertips moved deftly across the virtual keyboard, pulling up data on bioengineering applications, along with bioinformatics knowledge reverse engineered from scavenger AI core fragments. The screen immediately displayed intricate molecular models and genetic diagrams. Han began constructing new molecular stabilization models, carefully selecting effective genetic fragments and eliminating harmful impurities. This process required extreme precision and extensive knowledge, but for Han, It was no longer an insurmountable challenge. Like a seasoned surgeon, he meticulously dissected the failures of genetic power experiments, extracting their finest components and stitching them together into a masterpiece using his own expertise. Time slipped away quietly as he focused on his research. In the workshop, apart from the hum of the machinery, the only sound was the faint tapping of Han Yi's fingers on the virtual interface as he adjusted parameters. Occasionally, and Shinran would come down from the living quarters upstairs. Following Han Yi's instructions, she would simply watch him work from a distance in silence, just as she had done in the Universal Workshop in the past. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. When Han Yi finally retrieved the first batch of modified serum from the biosynthesis device, a faint smile of satisfaction appeared on his weary face. 3 syringes, each glowing with a distinct hue, were neatly arranged on a metal tray. One was a molten red, radiating a sense of raw power. Another shimmered with a deep, starry blue, exuding an aura of intelligence, and the last was like a translucent emerald, emanating a light, agile energy. Success! Han Yi exclaimed, picking up the red syringe. The system interface immediately displayed detailed information. Genetic potential amplification agent strength type enhanced version. Quality, excellent. Effect, permanently increases strength by 812 points, constitution by 35 points, and agility by 13 points. Han Yi carefully examined the 3 modified genetic syringes in front of him. Under the light of the lab workstation, the liquid inside each syringe shimmered with distinct hues. The liquid in the strength-enhancing syringe appeared deep red. After meticulous purification and stabilization processes, the risk of genetic collapse had been entirely eliminated. The intelligence-enhancing syringe emitted a faint blue glow, while the agility-enhancing syringe glimmered with a soft golden sheen. He picked up the data log and meticulously cross-checked the effects of each syringe. The strength-enhancing syringe could permanently increase strength by 812 points, constitution by 35 points, and agility by 13 points. The intelligence-enhancing syringe primarily boosted intelligence by 812 points, with additional increases of 13 points in strength and 35 points in constitution. The agility-enhancing syringe focused on improving agility by 812 points, while also enhancing constitution by 13 points and perception by 35 points. Each type could be used up to 3 times. Perfect, Han Yi nodded in satisfaction. Although these modified syringes offered slightly less improvement per use compared to the original versions, their stability and safety had been significantly enhanced. For extraordinary individuals stuck at a bottleneck or in urgent need of boosting specific attributes, these syringes were nothing short of priceless. However, he had no intention of sharing this technology with Dawn of Apocalypse. A man without power is guilty for possessing treasures. Without sufficient means of self-protection, revealing this mass-producible genetic modification technology would only invite endless trouble. Besides, there might be moles within the core ranks of Dawn of Apocalypse. These syringes would remain a secret weapon, reserved for himself and his future core team. Han Yi picked up the intelligence-enhancing syringe, its faint blue glow reflecting in his eyes. As a mechanic, intelligence was always his top priority. Rolling up his sleeve with practiced ease, he pressed the needle into his arm. As the cool liquid entered his bloodstream, a refreshing sensation spread through his body, as if clear spring water had nourished his brain. His thoughts became remarkably sharp and clear. A system notification popped up. Intelligence permanently increased by 11 points. Strength permanently increased by 2 points. Constitution permanently increased by 4 points. Current usage count, 13. The results were remarkable. Without hesitation, Han Yi administered the second and third injections. By the end, his intelligence had increased by a total of 31 points, with an additional 7 points in strength and 12 points in constitution. He flexed his body briefly and carefully stored the remaining syringes. For now, he decided against producing more. He would wait until the need arose. After nearly 6 months on Terra Star, the base construction was nearing completion and all possible tasks had been accomplished. It was time to return and deal with matters in the real world. After the familiar sensation of mild dizziness subsided, Han Yi's surroundings shifted swiftly from the cold metallic glow of blue light to the dimly lit confines of a cellar. The hum of machinery and the rhythmic pulse of energy were replaced by the tranquil stillness of a rural morning. The air carried a blend of earth, wood, and a faint mustiness, evoking a nostalgic sense of home. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the sky above Blue Planet was just beginning to lighten. Outside the window, the sporadic crowing of roosters and barking of dogs announced the quiet arrival of a new day. Han Yi walked to the water tap in the corner of the cellar, turned the valve, and let the cold well water splash against his face. The icy sensation instantly drove away his lingering weariness and heaviness. The mirror reflected his sharp, youthful face, with deep, piercing eyes that bore an air of maturity and sharpness beyond his years. Having endured battles, climbed the ranks, and even undergone genetic enhancements for his secondary professions, Han Yi's demeanor had subtly transformed. Blue Planet. He murmured the name softly, his gaze calm. This was the name of his homeland, the place where his soul belonged. It would also become a critical component of his future strategy and a stronghold of support. Compared to the overwhelming opportunities and challenges of Terra, Blue Planet seemed far more peaceful and stable. Though its technological level lagged behind, this tranquil land offered him a chance to gather strength and carefully lay out his plans for the future. While Terra allowed him to rapidly grow in power and access cutting-edge technology, it was also fraught with immense dangers. The overt and covert conflicts among the three major corporations, coupled with lurking, unknown threats, hung over him like a sword ready to fall at any moment. Blue Planet, at least until the outbreak of the insect swarm catastrophe, could provide a precious period of peace and stability. During this time, Hani needed to build a strong enough foundation of fortress to protect himself, his friends, and anyone in need, paving the way for survival in the face of the impending disaster. If he were the rank calamity-level Han E from his past life, he would have had the power to single-handedly resist pre-space-age civilizations. He might have even forcefully seized control of Blue Planet, ending internal conflicts and unifying its voice in preparation for the looming insect swarm apocalypse. However, given his current E rank at level 50, such a plan was far too aggressive and risky. Cooperation and mutual benefit were the most rational choices. You eat a meal one bite at a time, and you walk a journey one step at a time. The first step in his blueprint was to establish a companion technology company of his own. Now, Hani possessed a wealth of knowledge and technology. While these might not be groundbreaking on Terra, in the year 2029 on Blue Planet, any one of them could cause a sensation or even attract unwanted trouble. Therefore, he had no intention of revealing the full extent of his advanced technologies just yet. Instead, he would simplify and adapt them into localized technologies suitable for Blue Planet. His next steps would involve filing patents, registering his company, and gradually constructing a technological stronghold, one that would lead him steadily toward building a technological empire. He wanted to guide the future of technology development on Blue Star in a relatively gentle way, one that wouldn't easily arouse public suspicion or prematurely cause social unrest. This would allow for a proactive strategy to address potential crises. As for how someone like him, a college dropout with an unrelated field of study, could achieve such feats, Han E didn't bother finding an explanation. With the looming threat of apocalyptic disasters, who would care about such trivial matters? When the authorities eventually approached him for collaboration, it would be their headache to deal with those petty issues. Having made up his mind, he decided to act immediately. Returning to his study upstairs, Han E powered up his outdated laptop device that seemed clunky compared to Blue Star's current technology. Instead of diving straight into drafting patent applications, he first connected to the internet to research Blue Star's current technological landscape and patent application procedures. This was an area he was completely unfamiliar with. On the screen, a flood of information quickly flashed before his eyes. Battery technology. Currently, lithium-ion batteries remain the mainstream. Despite significant investments by research institutions and corporations worldwide to overcome challenges in energy density, charging speed, and safety, no groundbreaking advancements had surfaced. Materials. While there had been progress in high-strength alloys, composite materials, and nanomaterials, most breakthroughs were still confined to laboratory settings, far from large-scale industrial application. Artificial intelligence and software algorithms. These had seen explosive growth in recent years, but in areas like strong AI, complex system simulations, and advanced encryption algorithms, there remained a glaring gap compared to TerraStar's standards. This presented an excellent opportunity. A confident smirk curled on Han E's lips. By introducing some of TerraStar's mature foundational technologies, simplified and repackaged appropriately, he could ignite a storm in Blue Star's tech industry. For instance, in battery technology, he couldn't directly release a simplified version of the magnetic energy engine that would be far too shocking and impossible to explain. However, with his expertise in materials engineering and energy dynamics, he could design a new electrode material and electrolyte formula to significantly enhance the energy density and charging speed of existing lithium-ion batteries. Such an improved battery would appear to be a natural evolution of current technology, making it easier to gain approval from the patent office and quickly enter the market. Similarly, in new materials, while he couldn't unveil Terra's composite armor directly, he could disclose the formula and manufacturing process for a novel titanium alloy. This alloy's strength and toughness would far surpass Blue Star's current standards, yet its theoretical basis and production method could be justified within the existing framework of metallurgy. As for software algorithms, he could develop an entirely new data compression algorithm or design a more efficient image recognition engine. While the core logic behind these algorithms might be derived from Terra's advanced technology, their presentation and code implementation could be fully explained using Blue Star's existing programming languages and mathematical models. Once his train of thought opened up, ideas for dimensional reduction strikes poured in endlessly. Han Yi immediately set his plans into motion. The first step was to register a company. As for the name, let's keep it simply Technology. Logging onto the local business administration's online registration system, he methodically filled out the necessary forms. Company type, limited liability company. Registered capital. Let's start with 1 million. Thanks to the inheritance left by his parents, he had more than enough for initial funding. Business scope, technology development, consulting, transfer. Anything related to technology, he included. Finally, Han Yi listed himself as both the legal representative and sole shareholder. To his surprise, the registration process went far more smoothly than anticipated. Thanks to recent advancements in the digitization of government systems, many procedures could now be completed online. After submitting his application, all he needed to do was wait for approval and then pick up the business license at the designated location. With the company registration sorted, the next major task awaited him: filing patent applications. Han Yi decided to focus on battery technology as his breakthrough point. Energy is the lifeblood of modern industry and one of the hottest topics in the capital market. A high-performance, innovative battery technology could instantly put E-Technology, an obscure small company, under the spotlight and attract countless investments. Sitting in front of his computer, Han Yi's eyes were fixed on the screen while his fingers tapped out a series of complex codes on the keyboard. Drawing on his expertise in materials engineering and energy dynamics, he also incorporated insights from his previous research on magnetic engines and scavenger energy cores. On the screen, the microscopic structural diagram of a new electrode material gradually took shape, its intricate molecular chains interwoven like a spider's web. Chemical formulas for the electrolyte solution were written out line by line, while physical and chemical reaction equations were refined through his calculations. For Han Yi, this process was not a daunting challenge, but more like translating advanced knowledge into a more accessible form. His brow furrowed slightly as he occasionally paused to think before resuming his rapid typing. He aimed to cleverly embed principles that were ahead of their time into seemingly reasonable improvements and innovations, ensuring the technology's advanced nature and originality, without making it so groundbreaking as to arouse unnecessary public suspicion. Outside the window, the shifting daylight silently marked the passage of time. Morning's pale light grew brighter, only to be replaced by the golden hue of the afternoon. Han Yi worked with intense focus, sitting at his desk for hours on end, rising only occasionally to stretch his stiff shoulders. When the first draft of the patent application for a high-energy density solid-state electrolyte lithium-ion battery was completed, dusk had fallen outside. The document was thorough and meticulous, covering everything from the design of the material's molecular structure and the ion conduction mechanism of the electrolyte to the specific processes for industrial production. Han Yi had carefully refined and simplified every aspect. While the individual techniques might not appear revolutionary, when combined, they promised a significant leap in battery performance. That's the first step, Han Yi murmured to himself, reviewing the document one last time. Satisfied, he stretched and rotated his stiff neck, a smile of accomplishment spreading across his face. After saving the file, he began searching online for reputable patent agencies with experience in the renewable energy sector, prioritizing those located nearby. Professional matters are best left to professionals, Han Yi thought as he scanned the search results, his eyes slightly strained from prolonged screen time. He was determined to avoid any mishaps in the application process that could jeopardize this critical technology. After careful comparison and selection, Han Yi settled on a firm named Buyuan Intellectual Property. He submitted a preliminary inquiry through their online system and scheduled an in-person consultation for the following morning. The next day, Han Yi put on a semi-formal outfit, a deep blue shirt paired with light gray slacks, striking the perfect balance between casual and professional. He took a cab to Buyuan Intellectual Property's office, located in a modern glass-walled building in the city center. Upon entering the company, he found the reception area clean and orderly. A receptionist in a black business suit greeted him with a polite smile. Han Yi was soon introduced to Li Hui, a young patent agent assigned to his case. She was dressed in a gray suit, her hair neatly tied back, exuding a sense of professionalism and competence. After brief pleasantries, Li Hui led Han Yi to a small meeting room. Though compact, the room was well furnished, with a round conference table at its center and minimalist artwork adorning the walls. "Good morning, Mr. Han," Li Hui said, handing him a cup of steaming water with a professional smile. "In your email, you mentioned you have an invention related to new lithium battery technology for which you'd like to apply for a patent. Could you provide more details?" Han Yi nodded, retrieving a secured USB drive from his black backpack. He connected it to the meeting room's projection equipment. His steady and confident movements reflected his thorough preparation and mastery of the material he was about to present. "This is a high-energy density solid-state electrolyte lithium-ion battery technology that I independently developed." As Han Yi pressed the activation button on the remote, the projector screen at the front of the conference room gradually lit up. A meticulously organized overview of the technology and key data charts appeared in sequence. Every metric, every curve on the graphs, exuded precision and confidence. Sitting across from him, Li Hui initially listened quietly with a professional smile. However, as the presentation progressed, her expression began to change. Her brows furrowed slightly. Her gaze grew sharper, and she leaned forward slightly, her eyes locked onto the data. By the time the final slide appeared, she could no longer maintain her composure. The calm, restrained demeanor she usually wore was replaced by a look of utter astonishment. A 50 increase in energy density, 3 times faster charging, and double the cycle life? If these figures were accurate, they would completely disrupt the current lithium battery paradigm. Mr. Han, her voice trembled slightly. Although she tried to maintain professionalism and composure, her tone betrayed a mix of excitement and caution. Have these data points been verified through actual testing? This was not her first time meeting a client submitting a patent application, nor was it her first encounter with so-called cutting-edge technology. However, most of those proposals never advanced beyond the conceptual stage, often filled with exaggerated or even naive ideas. Yet, this young man before her not only presented a comprehensive technical framework, but also backed it up with thorough and rigorous experimental data. Every parameter stood up to scrutiny. Of course, Hani replied with a calm, confident smile. I've already created small-scale laboratory samples and completed preliminary performance tests. These data are entirely authentic and reliable. In reality, the makeshift underground cellar he had been using in the countryside lacked proper experimental conditions. Yet, his understanding of the technology structure and operational mechanisms was so thorough that the test results were actually somewhat conservative. Once industrialized, the performance would only improve. Li Hui took a deep breath, quickly organizing her thoughts and reverting to her professional demeanor as an agent. If your technology truly delivers these performance metrics, combined with its innovation and potential applications, the likelihood of your patent being approved is very high. However, the process is quite complex. You'll need to prepare detailed technical documentation, experimental data reports, and undergo a comprehensive novelty search. I'm fully prepared to cooperate, Hani nodded. I want to initiate the application process as soon as possible, and I also require the highest level of confidentiality agreements to be signed. That goes without saying, Li Hui responded immediately. Bo Yuan will provide you with the most professional and meticulous service. Over the next hour, the two discussed the patent application process, required materials, agency fees, and confidentiality clauses in depth. The sound of papers rustling and pens scribbling punctuated the focused and intense atmosphere. Li Hui gradually realized that this young man was not only technically proficient, but also highly logical, goal-oriented, and composed, far from a reckless novice. When Han Yi left Bo Yuan Intellectual Property Company, it was already midday. The initial preparations for the patent application had been completed, and the next steps would be handled by the agency and the National Patent Office. The process could take months or even longer. But this did not slow Han Yi's momentum. His next move was to officially launch the operations of E-Technologies. The business license for the company had been approved just 3 days ago. Han Yi had taken the time to personally collect it from the administrative office. Now, this piece of paper represented more than just a name. It carried the weight of his hopes and ambitions for the future. The most pressing issues before him, however, were funding and facilities. The inheritance his parents had left him was enough to cover the patent application and sustain his basic living expenses. But to turn this technology from a concept into a tangible product and eventually establish a pilot production line, this amount of funding was far from sufficient. Moreover, the old cellar in the countryside was no longer a suitable workspace. He needed to find a more professional and appropriate office and laboratory facility. The technology was ready. Now, it was time to bring it out of the shadows and into the world. A window-side seat in a small cafe by the street. Han Yi gazed out at the bustling traffic, deep in thought about his next steps. Sunlight streamed through the glass, casting a warm glow on his coffee cup, the liquid inside shimmering faintly. He tapped the table lightly, his brows furrowed. Approach a venture capital firm directly, he muttered, shaking his head slightly. Given his current situation, still a university student, a first-time entrepreneur, with unproven technology, it was almost impossible to attract the attention of top-tier investors. Even if he managed to secure funding, the valuation would be significantly undervalued, potentially costing him control of his company. That was not an outcome he could accept. His fingers swiped across his phone screen, eventually landing on a familiar name in his contact, Su Qin. That name on the screen seemed to spark a glimmer of hope. Maybe Uncle Su could help, he murmured to himself. Su Qin's father, Su Jianlin, was a successful businessman. Although his primary ventures weren't in the high-tech field, he had extensive connections in the local business community. Considering the long-standing relationship between their families and the care the Su family had shown him after his parents passed away, Uncle Su was unlikely to refuse his request for help entirely. Even if he didn't invest directly, he might introduce Han Yi to some reliable investors or potential partners. Taking a deep breath, Han Yi pressed the call button. The phone rang a few times before Su Qin's familiar, laid-back voice came through. Yo, Yaij? What a surprise. What's the occasion? Feeling nostalgic or just bored? Su Qin teased. Don't tell me you're still not over your last breakup and need me to grab drinks to cheer you up? Cut it out, Han Yi retorted with a chuckle, tapping the rim of his coffee cup. I actually have something serious to talk about. Serious? Su Qin sounded genuinely surprised. You? Serious? There was a brief pause on the other end, as if Su Qin was piecing something together. Then, with a playful tone, he asked, Wait a second, don't tell me you actually went ahead with that tech company dream of yours. Han Yi recalled mentioning his plans to start a company during a previous gathering. At the time, both Su Qin and Su Nua had dismissed it as youthful ambition, assuming he was just talking big. Something like that. Han Yi straightened up slightly, a hint of confidence in his voice. I just registered the company E-Tech, but I've hit a bit of a roadblock and was hoping Uncle Su could help me out or point me in the right direction. No way. You're serious? Su Qin's voice shot up, startling Han Yi enough that he had to hold the phone slightly away from his ear. Man, you've really gone and done it. Quietly making big moves, huh? Where are you right now? He'll come find you. He stopped mid-sentence, seemingly struck by a better idea. Wait, forget that. My dad's home today. Why don't you just come over and talk to him face to face? Han Yi hesitated for a moment, lightly drumming his fingers on the table. Some things, he realized, were indeed better discussed in person. All right, they'll be there in about half an hour. Half an hour later, the rideshare car stopped in front of a luxurious villa complete with a private garden and swimming pool. Through the window, Han Yi caught sight of meticulously trimmed lawns and carefully designed landscaping. After paying the fare, he stepped out of the car. Su Qin was already waiting at the entrance, dressed casually in a t-shirt and shorts. Seeing Han Yi get out, he jogged over excitedly. No way, is that really you, Han Yi? Su Qin gave his old friend a once-over, his eyes wide with surprise. It's only been a month, but you look so different. He reached out to give Han Yi's solid arm a firm squeeze, his astonishment evident. This muscle, this build, this vibe, what have you been doing, mixing tech with hardcore workouts? Han Yi smirked, half joking, half serious. Well, you're not entirely wrong. Su Qin clearly didn't take the comment seriously, brushing it off as a joke. He patted Han Yi on the shoulder. I honestly didn't think you'd actually go through with starting a company. Looks like neither I nor Xiao Nua could talk you out of it. Guess it's up to my dad now. He motioned for Han Yi to follow him, leading the way down a stone-paved path. Come on, my dad's waiting for you in his study. The heavy oak doors swung open, revealing the Su family's grand living room. The space was bright and expansive, with high ceilings and elegant yet tasteful decor. A crystal chandelier cast soft light across the room, while an Italian leather sofa set encircled a marble coffee table. On the walls hung several oil paintings that appeared to be worth a fortune. Following Su Qin, Han Yi ascended the staircase leading to the study. Su Qin's mother warmly greeted Han Yi as he arrived, inviting him to sit down. She brought out a plate of fruit and some refreshments, attentively asking after his well-being as though he were her own son. Smiling as she spoke, she inquired about Han Yi's recent life with genuine concern, creating a warm and welcoming atmosphere. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Su Qin led Han Yi upstairs to the study. The door was slightly ajar, and the deep, steady voice of a middle-aged man could be heard inside, seemingly in the middle of a phone call. Su Qin's smile faded as she knocked on the door. A voice from within called out, "Come in." The two of them entered. The study was spacious and exuded an air of classical elegance. One entire wall was lined with a massive mahogany bookshelf, filled with books and various collectibles. The wood grain of the shelves gleamed under the light. Behind a large desk sat a middle-aged man in a dark suit, exuding a refined demeanor. He had just set down the phone. Upon seeing Han Yi, he smiled warmly. "Xiao Yi, you're here. Have a seat," he said, gesturing to a chair in front of the desk. Then, with a smile, he continued. "I heard from Xiao Qin that you've started your own company?" Han Yi, feeling a bit reserved in front of Su Qin's father, Su Jianlin, who had watched him grow up, responded with respect. "Uncle Su, you flatter me. It's just been registered, and there's still a long way to go. Having ambition and the courage to take risks is a good thing for young people," Su Jianlin said with an encouraging smile. "Tell me, what challenges are you facing? How can I help?" Han Yi collected his thoughts and quickly organized his ideas. He concisely explained his development of a new type of battery technology and his entrepreneurial vision, mentioning the difficulties he was encountering with funding and workspace. As for the origin of the technology, he simply stated that it was the result of his research during university, utilizing his spare time and academic knowledge. Su Jianlin listened quietly, his smile gradually fading, replaced by the calm and measured demeanor of a seasoned businessman. He didn't respond immediately, but began tapping his fingers lightly on the desk, seemingly evaluating the feasibility and authenticity of Han Yi's ideas. The room fell into a tense silence, broken only by the ticking of the clock on the wall. Even Su Qin remained silent, sensing the gravity of the moment. After a long pause, Su Jianlin finally spoke, breaking the silence. "Xiao Yi, your idea is bold and has great potential. The field of new energy batteries is indeed a promising frontier. If your technology can truly achieve what you claim, the market prospects are immense. He paused before continuing, his tone shifting. However, business is like a battlefield. Technology alone isn't enough. Funding, talent, production, market strategy, every aspect requires substantial effort and resources. For someone fresh out of university, carrying all of this on your shoulders is a monumental challenge. Hani nodded. I understand it won't be easy, which is why I've come to seek your help. He was fully aware of his lack of experience and resources in the realm of business operations. Su Jianlin fell into thought for a moment, a glimmer of consideration in his eyes. I could directly provide you with some funding, he said. Out of respect for the long-standing friendship between our families, I can offer you a few million as startup capital. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. But I leaned toward another approach. Looking directly at Han Yi with a firm gaze, Su Jianlin continued. I have a longtime business partner, Zhou Mingfeng. He started out in traditional industries and later transitioned into venture capital. He has a sharp eye for high-tech ventures and has successfully backed several unicorn companies. His approach is more aggressive than mine, and he places greater value on technology and the potential of its creators. Su Jianlin picked up the phone on the desk, his long fingers gliding swiftly across the screen, his gaze focused as if searching for something. I can help you get in touch with him and arrange a meeting, he said, lifting his head to look at Hani. His tone carried a hint of seriousness. If you can impress him with your skills and ideas, you might gain far more support than what I can offer here. You could even resolve your production and market channel issues entirely. He paused for a moment, his expression turning grave. However, Zhou Mingfeng is an extremely shrewd individual, utterly devoid of empathy and solely driven by profit. Even with my backing, you must stay vigilant if you choose to collaborate with him. Hold firm to your principles and core interests. Otherwise, your e-technology might lose the E in its name by the end of it. Hani responded with a knowing smile, a flicker of confidence flashing in his eyes. At this point, he was least afraid of being threatened. After the meeting with Su Jianlin, Han Yi's life returned to its usual rhythm. Through Su Jianlin's connections, he quickly secured a meeting with Zhou Mingfeng, a prominent figure in the venture capital world, scheduled for a week later at an upscale and private venue in the city center. Han Yi made the most of this preparation time. On one hand, he meticulously refined his business plan and technical presentation materials. On the other, progress in the Terra world continued steadily, and Shinran had already taken over his previous role in recruiting members for the Dawn of Apocalypse group. During the remaining month in Terra, Han Yi fully utilized the gathering spirit and energy technique to enhance his mana pool and completed every high-difficulty mission available at the Darkstream exchange. The 24.67 million experience points he amassed allowed him to successfully max out the veteran mechanic profession, triggering a new career advancement mission: master any advanced knowledge in the technology field. This task was relatively straightforward once he entered interstellar society. The required knowledge could easily be obtained on the black market. His next step was to switch to the scholar subclass and raise his overall level to LV60 in preparation for racial ascension. Just as everything seemed to be progressing smoothly, a knock on the courtyard gate broke the silence late one night. The timing was unusual. Su Qin, that rascal, always called first or climbed over the wall without bothering to knock. As for the neighbors, this old, secluded house was surrounded by uninhabited land for dozens of meters. Alert, Han Yi refrained from opening the door immediately. Instead, he silently climbed up the sidewall of the courtyard. Under the faint moonlight, he spotted a plain black sedan parked outside the gate, a common model on the market. However, the dark, reflective privacy window film on the car stood out, drawing his attention. The car was exceptionally clean, its body shining like new, and the tires gleamed in a deep black, showing no signs of wear, almost as if it had just rolled off the production line or undergone professional-grade maintenance. Han Yi immediately discerned that this was not a vehicle an ordinary family or small company could afford. Standing beside the car were a man and a woman, presenting a stark contrast. The man was of average height, his well-proportioned frame clad in a dark blue jacket. Beneath his black-rimmed glasses was an utterly unremarkable face, the type that would disappear in a crowd within minutes. Yet, his upright posture and the natural, disciplined positioning of his hands hinted at traces of military training. The woman, however, instantly captured Han Yi's attention. She appeared to be in her late 20s, with neatly cropped shoulder-length hair exuding a sharp, professional vibe. While her features weren't classically stunning, there was a striking air of confidence and decisiveness about her. Her calm, yet piercing demeanor, seemingly beyond her years, was particularly notable. She wore a tailored dark blue pantsuit, and her only accessory was a black sports watch with complex functions on her wrist, no other decorative jewelry in sight. At that moment, she was discreetly surveying the courtyard and the house's layout with a professional, analytical gaze. The man looks like an enforcer, but the woman is definitely not just an ordinary cop, Han Yi thought, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Could they be here for my new battery patent? An even worse possibility suddenly crossed his mind. Damn, could it be because of the parts and bulletproof vest I bought online for making homemade shotguns? Have the authorities caught on to me? A knock at the gate interrupted his thoughts. Han-E landed silently on his feet and quickly moved to the front door. He deliberately made a noise as he pushed it open, creating the impression that he had just come out from inside. Coming, coming. Who is it at this hour? He called out as he walked toward the gate. Pulling open the slightly worn metal door, he pretended to study the unfamiliar man and woman outside for the first time, a look of appropriate puzzlement on his face. Who are you looking for? He asked. The short-haired woman stepped forward and retrieved a black credential wallet from her pocket, flashing it briefly in front of Han-E. The badge bore the national emblem and the words Law Enforcement Officer, along with her photo and name Long Yu. Han-E, Mr. Han, correct? Long Yu's voice was crisp and steady, her gaze sweeping over Han-E's face and frame like a scanner. It seemed as though she was comparing him to a file photo, or perhaps assessing some potential threat. We're with the Municipal Enforcement Bureau. We need to ask you a few questions. So it really is the authorities, Han-E sighed inwardly, hoping they were here for his patent and nothing more. That's me, he admitted, stepping aside to make room at the entrance, trying to project the demeanor of a model law-abiding citizen cooperative, but not overly eager, with just the right amount of caution. What can I do for you? Mr. Han, according to the information we have, you recently purchased some items online that might involve materials and tools for manufacturing restricted goods. Is that correct? Long Yu asked, pausing slightly for emphasis. Well, they're definitely here because of that stuff, Han-E thought to himself. Restricted goods? Officer, you must be mistaken, Han-E replied, his face showing just the right mix of surprise and innocence. He scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. I only bought some ordinary hardware and chemical reagents for tinkering with small inventions. I've always enjoyed working on these things since I was a kid. Lately, I had a new idea and wanted to make an improved model engine. This explanation was half true. Han-E had indeed purchased those parts and had been working on something. However, what he had built wasn't a model engine, it was a deadly, functional weapon. Faced with the enforcer's questions, Han-E only needed to firmly deny that he was involved in manufacturing illegal items. After all, ever since the Terra base was established, he had already transferred everything from Blue Star to the other side. Although he had previously mentioned setting up a workshop at the old house, Han-E had been too preoccupied with matters elsewhere to follow through. The basement only contained some common tools for crafting and repairs. Even if Han-E allowed the enforcers to search, they wouldn't find anything incriminating. Long Yu stood at the doorway, her eyes slightly narrowed. Her sharp gaze seemed to pierce through Han-E's face like an X-ray, as if trying to uncover every thought hidden in his mind. The porch light cast shadows across her face, adding an air of authority. The air felt thick and heavy for a moment, broken only by the rustling of leaves in the night breeze. Aren't you going to invite us in? Long Yu suddenly shifted her strategy, her tone softening slightly without losing its edge. Han-E crossed his arms, deliberately putting on a guarded expression. I don't think that's a good idea. It's late, and there are no neighbors nearby. You two are strangers. He took half a step back. How do I know you're real enforcers, and not just criminals planning a home invasion? The middle-aged man behind Long Yu chuckled lightly, the corners of his mouth curving upward. Kid, your caution is commendable, but impersonating an enforcer is a serious crime these days. His voice was warm and calm, a stark contrast to Long Yu's demeanor. Seeing that Han-E still stood in the doorway without showing any intention of letting them in, Long Yu swiftly changed the topic. A model engine? She asked confidently, her eyes glinting with a hint of triumph. Mr. Han, as far as we know, your university major was history, with a minor in ancient literature. Forgive me for being blunt, but that doesn't seem to have much to do with precision mechanical engineering, does it? Here it comes. Han-Yi's heart sank slightly, and his fingers unconsciously tightened around his arms. They had clearly done their homework, even digging into his academic background. Just a hobby, Han-Yi replied, forcing a slightly shy smile and shrugging his shoulders. I've always been interested in mechanics. As for choosing my major in college, well, it was for personal reasons. His voice dropped, tinged with a trace of genuine hesitation. I like reading books and researching online in my spare time. Recently, I had some inspiration and thought I'd give it a try. Mr. Han, your dedication is admirable. The middle-aged man interjected again, his tone friendly. His tailored suit and affable demeanor stood in stark contrast to Long Yu's more assertive approach, making it seem like a classic good cop, bad cop routine. However, the man continued. We've also learned that you recently submitted a patent application to the National Patent Office for a high-energy density solid-state electrolyte lithium-ion battery. The technical specifications are quite impressive and have already attracted significant attention from relevant departments. So, bringing up my past purchase of firearm components was just a prelude. The real issue is high-tech innovation. Han-E felt slightly reassured, his breathing steadier. Compared to being investigated for purchasing prohibited parts, this was a better scenario. At least it signaled that his technical expertise was recognized, giving him some leverage for negotiation. Ah, yes, that's true, Hani replied, feigning surprise as his eyebrows rose slightly. I didn't expect this to catch the attention of law enforcement. I thought it was just part of the normal patent application process. Long Yu quickly seized the moment, leaning forward slightly. Ordinary technological inventions are, of course, protected and encouraged by the state. But Mr. Han, the level of advancement in your technology has surpassed the highest publicly disclosed standards, both domestically and internationally. Her voice was low and commanding. We're very curious how a university history major, without support from any research institution or even a proper laboratory, managed to independently develop such cutting-edge technology. Her gaze locked onto Hani, scrutinizing every subtle expression on his face. Even the faint beads of sweat on his forehead didn't escape her notice. He could feel the interrogative weight in her tone, but he was prepared. Perhaps it's just talent, Hani replied calmly, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corner of his lips. He shrugged, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. Some things might really require a bit of luck and inspiration. His response was almost dismissive, yet skillfully avoided offering anything concrete, leaving no room for reproach. After all, who could argue that being exceptionally gifted was a crime? Long Yu was clearly dissatisfied with this vague answer. She took a step forward, narrowing the distance between herself and Hani. Leaning in slightly, she used the subtle pressure of proximity to unsettle him. Mr. Han. Her voice was calm and controlled. We're not here to pry into your personal life. However, some of your recent actions have raised questions, and we need to conduct a routine inquiry. Her gaze locked onto his, unwavering. We've noticed that since you suddenly took a leave of absence from school a month ago and returned home, you've barely stepped outside. This behavior is in stark contrast to your previously active university life. She paused deliberately for a few seconds, carefully observing every subtle change in his expression before continuing. Moreover, our team has attempted to visit your home multiple times during the day, but no one answered. Mr. Han, could you explain where you've been spending most of your time over the past few weeks? It was a sharp and pointed question. Hani knew full well that they weren't actually monitoring his house around the clock wasn't officially a suspect, after all. This felt more like a psychological tactic, an attempt to catch him off guard. I took a leave of absence mainly because I wasn't feeling great, Hani said, lowering his head slightly, a faint trace of melancholy flickering in his eyes. His tone softened accordingly. So, I've been spending most of my time in my room or wandering in the hills behind my house to clear my mind. He glanced at her briefly and added, maybe I happened to be out when your team came by. As you can see, this place is pretty remote, with no neighbors around. It's quiet, perfect for reflecting on life. While his explanation was plausible, it had obvious gaps. Long Yu, with her sharp intuition, noticed this immediately but chose not to press further. Instead, she unexpectedly shifted the topic. Not feeling great. Was it due to a personal relationship issue? Her tone shifted ever so slightly, making it hard to tell whether it was genuine concern or a calculated probe. We've learned that shortly before your leave of absence, you ended a year-long relationship with your girlfriend, Lin Yueao. And it was you who initiated the breakup. Could you share why? You even looked into that? Han Yi's eyebrows furrowed, his tone carrying a hint of irritation, as though his privacy had been violated. That's a personal matter and doesn't seem relevant to your investigation, does it? We're simply trying to gain a more comprehensive understanding of your situation. Long Yu replied evenly, though her tone carried an undercurrent of authority. A sudden leave of absence, a sudden breakup, and now the sudden display of extraordinary technological capabilities, these events happening in quick succession are hard to ignore. Han Yi chose silence, refusing to respond to her insinuation. Long Yu, in turn, refrained from pushing further. At that moment, the middle-aged man who had been silent until now suddenly spoke, his voice laced with a deliberate sympathy. Mr. Han, we're deeply sorry about your parents. That car accident was truly a tragic event. The words cut through Han Yi like an invisible blade, striking directly at his heart. His brows knitted together, and his expression darkened instantly. If the earlier conversation had been a game he was willing to play along with, the mention of his late parents crossed a line he could not tolerate. An intangible pressure emanated from him, causing both individuals in front of him to instinctively shiver. The middle-aged man looked bewildered, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. Long Yu, on the other hand, showed a fleeting moment of shock before quickly regaining her composure. Mr. Han, Long Yu interjected before the middle-aged man could continue, her tone noticeably softer. We're not here to accuse you of anything. However, the technological advancements you've demonstrated carry significant implications, potentially even for national security. We need to ensure that the source of this technology is clear, reliable, and not influenced by any external forces. Her gaze turned sincere, and her voice lost its earlier aggressive edge. This isn't the best place to talk, Mr. Han. Would you be willing to invite us inside for a proper conversation? We assure you, This is merely a routine inquiry and won't cause you any trouble. Stepping into the slightly old-fashioned living room, the simplicity of the furniture bore the marks of time. He didn't make much of a greeting and casually gestured toward the wooden sofa across from him. The middle-aged man instinctively chose a seat near the door, positioning himself where he could both observe and respond to any sudden developments. Longyu, however, didn't sit down right away. Her gaze swept across the room before settling on a family photo hanging on the wall. The picture showed Han-Yi's parents, their youthful smiles warm and natural. "Mr. Han, would you mind if I asked my colleague to step outside for a moment?" Long-Yu's tone was calm, laced with a polite request. The middle-aged man was visibly taken aback, surprised that Long-Yu would make such a request so gently yet firmly. What caught him even more off guard was the suggestion that he step outside. Han-Yi glanced at him briefly, clearly indicating that the two of them were from different departments. With a slight nod, Han-Yi replied, "That's fine." The man opened his mouth as if to say something, but, upon meeting Long-Yu's unwavering gaze, ultimately stood up in silence and headed toward the door. "He'll wait outside," he said before leaving. As the door closed softly, the room was left with just Han-Yi and Long-Yu. The slightly stifling atmosphere seemed to lighten somewhat with the man's departure. Long-Yu walked over to the sofa opposite Han-Yi and sat down, her posture upright and composed, hands resting naturally on her knees. Her gaze remained firm, and her tone was direct. "Let's reintroduce ourselves, Mr. Han. I am Long-Yu, from the Special Operations Division of the 9th Bureau, Ministry of National Security." As she spoke, she produced her credentials, flipping open the inner page and pointing to the emblem with her index finger. The insignia distinctive design combining a dragon motif and a shield clearly marked her as belonging to a specialized department. The 9th Bureau of the Ministry of National Security? Han-Yi was slightly taken aback upon hearing the name. He had come across mentions of this department in his past life, a core unit dedicated to handling supernatural, high-tech, and foreign threats. He had assumed it would only be established when the worlds of future gaming and reality began to merge. Director Han-Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. His expression remained calm, as if the situation before him held no surprises, betraying not a hint of unnecessary emotion. Long-Yu frowned faintly, a subtle and fleeting shift in her expression. "I'm just an agent, not a director. You can simply call me Long-Yu." After a brief pause, her demeanor grew more serious. "Mr. Han, he'll get straight to the point. The technology you possess, particularly the battery patent, is far more advanced than any theoretical models we currently know of." She paused, studying Han-Yi's reaction. "We have reason to believe that this technology wasn't entirely the result of your independent research." Her gaze lingered on Han-Yi's face, attempting to discern any trace of emotion or telltale signs. She had meticulously planned to use subtle probing to uncover the true origins of the technology and determine whether there was any foreign influence behind it. Yet, Han-Yi's composure left her at a loss. He remained calm, even picking up the cup of tea on the table and taking a light sip, his expression unchanging. That unshakable tranquility unsettled Long-Yu, leaving her unsure of how to proceed. She had hoped to find a breakthrough through his reactions, but now she felt somewhat adrift. Finally, she adjusted her tone, opting for a more direct approach. "We don't doubt your talent and hard work, Mr. Han. In fact, regardless of where this technology originated, its immense potential has already drawn the highest level of attention from the state." Her tone grew serious. "We need to delve deeper into every detail of this technology, its stability, safety, and the potentially more intricate system behind it." Han-Yi set down his teacup, his gaze calm as it met Long-Yu's, as if fully prepared to answer any question she might have. "Miss Long, this technology is undoubtedly my personal creation," Han-Yi said firmly, his voice steady and confident, carrying an undeniable authority. He paused briefly, his eyes flickering slightly before he continued in a low voice. "As for its origin, perhaps you could call it a kind of revelation from the future?" He deliberately chose ambiguous and suggestive language, his words lingering in the air with an enigmatic resonance. He avoided a direct answer, a faint trace of unease and vigilance in his demeanor. "No matter where you are, there are always good people and bad. I believe in the overall direction of Xia's development, but I would never reveal that I am a reborn individual or that I can traverse between two worlds." He understood that some people would undoubtedly betray such unfathomable secrets for personal gain. Even if he had the power to contend with a nation once part of a spacefaring civilization, what if the situation escalated to an interstellar, or even cosmic, level? If advanced civilizations possessed the ability to read memories, revealing such secrets would only lead to his downfall and place him in grave danger. Long-Yu's brow furrowed slightly. "A revelation from the future?" she murmured, pondering for a moment, her tone tinged with curiosity. "Is that how I should interpret it?" Han-Yi nodded, stood up, and walked to the window. Gazing at the deep night sky, his tone carried a faint, ethereal quality. "I've seen fragments glimpses of a looming crisis that Blue Planet may face in the future." He turned back, his eyes remaining profound, as if the impending crisis was already casting its shadow. Extreme climate change is merely the tip of the iceberg. What's truly terrifying are the unknown biological threats. His voice settled into the still air like a heavy stone dropping into a tranquil lake, rippling outward. He paused, his gaze returning to Long Yu. With our current level of technology, we are utterly unprepared for such disasters. My work on these technologies isn't for fame or fortune, it's to give our civilization a fighting chance before catastrophe strikes. His words, a mix of truth and ambiguity, shifted the tone of their conversation from a cold interrogation to something bordering on collaboration, perhaps even a mission to save the world. Long Yu was visibly taken aback by Han Yi's revelation. In recent years, the climate had indeed been erratic, difficult to explain, and the underlying causes remained elusive. Her eyes deepened as she stared intently into Han Yi's, as if trying to discern the truth behind his words. A future crisis? Unknown biological threats? Mr. Han, she began, her voice carrying a hint of skepticism. Do you realize the implications of what you're saying? It sounds like something out of a science fiction novel. Han Yi smiled faintly and spread his hands. Whether it's science fiction or not, time will tell. He spoke slowly. All I can do is transform the fragments I've seen into technologies capable of addressing the crisis. As his words trailed off, he gestured for Long Yu to wait a moment before turning and heading toward the basement. A few minutes later, Han Yi returned, carrying several items, which he carefully placed on the coffee table. These are a few small creations I developed based on those future insights, using existing materials and technology, he explained. Pointing to a compact, intricately designed alloy block, he said, this is a new alloy I've named Titan 1. Its strength and toughness are more than 3 times that of the strongest titanium alloy currently known, and it has exceptional energy resistance. He then picked up a small battery and placed it on the table. This is a prototype sample of my patented technology. Its energy density is several times higher than the best lithium-ion batteries available today, and it's absolutely safe, capable of withstanding extreme temperatures and physical impacts. Finally, Han Yi held up a rudimentary communication device model. This one is still a work in progress, a prototype for a communication device based on the principles of quantum entanglement. In theory, it can achieve instantaneous long-distance communication while being immune to any electromagnetic interference. Though his explanations were brief, they stirred waves of astonishment in Long Yu's heart. These items, though seemingly ordinary, exuded an extraordinary sense of technological sophistication, forcing her to re-evaluate the calm and confident man standing before her. Long Yu's breathing gradually became rapid. As a special agent for the 9th Bureau of National Security, she might not be a top-tier scientist, but her technological expertise and understanding of cutting-edge advancements were nothing to scoff at. The 3 items before her, each one of them could potentially cause a seismic shift in their respective fields. Especially the prototype of the quantum communication device. If it truly worked, it wouldn't just revolutionize life on Blue Planet, but could bring transformative change to the entire universe. Suppressing the shock surging within her, Long Yu's gaze remained firmly locked on the items on the table, her mind completely engrossed. May I examine them closely? She asked, her voice nearly devoid of any emotion. Of course. Take your time. Han Yi responded with his usual calm, his tone showing not a hint of tension. Without hesitation, Long Yu reached out to touch the objects. The alloy block gleamed with an extraordinary metallic luster, its surface emanating a palpable sense of power and stability. Its dense structure carried an undeniable aura of threat. The button's eyes battery appeared simple, yet the steady and intense energy fluctuations it emitted made her realize it was far from an ordinary product. And the intricate microcircuits on the communication device model, with faintly glowing energy runes, caused her brows to knit tightly. These were things she couldn't comprehend or even begin to imagine. Did you create all of these by yourself? Long Yu's voice betrayed a hint of strain, her expression filled with disbelief. Without a doubt, Han Yi replied without the slightest hesitation, his tone unflinching. Of course, limited by the materials and equipment I have, they're still far from the ideal forms I envision. Long Yu fell silent. She knew, as a special agent, she couldn't simply accept Han Yi's overly nonchalant response. What unsettled her even more, however, was that Han Yi's demeanor was far from what one would expect from an ordinary university student. Especially since he had produced near-futuristic technological breakthroughs that would demand attention even at the national level. This was almost beyond her comprehension. If Han Yi's claims were true, if he could indeed foresee the future and wield technology capable of altering the fate of an entire civilization. Mr. Han, Long Yu took a deep breath, rising to her feet with a solemn expression. I will report your situation to the highest authorities immediately. In the meantime, for the safety of both you and these technologies, we must provide you with protection. Her words were tactful, yet carried significant weight. Han Yi, on the other hand, calmly observed her, a contemplative look in his eyes. Long Yu could sense the palpable tension in the air. This protection clearly meant more than just ensuring his safety. It also implied an unspoken level of surveillance. Protection? Han Yi raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice calm yet sharp. Miss Long, I believe you misunderstand. I don't need anyone to protect me. What I need is absolute freedom and an environment free from any interference. Only then can I turn these insights into reality. Long Yu's brow furrowed slightly, her tone becoming more cautious. Mr. Han, I understand your concerns, but the technology you possess is too significant. If leaked, the consequences would be unimaginable. Moreover, we cannot rule out the existence of other potential threats. Your safety must be. Before she could finish, Han Yi's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared from sight. Long Yu's vision flickered, and a sudden gust of wind swept through the room. Her reflexes, honed by years of training, kicked in instantly as she prepared to block or evade. However, everything happened too quickly. Han Yi's speed was far beyond her reaction time. She didn't even catch a clear glimpse of his movements. All she felt was an irresistible force pulling her wrist, causing her to lose balance almost instantly. In the next moment, she found herself pinned to the sofa, her arms twisted behind her back, rendering her completely immobile. The maneuver was executed with such speed and precision that it was like a meteor streaking across the night sky, swift and unstoppable. Pressed against the sofa, Long Yu's breath hitched, her chest heaving as she struggled to process what had just occurred. The Han Yi before her was no longer the seemingly ordinary university student she had encountered earlier. He was an enigma force entirely beyond her comprehension. The entire process was as swift as lightning, without the slightest unnecessary sound, so much so that even the male enforcement officer waiting outside the room failed to notice anything. Han Yi's strength was perfectly measured enough to completely immobilize Long Yu without causing her any actual harm. Pinned to the ground, Long Yu froze instantly, as though stunned. She stiffly turned her head to look at Han Yi, who was now mere inches away, towering over her. His deep, calm eyes now carried a faint trace of amusement. Shock, disbelief, bewilderment emotions flickered across Long Yu's usually composed face like a kaleidoscope of colors. As an elite agent of the 9th Bureau of National Security, Long Yu's combat skills were second to none. On any given day, even 3 to 5 strong men wouldn't be able to approach her, yet in that fleeting moment, she found herself utterly powerless against what appeared to be an ordinary college student. She hadn't even seen how he made his move. Such strength. She couldn't help but question herself internally. Now, Miss Long, do you still think I need your protection? Her cheeks grew slightly warm, not from shame, but from the momentary loss of composure earlier and the awkwardness of the current situation, which unsettled her. You, who exactly are you? Long Yu managed to ask, her voice low and strained. Han Yi released her hands, stepping back and resuming his composed and self-assured demeanor, as if nothing had happened. He replied calmly, I'm just Han Yi. I happened to catch a glimpse of the future, gained access to some future technologies, and decided to use them to save myself and maybe, along the way, see if I can help save this world. As for my abilities, he shrugged lightly. They only emerged recently, possibly as one of the revelations from the future. Long Yu slowly sat up, adjusting her slightly disheveled collar, her gaze fixed deeply on Han Yi. Her eyes, which had previously been filled with scrutiny and suspicion, gradually shifted to caution and curiosity, even carrying a hint of indescribable awe. She realized her earlier assessment had been completely wrong. This young man before her was far from an ordinary college student. Not only did he possess advanced technology, but his physical abilities and intellect were also far beyond the realm of normal human capability. Taking a deep breath, Long Yu's eyes sharpened. Understood. He'll report your request accurately. As for the terms of cooperation, she paused, her expression growing more serious. We can discuss your conditions. Han Yi met her gaze steadily and spoke softly. It's not that I distrust the government, but I have my own way of doing things. I cannot accept any form of monitoring or control. He paused briefly, then continued, his tone shifting slightly. However, I understand your concerns. So, I propose we collaborate in a different way. A hint of doubt flashed in Long Yu's eyes. Collaborate? That's right. Han Yi nodded. You're likely aware that I've already registered a company called E-Technologies. I'm willing to use the company as a platform to engage in technological cooperation with the government on a national level. He gestured towards the samples on the coffee table and continued, I can gradually provide the government with technological breakthroughs derived from the revelations. In exchange, I need resources, policy support, and access to essential information. His gaze was forthright and confident. You provide the platform and resources, and I provide the technology, a mutually beneficial arrangement. But it must be based on mutual respect and equality, not one-sided protection or control. He emphasized pointedly, E-Technologies must retain absolute operational independence. I reserve the right to decide the direction of technological development and the terms of collaboration. These words were nothing short of a direct proposal to negotiate with the government. Long Yu was completely stunned. She had never encountered a partner so audacious and unconventional. The seemingly ordinary college student before her not only possessed groundbreaking technology capable of overturning industry norms, but also dared to reject the goodwill proposal of the state, demanding a position of equal partnership. Yet, Han Yi's calm, unfathomable eyes, like a tranquil ancient well, stirred a flicker of doubt within her heart. Perhaps, when dealing with a genius so extraordinary, this attitude of equality was the only correct approach. Any attempt at forceful control or probing might only backfire. Your request exceeds my authority, Long Yu said, feeling her composure starting to waver. She took out a compact, encrypted communicator, her tone barely maintaining its calmness. I need to report this to my superiors immediately. Please excuse me for a moment. She turned and entered an adjacent room, closing the door behind her. However, for Han Yi's heightened e-sensory abilities, the soundproofing was no obstacle. He could clearly hear Long Yu summarizing their conversation to her superiors and relaying his proposed terms of collaboration. For Han Yi, this was a gamble. He was betting on the nation's recognition of the impending crisis and its evaluation of the true value of his technology. If he won, it would be a mutually beneficial outcome. If he lost, Han Yi preferred not to dwell on that possibility. Deep down, he did not want to lose faith in his homeland. Minutes later, Long Yu ended the call and returned to the room. Her expression was complex, and her tone carried a subtle nuance. Mr. Han, my superiors have, in principle, agreed to your proposal for cooperation. Han Yi relaxed slightly upon hearing Tishi had won the first round of the gamble. However, Long Yu continued. That said, given the significance of this collaboration, especially regarding the future crisis you mentioned, my superiors would like to meet with you in person. You can decide the location, and the meeting should take place as soon as possible. A face-to-face meeting? Han Yi pondered briefly before nodding. All right, tomorrow morning, the top-floor private room of the Yunding Business Cafe in the city. It's quiet and private enough. Very well, I'll make the arrangements, Long Yu replied promptly. I'll pick you up at 9 a.m. tomorrow. She refrained from further discussion, stood to leave, and paused at the doorway to deliver a final remark. I hope this collaboration marks a good beginning for us. Outside the courtyard gate, a black SUV was parked, and the driver, a middle-aged enforcement officer, was smoking a cigarette. He glanced at Long Yu. Miss Long, how did it go? Long Yu got into the car, rolled down the window, and rubbed her temples, her tone carrying a trace of weariness. It's far more complicated than I expected. From now on, the Provincial Enforcement Bureau's involvement won't be necessary. The 9th Bureau of National Security is taking over. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the thin mist, casting a warm glow over the countryside path and the weathered brick courtyard. Han Yi donned a dark casual suit, tailored to perfection, clean and sharp, yet without a tie, exuding both steadiness and a hint of youthful energy. In his hand was a metal briefcase containing the 3 technological samples he had demonstrated the previous night, along with a newly crafted Titan 1 alloy cutting sample and a meticulously prepared battery performance test report. Since he had proposed a partnership, he needed to present compelling evidence. At 8:50 a.m., a brand new black SUV equipped with bulletproof panels arrived punctually at the old courtyard's gate. The car door opened to reveal Long Yu, still dressed in her crisp navy blue pantsuit. Her shoulder-length hair was impeccably styled, and her demeanor was calm, yet carried an edge of sharpness. Mr. Han, are you ready? She asked with a slight smile, her tone formal, but not without warmth. Let's go, Han Yi replied, tightening his grip on the briefcase as he stepped into the car. Mr. Han, are you ready? Anytime, Han Yi replied succinctly, lifting the metallic briefcase in his hand. He carefully locked the gate of his courtyard and calmly slid into the back seat of the SUV. The engine hummed softly as the vehicle smoothly headed toward the city. Inside the car, it was so quiet that even the sound of breathing was audible. Long Yu focused on driving, occasionally glancing at the passenger in the rearview mirror. Han Yi leaned back against the leather seat, his eyes closed, his expression calm. About 30 minutes later, the SUV entered the bustling commercial district at the heart of the city. Their destination was a cafe named Cloud Peak, understated in appearance yet exuding luxury in every detail. 2 tall doormen in black suits stood like statues by the entrance, their eyes sharp with the vigilance of highly trained professionals. As an E-level enhanced individual, Han Yi keenly sensed the countless watchful eyes from the surrounding buildings. He could even feel the faint sting on his skin from the presence of sniper scopes trained on Hema danger instinct that had long become second nature to him. Clearly, the state had implemented an exceptionally high level of security for this meeting. After stepping out of the car, Long Yu quickly showed his credentials to the doorman and spoke in a low voice. The heavy glass doors opened in response. Mr. Han, this way. Following Long Yu into the cafe, Han Yi was greeted by elegant, private decor, soft lighting, soothing music, and the rich aroma of coffee. A space that was usually bustling with patrons now stood completely empty. The elevator took them directly to the private suite level. Thick carpeting in the corridor muffled their footsteps entirely. At every suite door stood stern-faced security personnel in black. Long Yu stopped in front of a suite labeled Stargazing and knocked lightly on the door. "Come in," called a deep, resonant male voice carrying the unmistakable tone of a military officer. Pushing the door open, they entered a spacious suite arranged like a reception room. Floor-to-ceiling windows provided a sweeping view of the city center. In the middle of the room was a set of high-end leather sofas paired with a polished black wooden coffee table. Seated in the central position was a middle-aged officer in a neatly pressed military uniform, the 2 bars and 3 stars on his epaulette standing out prominently. He appeared to be in his early 50s, with a resolute face and piercing eyes that scrutinized Han Yi. His entire demeanor exuded the commanding presence of someone seasoned in the field. "Mr. Han, please have a seat." The officer gestured to the sofa opposite him. "I'm Liu Jinhua, but you can call me Colonel Liu." Han Yi nodded slightly in acknowledgement. "Colonel Liu." He took a seat across from him, placing the briefcase by his side. Long Yu, meanwhile, stood silently behind Colonel Liu like a dutiful adjutant. Colonel Liu got straight to the point. "Long Yu has already briefed me thoroughly about your situation, including the technologies you possess and this future crisis you've mentioned." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze growing even sharper. "To be frank, what you've described goes far beyond the scope of our conventional understanding. Yet the things you've presented to us compel us to take you seriously. Mr. Han, the nation needs your technology and your insights about the future. But before we proceed, we need to be certain, can you be trusted?" Facing Colonel Liu's sharp, scrutinizing gaze, Han Yi remained calm and composed, his eyes steady and unwavering, showing no trace of hesitation or anxiety. His hands hung naturally at his sides, his posture straight and upright, exuding an aura of confidence and self-assurance. "Trust is mutual, Colonel Liu," Han Yi said in a steady tone. "The fact that I chose to stand here, present these materials, and propose collaboration is in itself a testament to my sincerity and position." He gestured slightly with his right hand toward the documents on the table. "Otherwise, I could have simply stood by and watched Blue Planet fall into the abyss of doom, focusing only on protecting myself." He paused briefly, his breathing deepening slightly, and his voice grew even firmer as he locked eyes with Colonel Liu. "I am under no obligation, nor do I need, to prove the authenticity of my foresight to anyone. Time will provide the answers. However, the technology one possesses is tangible, verifiable, and applicable, something that can bring real, measurable benefits to Xia Nation." Han Yi's gaze slowly swept over the black briefcase he had brought with him, its surface reflecting the cold, white light of the conference room. "I can provide more detailed technical data and even work with you to conduct small-scale prototype trials. But I also need to see a demonstration of commitment at the national level to see how much you're willing to invest in this future and how much risk you're prepared to take." He neither groveled nor shrouded himself in mystery, but positioned himself as an equal partner, using his technology as leverage to seize the initiative. This approach was a hallmark of Han Yi's dealings with various interstellar civilizations in his previous life. Equality was the foundation of mutual benefit. Otherwise, it would only lead to one-sided exploitation. Colonel Liu leaned forward slightly, his penetrating gaze scanning every subtle expression on Han Yi's face, as if reassessing the courage and depth of the young man before him. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze for a few seconds. After a brief pause, a barely perceptible hint of relaxation appeared on the colonel's previously tense face, and the lines at the corners of his eyes softened slightly. "While said trust is mutual," Colonel Liu remarked, nodding slowly. The typically rigid tone of his voice, characteristic of a soldier, softened somewhat. "You're more mature and direct than I anticipated." He no longer attempted to use his presence to intimidate Han Yi, instead adopting a tone more suited to an equal dialogue. Before Colonel Liu could continue, Han Yi raised a hand slightly, skillfully reclaiming control of the conversation. "I understand the concerns at the national level: security of technology, control of information, these are critical. But for me personally, what I need most is an environment where I can work freely and turn these insights into reality." Han Yi reiterated one of the conditions he had mentioned to Long Yu the previous night. After a brief pause, he straightened his posture and began articulating his conditions clearly, proactively outlining the framework for their cooperation. Han Yi raised one slender index finger. "First, I need an independent, fully equipped laboratory and a small-scale production facility. The location should be in this city, with security levels determined by you. I have no objections there. However, I must have the highest level of access and management rights to this facility. No one, including your personnel, may enter without my explicit permission." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. Required absolute autonomy to ensure his core secrets remained secure. Colonel Liu's brow twitched almost imperceptibly. Years of military training allowed him to maintain a composed expression, and he refrained from responding immediately, instead signaling Han Yi with a brief gesture to continue. Han Yi raised a second finger and proceeded. "Second, I need priority access to resources. This includes, but is not limited to, special alloy materials, high-precision manufacturing equipment, and specific information that can only be obtained through your channels. Naturally, all resource usage will be documented and directed toward our shared goal addressing future crises. Meeting Colonel Lu's gaze directly, Han Yi's voice was steady and resolute. My e-tech is still in its infancy and will require national support in terms of policies and conveniences, particularly regarding patent approvals and subsequent industrialization efforts. Han Yi raised his third finger, his well-defined hand casting a sharp shadow under the study's warm light. Third, regarding intelligence on future crises, he said in a calm and steady tone, each word delivered with precise calculation. I will provide necessary information and warnings at the appropriate time based on the actual situation. However, I reserve the final decision on the extent and timing of disclosure. Leaning forward slightly, he added, this is not out of distrust for the nation, but to prevent unnecessary public panic and to ensure the absolute safety of the information source. Han Yi's gaze suddenly sharpened, his eyes gleaming with a metallic coldness. Finally, and most importantly, his voice was low yet filled with penetrating intensity. I need absolute freedom. I am willing to cooperate, but I will not accept any form of monitoring or restriction. My research direction, technological applications, and the independent operation of e-technologies must be fully respected. These were the conditions he had already disclosed to Long Yu the previous night. Now, he laid them out openly, like an unnegotiable trump card. Han Yi locked eyes with Colonel Lu, his stance unwavering. This is the foundation of any collaboration between us. He laid out all his terms in one breath. Each condition was built upon the immense value he had demonstrated, clearly defining an unyielding bottom line. Han Yi was not a weakling seeking protection, but a formidable negotiator offering cooperation. In fact, he was capable of equipping Xia with weapons technology powerful enough to counter the insect swarms long before the apocalyptic disasters arrived. In essence, it was more as though Han Yi was offering protection to Xia, even if his current standing hadn't yet reached that level. Colonel Lu listened in silence, his sharp gaze fixed on Han Yi, as if trying to pierce through to his very soul. Standing nearby, Long Yu held her breath, her palms damp with nervous sweat. She had never imagined that what was supposed to be a meeting for recruitment or control would turn into a negotiation dominated by the recruit himself. Moreover, every condition Han Yi proposed seemed to challenge the fundamental boundaries of national cooperation. The study fell into silence once more, broken only by the ticking of the clock and the faint hum of traffic outside. Colonel Lu's face was an unreadable mask, but the depth of thought in his eyes grew more intense. The potential of the technology Han Yi possessed was undeniable. His talk of future crises sounded outlandish, but when combined with those samples that defied the current era, it became impossible to dismiss. If all of this was true, then this young man before him, and everything he represented, would hold immeasurable strategic value. Compared to the potential rewards, perhaps the conditions he demanded were not entirely unacceptable? Your terms are bold. Colonel Lu finally broke the silence after a long pause. An independent lab, priority resources, policy support, autonomy over information, and absolute freedom. Colonel Lu repeated Han Yi's conditions word by word, as if weighing the significance of each. I have the authority to represent the highest levels and can agree in principle to most of your demands, Colonel Lu stated solemnly, his tone carrying undeniable weight. His actual power extended far beyond his military rank and even Han Yi's expectations. The nation can provide you with the best laboratories, the highest priority resources, and the most favorable policies. E-technologies can maintain its independent operations. Han Yi felt a subtle sense of relief, knowing that the most critical hurdle had been cleared. However, Colonel Lu's tone shifted sharply, becoming stern and unyielding. He leaned forward, his eyes locking onto Han Yi like a sniper zeroing in on a target. All of this cooperation is contingent upon one absolute condition: you must never endanger the nation's core interests and security. You can have your freedom, conduct independent research, and grow your company. But all your technological applications and business activities must operate within the framework of national law. Any actions that could threaten national security, leak core secrets, or be exploited by hostile foreign forces are absolutely prohibited. Colonel Lu's tone was steady yet stern as he stood up and slowly walked toward Han Yi. His gaze was as sharp as a blade. We can give you the utmost trust and support, but that trust has its limits. His words carried an undeniable weight of authority, a warning, and a clear boundary. Han Yi raised his head to meet the colonel's eyes. There was no trace of hesitation or fear on his face, only determination and calmness. He replied with composure, I understand, Colonel Lu. I never intended to oppose the nation. My ultimate goal is to address the crisis, protect those I care about, and safeguard our home planet to the best of my ability. Collaborating with the nation and leveraging its strength is the most effective and secure way to achieve that goal. Colonel Lu's gaze remained fixed on Han Yi, scrutinizing the sincerity and resolve in his eyes. Finally, a faint sign of relaxation appeared on his tense face. He extended his hand, his tone softening. Then, Advisor Han, I hope we can work together successfully for the future of this country. Han extended his hand as well, and the two clasped hands firmly. Liu's hand, rough and calloused, conveyed a weighty sense of trust. Han responded, looking forward to working with you, Colonel Liu. Not long after, the atmosphere in Colonel Liu's office turned serious once again. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking broke the silence in the room. Without turning around, Colonel Liu said in a low voice, come in. Long Yu entered, holding a freshly printed document in her hands. She approached Colonel Liu's desk and handed it over. Colonel, this is the preliminary background report on Han, as well as the results of our verification of his past activities in his hometown. Taking the document, Colonel Liu furrowed his brow slightly as he quickly skimmed through the report. Most of the information aligned with what he already knew: an ordinary family background, a standard university degree, and apart from an unexpected car accident and a sudden withdrawal from school, there was almost nothing unusual. His activity records mostly matched his account, with no significant departures from the rural village where his old family home was located. There were no signs of contact with foreign forces or suspicious organizations, just an ordinary college student with nothing out of the ordinary. Placing the file down, Colonel Liu exhaled deeply, though his expression remained heavy. Suddenly acquiring technology that could change the world, and foreseeing some so-called future crisis. He murmured, Long Yu, what do you make of this? Long Yu paused in thought before replying seriously. His technology is beyond doubt. The sample test results have already proven its revolutionary potential. As for his background and motives, we can't fully determine them yet. However, his proposed method of collaboration and his insistence on confidentiality at least indicate that, for now, he has no intention of opposing the nation. Furthermore, his willingness to share technology and mention a future crisis demonstrates considerable goodwill. Goodwill. Colonel Liu let out a cold laugh. When it comes to advanced technology and national interests, so-called goodwill is meaningless. We can't rule out the possibility that he has other forces backing him or that he has ulterior motives. Long Yu hesitated briefly before asking, so what are you suggesting? Colonel Liu didn't respond immediately. Instead, he turned to look out the window, remaining silent for a moment. Then his tone shifted decisively. Collaboration off course. Well, collaborate. His attitude was firm and resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Long Yu was momentarily stunned but soon nodded in understanding. Colonel Liu's sudden shift in stance seemed like the outcome of a carefully calculated strategy, concealing layers of deliberate consideration. No matter who he is or what his intentions are, the technology he possesses and the information he might hold about the future are far too critical for us to ignore. We cannot let him go. Colonel Liu's fingers struck the smooth surface of the conference table with a decisive thud, his knuckles whitening. His voice carried an undeniable firmness. We must provide him with the best conditions and the fastest support to ensure he can turn that technology into tangible results as quickly as possible. At the same time, we must spare no effort to guarantee his personal safety and the absolute confidentiality of his technology. A sharp glint flashed in Colonel Liu's eyes, embodying the unique decisiveness and precision of a soldier. Lowering his voice slightly, he continued, on the other hand, we cannot ease up on monitoring him and conducting a thorough background investigation. Just make sure not to cross the boundaries of what he can accept. The Ninth Bureau must utilize every resource to dig into his past, analyze his behavior patterns, assess the authenticity of his so-called future crisis, and even uncover his ultimate agenda. Colonel Liu turned, his gaze locking onto Long Yu, who stood nearby. His tone grew unusually grave. Xiaolong, from this moment on, you are fully in charge of this matter and will report directly to me. Remember, Han could very well be the key to our nation's fate for the next several decades, or even centuries. We must secure him as our most reliable ally, not our most formidable enemy. Long Yu immediately straightened his posture, raising his right hand in a crisp salute to Colonel Liu. Yes, sir. I guarantee the mission will be completed. Once the framework for collaboration with Colonel Liu was established, the subsequent progress exceeded Han Yi's expectations. When the state apparatus focused its full capacity on a singular goal, its efficiency was astonishing. Within just 7 days, under Long Yu's direct oversight, a special institution called the Stellar Torch Technology Research Institute was officially founded. On the surface, it appeared to be a state-led key laboratory dedicated to breakthroughs in cutting-edge technologies in the fields of new energy and advanced materials. It boasted independent research facilities, top-level security measures, and access to nearly unlimited resources. In reality, however, its core mission was singular: to provide Han with an undisturbed platform to turn his insights about the future into reality. The institute was located deep within a highly classified military zone on the outskirts of the city. Its premises were repurposed from an abandoned underground air defense facility, which had been rapidly and thoroughly modernized. The interior was expanded into a labyrinthine complex equipped with all the necessary tools for both foundational research and practical application. including a small-scale materials synthesis workshop and a precision manufacturing center. The security level was of the highest national standard. Physical isolation, information shielding, and multi-layered identity verification made it virtually impenetrable. Han-E did not object to these arrangements. Such a level of protection also served as a necessary barrier, minimizing the risk of his presence and his technology being prematurely exposed to the public or targeted by external forces. Meanwhile, E-Technologies was cleverly designed as the public-facing entity of the Stellar Torch Technology Research Institute, handling technology commercialization and business collaborations. Its registered address was situated in a tech incubation park controlled by the National Security Department. It had its own office space and an operational team of professionals responsible for all non-research tasks: patent management, legal affairs, finance, and potential product promotion and market integration. Han-E himself was rebranded as the Institute's chief technical advisor and the chairman of E-Technologies. He retained absolute authority over research directions and technological outcomes, but was also bound by corresponding confidentiality obligations and responsibilities. With state-level investments now in place, Han-E no longer needed to rely on connections like Zhou Mingfeng, who had been introduced by Su Jianlen. Having laid the groundwork for his operations on this planet, Han-E politely declined Colonel Liu and Long Yu's suggestion that he reside permanently at the Stellar Torch Technology Research Institute for ease of communication. He cited the need for a quiet environment to think independently and receive insights as his reason for temporarily returning to his old rural home. Back at the old house, Han-E wasted no time. He skillfully installed non-lethal mechanical traps around the yard, inside the house, and near the cellar entrance, designed solely to serve as warnings. He also set up discreet surveillance equipment. If he returned later to find that any of the traps had been triggered, he would seriously reconsider whether to continue this collaboration. Once everything was in place, Han-E descended into the cellar again. A thought crossed his mind, and in an instant, his figure vanished without leaving a trace. Coming back to his senses, the strong scent of motor oil and the metallic tang filled the air, swiftly replacing the damp, musty smell of the cellar. Han-E stood at the center of the underground ruins, his gaze sweeping over the scene before him. This was the core workshop area of the underground base he had built with his own hands, still preserved as he had left it. Various precision instruments and equipment stood neatly arranged, and the interfaces of several holographic projectors remained frozen in the state they were in when last powered down. A few patrolling industrial robots emitted faint mechanical hums as they detected Han-E's return. Han-E stretched his body, sensing the unique energy waves in the air of Terra. Compared to the calm of Blue Planet, Terra's atmosphere always carried an invisible tension, an oppressive feeling as though something could erupt at any moment. "And Shinran, I'm back," Han-E murmured into his communicator before quickly beginning to inspect the base's systems. The energy core was stable, the defense systems were fully operational, the warehouse had ample supplies, and the air circulation and water treatment systems in the living quarters were functioning normally. Although he had only spent a few days on Blue Planet, nearly 2 months had passed here on Terra. Even though Han-E had occasionally checked on the base during his absence, it had been some time since his last visit. "Everything is in order," Han-E muttered to himself as he swiftly completed the routine checks. He then walked toward the passage leading to the living quarters. Pushing open the soundproof door, he saw Shinran. The young woman was seated at a simple metal table, her attention focused on a complex holographic projection screen hovering before her. The screen displayed a series of mechanical schematics, and her hands moved swiftly over a virtual keyboard, as though she was deeply engrossed in some design or analytical work. And Shinran was no longer the panicked, wary heiress she had once been. Thanks to her time here in a relatively stable environment and her dedication to learning, her sharp mind had been given ample room to grow. Now, she carried herself with less fragility and more of the calm confidence of a skilled technician. Hearing the door, she looked up, and upon seeing Han-E, a genuine smile spread across her face. "You're back." She stood up quickly, walking toward him with a look of concern. Was everything okay? During Han-E's absence, Shinran had stayed alone in this vast underground ruin. While the base had robots for assistance and a robust security system, the feelings of loneliness and unease often lingered in her heart. Han-E's return undoubtedly brought her a sense of immense relief and security. "Yeah, things went relatively smoothly," Han-E responded with a nod, his gaze shifting to the screen in front of Shinran. "What are you working on? You seem pretty absorbed." "It's the analysis data on the scavenger prototype you left behind," Shinran replied, her cheeks faintly flushing as she explained with a hint of shyness. "I was just curious and decided to take a look." Han-E chuckled softly, a trace of admiration flickering in his eyes. And Zinran's talent in mechanics and energy studies was exceptional. Otherwise, she wouldn't have survived the laboratory attack, escaping with her intuitive understanding of the prototype arm gauntlet. Curiosity, after all, was the strongest driving force behind technological progress. Han-E stepped closer to her, his eyes scanning the intricate numbers and structures on the screen. Is there anything you don't understand? Maybe I can help you figure it out. He didn't mind sharing some non-critical technical knowledge with her. On one hand, this was a necessary means to maintain their collaborative relationship and enhance trust even though Shinran's goodwill had already reached its current maximum level. On the other hand, Shinran's growth could provide Han Yi with greater support in the future. Shinran's eyes lit up. She leaned forward slightly, her fingertip tapping on a complex energy circuit node on the screen. Here, she said, her voice carrying a hint of eager curiosity. This closed-loop energy feedback design, I still can't figure out its exact working principle. It seems completely different from the mainstream energy stabilization technology of Huanyu Industries. Han Yi leaned in closer, their shoulders almost touching, his gaze fixed on the flickering node. He began explaining patiently, his voice low and focused. In the workshop area, the only sounds were their soft conversation and the steady hum of the instruments. The metal walls reflected the blue glow of the screen, adding a tranquil atmosphere to their exchange of knowledge. Before long, the miniature terminal on Han Yi's wrist suddenly vibrated, its screen displaying a flashing encrypted communication request. He glanced at it. It was Zen. Han Yi gestured for Shinran to pause. Step aside for now. She still needed to remain discreet and out of sight within the confines of Dawn of the Apocalypse. Understanding his signal, Shinran nodded and quietly moved to the side. The communication connected, and Zen's tired yet visibly exhilarated holographic projection appeared before Han Yi. His eyes were wide with excitement, his facial muscles tense. Zero, great news. Huge news. Zen's voice cracked slightly from excitement, almost breaking. We might have found a lead on Sister Isha. Han Yi's expression instantly sharpened. Zen had previously assured him that he would spare no effort in tracking Isha's whereabouts. However, with the vastness of the oceans and the potential covert interference from the machine army and genetic dynamics, their search efforts had yielded no progress. He hadn't expected that, after being away from Terra for just 2 months to handle matters on Blue Star, news of Isha would reach him upon his return. You've located the death cruise? Han Yi asked immediately, his voice betraying a trace of tension. Zen took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. He gestured animatedly in the air, quickly summarizing the situation. Just yesterday, a small cargo ship affiliated with Dawn of the Apocalypse, tasked with intelligence gathering and smuggling activities in international waters, encountered an incredibly strange patch of dense fog while returning from a mission. Zen's holographic image flickered momentarily before he continued. The fog appeared without any warning. It wasn't extensive, but it was impenetrably thick and accompanied by intense electromagnetic interference, rendering the ship's navigation and communication systems completely inoperable. His tone grew more serious. Amidst the panic, the crew vaguely saw what seemed to be a huge, blurry silhouette looming within the fog. They even heard intermittent, hauntingly ghostly singing and music drifting through the air. Zen clenched his fists tightly. Before they could make sense of it, the fog and the massive silhouette vanished just as mysteriously as they had appeared, as if they'd never existed. The ship's systems returned to normal, but 3 crew members inexplicably went missing. His expression turned grave. The terrified captain immediately reported this bizarre encounter. After comparing their recorded coordinates, timestamps, and descriptions of the anomalies, Roche is almost certain that this is the legendary Death Cruise. The coordinates. What's the current status of that sea area? Han Yi pressed urgently, leaning forward, his gaze locked on Zen's projection. Zen's tone grew heavier, his shoulders slightly slumping. We've pinpointed the coordinates, and it's not too far from our current location. However, Roche analyzed the residual energy fluctuations in that area and found that they're gradually weakening. The rate of decay is highly unusual. It's not natural dissipation, but rather energy vanishing into thin air. Roche's holographic projection appeared alongside Zen's. Adjusting his glasses, he added, based on my model calculations, this anomalous spatial energy residue will probably last for only a few more days. Once the energy starts transitioning into rapid decay, the fluctuations could completely disappear within 10 to 48 hours. If we miss this opportunity, we'll lose our only chance to track that ship forever. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.